Chapter 101. Seeing that Kevin was interacting happily with the bandits, Lin Ning got out of the car and moved Yin Feng, Aki, and the cat outside, giving them water one by one. Fortunately, they were just sleeping peacefully and showed no signs of poisoning. It seemed they would wake up after breathing some fresh air. After Lin Ning had been busy for a while, Qiu Dong was the first to wake up. After waking up, Qiu Dong stretched and put his hands on the ground. Turning his head, he saw that the carriage was covered in blood. The cat went over to take a look, and as soon as he poked his head into the carriage, he discovered that the bandits had left a trap inside. Qiu Dong wanted to ask Kevin what had happened, but as soon as he got close to Kevin, he sensed that the atmosphere was not right, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. The bandits were huddled together, trembling. Kevin tossed them a bundle of rope, glanced at them, and uttered 3 words, "Tie them all up." The bandits looked at the rope, then at Kevin, and hurriedly and clumsily tied themselves together. Seeing that they were quite sensible, Kevin turned to check on Ah Chi. When Ah Chi and Yin Feng woke up, their heads were throbbing. Lin Ning cleaned the bloodstains from the car while explaining what had happened. "By the way, can you drive?" Lin Ning suddenly remembered this crucial question while cleaning the car. The driver was a bandit, so he couldn't continue driving for them. They were in the middle of nowhere, and they would have to drive the car themselves. Yin Feng shook his head and said, "No, I'm an office worker. Driving is too difficult for me." Lin Ning was now in a dilemma. Driving a carriage was a delicate task, and Kevin didn't seem capable of handling it. "How about I give it a try?" Ah Chi suddenly volunteered. No, we can't use child labor," Lin Ning refused outright. "Let's take turns trying. If none of us can manage, then you can go." Yin Feng was the first to try. He gripped the reins, gave them a sharp jerk, and even shouted "Giddy up!" in a very convincing manner. Then the horse symbolically took 2 steps forward, moved a few centimeters, and stopped. Yin Feng thought he wasn't strong enough, so he gave the reins another sharp jerk. The horse turned its head, looked at Yin Feng with a puzzled expression, and then moved forward a full foot. Lin Ning and Mao Mao applauded Yin Feng. Not bad, you improved." Yin Feng, his face flushed, jumped off the carriage and gestured to Kevin with his chin, indicating she should try. Kevin looked at the carriage with great interest. She had never actually driven a carriage before. Kevin got in, pulled the reins, and shouted "Giddy up!" in a clear voice. Before Kevin's shout had even faded, the horse shot off like an arrow released from a bow. Kevin herself hadn't expected to feel such a powerful push in a carriage. Hey! No! How do you stop this thing?" The horse was indeed a fine horse. Its gallop was exhilarating. Lin Ning and Qiu Dong laughed uncontrollably until the carriage had gone quite a distance, and Kevin's voice sounded increasingly faint. Only then did Lin Ning use his mycelium to control the horse. "We can't run anymore, or Calvin might not make it back." Lin Ning wanted to try too, but as soon as he approached the horse, its legs started trembling and it kept pooping. Lin Ning turned to look at the others, asking helplessly, "Why is that?" "It poops as soon as it sees me." "Who knows? Maybe mushrooms can help with bowel movements?" Calvin replied irritably. Lin Ning wanted Qiu Dong to try too, but Qiu Dong flatly refused. Finally, it was up to A Chi. A Chi had watched the 4 of them drive the whole time, looking utterly exasperated. He went to the horse, stood on tiptoe, patted its neck, and then grabbed a handful of hay from the back of the carriage and fed it. After being tormented by them for so long, the horse gradually calmed down under A Chi's feeding, and it stopped pooping. Ah Chi climbed onto the driver's seat, tugged on the reins left and right, and the horse obediently swayed its head from side to side, then puffed out its chest, as if awaiting instructions. The 4 men beside him stared in disbelief. But upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Ah Chi had grown up with a herd of cattle and sheep. Befriending a horse was probably not difficult for him. Just as they had settled on who would drive, one of the bandits timidly approached Kevin and whispered, "Miss, look at this." Kevin glanced at him, and noticed he was holding a piece of rope. "What? You weren't allowed to tie yourselves up?" "We did tie ourselves up, but in the end, I was left alone, and no one tied me up." "Oh well, that's true, you got your difficulties too." Calvin nodded, took the rope, and tied the man's hands behind his back, binding him tightly. Afterward, Calvin noticed the man's face was still flushed. Calvin kicked the man into the crowd with a look of disgust, shouting, "You can stay here. The bleeding from those 2 severed hands has stopped, they can live. We don't need the hands, I throw them away and feed them to the dogs. We take the carriage, okay? Not if you agree, otherwise, bite your tongues and kill yourselves." Calvin finished speaking, turned, and got into the carriage. Once everyone was seated, Achi flicked the reins and shouted "Giddy up!" in a childish voice, and the carriage continued on its way. This ordeal had indeed disrupted their plans. Their original plan was to reach a place with shops that night, and find a place to stay, but now it seemed they would have to eat some simple rations, and sleep in the carriage. Lin Ming took out the food he had brought with him when he left. Finding that the rations weren't much, he gave them all to them, then stepped out of the carriage, placed his hand on the ground, and created a fungal line spanning 2 kilometers. This way, he could turn this entire area into his territory, making it easier to protect He and the others for the night. He could also absorb some resources from the ground to sustain himself, saving on food. That night, Lin Ming had trouble sleeping. Everyone else was asleep, but he remained awake. Lin Ming made a point of checking on Kevin and He. To take care of He, Kevin slept lying down with him. Otherwise, he would often sleep upside down, saying, "It makes me feel more at ease." Lin Ming couldn't sleep, so he spent some time alone in an open area, adapting to his newfound abilities. He wanted to test, in a simple and direct way, just how far his fungal lines could go. Mycelium gathering Gigantamax Lin Ming continuously absorbed nutrients from the ground using the mycelium on his legs, generating new mycelium to expand his body. 3 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Lin Ming felt his vision rising higher and higher. Gradually, the carriage where Kevin and the others slept looked quite small. The mountain beside him was about the same size as Lin Ming now, and because the mycelium gathering was rather coarse, his current Gigantamax form was only humanoid, lacking any facial features. Lin Ming turned his head, and saw a brightly lit town in the distance. So lively at this time of day, that must be Stonetralova. Just then, Xiao Dong woke up in the middle of the night, groggily getting up to urinate. Xiao Dong got out of the carriage, feeling that it was getting dark. He turned his head in another direction, and saw an incredibly huge giant, its head already reaching into the clouds, gazing into the distance. Xiao Dong rubbed his eyes, sighed, and went back to sleep. The cat thought to itself that it must have been having too many strange dreams lately. Chapter 102. The next morning, Yin Feng, Kevin, Xiao Dong, and Achi all stood by the car, staring at the strange sight before them. In the open ground beside them were 2 enormous, deep pits, the shapes of which were vaguely discernible as footprints. Xiao Dong was the most astonished. He had thought it was a dream, but the giant was actually real. The 4 of them looked at Lin Ming in unison. "You did this?" Lin Ming scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, at least now I know where Luowa is." Just as they were still staring at Lin Ming's 2 giant footprints, a group of people suddenly appeared from the direction of Luowa. The group hurried towards them, chatting animatedly. "It's here! It's here! The giant from yesterday was right here! Oh my god, look at that huge footprint! How thick is that?" I mean waist thick." Lin Ming leaned down and quietly asked Yin Feng, "Are the Luowa people all so fond of excitement?" Before Yin Feng could answer, a Luowa man nearby leaned over and asked Lin Ming, "Hey, did you see that? The giant from yesterday." Yes, I saw it. Quite spectacular. It's a miracle. I wonder where the giant is now." Maybe he's gone. He probably couldn't sleep at night, and came out to check." Ha ha ha, what you said makes sense. I wonder what Lord Six-Eyed God would think of this." Lin Ming originally wanted to sneak into the car and escape when no one was looking, but this man suddenly mentioned a very suspicious name. Lord Six-Eyed God? The name sounded like that of a cult leader. Lin Ming wanted to ask more, but the man refused to say anything more. Leaving the crowd still watching the giant footprints, the 5 of them arrived at Shatura. Shatura was unlike any other city they had ever been to. It was incredibly lively. Cars came and went, and the air was filled with the clamor of voices. Shops lined the streets, each with its own unique signboard. Because of the strong sunlight, locals often wore thin cloaks to shield themselves from the sun. As they entered the city and walked along the main road, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, the clinking of plates and bowls in restaurants, and the sizzling of sauces hitting hot plates at food stalls filled the air. Achi was visiting such a bustling place for the first time, and he didn't know where to look. Lin Ming intended to find a place to stay nearby and park the carriage, but before they could even pull over, they heard a commotion behind them. "Make way! Lord Tuha is back!" The people who had been bustling about the street immediately made way upon hearing Tuha's name. Seeing everyone doing so, Lin Ming followed suit and temporarily parked the carriage by the roadside. Just as they cleared the way, an excessively ornate carriage drove past them. The extravagance of that carriage was something Lin Ning had never seen in either his past or present lives. Even disregarding the carriage itself, the decorations on the horses were far from ordinary. Each piece looked priceless. Inside the carriage, a man wearing a massive crown could be seen. Lin Ning turned to Yin Feng and asked, "Who is this? Such a grand display." "Tua, the main builder of Shichiluwa. This place has transformed from a poor, remote village into a bustling metropolis. He deserves at least 80% of the credit." "Wow, quite impressive. A bit of a show of force isn't excessive." Tua's carriage stopped abruptly in the middle of the road. Tua bent down to stand, but the jewel-encrusted crown on his head was quite heavy. He had to support his head with his hand whenever he tried to move. Tua stood up and addressed the crowd by the roadside. "I heard of a giant's strange appearance outside the city. Please don't panic. We recently increased patrols and guards, and we also offered sacrifices to our ancestors. If he's an enemy, we will surely resist. If he's a monster, we at Shichiluwa will have a clear conscience." With Tua's words, the crowd burst into laughter. Lin Ning thought to himself, this guy certainly has the aura of a city lord, and his speech is quite straightforward. He doesn't seem like the kind of wicked tycoon he is. After Tua finished speaking, he even had his accompanying guards deliver some good wine to the shops. As Tua's convoy prepared to leave, Lin Ning noticed that the guards pulled out a long tubular object. The guard held the tube in his hand, supporting the bottom with one hand and holding the other end upwards. From the guard's hand, Lin Ning keenly sensed the aura of fire element. This is... Before Lin Ning could ask, each of the tubes exploded with a bang, releasing a cluster of flower petals. "Ah!" This thing caught Lin Ning off guard. "This is... a firework tube activated by elemental magic?" Yin Feng noticed Lin Ning's surprise and explained, "The reason Shichiluwa is so wealthy is because Tua developed many magically powered everyday items. These items are somewhat useless to ordinary people, but for the rich, they're incredibly novel. Every time new goods arrive, they're snapped up immediately." "Genius." Lin Ning clicked his tongue in amazement. "But there's something I need to tell you first." Yin Feng's expression suddenly turned serious, and he pointed to Lin Ming, Caven, and Qiu Dong one by one. "This city is quite unfriendly to demons. Unless absolutely necessary, don't reveal your demon identity, otherwise we might be expelled from the city before we even find the spider demon." Just as Yin Feng was giving his instructions, a person suddenly rushed out from the roadside. The person looked somewhat deranged, and was carrying something in their hand. Lin Ning looked closer, and realized that the person was carrying an axe. It wasn't an ordinary axe. The axe was engraved with ice-based magical symbols. The man, shouting warmonger, arms dealer, and culprit, swung the axe at Tua. The axe sliced through the air, the intense ice magic creating a sharp arc of ice that flew straight towards Tua. Tua remained calm and unperturbed. Just as the ice arc reached Tua, a small figure emerged from the guards beside the carriage. The figure leaped from the carriage, landing directly on the horse's back, and with a light swing of her weapon, shattered the ice arc. The other guards then swarmed forward and subdued the attacker. Only then did Lin Ning see the figure clearly. It was a little girl. The girl looked almost as old as Achi, with large, bright eyes and chubby cheeks. Her thick white hair was tied in a low ponytail to allow for easy movement. Although she appeared young, her expression was that of a calm and collected adult. She held a curved sword shaped like a bull's horn, and stood steadily on the horse's back. The horse didn't even notice someone standing there. Lin Ning looked at the person being dragged away, and the axe left in the middle of the road, and thoughtfully asked Yin Feng, "Ah Feng, wasn't your introduction a bit off?" Indeed, Yin Feng hadn't mentioned Shichiluwa was main business. By imbuing objects with magic, and then activating them with crystals, those who mastered this technique naturally wouldn't be content with just making small household tools. Tuhi's main invention was weapons. Magical weapons that could give ordinary people the power to fight cultivators. Lin Ming frowned. It seems that Shichiluwa is not such a simple place after all. Chapter 103. Watching Tua's carriage disappear into the distance, Lin Ning seemed lost in thought. He felt strange. Logically, a weapon that could allow an ordinary person to unleash magic instantly should be very popular, but after being in this world for so long, this was the first time he ever heard of it. Aren't those weapons ridiculously expensive? Yin Feng chuckled and said, "Did you see that axe from earlier?" "Ah, I saw it. If you could get 3 of those axes, it would be enough to pay off your debt to the Assassin's Guild." Hearing this, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. However, this made sense. The elemental crystals used for activation were inherently expensive, and with the unique technology involved, a high price wouldn't be unreasonable. Alright, let's go find someone. Yin Feng settled the carriage and urged everyone to get down to business. Kevin, why don't you wear that black hat you used to wear? Lin Ming whispered to Kevin. What's wrong? Feeling a bit bored? Isn't this fine? Kevin, leading Achi, didn't seem to notice anything amiss. No, look behind you. Kevin turned her head and saw a rather impressive group of local idol men following behind. The crowd was rife with suggestive language. Kevin was truly fed up. Ever since she transformed into a woman, she realized how annoying men could be. A nameless fire surged within her, and she pulled Achi behind her, her eyes turning red, and sharp fangs slowly emerging from her mouth. Yin Feng, sensing Kevin might be about to attack, quickly warned, Kevin, calm down, this isn't. Yin Feng was a step too slow. If it were the old Kevin, he might have tolerated it, but the current Kevin wouldn't care about such things. Soul-capturing technique modified blood pool realm. The group of men behind him suddenly stopped. They felt their bodies become incredibly heavy, covered in a bright red liquid, their mouths and noses feeling as if they were submerged in a viscous liquid. After a few breaths, the men all collapsed to the ground. Sensing the commotion on the street, the previously bustling shopkeepers on both sides instantly fell silent, then emerged from their shops, slowly approaching the 5 men. Their expressions were grim, as if they had seen some monstrous villain. This atmosphere made the already sensitive Qiu Dong extremely uncomfortable. He felt the hairs on the back of his head stand on end. Out of self-preservation, Qiu Dong raised his hand to begin hypnosis. Overdose. Ouch. Just as Qiu Dong was about to unleash a citywide hypnosis on the crowd, Yin Feng smacked him on the head. Overdose, still overdose? I told you not to reveal our demonic race identities. Things are already difficult enough. If you make another move, we can forget about finding anyone. What do we do then? Lin Ning looked at the crowd that had gathered around him. Their expressions were completely different from their previous joyful and celebratory demeanor. Let's run. Yin Feng had already scouted an escape route and dashed off. Cat followed behind Yin Feng. Kevin hoisted a chi onto his shoulder and followed closely behind, with Lin Ming bringing up the rear. The group wandered and turned, finally reaching a secluded alley, all panting and utterly exhausted. Seeing that they were finally safe, Lin Ming asked Yin Feng in confusion, what happened? Why do they hate the demon god seed so much? We didn't even eat their rice. Yin Feng, still catching his breath, found this sprint too difficult for a clerk like him. He sat down on the ground, grabbed his water bottle, and gulped down several mouthfuls of water before answering Lin Ming, yes, you didn't eat their rice, but you killed their entire family. Lin Ming sensed there was more to the story, and waited for Yin Feng to catch his breath before explaining. Yin Feng sighed, sat down on the ground, and said, holding his water bottle, think about it. Imagine a place that can manufacture unimaginably high-end weapons, but at exorbitant prices. If I were the local bandit leader, wanting a share of the profits but being refused, and wanting the weapons but unable to afford them, what would a vicious person do in this situation? Lin Ming pondered for a moment and felt the answer was obvious. Go rob it. Yin Feng nodded, took another sip of water, and continued, that's right. Near Shichiloa, there was another mountain bandit stronghold. Come to think of it, the bandits we encountered were remnants of that group. They coveted the profits and weapons of Shichiloa, so the Mountain King decided to simply rob it, planning to take Shichiloa and then abandon the mountain to enter the city. And what about the demon god seeds? Yin Feng interrupted Lin Ming's question, indicating there was more to come. Although that Mountain King wanted to attack the city, he was somewhat wary of Shichiloa's magical weapons, so he used all his funds and connections to gather 11 demon god seeds to form a special bandit gang. I see. That explains it. And judging from the outcome, Stonetrolova should have defended the city. Then, what about those demon gods? Completely wiped out. Ah? Lin Ming was extremely surprised. 11 demon gods, that's not something a single city could withstand, and to have them all wiped out. Yin Feng stood up, straightened his clothes, and peeked out to observe the situation. As he looked, he said, back then, the resistance forces in Shichiloa relied on magical weapons and some cultivators to fight relentlessly. In this life-or-death struggle, many warriors showed astonishing growth rates. Moreover, Shichiloa also had a special research unit dedicated to analyzing how to combat the demon god race. Later, after the war subsided, many of those research personnel were poached by the national government. Those warriors directly became Shichiloa's defense force, and their descendants inherit the guard status. The white-haired little girl we saw during the day was clearly from that guard. Having understood everything, Lin Ming turned to look at Caven. Caven slowly shifted his gaze elsewhere. Oh, Lin Ming thought, so this guy can feel guilty too. Just in case, you should probably disguise yourself. Can't I just use my male form? No, for grown men with a little girl would just stand out. Hearing this, Caven pulled out his familiar large black hat from his luggage, made the other three turn around, and changed his clothes. Only after Caven was ready did the group dare to emerge from the alley. Lin Ming looked at the bustling shops on the street, and felt that the atmosphere around him seemed a little strange. Don't you think there's a sound? What sound? It's noisy. Isn't it noisy on the street? Strange. Just as Lin Ming was about to pretend nothing had happened and continue walking, he suddenly heard a woman's voice. Come on, it's good to take a look around. Lin Ming was startled and quickly looked in the direction of the voice, but there was only a wall there, nothing there. Chapter 104. Lin Ming looked at the wall, touched it, and even smelled it. Caven lifted his hat brim, looking at him with an expression as if he were an idiot. What nonsense are you spouting? No, I really heard someone talking. You think we believe you just because you say so. Caven was halfway through his sentence, when he suddenly heard someone whisper Little Beauty in his ear. Caven was startled and grabbed Achi, swinging her around. But as soon as he swung Achi up, he realized there was nothing around him. Achi, suspended in midair, remained calm, her eyes fixed on Caven. She was now beginning to doubt whether her mother-in-law's decision had been correct. Caven carefully put Achi back on the ground, straightened her clothes, and then pulled his hat down, pretending nothing had happened. Just then, a hand suddenly appeared on the wall beside them. Lin Ming saw the hand emerge and quickly called a few people over to investigate. Did you see that? Did you see that? She showed me something. The hand looked like a woman's hand, long and slender, snow white. The hand extended its index finger and drew downwards, revealing a slit glowing with white light before them. Then the hand made a hooking motion towards them. Lin Ming mustered his courage and stuck his head through, but the moment his head touched the slit, he was pulled inside. Yin Feng, seeing Lin Ming pulled in, quickly reached out to pull him back, but his hand was also pulled in as soon as it touched the slit. Xiao Dong and Caven exchanged a glance, then, without needing to be pulled, stepped inside. Inside, it was actually a tavern. Lin Ming and his three companions stood there dumbfounded. Lin Ming turned around in surprise, and found a wall behind them, with a curtain hanging on it. Although there was a curtain, there was no door behind it. Beside them stood a woman with fair skin, a tall figure, and a pipe in her hand. The woman had long, narrow eyes, and slightly pouting lips. Her white hair was styled in a bun, adorned with an ornate hairpin. She wore a white silk robe that looked like a nightgown, hanging loosely on her body, as if held up only by her curves, threatening to slip off with the slightest movement. Looking at the woman's red eyes, Lin Ming felt a strange connection to some animal he was strangely familiar with. Welcome, the woman greeted them warmly, pipe in hand. She was clearly the proprietress. When the proprietress smiled, her eyes narrowed into slits. Where is this? Yin Feng asked. It's someone else's shop. There was a hint of pride in the proprietress's tone. No, I mean this space. The proprietress chuckled and whispered three words to Yin Feng, rabbit hole. You're a demon. Yin Feng was about to ask if she was a demon god when the proprietress turned and got Achi a raised children's chair, then poured him a glass of juice. Caven sat down at the table and started flipping through the menu. Xiao Dong noticed the tanks filled with various seafood and was engrossed in looking at them. Lin Ming was even more straightforward, grabbing a piece of braised meat and eating it right away. Seriously, aren't you guys even a little wary? Yin Feng was annoyed by the overly relaxed attitude of the group. What's there to be wary of? The proprietress doesn't look like a bad person, Lin Ming mumbled, chewing on something. Just as Yin Feng was hesitating about whether to start enjoying himself, the proprietress quietly moved closer to him, whispering in his ear, Go ahead, I have whatever you want. She emphasized the words have everything, and then gently blew into his ear. Yin Feng, a naive young man who spent most of his time in an office, had never experienced anything like this before. That breath seemed to tickle his brain, making his legs go weak. He quickly grabbed a chair to avoid falling to the ground. The proprietress, seeing Yin Feng's flushed face, smiled even more broadly, her eyes full of interest. Small, handsome, mature yet innocent, with exquisitely long fingers, Yin Feng was captivating to the proprietress's heart in almost every way. Feeling the proprietress's gaze lingering on him, Yin Feng quickly went to sit at Lin Ming's table. There weren't many customers in the shop, only a few scattered around. Lin Ning glanced around and realized that many of the customers were likely demon gods. The proprietress, whether due to the lack of customers or some special interest in Yin Feng, sat directly at their table, right next to him. Yin Feng felt extremely uncomfortable, his blush lingering. The proprietress served them some food and drinks, then watched Yin Feng eat, resting her chin on her hand. Look closely, it's quite exquisite. The proprietress looked at Yin Feng and said. Hearing this, Yin Feng choked on his tea, coughing for a long time. The proprietress reached out and patted his back, patting and touching him as she did so. Yin Feng was actually more than half a head shorter than the proprietress, so the scene looked somewhat incongruous. This place is the kind where you can just leave whenever you want? Lin Ming suddenly asked. Of course, this isn't a shady place, and the prices are market prices, but... The proprietress glanced around at the customers, raising an eyebrow, and said, the customers here are people who can't show their faces in public for various reasons. In short, it's a neutral refuge. Lin Ning quickly understood the existence of this tavern. What's your name, proprietress? Englan. Lin Ning stared at the proprietress from head to toe for a long time, then suddenly clapped his hands, as if in sudden realization. What's wrong? What did you figure out? Kevin asked, puzzled. Lin Ning chuckled, extending his index and middle fingers together, and bending them twice above his head. Ha ha. The landlady laughed heartily at the gesture. Did I guess wrong? Lin Ming asked smugly. I guessed right. I guessed right. Ha ha. Kevin was still confused. What did I guess right? At this moment, Aki interjected, it's a rabbit. Huh? Kevin still didn't understand. Aki made the same gesture as Lin Ming and explained, this auntie. No, this sister, is a rabbit. Kevin finally understood. The landlady, Englan, the rabbit demon god. Her snow-white attire and red eyes already spoke volumes. To ease his awkward situation, Yin Feng chimed in, I see, rabbit's fur is mostly white. The proprietress looked at Yin Feng, her eyes alluring, and said softly, yes, the fur that's not visible is also white. Upon hearing this, Yin Feng choked on his tea again. Yin Feng was naive, but he was clever. He also regretted that he understood such veiled flirtation so instantly. The proprietress patted Yin Feng's back, her face beaming, making no attempt to hide her affection for him. Lin Ning thought that if they weren't still sitting there, the proprietress would probably already be hugging Yin Feng and nuzzling him. Chapter 105. With this tavern as a temporary refuge, Lin Ning and his companions felt somewhat relieved. After a satisfying meal, Lin Ning wanted to inquire about the spider demon god. Madam, have you heard of? No. Englan replied without hesitation. I just want to ask. No way. The proprietress, resting her chin on her hand and legs crossed, nudged Yin Feng's calf repeatedly with her toes under the table. While teasing Yin Feng with amusement, the proprietress took a puff of her pipe and said, this is a tavern, a place to eat and rest. If I were to also engage in intelligence trading, it would inevitably affect the reputation of my tavern. After all, no one likes to rest peacefully in a place where there are many gossips and eavesdroppers, don't you think? Seeing the proprietress's words, Lin Ning abandoned his idea of trying to gather information from this place. I don't have any intelligence, but I can tell you some interesting tidbits. The proprietress skillfully twirled her pipe as she spoke. Cichuroa is just one of my branches. No, a sub-branch. I go to other places sometimes, but lately, a strange name has been circulating about Cichuroa. Could it be the six-eyed goddess? Yes, you heard of her too? No, I heard people mention her on the street, and I remembered it. According to the residents of Cichuroa, the six-eyed goddess appears at funerals. She has 6 eyes on her face. If you spot her, she gives you some warnings, sometimes to avert disaster, sometimes to protect your home and save your life. That should be it. Lin Ning thought to himself. The funeral, the 6 eyes, the prophetic warning, this must be the spider demon god, Arns, without a doubt. The reason she appears at funerals is because both the spider demon god and the old woman perform rituals for the deceased, and the 6 eyes are probably related to her future seeing ability. Boss lady, didn't you say you wouldn't reveal any information? Why are you telling us so much? The boss lady shrugged lightly and said, I didn't answer any of your questions. I just thought of something interesting that happened recently and wanted to tell you. Besides, everyone in Shirtuluan knows about it, and you hear about it sooner or later. Lin Ning originally thought the spider demon god would hide her whereabouts, but he didn't expect her to act so openly. Even though they were discussing such important information, Yin Feng remained silent. Lin Ning felt like Yin Feng's soul was about to fly away, He didn't even know if he had heard anything. According to what boss Lady Yinglan just said, the spider demon god only appears at funerals, so their next task is to find out where the funerals are. The proprietress tucked her leg away from under the table, and Yin Feng finally regained his connection. Yin Feng's cheeks burned. He touched his own pathetic face and began planning their next move. Then we can only wait for the funeral. Luowa is huge. We encounter funerals frequently in the next few days. Qiu Dong and I, who have seen the spider demon god, will go and search for her. Lin Ming nodded. That was all they could do now. Thinking about meeting the spider demon god soon, Lin Ming felt a little apprehensive. Although he had formed this assassin's expedition team, he hadn't yet figured out how to explain this to the spider demon god. Because we're all being monitored by the National Council, should we overthrow it together? No, that's not Lin Ming's intention. What Lin Ming actually wants to confirm is whether the spider demon god, like himself, also comes from another world. Lin Ming wants to know this not because he wants to return to his original world, but quite the opposite. He just wants to confirm whether his existence in this world is truly stable. He's terrified that one day he returned to his former world, back to his hospital bed. These worries are secrets he can only keep to himself, avoiding mentioning them, and trying to avoid thinking about them. Because he's afraid that everything before him is just a play, a dream, a bubble. Maybe I should be like those protagonists in wish fulfillment novels, not caring about anything. After all, I'm a demon god, not so easy to die. I should just fight my way through, chaos reigning supreme. Lin Ming has thought about this, but it's a bit difficult for him. What Lin Ming longs for is still that peaceful life. That kind of development along the path of an evil god is probably impossible for me. Lin Ming, so confident in his conviction, could never have imagined what a chaotic and bizarre future awaited him in this world. Hey! Let's go! Caven called out loudly, seeing Lin Ming lost in thought. Lin Ming snapped out of his reverie and realized the proprietress was gone, and Yin Feng and Caven were packing up. After leaving the proprietress's shop, they found themselves back by the same wall they had started with. They could now clearly sense the tavern's presence. If they returned to that spot and ran their hands across the wall, they could re-enter the tavern. Before leaving, the landlady gave Yin Feng a white handkerchief embroidered with two little rabbits. Whether intentionally or not, the rabbits were folded so that one was perched on top of the other, overlapping. Leaving the tavern and packing their belongings, they embarked on a truly death-seeking journey. Because of the fierce battles fought in the past, there weren't many elderly people in the city of Luowa. Most were strong and healthy young people, and the few elderly people they did see didn't seem to need any funerals in the near future. After searching for quite some time, they finally found an old woman. The old woman was 80 years old, bedridden, and her children and grandchildren were all gathered, ready to hold a funeral for her at any moment. Lin Ming and his companions, seeing that they had finally found a suitable person, immediately waited outside her door that night, afraid of missing the old woman's passing and not seeing the spider demon. Although waiting at someone's doorstep for an elderly person's death was somewhat impolite, the circumstances were special, and they had no other choice. They squatted there for 5 days. On the first day, Lin Ming, hearing the old woman's weak breathing, said to Yin Feng, "What a pity, the old lady is nearing her end." On the second day, the old woman coughed incessantly, and Yin Feng again said to Lin Ming, "It feels like she's nearing her end, her breathing is unsteady." On the third day, the old woman suddenly stopped coughing and wheezing, and began chatting energetically with her children and grandchildren. Cavan, arms crossed, said confidently, "A final burst of energy, definitely a final burst of energy." On the fourth day, the old woman got out of bed, and even strolled around the doorway. The group fell silent. On the fifth day, the old woman began walking around the streets with her hands behind her back, light and agile, moving like the wind. She ate 3 meals a day, 2 steamed buns per meal, and looked even healthier than Yin Feng. Chapter 106. This won't work. Seeing that the old lady had fully recovered and looked even more energetic than before her illness, Yin Feng realized they had staked out the wrong spot. How about we do it ourselves? Yin Feng looked at the funeral supply store by the roadside and felt that this was the only safest option. Lin Ming opened his mouth several times, unable to find the words, finally managing to stammer, "You're really something. A living person pretending to be dead. You might only encounter this kind of show a few times in your life." "Really? Really? Look at those old folks. They're all so healthy. What other way is there?" "Alright, we do as you say, but how do we plan this? It has to look respectable." Yin Feng looked at the group, thought for a moment, and pointed to Caven, saying, "The widow." Then he pointed to Aki, saying, "The widow's only daughter, Then he pointed to Chiodong. This is her younger brother. Finally, he pointed to himself, brother-in-law. Lin Ning looked at the group and genuinely thought this plan was feasible. You know what, you really do think, with your planning, it looks pretty impressive. Of course. Let's go buy some things. Let's get started. Yin Feng, flattered by Lin Ning's praise, became interested and went straight into the funeral supplies store. The shop owner had a small mustache, small eyes, and wore a melon-shaped hat. He looked quite shrewd. Seeing that he was from out of town, the shopkeeper asked, "What would you like to order?" Yin Feng looked around and began to list the materials he needed. A coffin, wreaths, and it would be best to follow local customs. Please help us prepare them, shopkeeper. Seeing a big spender, the shop owner hurriedly asked, "Has an elderly relative passed away? What size coffin do you need?" Lin Ning casually pointed to himself. "Me, I use it." Ah. The shop owner's business acumen kicked in at that moment, and he miraculously pieced together the whole story. The shop owner assumed Lin Ning must be terminally ill and not long for this world, and was here to arrange his funeral. Looking at Lin Ning's still smiling face, the shop owner was somewhat moved. He thought, this young man has such a broad mind. If he were still alive, he would definitely have achieved great things. What a pity. While the shop owner was still feeling saddened by his own assumptions, Lin Ning had already enthusiastically begun trying out each coffin. Ah, this one's good. This one fits perfectly. This one's good too. This one even has a soft lining. This one's nice too. I like this color. Lin Ning was putting a lot of effort into choosing a coffin, and the shopkeeper was also tirelessly explaining everything, determined to make sure the young man's last major event was handled well. They bought everything they needed, and were ready to begin preparations immediately. They consulted the shopkeeper about many aspects of the ritual procession, striving to ensure the entire funeral was authentic and believable. In Stuorva, the funeral procession would make a brief tour of the city before being taken to the burial site. Lin Ning certainly didn't have a cemetery, so they would have to make a few extra tours, then wait for a while in an open area on the outskirts of the city, hoping to attract Arn's attention. Yin Feng even disguised himself, putting on a fake beard, afraid Arns would recognize him. Kaven and Chiao Dong were both dressed up, but Kaven didn't look like a widow at all. Yin Feng even hired a band to create a festive atmosphere. Lin Ming, lying in the coffin, actually felt quite happy. It wasn't until his coffin was placed on the car that he realized something. Lin Ning sat up abruptly from the coffin. Seeing him sit up, the band playing noticeably shifted their tune. They were undeniably professional. They didn't run away in this situation. Lin Ning patted the coffin lid and asked Yin Feng, "Why am I the one lying in there? You seem to be having a lot of fun, so we let you be. Anyway, you're not afraid of being buried. You can come out even underground." That was true, and Lin Ning thought it made sense, so he lay back down. The musicians watched Lin Ming sit up in the coffin, thinking, I don't know what kind of strange job I got today. I never seen anything like this before. With music and fanfare, Lin Ming's coffin made its way down the street. Once the funeral procession arrived, the street fell silent. Lin Ming overheard two women whispering on the street. She was so young, what a pity. Look at the child, so young, probably doesn't even know what's going on, so pitiful. His wife seems quite happy. Maybe she's found someone else. Shh. Keep your voice down, don't let them hear. What's there to be afraid of? Look at that young widow, she's got the look she needs, she's got everything. Why would she need someone else? That's true. Lying in the coffin, listening to people talk about his beautiful young wife marrying someone else, Lin Ming actually felt a pang of sadness. Chiao Dong found it all quite novel, looking around curiously, and staring intently at the musicians playing for a long time. Passers-by whispered, look at that, isn't that his brother? Sigh, he looks like he's got mental issues. Yeah, so pitiful, those two brothers. It's alright, look at that brother-in-law, he looks like he can handle anything, look at that beard, so mature. Hearing this, Lin Ming opened his eyes from the coffin and glanced at Yin Feng, who had a beard plastered on his face. Lin Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the band's tune noticeably went off-key again. Shh. The streets are crowded now, tone it down. Yin Feng quickly whispered to Lin Ming, while constantly searching for the spider demon god in the crowd. Finally, when Lin Ming's coffin was almost pushed out of the city, Yin Feng, a hint of anxiety crept in. He simply squatted down beside the coffin, feigning exhaustion from grief, then covered his ear with his right hand, using the coffin as cover to conceal the palm-sized magical mark on his ear. Asking the wind's edge, Yin Feng concentrated intently, sensing the vibrating wind elements throughout the entire street, even the whole city. In less than 3 seconds, Yin Feng was already sweating profusely. Such intense information gathering was extremely exhausting. The conversations of everyone on the street flooded into Yin Feng's ears. Look! Girl. Pretty. Child. Little, poor, auntie, widow or whatever, my house tonight. Yin Feng sifted through various fragments of sound, when suddenly, a few words flashed past his ears. Send to the realm of light. The realm of light was a term his grandmother often used during her rituals for the deceased. In Stone Trilova, only Arns could utter this word. Found it. Over there. Yin Feng suddenly stood up, pointing in a direction and shouting. Coming, coming! Lin Ning tumbled out of the coffin and chased after it. Main Street. The steady and capable brother-in-law ran in front, followed by the young man who had died young, then the widowed woman, who had found a new husband, leading her only daughter close behind, while the mentally challenged younger brother strolled leisurely at the back. In that instant, time seemed to stand still in the crowd. The musicians still had their instruments in their mouths. It was unclear whether they would continue playing. The two aunties who had been chatting by the roadside, after a long while, finally came to their senses. Look, isn't that wonderful? That good young wife doesn't need to find another husband. The original owner has come back to life. Amazing. Indeed, truly amazing. This world is full of wonders. It really is something else entirely. Chapter 107. Yin Feng did indeed see Arns. It was the same familiar figure, dressed in loose, coarse cloth, a headscarf covering the upper half of her face. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, Yin Feng was certain it was Arns, the Arns who had fallen off a cliff years ago to save his life. Arns didn't run away. She simply turned and quickly walked towards a quieter alley. Arns naturally knew that Lin Ning and the others were coming to find her, and she knew that she couldn't escape it even if she wanted to. But she hadn't expected Lin Ning and the others to find her in this way. Lin Ning and the others chased her into the alley. Arns was standing there. Lin Ning was extremely excited. He hadn't expected the fake funeral to actually work. Yin Feng saw Arns and was about to speak when Arns spoke first, saying, "Take off your mourning clothes first." The younger brother-in-law glanced at the young widow and obediently removed his mourning attire. It wasn't a good place to talk. Let's go to England's. Lin Ning looked around and nodded. Although he had many questions, since he had already found the person, a little more time wouldn't hurt. After speaking, Arns turned and walked away. Seeing that she had already gone quite a distance, Lin Ning quickly reminded her, England's shop is in this direction. Hearing this, Arns quickly turned back, tripping over a stone halfway down the path. Lin Ning scratched his head, thinking, could the legendary six-eyed god be a reckless fool? The group followed Arns back to the familiar wall. Yin Feng also took the opportunity to settle the aftermath of the funeral. The band had all left, but no one wanted the coffin. Since they couldn't sell it secondhand, they left it near their own carriage for the time being. Arriving at England's shop again, the proprietress greeted him warmly as usual. "Oh, you're here again. Looks like you found the person?" "Yes." Yin Feng nodded, blushing as he returned the handkerchief to the proprietress. The proprietress took the handkerchief, inhaled deeply several times, and then tucked it into her bosom. "Please sit down. You must be discussing business. I go prepare some tea," the proprietress said, then walked away. Only then did Arns remove her headscarf. Everyone stared wide-eyed, waiting to see what the legendary 6 eyes of the spider demon god would look like. But when Arns revealed her face, she only had 2 ordinary eyes. Everyone instinctively showed disappointment. Lin Ning looked at Arns' appearance, somewhat surprised. Arns' appearance was almost completely different from what he had imagined. He had imagined Arns to be the deep, enigmatic, and somewhat melancholic type, but in reality, Arns had short, choppy black hair. It looked as if she had casually cut it herself with scissors, completely devoid of any design. Arns had a dark, brownish complexion, a high nose bridge, and long, narrow eyes. Her face looked young, but there was a sense of weariness in her expression. Arns looked at Yin Feng and said, "How have you been these past few years? Has your magic improved?" Yin Feng looked at Arns' familiar face, about to speak, but tears welled up in his eyes first. "I thought you were dead," Yin Feng said, choking back sobs. "I thought you were dead, and that you died saving me. I feel so guilty." Arns smiled and replied, "I was indeed dead, but my death was different from others." Lin Ning stood there dumbfounded, feeling completely unable to get a word in edgewise, so he decided to let the 2 acquaintances catch up first. Arns continued to Yin Feng, "Back then, we hadn't known each other for long. Although we had a pleasant conversation, I only told you I was the spider demon god, not about my abilities. Arn straightened her clothes, lowered her head, and remained silent for a moment before continuing. At the time, I wasn't sure if my abilities would implicate you, because this ability was too special and might attract a lot of attention. Sigh. Yin Feng sighed, feeling relieved. When Arn saved him, he hadn't joined the Assassin's Guild yet. At that time, he had just left school because his magical abilities were too weak, intending to take a long trip alone to contemplate his future, and that's when he met Arns on the road. They spent some time together as travel companions. Although they were alone together, there was no distance between them. It was Arns' encouragement that made Yin Feng determined to continue striving as a wind mage, even if he would always be ridiculed. But then, an accident happened. They encountered a pack of wolves in the wild. The two of them were powerless against the wolves. Arns didn't know any offensive magic, and Yin Feng's magic was practically non-existent. That was the first time Yin Feng hated himself so much, hated his utter lack of power. Finally, the two of them were forced to the edge of a cliff. With nowhere left to retreat, Arns, to give Yin Feng a chance to escape, cut her own body with a knife, using the scent of blood to lure the wolves to the edge. After confirming that Yin Feng could escape, she jumped off the cliff to avoid being torn apart alive. Yin Feng recounted the events that had transpired between them to the others. Lin Ming listened to Yin Feng's description, frowning. He turned to Arns and asked, "So back then, you didn't have the ability of future vision?" Arns nodded and said, "This ability has only recently begun to appear. At first, it was completely beyond my control. Now, at least I can actively deactivate it." Arns pointed to her forehead as she spoke. Lin Ming looked at Arns' forehead, imagining what a pair of eyes would look like there, and a chill ran down his spine. He quickly changed the subject, saying, "I thought you would have predicted our arrival and come to greet us in advance." Arn shook her head. "It was destined that I would meet you. No, I should say that it was destined that I would meet you." This statement startled Lin Ming, his face full of confusion. "Me?" "Yes, you." Lin Ming then remembered what his mother-in-law had said. It was indeed Arns who had left the message, instructing him to come to Shatura. "But why me?" "Because I saw something about your future." Hearing this, Lin Ming suddenly became interested. Like many people who enjoy speculation, hearing that someone could see their future was a natural reaction of curiosity. However, Arns' next description poured cold water on his enthusiasm. "What is my future like?" Arns looked at the others besides Lin Ming, seemingly assessing their level of acceptance. "Your future is the end of the world." Lin Ming's smile froze on his face. Is it? My own end of the world?" "No, your future is the end of the world." Chapter 108. Arns' future vision has 3 stages. 4 eyes, able to see the next few minutes. 6 eyes, able to see the next few days. 8 eyes, able to see the next several years. She used her 6-eyed ability in Cicheroa, and it was witnessed, which is why she was called the 6-eyed goddess. As for Lin Ming, it was the furthest future she had ever seen. That was during her most recent resurrection. Arns also goes through an energy period, a sign period, and an awakening period during resurrection. During that resurrection, she was in the awakening period. Her consciousness was still somewhat chaotic, and she couldn't turn off her future vision ability. Various time periods of the future kept appearing in her mind. At that moment, she suddenly felt as if the future of the entire world had trembled. And after the tremor, the images in her mind suddenly stabilized. What happened next, she would never forget. In her futuristic vision, she felt as if she were in another world, a swampy expanse of mud, the sky and ground almost uniformly reddish-brown, with black, willow-like fluff constantly drifting in the air. The world was flat, devoid of any plants or animals. Just as Arns was wondering why this futuristic vision had lasted so long, she saw a person slowly walking towards her in the distance. The person looked as if they had lost their soul, their hands hanging limply at their sides, their steps dragging, as if all their strength had been drained. Only when the person drew closer did Arn see their face clearly. His face was filthy, as if he rolled in mud, his eyes vacant, his expression filled with despair. In his hand, he held the wing of some unknown animal, seemingly a bat, but a bat that large couldn't possibly exist. The last thing Arns remembered was 2 strands of white hair, one in front and one behind, on the man's black hair. That man was Lin Ming. According to her perception, this future was roughly 10 years from now. After that vision of the future, Arns began relentlessly searching for Lin Ming. Searching for this person, who might bring about the end of the world. At first, Arns was like a headless fly, searching everywhere, but later she realized that it wasn't necessary to waste so much effort, because she had seen Lin Ming many times in her visions of her future using her 6 eyes. Arns then realized that she didn't need to go looking for Lin Ming. Lin Ming would soon come to her. Arns finished recounting what she had seen about Lin Ming's future. That's all. Arns finished speaking, and a deathly silence fell around them. Lin Ming was momentarily unable to accept this explanation, his face turning extremely pale. Just as Yin Feng was about to say something, Lin Ming suddenly stood up, turned, and left the shop without a word. Caven remained silent as well. Initially, he too had felt that Arns's words might not be so convincing. He had even suspected that the spider demon god's vision of the future was fake, fabricated. However, the batwing Lin Ming held in the visions described by the spider changed Caven's mind. He had never shown his wings to Arns, yet the wings she described were undoubtedly his. 10 years later, Lin Ming would wander the world alone, like a ghost, carrying his wings. Caven pondered for a moment, then got up and followed Lin Ming out. Arns was about to follow, but Yin Feng stopped her, indicating that Caven could go by herself. Caven slipped out of the shop through the wall and searched everywhere, but couldn't find Lin Ming. Finally, she returned to where their carriage was parked, wondering if he had driven off. But as soon as she approached the carriage, she saw Lin Ming lying perfectly still in the coffin. Caven walked over and discovered that Lin Ming had even sprinkled flowers on himself. Addicted to lying down, huh? Lin Ming didn't answer. Calvin patted the side of the coffin lid, trying to persuade Lin Ming, "There are still 10 years left, don't give up now." Lin Ming remained silent. "Fine." Calvin waved his hand and left. After Calvin left, Lin Ming continued to lie in the coffin. But after a while, Calvin returned. Lin Ming closed his eyes, listening to the footsteps, which seemed to be Calvin's. He heard Calvin carrying something. A while later, he heard the lid being unscrewed and a clattering sound. Then he felt water splashed on his face, along with a pungent smell. Lin Ming opened his eyes in confusion, and saw Calvin staring at him, pulling out a box of matches. "What are you holding?" "Matches." "What did you splash on me?" "Kerosene." With a hiss, Calvin struck a match and was about to throw it into the coffin. Lin Ming leaped out of the coffin in a flash, feeling more agile than ever before. "Holy crap! Are you crazy?" "Crazy? I'm not crazy. Are you trying to burn me alive?" "Ah, I see you've given up on yourself. You're just a nuisance anyway, so burning you will only prolong my life," Caven said, walking towards him with a match in hand. No, I haven't given up. I haven't given up yet. Let's think of something. We still have 10 years. Put the fire down first." Hearing this, Caven blew out the match. Lin Ming's heart finally settled. He suddenly missed the taciturn Caven of the past. The current Caven was a madwoman of beauty. If he had been even slightly slower in his leap, he would be struggling to survive in the flames right now. Caven led the now calm Lin Ming back to the shop. Before they entered the shop, Calvin suddenly said behind Lin Ming, "At least I was there until the very end, wasn't I?" The proprietress saw Lin Ming enter, sniffed the air, and asked suspiciously, "Are you planning some kind of terrorist attack here?" "It's a long story, I won't go into it. Just keep your pipe away from me, proprietress." Lin Ming felt utterly hopeless. He sat back down at the table, still not wanting to say a word. Although Calvin told him not to give up, and his last words had touched him somewhat, he was now seriously considering whether to burn himself alive. He asked weakly then, "Can the future be changed?" Arns didn't answer directly, but instead asked Lin Ming, "You still found me in the end, didn't you?" Lin Ming reached up and rubbed his forehead, remaining silent. Arns foresaw that Lin Ming would find her, and now that Lin Ming had indeed found her, it meant that Arns's foresight had come true. In other words, the future is unchangeable. "But I have an idea," Arns suddenly said. "What idea?" "When I foresaw your future, I felt a tremor throughout the entire world. I think something significant happened in this world that could shake the future." So, Lin Ming had been harboring a suspicion, but hadn't voiced it yet. The tremor Arns sensed must have been his arrival in this world. So to change that future, we need to do something truly momentous, something that could shake the world, and it has to be you who does it. Lin Ming's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. If what Arns said was true, the way to avoid the future where he would personally destroy the world 10 years from now was actually quite simple and direct. In short, it was about causing trouble. Absolutely big trouble. It had to be something he personally did that could change the entire world. Chapter 109. Although the intention was to cause trouble, where should they even begin? Lin Ming sat in his seat, lost in thought for a long time without uttering a word. finally asking the question he had been holding back for so long. Then, "If you kill me, will things be resolved?" Arns looked at him and answered without the slightest hesitation, "No." This surprised Lin Ming. He had originally thought that as long as he was no longer in this world, his doomsday would not come. Seeing Lin Ming's confusion, Arns explained, "Your future is too far removed from the present. I can't be sure if you've done anything significant enough to save the world in these 10 years. Yin Feng, after hearing this explanation, thoughtfully said, "So, it's possible that the one who saves the world and the one who destroys it are the same person. That's just one example. Someone like him, capable of shaking the entire future, I'm not sure what would happen if I killed him directly." Lin Ming understood Arns's meaning. He added, "So, the idea that the world will be destroyed in my hands 10 years from now, while it sounds terrible, actually still has 10 years to save it. If I'm killed directly, whether the future will be worse or better than the present is uncertain, is that right?" Arns nodded, her expression quite grave. Since this plan was unfeasible, Lin Ming stopped thinking about it. Now that things had come to this, instead of wallowing in self-pity, he should think carefully about what he could do in these 10 years. They say they're going to do something big, but where to begin? How to do it? Yesterday, he was just a mushroom wanting a peaceful life, and today he's shouldering the fate of the entire world. Isn't that absurd? Sigh. Lin Ming slumped back in his chair, looking utterly exhausted. Maybe he should have a drink first, cheer himself up. Destroying the world won't make a difference in a day or two anyway. Lin Ming told himself this. "Boss lady, bring the wine." Inglan, hearing Lin Ming's call, picked up her pipe and instructed the kitchen to bring them wine and food. "Wow, you can actually eat that much." Yin Feng teased from the side. Lin Ming chuckled, looking at Yin Feng, and said, "Why wouldn't I eat? I'm worried about whether you guys can eat." "What can't we eat? It's just that we have a world-destroying evil god by our side. The Assassin's Guild has never been afraid of this kind of thing." Soon, the wine and food were served. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, those with worries on their minds are most likely to get drunk. Everyone knew Lin Ming was drowning his sorrows in alcohol, so no one stopped him. They thought, let him drink, mushroom won't get a stomach ulcer anyway. Arns and Yin Feng didn't drink, and Cat licked her lips, found it bitter, and spat it out. Only Lin Ming and Caven were drinking heavily at the table. Lin Ming was quite tipsy when he turned his head and saw a Qi. Looking at a Qi, he suddenly realized that 10 years later, a Qi would only be a teenager. A Qi. 10 years later, you'd be at the perfect age for a sweet, loving relationship. That's called as beautiful as a flower, Yin Feng reminded him. All right, as beautiful as a flower. Lin Ming was almost completely incoherent, his mind racing with random thoughts. Seeing this, the proprietress leaned closer. Keeping an eye on drunkards is a crucial rule in running a tavern, preventing many unnecessary losses. Lin Ming, emboldened by the alcohol, rambled on, eventually bringing up the matter of Shirtu Luohua and the 11 demon gods. "Tell me, how did they wipe out the entire demon god race?" Hearing Lin Ming's words, the proprietress suddenly snorted dismissively, then turned her head to take a puff of her pipe, coldly saying, "Wow, after all these years, they've really been good at making things up." "Ah?" Hearing the proprietress's words, everyone at the table realized that there might be other versions of the story about Shirtu Luohua. Just as everyone was about to ask the proprietress to elaborate, Lin Ming quickly stopped them. "Wait a minute, let me drink some water first. I need to sober up before I can listen carefully." Seeing this, the proprietress brought Lin Ming a bowl of her secret hangover soup. She had basically never told outsiders about this matter, but now that someone had brought it up, she couldn't hold back any longer. Back then, outside Stone Trilova, there weren't 11 demon gods, but 12. They just hadn't found the 12th demon god yet. Then, where is it? Lin Ming asked curiously. The landlady skillfully twirled her long-stem pipe, then pointed to herself with the pipe's mouthpiece. Here. For the group who had just arrived in Stone Trilova, this news was almost explosive. Yin Feng was the most surprised of all. He had always thought that his intelligence-gathering abilities were strong, and that his information wouldn't have any flaws. But now, the landlady was about to recount a piece of history he had never heard of before. "Want to hear it?" The proprietress chuckled. "Yes." Everyone looked at her expectantly. "Well, you can't just listen for free. You have to give something in exchange." Lin Ming was stumped. They didn't seem to have anything to offer in exchange. Lin Ming looked around, his gaze landing on Yin Feng's face. "Then it be him." "He's yours?" the proprietress asked with a beaming smile. "Really?" Lin Ming answered without hesitation, really. Yin Feng realized he'd been sold off like that, and threw a pancake at Lin Ming's face. Did I agree to this? You just give him away like that? I can't just come all this way and end up getting myself killed. It's alright. How about we leave him here for the night? We come back to pick him up tomorrow morning. Ah, that works too. The proprietress answered crisply. You can't. Yin Feng was about to say something more when he felt a soft touch on the back of his head, and then the proprietress's hand gently covered his mouth. Feeling completely enveloped by the landlady's aura, Yin Feng froze, too afraid to move. Seeing Yin Feng had calmed down, the landlady began to recount the true events. At the time, I wasn't really involved in the fighting. My abilities weren't suited for the battlefield, so I was just asked to provide logistical support. She paused, then asked Lin Ming, have you ever seen a weapon that can unleash magic? Yes, we have. Didn't the Shichiloa rise to power using that? The landlady nodded, then shook her head. It's true that the Shichiloa made their fortune with that, but that ability wasn't invented by the Shichiloa people. That ability is. It's the ability of the lizard demon god, a remnant of the worldly realm. Chapter 110. The landlady recalled the past, those fragments of memory, as if they had just happened. If you disregard Inglan, who was in charge of logistics, the 11 demon gods weren't there to conquer Stanatura. They were there for revenge. The lizard demon god was a very unreliable fellow, a drunkard, a lecher, a chatterbox, and ugly. This guy was always thinking about how to make everyone happy. His jokes were either very explicit or hellish, but they were genuinely funny. The lizard demon god was very strong. Come, come, let me show you something good. He always used this phrase as an opening line to perform some strange spells. His ability was to inscribe spell signs on any object and then use elements to activate them, releasing the spell. With this ability, even without any magical talent, he could possess strength nearly equivalent to a Yang-level mage. He carried a large arsenal of weapons every day, all imbued with magical enhancements, such as the Fireball Sword, the Thunderstorm Axe, and the Ice Coffin Great Sword. Remnants of Worldly Affairs, this was the name of the Lizard Demon God's ability. The Lizard Demon God had many friends, 11 in total. These 11 had never actually gathered together. The only time they were all together was at the gates of Stonetrelova. That night, 11 dark figures stood outside the gates of Stonetrelova, whispering amongst themselves. Confirmed? Confirmed. Remnants of Worldly Affairs? He boasts about that ability 800 times a day. I wouldn't be mistaken. That means? It means that Lizard is dead. But even in death, having one's abilities stolen. The principle is unclear, but they still managed to do it. As they were speaking, an arrow suddenly shot from the city gate. To their surprise, the arrow wasn't aimed at their bodies, but at the ground. The arrow pierced the sand beneath their feet with a soft thud. The arrow's fletching bore a glowing magical seal. The next second, a strange sound came from the sand, followed by the sudden emergence of several enormous ice spikes. After confirming that the lizard demon god had indeed died in Stanatura, the 11 demon races began their revenge. They might not have known each other well, but they all shared the same reason for revenge. But unfortunately they failed. At that time, Stanatura had fully mastered the technology left behind by the world's illusions. The 11 of them faced highly trained warriors wielding magical weapons. There were tens of thousands of these warriors. Perhaps other countries should thank those 11. The proprietress shook her head suddenly, as if trying to pull herself out of that memory. Why do you say that? The proprietress gave a bitter smile, drawing a circle in the air with her pipe, and said, those 11 almost perished together with Shitura. After their failed revenge, Shitura basically had no military strength left. The surrounding countries were on high alert, wary of Shitura invading other nations with magical weapons, but after that 11's antics, Shitura instantly lost its threat. Lin Ming sighed deeply. He suddenly remembered something and turned to Yin Feng, asking, is there some connection between Shirtu and the National Academy of Political Science Research Institute? Yin Feng had long suspected this as well. He analyzed and explained, although I think so too, since Shirtu can already control the lizard demon god's abilities, it means their level is above that of the National Academy of Political Science Research Institute. The institute never figured out how to use the serpent eyes. It could also be because the lizard demon god's abilities are inherently unique. Lin Ming was an all-elemental mage, and the lizard demon god's abilities were somewhat similar to his initial situation relying on elemental crystals. Spells, signs, elements, these concepts were actually created by human mages. The lizard demon god's abilities happen to overlap with the knowledge areas humans excel in, making them easier to decipher. Or perhaps, the lizard demon god is actually a genius mage whose abilities are related to elements, and the worldly remnants might be an elemental technique that humans can also learn. Yin Feng frowned. Then, why doesn't he make this technology public? Maybe he's afraid his technology will become the source of human war. The proprietress interrupted them. The abilities of demon gods are sometimes inexplicable. The lizard demon god is gone, so there's no point in guessing anymore. If you want to know the truth, you can only ask that person. Who? Huh? Lin Ning suddenly became interested upon hearing this. He turned to Arns and asked, I want to cause a huge disturbance in Stanatura. Is that big enough? Arns looked somewhat troubled. Well, I don't think this is big enough to shake the future, but we can try. Yin Feng, hearing that he was going to cause a ruckus in Sachiroa, quickly jumped in to protest. Don't do anything reckless. I'm a member of the Assassin's Guild. If something goes wrong, the Assassin's Guild will be responsible for cleaning up the mess. It could turn into another diplomatic incident. Hearing Yin Feng say this, Lin Ning sat down again, looking sullen. He should have known better than to join the Assassin's Guild directly. Having an organization makes everything feel awkward. Just as he thought this, he turned his head and saw Kat and Achi beside him. Right. Me, Kaven, and Yin Feng, we're from the Assassin's Guild, but these two aren't. Kat. What? Xiao Dong was happily licking a fish bone when he suddenly heard Lin Ming call him. I have a mission for you. I'm not going. TSK. Lin Ning knew he couldn't get this cat to do anything. How about you go, Achi? Achi looked up at Lin Ming and coldly uttered, Grandma asked you to take care of me, not sell me to you. Ptah. Kaven laughed unrestrainedly from the side. Lin Ning hadn't given up trying to persuade Achi. It's alright, I give you the lines, you just need to memorize them. Then Kaven, the cat, and I will be your backup. You don't need to lift a finger, just show your face, okay? What benefits will you give me? Sigh. So young, how can you be so calculating? No way, Grandma said, a cow that eats grass, a hen that lays eggs, working for free is foolish. Lin Ming thought to himself, Grandma, you really dare to teach anything. Then I buy you a new outfit, and make you a deluxe version of a slingshot. How about that? Really? Really? The proprietress, who had witnessed Lin Ning using only a new outfit to trick a little boy into a one-on-one fight with Shirtuluwa, asked Yin Feng with some disdain, is his character always like this? Yin Feng answered without hesitation, always like this. You get used to it. Chapter 111. The proprietress, seeing that Lin Ming was determined to cause trouble, looked utterly uneasy. Are you really going? Of course. Lin Ming had sobered up by now, and he was certain his decision wasn't impulsive. Since the world was going to end in 10 years anyway, he needed to make some trouble now. Lin Ming glanced at the proprietress and asked, if we confront two, he directly, we might get attacked. Will you be safe then? The proprietress chuckled. Don't worry, my abilities aren't that fragile. Besides, when you run a shop, you always have a few backers. Don't worry about me. But I do have a favor to ask. He hadn't expected the proprietress to ask them for a favor. What's the matter? Remnants of the world, the lizard quite likes the name. You don't need to destroy those weapons, but if possible, I'd like to revert the ability to its original name. Stone Trilova later called those weapons spell-enchanted equipment. Ugh, it sounds awful. Okay, no problem. The landlady, seeing Lin Ming agree without hesitation, rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Are you guys really sure you're all okay? You know, even 11 demon gods couldn't defeat Stone Trilova back then. Lin Ming chuckled, patted his chest, and glanced at Kat and Kaven, brimming with confidence. No problem, our team composition can handle both group and single target attacks, both charging and retreating. Arns, listening to their enthusiastic planning, quietly raised her hand and whispered, I have some things to attend to, so I might not be able to help. Lin Ming's plan naturally didn't include Arns, since she didn't seem to be a fighter. It's alright, let's go. Consider it our first experiment to change the future. You can observe and see if it has any effect. This? Arns seemed hesitant. What's wrong? Actually, I've been consciously reducing the use of my six-eyed and eight-eyed eyes lately because there's something I'm very worried about that I can't confirm. What is it? The future, is it something I observe, or something I determine? These words pierced Lin Ming's mind like a steel needle. He stood there, stunned, for a long time. Lin Ming was shocked because Arns's words suddenly reminded him of some scientific theories he had heard in his previous life. Although discussing science in another world is absurd in itself, because of the existence of elements, Even the basic physical rules are different from his original world. Arns's conjecture coincided with that widely circulated quantum experiment. It wasn't that Arns observed the future, rather, the future was determined because of Arns's observation. Arns may have glimpsed one of the nearly infinite future lines, and that single glance sealed her fate. If that's truly the case, it's utterly despairing. Others might think the spider statement is just needless worry, but Lin Ming, who frequented the comment sections of various marketing accounts for years, knew that Arns's hypothesis was actually quite plausible. Lin Ming realized he'd been thinking too far ahead, and quickly pulled his thoughts back. So what's the plan? Yin Feng brought the conversation back on track. Plan? No need for a plan, just brute force it. Can't we be a little more reliable? Yin Feng tried to stand up, but found he couldn't move. Lin Ming grinned mischievously. Well, it's getting late. We need to prepare and familiarize ourselves with the terrain of Shirtuluowa, Lin Ming said, glancing at the still struggling Yin Feng. Boss lady, I left the agreed-upon payment here. I come back for it tomorrow. He's the Assassin's Guild secretary, very important, just don't damage him. The boss lady smiled brightly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Ming and the boss lady said goodbye, completely ignoring what Yin Feng was muttering to himself in the chair. Lin Ming thought to himself, I only used a tiny bit of mycelium. Even odd she could struggle and stand up. But what Lin Ming didn't know was that, after his enlightenment on the grasslands, he was now in his complete form. The strength of his mycelium was incomparable to what it used to be. The mycelium he used to bind Yin Feng would make even a cow sit obediently. The proprietress warmly saw Lin Ming and his companion off, then glanced back at Yin Feng, a barely suppressed smile playing on her lips. She immediately called to the shop assistants, closed. The night passed uneventfully. No, actually, there were many things to say that night, but they couldn't be said. Heh. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Lin Ming arrived as planned to take away his secretary, Yin Feng, whom he had left behind. He had thought that Yin Feng would have grown a lot after that night, but to his surprise, when he pushed open the shop door, he was met with an astonishing scene. Yin Feng and Yinglan were sitting around a table, a pile of papers spread out in front of them. The papers were covered in magical seals. Yin Feng was excitedly discussing spatial magic with Yinglan. When Yin Feng saw Lin Ming arrive, he didn't even give him a second glance. You too. Yinglan, on the other hand, seemed quite pleased. Secretary Yin is quite knowledgeable about spatial magic. I just asked him to expand the tavern. Huh? Spatial magic? Yes. Yin Feng looked at Lin Ming with an expression, as if he were an idiot. Spatial magic. Naki knows that too, but Naki's spatial magic is at most creating a small bag to hold scrolls. Yinglan nodded from the side, adding, indeed, my ability is also a kind of spatial magic. I have 3 spaces like this tavern. One is a storage room, one is my residence, and one is this tavern. And the staff here. They usually live in the tavern. They're my trusted confidants. Lin Ming listened to them talk about spatial magic for a while, then circled Yin Feng a few times. What are you looking at? I'm checking if you're properly dressed. No. Of course not. Yin Feng said, pulling down his collar. Only then did Lin Ming notice that the top button on Yin Feng's shirt, which was usually unbuttoned, was now buttoned up tightly. Yo-ho. Lin Ming gave the proprietress a meaningful look, and the proprietress chuckled meaningfully in return. Chapter 112. Aki looked at the lines Lin Ming handed him, scratching his head awkwardly. This isn't good, is it? The kind-hearted Aki was still a little resistant to this kind of public swindling. It's okay, just read it. Lin Ming comforted Aki, while he and Kaven started putting on makeup. Another disguise? Is it the young widow and her brother-in-law again? No, we don't need to bring relatives this time. I bought some local clothes, we just need to blend into the crowd. After Kaven finished dressing up, he yanked off the small card that had been hanging on Yin Feng's head, almost becoming a pendant. The card was pulled off and placed on Aki's head. Aki's head was small, and the card would be too conspicuous on top, so it burrowed into Aki's clothes. Yin Feng, clutching his empty head, couldn't help but complain, I feel so insecure like this. Why don't you give me another one? You think this is a rag doll? You can't just say one more and it appear. Although Kaven said this, he was genuinely worried that something might happen to Yin Feng, so he raised his hand and slapped Yin Feng on the head. A strand of red hair appeared on Yin Feng's head. According to Kaven, this strand of red hair, while not very intelligent, would automatically form a shield when attacked, offering some defensive effect. Better than nothing after all. Yin Feng touched the strand of hair. Now he and Lin Ning were a pair of highlighted hair duo. After everything was ready, Lin Ning gave Achi some pointers, then patted her on the back and pushed her into the street. Aki stood on the street, somewhat at a loss. Passers-by, seeing a child standing there, stopped and stared at her curiously. Aki kept reciting the lines Lin Ning had given her, then gritted her teeth and said, I was once one of the 11 demon gods, Oh right, a vengeful spirit. Yin Feng and the others, hidden in the crowd, glared at Lin Ning with murderous intent. Did you write these lines? Why are you so childish? What's wrong? I think they're pretty good. Come on, Kaven, give her some encouragement. Hearing the need for encouragement, Kaven had little Kaven slip into Aki's hand, and then little Kaven transformed in Aki's hand into a giant scythe larger than Aki herself. At first, the crowd thought it was just a child talking nonsense, but as soon as the giant scythe appeared, everyone's expressions turned serious, and they slowly formed a circle. Achi couldn't lift the large scythe with one hand, so she barely managed to hold it with both, her voice trembling as she continued reciting her lines. We have come here today to proclaim the truth of what happened back then. Just as Achi was about to continue reciting her lines, Shirtu Luo's guards arrived. They had heard there was a disturbance in the street, but when they arrived, they found it was just a child wielding a large scythe. Little friend. You're here. Achi then remembered the script Lin Ning had instructed her to use. She pointed at the guard approaching her and said, You heinous criminals, how dare you obstruct us? Seeing the guards arrive, Lin Ning felt it was time to move on to the next step. He turned to Qiu Dong and whispered, Come on, let's do it. Qiu Dong looked at the guard closest to Achi and unleashed a combination of overdose sleep and dream cat. Yin Feng was surprised again. Why is this cat suddenly so obedient? Didn't it do nothing yesterday? Lin Ning rolled his eyes and replied, This cat already owns several of my properties. What job doesn't it like? It's just that the pay isn't high enough. After a while, Qiu Dong emerged from the guard's dream and confidently told Lin Ning, We know the location of Tui's residence and their armory. Lin Ning nodded. That meant the basic preparations were complete. All that was left was for Achi to make a bigger commotion. Achi, seeing the guard lie down right in front of her as she pointed, suddenly became interested. And you? Achi suddenly pointed to another guard beside her. Seeing Achi suddenly adding her own drama, Lin Ning readily cooperated, using the mycelium to control the guard, causing him to lie on the ground. Achi suddenly gained confidence, and her lines became increasingly fluent. The sins of Shatura, you know not, but judgment will surely come. Achi's childish voice delivered such a powerful line, but Lin Ning felt something was off. No, the momentum is still insufficient. I give her another boost. Lin Ning raised his hand, and the mycelium that had been covering Achi gathered on her back, slowly transforming into a pair of enormous wings formed from the mycelium. Right. That's the feel. With a flap of those wings, Achi's feet left the ground. Achi's body slowly rose into the air, beginning the final part of her lines. Sicilova people, you forge weapons of evil, using the blood of innocents to build your glorious city. Now, it's time for you to know the past buried deep beneath the yellow sands. Yin Feng asked Lin Ning, Did you write this part too? Ah yes, what's wrong? Not bad, this part is pretty good. Right. It emphasizes grandeur and magnificence. Just when Lin Ning thought everything was going according to plan, a white shadow flashed from another direction on the street. The white shadow was so fast that Achi didn't even have time to react. It was Xiao Ka, who sensed the danger and directly used her transformed blood scythe to block the attack coming from afar. Achi looked closely, and saw that she had blocked two curved blades. The person who arrived was the white-haired girl they had met on the day they entered the city. The girl looked at Achi, a hint of surprise in her expression. Behind Achi, the wings Lin Ning had created were still flapping incessantly. She now looked like a descended demon god. The girl made two more moves, both of which were blocked by Xiao Ka. Lin Ning looked at the girl. From the moment he saw her, he had been wondering about one thing. Was this girl truly just a girl, or an adult with the appearance of a girl? If she was truly a girl, then her skills were exceptional, and her talent might even surpass Achi's. Just as Lin Ning was still speculating, Yin Feng suddenly frowned. He looked at the white-haired girl battling the demon god in front of him, and abruptly said, These two. Don't they look a bit alike? Alike? Do they look alike? Hearing Yin Feng's words, Lin Ning finally looked closely, and what he saw shocked him. They really did look alike. No way. I can't believe it. Is that third-rate, cliché plot of sisters separated for years, growing up on different sides, then accidentally meeting again, but unable to acknowledge each other because of their different identities. Really going to play out right before my eyes? Chapter 113. Although Lin Ning and Yin Feng both noticed the resemblance between Qi and the white-haired girl, they themselves remained completely oblivious, continuing their fierce fight. So far, what puzzled Lin Ning most about the plan was that only a few ordinary guards and the white-haired girl had come to stop Qi. The elite soldiers who had previously accompanied he hadn't appeared. Lin Ning was somewhat troubled. His original plan was to lure Tu Luo's main force into the streets first, and then infiltrate their armory. Although he spoke of causing a ruckus at Tu Luo, seemingly making a spur-of-the-moment decision, Lin Ning actually had things he wanted to confirm. First, was Tu Luo's technology related to the National Academy of Political Sciences Research Institute? Remnants of worldly affairs. The lizard demon god's abilities were perfectly replicated by Tu Luo. Their methods were exactly the same as the Research Institute's methods against the First Generation and the Serpent Demon God, except that the Research Institute ultimately failed, while Tu Luo not only succeeded but even made a fortune from it. Although Tu Luo and Zhongwen Kingdom are far apart, Lin Ning felt there must be some connection between them. Or perhaps, stealing abilities from demon gods is something all countries do, but the National Council's ambitions are particularly grand. Aki was still entangled with the white-haired girl. If this continued, it would surely never end. Lin Ning simply used his mycelium to directly control the girl. The girl, who was immersed in the battle just a second ago, suddenly stood at attention. The onlookers and Aki were all completely bewildered. The girl stood ramrod straight, then stiffly made a backflip motion. Huh? The girl uttered a sound of confusion. Lin Ning controlled the girl, leading her away into the distance. As she walked, the girl kept shouting, "Wait a minute. Hey! It's not over yet. Hey!" People on the street began to whisper among themselves, "Isn't this desertion?" Probably. But it's normal for such a young child to be scared. Look at that fierce-looking guy over there. Look how scared the child is. She can't even walk properly. Hearing these comments, the girl blushed deeply. She was hailed as a genius Tu Luo had never encountered before, and the position of future head guard was undoubtedly hers. How could she, with such high expectations placed upon her, be labeled a deserter? The girl suddenly stopped, and a golden light began to rise from her body. That was the basic skill of a Qi sect warrior, circulating Qi throughout the body to improve physical fitness. The girl was now preparing to use her strength to directly confront Lin Ning's mycelium. Lin Ning had seen a similar ability before on the saint-level warrior Karen. The ability to emanate a visible aura around one's body is a crucial indicator of a warrior's strength. This aura, after cultivation, can serve as a shield, be unleashed as a blade of energy, or even materialize into a weapon. While the girl's aura wasn't at the level of the vice president or Karen, it was still a level many ordinary cultivators couldn't reach. The girl desperately tried to break free from Lin Ning's mycelium, and Lin Ning was surprised to find that the girl's petite body was actually gradually breaking free of his control. This had never happened before. The girl's body gradually regained its movement, and the range of motion increased. Ugh! With a roar from the girl, the mycelium on her body was actually torn apart. Lin Ning was astonished. The girl, now free, was filled with arrogance. She strode back to Qi, her face full of disdain as she began to hurl threats. No matter what you are, you can't defeat a Qi clan warrior. Huh? Before the girl could finish her threat, Lin Ning delivered a second blow. The girl suddenly spun around again, this time in an even more perfect posture than before. Lin Ning sighed from a distance, thinking, if you can break free once, I just control you again, right? Although he felt a little reluctant to discourage a young person like this. He could only wish this little sister continued success. I'm not a deserter. What? You cheated? Let me go back. Let me go back. Lin Ning listened to the girl's voice fading into the distance, nodding in satisfaction. Just as Lin Ning had dealt with the little girl, a bolt of lightning suddenly flew in from afar. A lightning arrow? As a former top-tier lightning mage, Lin Ning was naturally very familiar with lightning magic. This kind of lightning arrow was usually a high-level spell commonly used by torch-level mages. This lightning arrow reminded him of Heisen. If it were Heisen, he would definitely have moved his position after firing this arrow, but the archer didn't seem to be thinking that way at all. Aki's side blocked the arrow in time, and it exploded into a ball of lightning in front of Aki. Lin Ning frowned, strengthened the defenses around Aki, and Xiao Ka also switched to a defensive mode. Following the direction from which the lightning arrow had come, Lin Ming saw an ordinary-looking archer holding a bow glowing with lightning attribute magic. Lin Ming nodded, thinking to himself, these are the people I've been waiting for. Besides the archer, a whole squad of fully armed guards followed closely behind. The civilians, who had previously been able to feign amusement, suddenly began to disperse nervously. Everyone quickly packed their belongings to go home, and those already home immediately locked their doors and windows. As the crowd dispersed, the few of them found themselves in a bit of a predicament, as they had nowhere to go. Lin Ming turned to Caven and asked, how are you feeling? Do you think you can handle it? No problem. Achi and I will ensure our safety. If things don't feel right, we retreat. That's good. Lin Ming gave Caven his instructions, then turned and patted the cat. Come with me, show me the way, and gather some intelligence while you're at it. Although not a melee fighter, the cat, being a small feline, was incredibly agile. It quickly leaped onto the rooftops, and chose an inconspicuous route towards the back of the city. Lin Ming looked in Qiu Dong's direction, then used his foot to probe the ground, his entire body instantly disappearing underground. Mycelium Earth walking seeing that the crowd had mostly dispersed, Caven slowly moved to a dark corner, his figure sinking into the shadows, only half his head peeking out to observe Achi's situation. Those who go to heaven, those who go to earth go to earth. When disaster strikes, everyone flies away. Those without ability suffer. Yin Feng stood there dumbfounded. Hey, wait, count me in. Just as Yin Feng was about to explode, he felt a hand grab his collar from behind. When Yin Feng reacted, he was already inside the landlady's shop. The proprietress, pipe in hand, leaned against the wall of the shop. There was a narrow crack in the wall through which one could see what was happening outside. Proprietress, what are you doing here? Watching the fun. And that kid Lin Ming promised me he'd give me a couple of cool weapons. I have to keep a close eye on him, or what if he doesn't give them to me? Yin Feng rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, you all talk so grandly before you start something, about old friends' legacy and changing the future, but in the end, you just want to steal some weapons from someone's armory. However, Yin Feng thought about it. From the crystal mines to Stanarova, Lin Ming had never missed an opportunity to get good stuff. This could be considered staying true to his original intentions. Perhaps for Lin Ming, causing trouble was just a hobby, making money was his instinct. Chapter 114. On the main street of Sicharova, Caven and Achi were dealing with the guards, who wielded various magical weapons. Caven felt as if he were fighting an entire magical squad. The main street now looked like it was a colorful fireworks display. Caven originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to pull Achi away from the center of the conflict, but he discovered that Achi showed no fear whatsoever in the face of such a powerful guard. Instead, she was learning. At first, Caven controlled the scythe that little Caven had conjured, but later, he found that Achi could actually use her own judgment to parry. Caven only needed to provide her with some physical support, and Achi could handle such complex situations on her own. Although there were often oversights that Caven had to cover for a little girl who had never fought a direct battle before, this talent was truly astonishing. Caven, lurking in the shadows, couldn't help but think, no wonder Sousa and the vice president always said I wasn't smart. So this is what a truly smart person is like. While Caven and Achi were dealing with the main force, Lin Ming and Mao Mao had gradually approached the rear city of Shichalova. According to Qiu Dong's intelligence, the armory was located in this area. Guards patrolled back and forth nearby. Lin Ming remained submerged, leaving only a mushroom-like presence on the surface. Qiu Dong, adept at concealing his presence, was currently perched on a roof beam, peering down. As Lin Ming intently observed his surroundings, someone suddenly whispered in his ear, the armory should be over there. The mushroom-like figure Lin Ming had left on the ground jumped in fright. Lin Ming recognized Yin Feng's voice and quickly asked, where are you? I'm in the landlady's shop. The landlady's shop uses spatial magic, so the exit can be moved. So that wall wasn't a fixed entry point? Then why did we always go through all that trouble? This isn't the time to talk about that. What are your plans? What else can I plan? First, find the armory, then their processing plant. While Lin Ming and Yin Feng were whispering, Qiu Dong jumped down from the roof, landing as lightly as a feather, without making a sound. Over there, quite a few people. Lin Ming nodded and began preparing to infiltrate. Before setting off, he instructed Qiu Dong, if you encounter a place you can't get into, just wait outside. I go in myself. Lin Ming moved underground and arrived at a square building. This was his first time infiltrating. Lin Ming initially planned to become a puddle of mud and stick to the wall to blend in, but after thinking for a while, he had a better idea. He was going to devour the entire building. Devour is a bit of an understatement. It's more like infiltration. Underground, he continuously seeped his mycelium into the building's cracks, eroding the wood and soil while simultaneously replacing them with his own mycelium. After a few minutes, Lin Ming was ready. Just as he was about to go inside to investigate, he heard a guard beside him say with a puzzled voice, "This building. Something feels off?" Lin Ming was startled and quickly retreated. The guard asked, "What's wrong?" "It seems no different from usual." "I just felt. Did the color get a bit darker?" "Ah, the color. Even the best laid plans can have flaws." Lin Ming hadn't noticed that the entire building's color had deepened due to his erosion. "You're overthinking it. Isn't it a cloudy day?" "But..." The guard approached the wall, wanting to touch it, but the texture of the mycelium was different from the original wall. If he touched it, the problem would definitely be discovered. Just as the guard's hand was about to touch the wall, another guard tossed him a cigarette. "Here, have a smoke. Are you too worried because something happened on the street ahead?" "Ah, you're right." The guard abandoned his idea of touching the wall, turned around, took the cigarette, and lit it with a match. Lin Ming was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the guard casually toss the match, which landed on the wall Lin Ming was leaning against. The match was stuck there awkwardly. This time, both guards saw it. Something was definitely wrong with the wall. "Hey, something's really wrong. This is an armory. We can't afford a problem here. Call for help." Sigh. The other patrolling guards heard the commotion and came over. "Hey, you two, what's up?" The two guards, their hats pulled low, stood obediently in front of the door and shook their heads. "Honestly, don't shout if there's nothing wrong. The street is already noisy enough. You're just adding to the chaos." The two guards nodded obediently again. The other guards all dispersed, leaving only the two of them. Under the tightly drawn brims of their hats, their eyes were practically bulging out. They didn't know why their bodies suddenly became completely unresponsive. They couldn't call out or move, as if possessed. After everyone else left, Lin Ming simply poked his head out from the ground and looked at the two of them. One of the guards saw a head emerge from the ground, a puddle of water appearing on his trousers. "See, you peed yourself, huh? It's not my fault. I'm just going in for a bit. Struggling won't do any good. Just wait patiently until it's over." Lin Ming finished speaking and sank back into the ground. Because the entire building was now permeated with mycelium, Lin Ming could now basically ignore the walls and ceilings, moving freely throughout the building. He went first to the first floor and discovered that the building had 3 floors above ground and 5 floors underground. These researchers, why do they always like using basements? Lin Ming couldn't help but mutter. After a brief exploration of the surface area, Lin Ming found nothing of value. It was mostly groups of seemingly learned people organizing documents and papers, and a separate floor used for experimenting with magical runes. These runes were all basic and nothing special. Upon reaching the first basement level, Lin Ming felt he had found the right place. Here, a large number of weapons appeared, bows and arrows, swords, spears, each weapon imbued with a magical rune. The second basement level was piled high with elemental crystals. Currently in mycelial form, he couldn't easily carry anything, otherwise, he would have liked to take a couple. The third and fourth basement levels also contained weapon development equipment. Lin Ming examined them one by one and discovered that crafting magical weapons was extremely resource-intensive with elemental crystals, which was probably why the weapons were so expensive. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Lin Ming suddenly sensed something was amiss. There was nothing here. A vast space, utterly empty. Completely bare. No buildings, no lights, no staff, not even guards. The only source of light on the entire 5th floor was a glowing door. This door stood in the very center of this enormous space. The other side of the door appeared as a cloud of white mist. Lin Ming felt a strange sense of familiarity with this door, somewhat like the entrance to the landlady's tavern. Just as Lin Ming hesitated whether to go in and investigate, a person suddenly emerged from within the door. Lin Ming immediately concealed all his presence. He emerged from the door, seemingly sensing something was wrong. He looked around, then left the 5th floor, and went up to the 4th. No wonder he hadn't shown himself, so he was here. After confirming that he had left, Lin Ming, in his mycelial form, also entered the door. The scene behind the door was something Lin Ming had never imagined on his journey. A truly shocking sight. It was an extremely bright, warehouse-like space. Inside, there were many transparent jars, each taller than a person. The jars seemed to contain some kind of liquid, and floating in the liquid were people. They were still breathing, living people. Chapter 115. Lin Ming stared blankly at the scene before him. The warehouse-like space before him resembled an insect nest, with neatly arranged jars filled with insect eggs. He looked around. Although he could hear voices in the distance, no one was approaching. He tiptoed closer to one of the jars and, mustering his courage, examined it carefully. The people inside the jar had their chests rising and falling rhythmically with their breathing. Their mouths and noses were covered by masks, the ends of which were connected to tubes leading outside the jar. The people were facing Lin Ning from the side, so he couldn't see their faces, but Lin Ning felt that these specimen-like figures looked vaguely familiar. The voices in the distance grew closer. Lin Ning initially considered using his burrowing ability to hide, but as he prepared to spread his mycelium, he realized he couldn't this time. The floor beneath his feet was entirely metal. He looked around and found that the entire warehouse was made entirely of metal on all 6 sides. Unable to hide, he had no choice but to retreat. Lin Ning knew he had to go. Even without anyone warning him, he knew he might have witnessed a very important secret. He still didn't know what was happening here, but if he were discovered, he would likely be hunted down. Then his days would be filled with unease. Just as he was about to turn and leave this strange place, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, like being stabbed by an ice pick. He seemed to remember who these people resembled. Lin Ning turned back in horror at the people sleeping in the cramped containers, slowly picturing in his mind what they would look like with their eyes open and hair growing back. It was Ah Chi. It was Ah Chi, the genius warrior girl who had followed them all the way, who could herd cattle, drive horses, and call Caven's sister. The voices were getting closer. Lin Ning hurriedly went through the strange door again, but before stepping inside, he clearly heard the 2 people say, "What can happen? Even if it's a successful case, they probably only live to 16 at most." Back on the 5th basement level, Lin Ning stood there blankly, his thoughts a jumbled mess. Before entering that door, he had only wanted to see how Stone Trelova created magical weapons, but now it seemed that the weapons themselves weren't so important. Now, all he could think about was Ah Chi. What would happen to the people in those jars was actually none of his business as a mushroom, but Ah Chi was different. Through thick and thin, Lin Ning had long considered this child his companion. If Ah Chi truly had once belonged to this warehouse, then Lin Ning wouldn't need to worry about Ah Chi being too young when the world was destroyed by him. It's very possible that Ah Chi wouldn't even live to see the day he destroyed the world. After much deliberation, Lin Ning decided that only Yin Feng could discuss this matter, and he needed to keep it a secret from Ah Chi until he understood. Because according to his grandmother, Ah Chi was adopted and didn't know her origins. His grandmother didn't know either. Thinking of this, Lin Ning suddenly felt a pang of doubt. He felt that the phrase his grandmother didn't know either sounded grammatically incorrect. His grandmother was hiding something from them. Lin Ning stood there, patting his face. He didn't need to think about it too much for now. He already seen enough on this trip. In short, he needed to get out and meet up with Qiu Dong and Yin Feng first. Just as Lin Ning was about to return to the 4th floor above ground, several guards suddenly descended to the 5th basement level. Who goes there? There really is an intruder here. This is a highly confidential area. Lin Ning ignored their words and immediately knocked them to the ground. Lin Ning muttered to himself, puzzled, strange. When I came here, there was clearly no one patrolling. Why are there suddenly people here? And what's with this really an intruder? He intended to sneak out using the mycelium along the same path, but as soon as he reached the 2nd basement level, he suddenly heard Yin Feng's voice transmitted through telepathy. Lin Ning. Something's happened on the front street. Where have you been? Come out now. Hearing this, Lin Ning suddenly remembered Tua, who had just returned to Shirtulua. Lin Ning couldn't be certain of Tua's strength, but as the leader, who once led the Stone Trelova to annihilate 11 demon god species, Tua couldn't possibly be without some power. The incident on the front street most likely meant that Caven had been discovered. In a moment of panic, Lin Ning disregarded the damage to the building and gathered all the mycelium that had seeped into the walls and underground, bursting out of the back city as a massive clump of mycelium. As Lin Ming's physical body withdrew, the entire armory began to collapse. Lin Ning was like a giant serpent emerging from the ruins, heading straight for Caven and Ah Chi. Upon reaching the front street, the situation was exactly as Lin Ning had predicted. Caven was no longer in hiding, standing directly in the middle of the street. Ah Chi was protected behind her. Caven's entire right abdomen had been shattered, and her left arm had vanished without a trace, now slowly recovering thanks to her powerful regenerative abilities. Opposite Caven stood Tua. The guards, who had come to provide support, had all been defeated by Caven. Now, only Tua and Caven remained standing on the main street. Tua had removed his shirt, revealing his dark brown skin. His physique didn't resemble that of a wealthy man possessing the riches of a nation, but rather that of a battle-hardened soldier. What caught Lin Ming's attention, even more, was the numerous bracelets adorning to his arms, and his 10 fingers covered in various ornate rings. At first glance, these ornaments seemed merely for flaunting wealth and inflicting some psychological harm, but Lin Ming, a qualified mage, noticed that each bracelet and ring bore a magical seal. Lin Ming's human form emerged from the mycelium and leaped to Caven's side. Caven frowned at him. Lin Ming felt a chill run down his spine from her gaze. Caven glared at him angrily for a moment, then suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto Lin Ming's face. Ugh, what's going on here? I was only gone for a short while, how come? Lin Ming couldn't finish his sentence, only managing to utter a short while. He saw a familiar, mangled figure lying on the ground beside him. It was Qiu Dong. Lin Ming could only tell from Qiu Dong's heaving chest that he was still alive. Cat! Cat! What happened? Lin Ming felt his mind starting to go haywire. This was illogical. This shouldn't be happening. In the short time he'd been in the armory, the situation outside couldn't have escalated this much. Besides, if something had happened on the main street, he should have been able to get there in time. Lin Ming looked around, and this time, he was completely dumbfounded. He noticed the most unbelievable thing. It was getting dark. When he entered the armory, it was only afternoon, and there was still a considerable amount of time before dusk. How long have I been gone? Caven gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words. You have been completely out of contact for 3 hours. Chapter 116. Tua, who had overheard Caven's words, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Tua's skin was dark, making him look like a tropical native. If one disregarded his ferocious expression, Tua's appearance could be described as dignified, with strong facial features, a straight nose, and sharp eyebrows and phoenix eyes. However, one of Tua's eyes seemed somewhat out of place. Tua said while laughing, Did you go through that door? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that seemingly ridiculous protective measure to actually work. Protective measure? Tua laughed for a while, finally stopping, and looked coldly at Lin Ming. Yes, protective measure. Except for a few people with the passage seal, anyone else who enters that door without permission will have their time consumed by it. You said time consumed? Tua reached out and touched his chin, seemingly pondering how to explain more clearly. Calling it eating isn't quite accurate, it's more like imprisonment. Or detention. Anyway, when you pass through that door, it randomly chooses a passage. The speed varies depending on the passage. It could take a second to get to the other side, or it could take a year. Lin Ming listened to Tua's explanation, cold sweat already beating on his back. Our passage seal is actually the key to choosing the fastest passage. You managed to complete a round trip in 3 hours, which is already quite lucky. So, with such good fortune, how about trying out the Shirtuluo lottery wheel? Tua said, reaching into the nearby ruins and grabbing a toy being used for a promotion. The toy wheel still had blood splattered on it. Whether by Caven or a guard, it was hard to tell. Tua flicked the pointer on the dial, and it spun rapidly. As it slowly came to a stop, Tua said, The unluckiest person to enter the door went in 3 years ago, and still hasn't come out. Lin Ming was filled with lingering fear. He thought he had simply entered an ordinary portal, but in reality, he had almost perished in Stone Turova. Tua looked at Lin Ming and suddenly chuckled. Ha ha ha, you went in, didn't you? See? Well, I'm not going to let you leave Stone Turova alive. Tua's unpredictable mood made Lin Ming feel uneasy. He turned to Caven and asked, Where's Yin Feng? Why didn't the landlady bring Qiu Dong and a Qi into the tavern? Caven shook his head. No, among that pile of magical artifacts he has, besides elemental ones, there are spatial ones, teleportation ones, and I even saw a gravity spell that only exists in legends. Indeed, Lin Ming had just looked at Tui's bracelets, and saw many magical seals that he had never even heard of. If the proprietress rashly opens the teleportation portal, she might be vulnerable to Tui's spatial spells. Proprietress Yin Feng and the shop will be in danger. Neither of them has any martial arts skills. They'd be instantly killed. Lin Ming turned around and saw Qi. Caven whispered to Lin Ming, Ah Qi needs to stay with us. I don't know why, but this guy doesn't seem to want to hurt Ah Qi. If it weren't for her, I would have turned into a pile of tomato sauce by now. Lin Ming didn't have time to complain about Caven's sudden humor, and raised his hand to use spores to end the battle. Just as Lin Ming's spores and hyphae were about to approach Tua's strange left eye suddenly twitched. Hee. Demon God seed. Tua's seemingly sentient eye, and its inexplicably sinister smile sent chills down Lin Ming's spine. Tua's left eye scanned the air, and Lin Ming suddenly realized something was wrong. That left eye seemed to be able to see his hyphae and spores. His spores were like dust in the air to ordinary people. They should be completely unnoticed. Useless. Caven said from the side, he can see my blood mist, Qiu Dong's hypnosis, and even the entrance to the landlady's hidden space. Ah? Lin Ming was shocked. He suddenly understood why Qiu Dong had fallen first, and why the landlady was unable to attack. It seemed that even the former 11 demon gods had suffered greatly from this eye. The reason why demonic beings are so powerful is that their abilities often transcend conventional human thought. However, Tua can now sense all the abilities of demonic beings, which makes things extremely difficult. Sea of Fire, one of Tua's rings, suddenly lit up with a magical seal, and a crimson flame instantly appeared before Lin Ming. Lin Ming controlled a nearby guard, intending to use him as a human shield. He originally thought Tua would hesitate to attack out of concern for the guard's life, but Tua's flames were heading straight for Lin Ming's face, showing no sign of stopping. TSK? What a mess. Lin Ming cursed inwardly, then flung the guard aside and dodged to a nearby open space. Lin Ming had barely regained his footing when he noticed an ice circle appearing around him. Bitter Cold Realm Tua's spells came one after another, giving Lin Ming no chance to catch his breath. Within the area enclosed by the ice circle, the temperature plummeted, and Lin Ming felt the mycelium on his body begin to freeze and crack. He tried to take a step, but found his feet were stuck to the ice. Losing his balance, he slumped down, his hands immediately frozen in place. Don't underestimate me. Lin Ming felt looked down upon. He extended mycelium from his back, trying to escape the spell's range through the air. Just when Lin Ming thought he could escape the frozen area, the entire spell suddenly became incredibly heavy. Could this be the gravity spell Caven mentioned? One realm, 10,000 burdens. As the hand seal on one of Tua's bracelets lit up, the mycelium that had been moving freely in the air suddenly felt like it was filled with lead, crashing to the ground with a thud. The mycelium froze instantly upon touching the ground. Fortunately, before Lin Ming was completely frozen solid, several mycelium strands escaped the spell's range, allowing him to break free. After these consecutive spells, Lin Ming understood why Caven and the others had been forced into this predicament. Caven, seeing Lin Ming's disheveled state, snorted and mocked. How was it? Difficult, wasn't it? Difficult, indeed difficult. I held out for 3 hours. Lin Ming was speechless, his heart aching. Looking at the scattered bloodstains around him, he couldn't imagine how Caven had managed to endure those 3 hours. Caven sighed, turned to look at Qiu Dong, and said to Lin Ming, he's alright. Including Caven, I only have 3 cores left. So what can we do, Mr. Mushroom God who's arrived late? Lin Ming looked at Tuhe, feeling as if he were a weapon specifically designed for fighting demon gods. Winning, it's difficult, but not impossible. I have an idea. Calvin wiped the blood from his face, and suddenly laughed. Heh, alright, I've been waiting for your idea. Chapter 117. Tuha didn't give Lin Ming and his companion any time to discuss tactics before throwing several large fireballs at them. Caven, annoyed by the fireballs, shouted at Lin Ming, hey, you can absorb lightning, right? Try absorbing fire too. Lin Ming rolled his eyes at Caven. You make it sound so easy. Are fire and lightning the same? Huh? Aren't they the same? Caven looked completely naive. Before Lin Ming could reply, Tuha extended his left hand, palm up, and a large fireball about a meter in diameter suddenly appeared from his palm. Tuha held the fireball, not rushing to throw it, but instead slowly chatting with Lin Ming and his companion. People who don't understand magic always think that elements are all similar, but actually, the difference between lightning and fire elements is greater than the difference between humans and demons. As he spoke, Tuha extended his right hand, and a ball of lightning of the same size appeared on his right hand. Tuha held out his arms, revealing 2 orbs of lightning and fire, which looked like an ornately decorated balanced scale. Fire, lightning, Tuha continued. These 2 spells appear to be the same size, and have the same stability, but the amount of lightning element within them is 40 times greater than that of fire. Lin Ming looked at the 2 orbs, and suddenly felt that Tuha was quite suitable to be a teacher. He demonstrated the elemental properties of lightning and fire vividly and easily. An element is actually a tiny particle. Judging from Lin Ming's ability to absorb elements, these particles belong to organic matter. Around each elemental particle is an energy region, similar to the yolk and white of an egg. When many elemental particles gather, their energy regions coalesce, forming visible phenomena such as lightning, flames, and ice. The power of magic stems from the destructive nature of these energy regions. Different elemental particles have energy regions of varying sizes, with fire possessing the largest and most resistant energy region. Elemental crystals are high-density aggregates of compressed energy regions. Due to the extreme stubbornness of fire elemental energy regions, fire elemental crystals are extremely rare compared to other elements. If Lin Ning wants to absorb fire element, he must first withstand the high temperature of the energy region before the mycelium can touch the elemental particles themselves. While he can do this, the mycelium will inevitably suffer losses when breaking through the incredibly thick energy region of fire. This requires the mycelium to make repeated, suicidal attacks to successfully absorb even a small amount of fire element. Therefore, if Lin Ning tries to absorb fire element through the flames of magic, the process will be extremely slow. Although Lin Ning felt Tua had explained things concisely, Kaven still looked completely bewildered. Right, if she understood, she wouldn't be Kaven. Seeing Kaven's lack of understanding, Tua pursed his lips helplessly, seemingly frustrated, and threw both magic orbs at her with a disgruntled expression. Kaven immediately activated her blood shield. The two orbs slammed into the shield, exploding with a deafening roar. After a cloud of dust cleared, several cracks appeared on Kaven's shield. "Hey, Mushroom, where's your clever idea? Try it out," Kaven called out to Lin Ning. "Don't worry, it's coming." Lin Ning raised his hand and extended a large clump of mycelium, directly covering Kaven and Ah Chi. Kaven looked at the slippery, sticky stuff on his body, his disgust evident. But Lin Ning's target wasn't Kaven, but Ah Chi. His mycelium quickly wrapped around Ah Chi's body, casually tossing Kaven aside as well. Besides Ah Chi, Lin Ning also used mycelium to wrap around the bodies of the other guards on the ground. Those bodies wrapped in mycelium looked like cocoons. Tua still didn't understand what Lin Ning was doing, but the next moment, Lin Ning gathered a large amount of mycelium underground, and many tall, slender mushrooms grew around Tua's body, then hung up all the cocoons made of mycelium. Because the density of the mycelium underground was extremely high, these mushrooms with people hanging on them could even move slowly. At first glance, it looked like a kind of evil mushroom magic array. Tua watched Lin Ning's series of actions, utterly bewildered. Lin Ning finished everything, and smiled slightly at Tua. Just as Lin Ning was feeling smug, Kaven punched him squarely on the head. "Are you crazy? Can you even tell the difference now?" Hearing this, Tua suddenly noticed that Ah Chi was gone. "You bastard." Tua gritted his teeth, looking at all the cocoons around him. He knew that Lin Ning had blended Ah Chi into them, and if he acted rashly, he might accidentally hurt Ah Chi. "If you dare to make a move." Ouch! Before Lin Ning could explain further, Kaven's fist slammed into his head again. "You. If anything happens to Ah Chi, I make soup out of you." Lin Ning listened to Kaven swearing while observing Tua's actions. Just as Lin Ning expected, Tua raised his hand, then lowered it again. He kept glancing around at the cocoons, his brow furrowed. Tua extended a finger towards Lin Ning and Kaven, and a magic seal suddenly lit up on one of his rings. Lin Ning recognized the style of this seal. It was a teleportation seal, similar to the teleportation spell Naki had used. The next second, Tua suddenly vanished from his spot and appeared directly in front of Lin Ning. Seeing him arrive, Lin Ning and Kaven immediately disappeared back into the pile of cocoons. Tua, seeing their determination to use Ah Chi as a shield, was at a loss for what to do. He guessed right. Lin Ning was secretly delighted. Tua's I could only see the abilities of the demon gods, and what they created, it couldn't distinguish other matter. Lin Ning knew that Ah Chi held immense significance for Tua. After seeing the scene behind the door on the 5th basement level of the armory, he had been pondering this matter. Ah Chi, sleep for a while. Lin Ning silently thought, then directly hallucinated everyone inside the cocoons, including Ah Chi. Seeing that Tua's movements were truly sealed and Ah Chi could no longer hear their conversation, Lin Ming's expression suddenly turned serious. He coldly asked, "Who exactly is Ah Chi?" Tua's eyes continued to scan the indistinguishable cocoons around him. Hearing Lin Ming's question, he began to laugh maniacally again. "Ha ha ha. Her? Who she is isn't important. What's important is whose blood flows in her veins." Tua suddenly changed the subject, asking, "Have you fought by Fu?" "Huh? Who?" Tua gestured. "This tall, white-haired, wielding a curved sword." "Yes, we fought." "How did it feel?" Lin Ming recalled. Although the little girl hadn't posed much of a threat, there was no doubt she was strong. Exceptionally talented?" Tua nodded. "That's right, exceptionally talented, gifted beyond measure. You must have thought that given time, she would definitely become a renowned powerhouse. But even so, she's just an inferior imitation." I know that. I seen your imitation factory. Tua's face even showed a hint of smugness when Lin Ming mentioned the factory. Lin Ming continued, since you say it's a fake, then the so-called genuine item, is it Achi? He shook his head vigorously. No, she's not the genuine item. The real genuine item is a complete monster. She wasn't a soldier, not even a martial artist, yet she broke through to the saint level through sheer talent. That person is the biological mother of the girl you brought. Chapter 118. You mean, Achi's mother? The sudden influx of information overwhelmed Lin Ming. He seemed to be recalling the past, chuckling twice, and said to Lin Ming, have you ever imagined that an entire well-trained army, fully equipped, numbering over 1,000, including many cultivators, could be no match for a single pharmacist? A pharmacist? He sighed. Yes, a pharmacist, a shopkeeper who seemed to struggle even to fetch a bucket of water, yet he single-handedly defended a small village from over 1,000 men. Achi's mother? Was she very strong? He chuckled upon hearing this. Strong? No, not just strong, it's an unbelievable talent. A woman who has never fought before, yet within days, she learned all the offensive and defensive techniques of an army, and mastered the use of chi. Even now, it's still unbelievable. When Tua mentioned Achi's mother, Lin Ming actually saw a smile on his face. So you wanted to replicate that power, which is why you created the human warehouse, right? Hearing Lin Ming's question, Tua readily admitted it. Yes, that's a power that would tempt anyone. If we could mass-produce that woman, we could even control the world. Demon gods would be like ants before her. Hearing this, Lin Ming got goosebumps all over his arm. The word mass production made him extremely uncomfortable. When used to describe people, it felt incredibly incongruous. He roughly understood Tua's ambition. Lin Ming suddenly remembered the girl he had just referred to as Bai Fu. Judging from that Bai Fu, didn't you succeed in your experiment? Humph. He looked utterly disdainful. That was just a substandard product. Although she showed some talent, she's far inferior to that woman. Besides, she won't live past 16. So what if she's a prodigy? Just as he finished speaking, Bai Fu, who had been buried and unable to move from the pile of rubble nearby, coincidentally crawled out and overheard his words. 16 years old. Half of Bai Fu's body was still buried under the rubble. She could have easily broken free, but after hearing his words, she suddenly froze, as if all her strength had left her. Lord you said? A substandard product. 16 years old. He glanced back at Bai Fu, his eyes filled with disgust, devoid of any pity. No. Tua suddenly flew into a rage for some unknown reason, completely ignoring the cocoons, and summoned a giant ice spike, aiming straight for Bai Fu. Madman! Lin Ming cursed inwardly, slamming his hands into the ground. Suddenly, countless mycelia sprouted from the ground near Bai Fu, entangling her and pulling her out, barely avoiding the ice spike. Lin Ming couldn't save the cocoons pierced by the ice spike in the blink of an eye. The guards' bodies were shattered by the very master they had sworn allegiance to. Lin Ming wasn't worried about Achi being accidentally injured by Tua, because Achi wasn't actually inside any of the cocoons. From the moment he arrived at the front street, he had been digging underground. After confirming that Tua could see his mycelium, he further increased the density of the mycelium underground, hoping to confuse Tua's vision. This simple yet ingenious plan actually succeeded. Just now, when all the guards were made into human cocoons, Achi's cocoon was actually empty. And Achi had already been stuffed underground by Lin Ming, who then used mycelium to disguise the surface. Although Tua's eyes were difficult to deal with, fortunately, they were still human eyes, and his vision could be obscured. In Tua's eyes, the surface and underground were always a chaotic, blurred mass of mycelium. He couldn't see what Lin Ming was up to. This was a true illusion. But now, Tua suddenly seemed to have been provoked, launching a frenzied attack, completely disregarding whether Achi was around him or not. Lin Ming, observing Tua's seemingly unstable state, suddenly realized something. Tua had clearly met Aki's mother, and judging from his attitude while recalling her earlier, he probably didn't dislike her. But after seeing Bai Fu, he angrily said she didn't look like him. Good heavens! Lin Ming felt a sudden flash of inspiration in his mushroom-headed brain. He looked at Tua with disbelief and cautiously voiced his guess. You wouldn't have liked Aki's mother, would you? Tua frowned, vehemently denying it. No, I approached her only to seize power. In the past, my mission was to discover power, then seize it, and replicate it. Something's not right with you. Lin Ming's smile grew increasingly unrestrained. If his hypothesis was correct, Tuha was a hopeless romantic who fell in love at first sight, couldn't have the woman he wanted, and was left heartbroken and despondent, vowing to create another lover. Lin Ning even gave this imagined story a name, Trading My Whole World for You. It had that feel to it. Seeing Lin Ming's grin practically reaching the sky, Tuha cast a gravity spell, sending Lin Ming sprawling to the ground. Since the mycelium had been continuously penetrating, half the city was now part of Lin Ming's territory, so he didn't need to worry about being trapped. He simply lay there, continuing his imaginary daydreaming. Since he wanted to replicate Eichi's mother, that meant Eichi's mother was no longer alive. How old was Eichi? 8? 9? Judging from Tua's words, he should know that Eichi wasn't a replica, but the biological child of the former pharmacist. So, it seems the apothecary died soon after giving birth to Achi, and Achi, by chance, was raised by her mother-in-law. No, she was protected, and then, through instructions, came to Luowa. Lin Ning lay on the ground, unable to move, but he was still calculating bit by bit. He had practically gone through every soap opera he had ever watched in his past life in his mind, and then his mushroom-headed head had another inspiration. "Oh!" Lin Ning shouted from the ground. "Ha! Oh! Roar! Could it be that you are Achi's father?" Upon hearing this, Tuha immediately clasped his hands together, sacrificing the cost of destroying a magical weapon, and slammed a maximum power gravity spell onto Lin Ning. Lin Ning felt the pressure on him suddenly increase tenfold, and with a plop, he was crushed into a human-shaped mushroom pancake. At a glance, he looked like he had been trampled by an elephant. One of Tua's rings snapped with a clang. Lin Ning struggled to poke his head out of the mushroom pancake, asking excitedly, "Did I guess right? Did I guess right?" As soon as he peeked out, he saw Tuha holding a massive fireball, easily over 10 meters in diameter. Tuha slammed the fireball down, cursing, "Right my foot." Chapter 119. Tuha unleashed a fireball, turning the spot where Lin Ning had stood into a charred crater. Kaven, watching the crater, could faintly smell something burnt. Just as Kaven was about to check on the situation, Lin Ning suddenly popped out from the side, muttering, "So what if it's not true? Why are you getting so worked up?" Tuha stared intently at Lin Ning, his features contorted with rage. While Lin Ning was still confronting Tuha, he suddenly heard Qiu Dong groan behind him. Seeing Qiu Dong awake, Tuha immediately frowned, instantly teleporting to Qiu Dong's side. A physical enhancement seal lit up his arm, and he raised his hand to strike. Tua's plan was to flatten Qiu Dong with a single punch before he regained consciousness, eliminating any future trouble. But Lin Ning wasn't stupid. From the moment he arrived at the front street and discovered Qiu Dong was injured, he had been constantly watching Qiu Dong's movements. Tuhi's fist was about to hit Qiu Dong's head when suddenly a dense layer of fungal hyphae sprouted from beneath Qiu Dong, transporting him like a conveyor belt to Lin Ning and Kaven's vicinity. Lin Ning reached out and touched Qiu Dong's head, checking his injuries. Qiu Dong didn't have many wounds, just some abrasions, but his head and face were covered in blood, now congealed with dust. This was bad. Qiu Dong's injury was on his head, and although the cat had meowed, it hadn't opened its eyes, indicating that Qiu Dong's injury wasn't just external, but very likely a concussion or something similar. "Hey! Cat! Can you hear me? You're a real estate tycoon now, you can't die." Lin Ning called out to Qiu Dong, while gesturing for Kaven to come closer. After Kaven leaned closer, Lin Ning whispered, "Why is he so wary of the cat?" Tua's actions had completely revealed his thoughts. He seemed terrified that the cat would regain consciousness. Kaven pondered for a moment. After joining the Front Street battlefield, the cat's first action was to hypnotize Tuha. And that hypnosis had actually been successful. Tuha and most of the guards had fallen asleep. At that time, Qiu Dong and Kaven actually had two choices. First, to find Lin Ning and then evacuate. Second, Qiu Dong could use the dream cat to enter to his dream and steal more information about Luowa. Feeling that everything was going smoothly, Qiu Dong chose the latter. But just as Qiu Dong had entered to his dream, Kaven suddenly noticed that while Tuha was asleep, one of his eyes was still open. Kaven sensed something was wrong and tried to stop Qiu Dong, but Qiu Dong had already entered Tuhi's dream. After Qiu Dong invaded Tuhi's dream, Tuhi's open eyes suddenly began to move violently, as if struggling. Then, without Qiu Dong's warning, Tuhi awoke from his excessive sedation, flew directly to Qiu Dong, and kicked him in the head. Hiss. Lin Ning, after hearing Kaven's explanation, seemed to understand something. Tuhi's eye might not be his own. It might be something with self-awareness, capable of seeing demon god abilities, and immune to all demon god abilities. Although Tuha was strong, his strength came more from his magical weapons. His most troublesome weakness was that eye. After being hypnotized by Qiu Dong, Tuha was likely awakened by that eye. Moreover, Tuha was wary of having his memories spied on, hence his extreme caution towards Qiu Dong. Tuha had no intention of letting Qiu Dong go. He extended his right hand, and casually flicked his fingers, sending an inconspicuous spark of light landing on Qiu Dong. Caven didn't react to the spark, but Lin Ming, seeing it, was immediately startled. He grabbed the piece of clothing with the spark at lightning speed, yelled, and ripped the entire garment off. Just as Lin Ming was about to throw the piece of clothing away, a bolt of lightning struck the hand holding the garment. Lightning guidance guided floating lightning. Lin Ming's curse sounded somewhat incoherent because half his body, including half his face, had been pulverized by the lightning strike. Fortunately, he acted quickly enough that the lightning strike didn't affect Qiu Dong, whom he was holding in his other arm. At this moment, Lin Ming also realized just how powerful Tua's magical weapons were. For example, the guided floating lightning he had just used required several seconds of incantation time, even in his lightning attribute form. However, for magical weapons, because the incantation was readily available, Tua could activate it instantly without warning. Lin Ming used mycelium to repair his body bit by bit, when he suddenly realized he had stepped on something. It was the gravity spell ring that Tuha had just ruined. Lin Ming crushed the fragment with his foot, sensing the depleted elemental crystal within. Ah, I have an idea. Lin Ming had another idea. Lin Ming thought, I'm an all-elemental mage, someone who's on par with the pinnacle of teleportation magic. There shouldn't be many spells in this world that I can't use. Since that's the case. Lin Ming, with a mischievous grin, entrusted Qiu Dong to Caven, then looked at Tua. Tua, seeing him suddenly grinning mischievously again, thought he was imagining some outrageous scenario. But the next second, he noticed Lin Ming glancing back mischievously in the direction of the armory. Tua immediately understood what Lin Ming was up to and teleported over to stop him. However, Lin Ming had come here from the armory following the mycelium, and that mycelium trail was still there. Caven, I'd be right back. Lin Ming vanished in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Tua and Caven both saw the armory and began making strange noises. First, with a loud bang, the armory roof was ripped open. Then, with a thud, the upper floors of the armory were completely destroyed. Finally, a series of sounds of rubble being rummaged through. From afar, Caven saw Lin Ming's mycelium appearing and disappearing amidst the rubble, occasionally sprouting large mushrooms, looking like some ancient evil god rummaging through a trash can. Finally, the mycelium began to coalesce, and a gigantic Lin Ming, tens of meters tall, rose from the ruins of the armory. Lin Ming's entire body was stuffed with magical weapons, making a clattering sound as he walked. Lin Ming tried to activate the weapons. The magical seals on them began to glow continuously, appearing glittering and festive from a distance. Tua, head tilted back, watched Lin Ming approach step by step, still stubbornly insisting, so what if you have so many weapons? No one can control so many elements simultaneously. While controlling multiple elements simultaneously is indeed impossible for humans, mushrooms can. Before Tua finished speaking, Lin Ming raised an arm, and all the magical seals on that arm lit up simultaneously. A rough glance revealed at least 100 or so seals on that arm. Even with all the rings and bracelets in his body, Tua only possessed a few dozen. Now, an entire armory of magical weapons was on Lin Ming. If Lin Ming used them all up here, sure Turawa might simply disappear from the map. The light from the seals on Lin Ming's palm converged, illuminating Tua's originally dark face with a kaleidoscope of colors. Tua scoffed disdainfully, coldly saying, "TSK, I think negotiation is also a way to solve problems." Chapter 120. Even after hearing Tua's offer to negotiate, Lin Ming didn't lower his hand. All's fair in war, he couldn't relinquish his threatening power until the other side had completely submitted. Seeing Lin Ming was still about to attack, Caven quickly shielded Qiu Dong and a Qi. Lin Ming raised his hand and began setting off fireworks at Tua. Lightning spell. Fire flag chain. Ice coffin thorn snow maiden. Wind blade tide. Wind blade chaotic cloak. Lightning spell. The entire stone Turawa seemed to be experiencing an earthquake. The ground shook incessantly. Tua gritted his teeth, using his spells to withstand Lin Ming's onslaught. Lin Ming didn't withdraw his arm until he had used up all the seals in it. Tua, seeing that Lin Ming had run out of weapons, was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Ming flick his hand backward, sending the worn-out weapons crashing to the ground. Then Lin Ming reached into his body and pulled out a whole bunch more. Caven, watching from the side, clicked his tongue in amazement. He hadn't expected Lin Ning to be able to reload. After this bombardment, the front street could no longer be called a street, it should be called a plaza. Most of the magical artifacts in Tua's hands were destroyed. He was covered in wounds, his arms trembling slightly from having forcefully absorbed the impact of Lin Ning's seemingly whimsical jumble of spells. Lin Ning raised his hands again, this time unleashing another 100 or so hand seals. Looking at the dazzling light, Tua smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "This is why I hate you demon races, a bunch of irrational beings." Tua spat, paw, onto the giant hand hovering in front of him, then swayed and collapsed. Lin Ning was somewhat surprised to see Tua fall. He had originally intended to give him some leeway to extract some information. But now it seemed he had gone a bit too far. Lin Ning deactivated his giant form, and the magical artifacts embedded in his body clattered down, transforming into a massive pile of weapons. Lin Ning approached Tua, bending down to check on him, but as soon as he bent down, he saw Tua's one eye still darting around. The eye looked around for a while before finally meeting Lin Ning's gaze. "What are you looking at?" Lin Ning was annoyed by the stare, so he simply tore a strip of cloth from a nearby guard, blindfolded the eye, and then bound Tua tightly from head to toe. Xiao Dong gradually regained consciousness. His gaze was still somewhat dazed. Lin Ning, a little afraid his cat had been driven mad, quickly went over and asked who he was. "Hey cat, do you still recognize me? You're from the 4th house." "Okay, looks like nothing's wrong." Lin Ning looked at Xiao Dong, then at Achi. Achi had been in a hallucinatory state due to Lin Ning's influence during the latter half of the battle, but had now awakened from the illusion. Lin Ning looked around. Everywhere was ruins. If no one had pointed it out, he would never have imagined that this was the bustling Shirtuluwa from a few days ago. This was certainly a huge commotion. Lin Ning also checked on Bai Fu, only to find that Bai Fu had been knocked unconscious by Lin Ning's barrage of attacks. Lin Ning then realized the true power of his 100 or so spells. He turned to Kaven and asked, "Maybe I was just too big to feel anything. Was my power that great?" Kaven rolled his eyes at him, glancing at Achi as he said, "While it's not entirely your fault, you shattered one of my cores." Ah. Lin Ning finally understood why Tua had fainted so easily. Being too big can lead to misjudging power. It's best to remember that. Kaven pointed at Tua and asked Lin Ning, "What should we do with him?" Lin Ning looked at the unconscious Tua. He didn't dare bring Tua into the landlady's tavern rashly. If he had any built-in magical artifacts, it could easily cause unforeseen problems. He couldn't just leave Tua there unattended. Lin Ning thought for a moment, then tapped Tua's head with his finger, planting a seed similar to Bai Wu's, one that could sense location, into his body. This way, as soon as Tua left the spot, he would immediately notice. Lin Ning, having done everything, turned and walked away. He thought that if Tua wanted to escape, he wouldn't even need to rush to catch him. Instead, he could follow him. He had now realized the complexity behind Shichalova. He might be able to use Tua as bait to catch an even bigger fish. At this moment, Lin Ning only considered two possibilities: Tua would escape or not. However, he didn't expect that the next time he saw Tua, he would be greeted by a third scenario. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Kaven called out to those around him, "Boss lady, it's okay now." Englon then opened the tavern entrance. During the battle, Englon had kept the tavern entrance sealed to prevent Tua from launching a spatial attack. Lin Ning and the others entered the tavern and were immediately met with Yin Feng, bound like a mummy and hanging from the rafters, his mouth gagged. Yin Feng saw them return and mumbled incoherently. Lin Ning looked at the way Yin Feng was bound and sighed meaningfully, "Boss lady, you too, you gone too far." Englon looked at Yin Feng and sighed, "I didn't want to either." He desperately wanted to go out and help at first, but going out then would have been suicide, especially after that short, blonde guy was knocked unconscious. "I couldn't stop him, so I just tied him up." "Then why gag him?" He kept shouting, "It's quieter with his mouth gagged." Lin Ning walked over and ripped the gag out of Yin Feng's mouth. Yin Feng could finally speak. "How are you? How are Xiao Dong's injuries? Where is Tu He? Why did you take so long? Is Achi hurt? Why does Kaven look so weak? Was Arns affected? What's the casualty rate among ordinary people?" Lin Ning didn't wait for him to finish before shoving the cloth back into his hand. He turned to the landlady with approval and said, "It's definitely quieter upstairs. Take care of the injured first. Leave the wounded here, I have some basic medical supplies." Lin Ning picked up the still listless Xiao Dong and carried him over. To know the whole story, we still need to rely on the cat. Although the dream cat was interrupted, Xiao Dong must have gotten some information from Tu He's dream. Xiao Dong was now fully awake, the blood on his face wiped away. Lin Ning asked curiously, what kind of trauma did Tu He suffer before? Why does he seem so unpredictable? Xiao Dong seemed to be desperately trying to recall what he had seen in Tu He's dream, but the more he tried, the uglier his expression became, until finally his ears were drooping like airplane ears. Was it really that unbearable to look at? Lin Ning pressed. Not really. Xiao Dong looked troubled. His dreams were fragmented, and I know why. A piece of his brain is missing. Xiao Dong gestured towards the area near his left eye. I saw this fragment in his dream. Because of the eye transplant surgery, part of his brain was destroyed. Ah? And, in his dream, I saw a woman. Oh! Lin Ning became excited. He sensed something amiss. That woman's name is Bai Yueling. In his dream, they seemed to get along quite well. See? I told you so. Just as they were talking about Tua's dream, Aki suddenly interrupted from behind. Bai Yueling is my mother. Huh? Lin Ming's mouth dropped open in shock. You know who your mother is? Aki asked, looking puzzled. Of course I know, don't you know? TSK. Lin Ning was so speechless that his eyes practically rolled to the sky. Chapter 121. Kaven was quite surprised to hear that Aki knew who her mother was. They all thought Aki didn't know who her parents were. Lin Ning looked at Aki and asked suspiciously, You know your mother is Bai Yueling? Yes, I know. Then why didn't you tell me? Aki seemed very embarrassed. Grandma said not to mention my mother's name, or there would be trouble. Then why are you telling me now? Don't you all know? It doesn't matter whether I tell you or not. Aki looked at Lin Ning like he was an idiot. Lin Ning rested his chin on his hand, and thought for a while before finally asking the question that had been bothering him. Then, do you know who your father is? Yes, don't you know? Hey, you little brat, do you even know how to talk? Under Lin Ning's repeated questioning, Aki denied that Tuha was her father. Since that's the case, things are clear. Aki's father is not Tuha. Lin Ning felt his imagined scenario shattered, and a sense of frustration washed over him. According to Achi, she only knew about her parents from her grandmother. Her grandmother said her mother died of illness, while her father died in battle. She was only 2 years old when both parents died. What about that dark-skinned uncle outside? Lin Ning pressed, unwilling to give up. I don't know him. That's strange. Lin Ning thought for a long time. Realizing that simply making things up wasn't a solution, he decided to go out and ask Tu He directly. Tu He hadn't moved from the spot since they entered the tavern. The nominal lord of the city, in the end, had no one to rescue him. A truly tragic end. Yin Feng was then lowered from the rafters by the landlady, who removed the gag from his mouth. This time, Yin Feng had learned his lesson. He didn't rush to ask questions, but silently watched everyone handle the aftermath. Lin Ning looked at Kaven, whose face was unusually weak. Lin Ning noticed the seed embedded into his body was swaying. He figured Tuha had woken up. Wait here for me. I need to find Tuha and ask him some questions. Lin Ning had many questions. About Bai Yueling, about the human warehouse behind that door, about the National Council, and about his strange eye. He left the tavern with a mountain of questions, but when he saw Tuha, his heart sank. His questions might never be answered. Tuha was still there. His seed hadn't failed, but a group of local people had gathered around him. Before Tuha stood a man who appeared somewhat deranged, clutching a long spear. The spearhead was already embedded into his chest. Tua's blood stained the ground beneath him crimson. The onlookers remained silent. They neither intervened nor intervened, simply watching silently. Lin Ning saw the deranged man and felt a sense of déjà vu, until the man began shouting incessantly, at which point Lin Ning remembered who he was. Give me back my wife. Give me back my daughter. You madman. The man continued to curse. This man was the same madman Lin Ning had seen on his first day in Shichilova, the one wielding a magical axe who had blocked Tua's carriage. Get out of the way. Lin Ning cursed his own naivete as he ran towards Tuha. Of all his assumptions, he had overlooked the most crucial possibility. Tuha would be silenced. He was about to use his mycelium to control the crowd and make them leave, but to his surprise, everyone who saw Lin Ning arrive scattered, leaving only the madman still clutching his spear. Tuha spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it in a gradient fan shape on the ground in front of him. Hey! Don't die yet. I still have questions to ask. Lin Ning felt a surge of anger. To him, Tuha was like a key to unlocking certain secrets, and possibly the only one of its kind in the world. But now, that key had been broken right before his eyes. Stop the bleeding first. Lin Ning had never used mycelium like this before, but the situation was urgent, and he couldn't worry about that now. He first hallucinated the madman, then grabbed the spear, preventing the tip from falling out immediately. I said, "Don't die before you answer my question." Lin Ning pressed one hand against the wound, while the other slowly began to pull out the spear tip. As the spear tip detached from Tua's body, his mycelium began to seep into Tua's tissues little by little. No! Lin Ning felt a sense of despair as soon as his mycelium entered Tua's body. The external wound was just a crack, but the inside was already riddled with holes. It seemed the man had not only stabbed the gun in, but had even stirred it around. It was highly unusual that Tua was still alive. Ling. Tua weakly uttered a single word. Ling? What Ling? Ah. Ling. Lin Ning couldn't afford to imagine any plot at this point. Seeing Tua staring to the side, he followed his gaze, and saw that he was looking at Bai Fu lying on the ground. Lin Ning hesitated slightly, then picked up Bai Fu and placed him beside Tua. Tua's time was near, so Lin Ning loosened the ropes binding him. Tua struggled to raise his hand, and placed it on Bai Fu's head. Blood flowing from his chest, down his arm, and onto Bai Fu's head, staining his once pure white hair red. Lin Ning sighed and asked, "What's on the other side of that door?" Tua's gaze was beginning to unfocus, but Lin Ning still heard him weakly reply, "Malin Cave." "If you die, will your eye die too?" Tua didn't answer, only nodded slightly. "Then what's your connection to the National Council?" Tua shook his head again. Lin Ning looked at Tua and sighed. Tua being killed by his own people was something Lin Ning never dreamed of. Unexpected, yet somehow understandable. It was only because his thinking wasn't thorough enough. Cichiro appeared prosperous on the surface, but behind it lay forced military service and secret experiments. The people must have harbored resentment towards Tua for a long time. Moreover, Lin Ning had a strange suspicion. The true controller of Cichiro might not be Tua. Tua was arrogant, manic, and lacked common sense. He didn't seem like a leader, he was more like a puppet pushed to the forefront. It's possible that until the very end, Tua would remain a tool to be used. Lin Ning looked at Tua, whose breath was gradually weakening, hesitated for a moment, and asked one last question. "Do you, like Bai Yueling?" Lin Ning wasn't satisfied until he heard the whole gossip. Upon hearing this, a smile suddenly appeared on Tua's face. This smile was the gentlest expression Lin Ning had seen on Tua's face since he first met him. He didn't answer Lin Ning, but silently looked at Bai Yueling and said with a smile, looking closely, "She still looks a lot like you, Ling." As Tua spoke, he touched Bai Yueling's hand and slowly stopped. Lin Ning watched Tua slowly stop breathing, a smile still on his face. Lin Ning stared at Tua's corpse for a long time. Just a few days ago, he never dreamed that things would end up like this. Far from resolving his doubts, he felt even more confused. He had initially thought Tua would be the vine leading to the answer, but now, the vine was broken, and he had torn it himself. Just as Lin Ning was contemplating whether to have Arns perform a ritual to help him pass on, a massive explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the armory. Lin Ning looked towards the armory and snorted. It was obvious that the explosion was the sound of that door being destroyed. Destroying the door immediately after confirming Tua's death suggested that there was someone else in charge of Stone Turova besides Tua. Could it be? A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Ming's mind, sending a chill down his spine. He looked at the madman who had stabbed Tua to death on the ground in surprise. He hadn't thought of this at all. This madman should be in jail or driven out of the city. Why was he here now? Could it be that eliminating Tua was their goal? Lin Ning looked at the billowing smoke and dust from the explosion at the armory, and felt that even he himself seemed to have entered into a trap set by someone else. Chapter 122. Lin Ning returned to the tavern, sullen and unhappy. He looked at the cat with its head wrapped in bandages, resembling a large-headed mummy. Normally, he would have made a sarcastic remark. But now, he had no interest. Seeing Lin Ning return with a troubled expression, Yin Feng went out to check on the situation. A short while later, he returned with a grim face. Lin Ning explained everything he knew so far, including the door, the human storage facility, Bai Yueling, and the possibility that someone in Shirtu Luoyane wanted to eliminate Tua. Now, all the scattered fragments seemed to be finally connecting. The purpose of the human storage facility was likely to replicate Bai Yueling. And it seemed they were close to success, because Bai Fu had appeared. Although age was a limitation, there was no doubt that she possessed extraordinary talent. Knowing the purpose of the human storage facility, The next question was the relationship between Tuha and Bai Yueling. According to He, Tuhi wasn't his father, and on his deathbed, Tuhi tacitly acknowledged his feelings for Bai Yueling. So I have a theory. Lin Ming, relying on his imagined scenarios, had actually pieced together a romantic storyline. Since the plan to replicate Bai Yueling could be carried out behind the door, it means Bai Yueling actively participated in that project, but she might have been aware of it, or she might not have. Hearing this, Yin Feng asked, then why did Tuhi become a participant in that project? Tuhi was probably one of the soldiers who discovered Bai Yueling, but his unit was special. You could tell from his eyes and the magical artifacts. His mission was to discover those special powers and find a way to possess them. The supernatural abilities of demons and the talents of humans both require careful consideration. Later, Tuha discovered Bai Yueling's talent and reported it to his superiors, thus initiating the plan to clone Bai Yueling. During the plan, Tuha inevitably came into contact with Bai Yueling. It was during this time that Tuha began to develop feelings for her. However, due to his position, and perhaps because Bai Yueling was unaware of the unethical research they were conducting, Tuha felt guilty towards her and dared not express his affections. And later, Bai Yueling passed away. Lin Ming stopped there, swallowing the rest of his words. After all, Qi was still there. His real thought was that Bai Yueling might not have died of illness, but rather had fallen into a trap and died in some experiments. Bai Yueling was a pharmacist, a healer, a young girl who had always lived in a small village. If you told her that those experiments were for healing and saving lives, Bai Yueling would inevitably be unable to refuse. Moreover, the one who deceived Bai Yueling was very likely Tuha. By then, He had already been born. After Bai Yueling's accident, He's father, perhaps sensing a threat, forcibly took He and fled. However, considering his own inability to escape, he entrusted the child to his grandmother and then faced death alone. Lin Ming didn't reveal this. He didn't want He's future life to be tainted with such an incongruous theme as revenge. In short, after Bai Yueling's death, he was filled with resentment. Coupled with his damaged brain, his thinking was extremely obsessive. He probably only wanted to see Bai Yueling again, which is why he volunteered to be in charge of the plan. It's precisely because of this that he's so fixated on Bai Fu's appearance. Such a person in charge is naturally a major hindrance to the true higher-ups. Lin Ming's only uncertainty was whether these individuals were part of a plan by the higher-ups to eliminate Tuha. Perhaps Tulyua had already sensed their arrival, but had simply turned a blind eye, waiting for them to make their move before pushing Tuha to the brink. This thought infuriated him. Being used as a pawn felt worse than eating shit. Moreover, it seemed that even if they kept watch over Tuha, it would be difficult to save his life. Because Tuha knew too much. About Bai Yueling. I may have heard a little about it, Yin Feng suddenly interjected. There was indeed a rumor about an unrecorded saint-level warrior. Normally, all saint-level warriors in this world would have some reputation, but this mysterious person, according to legend, only participated in one battle, effortlessly repelling thousands of people before disappearing. Now that he thought about it, that must be Bai Yueling. Yin Feng added, furthermore, the intelligence that Shichiluo releases is a mix of truth and falsehood. We can't deduce the identity and affiliation of the mastermind from publicly available information. I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Lin Ming pressed. I'm afraid it's some kind of organization that transcends national boundaries. Hearing this, Lin Ming realized Yin Feng had proposed another hypothesis, and he gestured for Yin Feng to continue. Tuha said his research was unrelated to the National Council. Whether that's a lie or not is beside the point. If we consider the similarities between what the National Council and Shichiluo are doing, I suspect there's an organization lobbying and maneuvering between countries, using their power to achieve its own goals. Lin Ming was still thinking about Tuha, his mood somewhat low. Caden said from the side, all right, his death has nothing to do with you. If it were me, I'd just blow him to pieces. It's not because of that. Lin Ming looked up, frowning, and said, I was thinking about Bai Fu. And the others. Chapter 123. Lin Ming and Yin Feng exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing. They were both imagining the magnificent spectacle that would unfold if the plan to replicate Bai Yueling succeeded. The entire continent would be rewritten, and the Bai Yueling Legion would become an invincible force. 16 years old. Lin Ming turned to look at Qi, finding it hard to imagine what she would be like at 16. He wondered if this girl would grow up to be graceful and elegant or fierce and powerful. Judging from Qi's current personality, it was more likely the latter. There was no need for them to stay in Shichiluo any longer. Tuha was dead, the teleportation gate was destroyed, and it seemed that another force would take over Shirtuluawa. Their continued presence would only bring trouble. Before leaving, Lin Ning planned to see Arns one last time. But even after searching all of Shirtuluawa, Lin Ning couldn't find Arns. Strange. Lin Ning muttered to himself, standing there. After searching for a while, Lin Ning grew impatient, and simply waved his hands, scattering spores throughout the city to sense whether Arns was still in Stonetrolova. But in the end, Lin Ning couldn't sense Arns' presence. Lin Ning felt that Arns wasn't the type to leave without saying goodbye. If she had truly left Stonetrolova, there must be a reason for it. As for not telling them her whereabouts, there must be a reason too. A person who can see the future must have her reasons for making decisions. Back at the tavern, Lin Ning and Yin Feng confirmed their upcoming itinerary. It wasn't the right time to return to the Assassin's Guild yet. Those in Stonetrolova who supported Tuha might cause trouble on the way. Therefore, just to be on the safe side, Yin Feng decided to take a detour to the location of the Lord of the Ghosts before heading back to the Assassin's Guild. It's a good idea to go, Lin Ming agreed with Yin Feng's plan. Since they were going to take a detour anyway, going directly to see the Lord of the Ghosts was indeed a good idea. Are we leaving already? Ingon asked, looking mournful. Seeing the landlady's unhappiness, Yin Feng casually comforted her. It's alright, we see each other again. Yin Feng thought it was just a casual remark, but when he turned around, he saw the starry eyes of Lin Ming and the others. Lin Ming mimicked Yin Feng's voice in a high-pitched, sarcastic tone. It's alright, we see each other again. I don't talk like that. Yin Feng, seeing Lin Ming's irritating face, tossed his empty teacup at him. Lin Ming, unperturbed, unfurled his mycelium like a net, catching the cup and placing it steadily back on the table. Lin Ming teased Yin Feng relentlessly for a while, before regaining his composure. Joking aside, ma'am, thank you for your patronage this time, Lin Ming said, bowing slightly to the proprietress. Ing Lan chuckled. Hey, I thought you'd be the kind of reckless person who doesn't care about anything, but I didn't expect you to be so polite. Ah. After all, the landlady might become family with the assassin in the future. Lin Ning had just finished speaking when Yin Feng flicked his hand again, and this time a plate flew over. Lin Ming, as usual, steadily caught the plate and gently placed it on the table. They packed their belongings, left the tavern, and went to find the carriage they had come from. The terrain of the entire stone trolley was completely different from when they first arrived, and they searched for a long time before finally finding the familiar horse. As usual, He drove the carriage, and the rest of them sat in the back. They urged the horse on and set off. Lin Ming, in the carriage, kept looking at the map. Hey Secretary Yin, where is that Lord of the Ghosts? Marin Cave, that place isn't very famous, but there's a very famous place nearby. What place? The prison. The prison? Yes, it's arguably one of the most famous prisons on the entire continent. That prison doesn't belong to any one country. It holds the most vicious criminals sent from various countries. Lin Ning looked at the map again, thinking that this ghost really knew how to pick a location. Along their journey, several of Tua's followers did cause trouble, but Lin Ning dealt with them all effortlessly. Of all their companions, Lin Ning was most worried about Kaven. Kaven usually seemed invincible, but now she was sleeping for exceptionally long periods every day. Seeing Kaven transform from a wild girl into a sleeping beauty, Lin Ning didn't want to disturb her, so he let her sleep as she pleased. Fortunately, Aki was still grateful. Kaven had always taken care of her, and now that Kaven was often fast asleep, Aki would often symbolically look after her, such as wiping her drool when they weren't rushing. The cat's injuries healed quickly, but after being hit by Tua's hammer, he often sat there lost in thought. Lin Ning asked him what he was thinking, and the cat said he was thinking of new moves. After several days of travel, they were gradually approaching the infamous Marin Cave prison. Just as they were about to see the iconic building, they saw a group of raggedly dressed people waving frantically at them. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. The people shouted hoarsely as they waved. Aki was startled by these people, and quickly stopped the carriage. Lin Ning also got out of the carriage, looking at this group of seemingly crazed people with a face full of confusion. Their expressions were as if they were being chased by something, but strangely, they all stood still, motionless. Everyone got out of the carriage. Kaven, though still half asleep, was at least somewhat awake. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, you won't get out. A man who looked quite old shouted from the crowd. You can't get out? Yin Feng leaned over and looked around, finding nothing nearby, but the expressions on the people's faces were genuinely terrified. Could it be a barrier? The man who had spoken earlier began nodding frantically. Yes, it's a barrier. As soon as we step out of here, we be teleported back to the prison. It's terrifying there now. Oh! Lin Ning found this amusing. A barrier that forces you to teleport if you step outside its range. Even Naki might not be able to create a teleportation spell of this strength. It seems the Marin Cave prison is full of geniuses. The man, hearing Lin Ning's nonchalant tone, almost burst into tears. No! No! This barrier has trapped us all here. We either starve to death, or go back to being slaves. Yes, isn't this a spell to prevent escape? If it's this effective, it must be very successful. Seeing that Lin Ning still didn't understand, the man pointed to the people around him and cried out, "But we're all prison guards." Chapter 124. Huh? Lin Ning was startled when he heard the man say they were actually prison guards. Could it be a riot? But aren't the ultimate goal of rioting prisoners to escape? Lin Ning hesitated for a moment in front of the group, then turned to Yin Feng and asked, "Secretary Yin, what do you think?" Yin Feng glanced at him, then looked at the men claiming to be prison guards. First, we need to confirm they really are prison guards. That's true. If these people were just escaped prisoners, it wasn't impossible for them to be being deceived. Hey, don't overthink it. The man exclaimed, this place has been completely out of control for over a month. Marin Cave prison houses mostly serious offenders, so hardly anyone comes here. Now, trapped by this barrier, everyone who comes to check on the situation is trapped, so the news hasn't gotten out. Ah, I see. Lin Ning looked enlightened and turned to get into the car. Yin Feng hesitated for a moment, then turned and got into the carriage. A Qi tugged on the reins, and the carriage turned around to leave. Hey! 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 Don't go! We can't leave. You said there's a barrier, we can't get in, and we can't rescue you. We're not interested in visiting a prison. But you can't leave either. No one's been here for ages. And it's been haunted lately. Hearing the word haunted, Lin Ning quickly told a Qi to stop the carriage. Haunted? Yes, very fierce. Lin Ning smiled dismissively, thinking to himself, I know a thing or two about ghosts, back when I met Anti. Wait a minute. Lin Ning quickly asked Yin Feng, how far are we from that ghost? Yin Feng was used to Lin Ning referring to the Lord of Ghosts as a ghost. He opened the map, glanced at it, and replied, it's still quite a distance. Since they say this place is haunted, could it be that the Lord of Ghosts has reached the manifestation stage? But this distance is too far. Even if he's at the manifestation stage, it shouldn't affect this place. Lin Ning got out of the car and went to the man again. What exactly do you mean by haunted? Tell me in detail. The man swallowed hard and stammered, let me tell you, at the beginning, people in our prison would inexplicably start going crazy. For example, a man would suddenly start talking like a woman, or a perfectly normal person would suddenly start barking like a dog, or calling like a bird. Lin Ning sat cross-legged on the ground, rested his chin on his hand, and thought for a moment. This didn't seem to be a manifestation stage manifestation of a demon god. During the symptomatic period of a demon god, humanoid figures often appear in the surrounding area. These figures are fleeting, leading to the misconception that they are haunted. The situation described by the jailer sounds more like possession, a folk belief. So, will these people who have gone mad stay mad forever? Not really. Some recover quickly, some take several days to recover, and some are still acting strangely. Lin Ning was listening to the man's description and pondering the situation, when he suddenly heard the horse behind him begin to neigh wildly. Before Lin Ning could react, the horse had already dashed into the barrier. Lin Ning wasn't so alarmed by the horse's madness itself. What terrified him was the horse's neighing. A horse's neighing usually comes from deep within its throat, but this horse sounded more like a person yelling ah. Ah! Achi pulled the reins desperately, but the horse was completely out of control, carrying Kaven and the cat from the carriage straight into the barrier and running wildly. Lin Ning and Yin Feng, who weren't in the carriage, exchanged a glance. Just as they hesitated whether to enter the barrier as well, the sharp-eyed Lin Ning suddenly spotted a person a little further inside the barrier, lying on the ground, eating grass. Holy crap. Lin Ning understood. Haunted? No, he was already prepared. The fact that the Ghost Lord was being watched by the National Council meant there was something strange about him. But they thought that a Ghost Lord, who was only in the nascent stage, who hadn't even awakened his human form yet, possessed such an illogical ability. This was soul-swapping. Seeing the mad horse carrying Kaven and the cat further and further in, Lin Ning immediately used his mycelium to control it. He was about to steer the horse out when the men frantically tried to stop him. No, it's safer here. Indeed, if what they said was true, that the horse would be teleported to the prison the moment it touched the barrier, they would be completely separated. Lin Ming gestured to Yin Feng, indicating he should also enter the barrier. Yin Feng quickly shook his head vigorously. I think it's fine for me to stay here and provide backup. Seeing Yin Feng didn't move, Lin Ming simply raised his hand towards him. Alright. I go in, okay? Always trying to control people's bodies. What kind of twisted sense of humor is that? Yin Feng reluctantly entered the barrier. Hey, I'm in, what about you? Lin Ming ignored him. He was the last to enter the barrier to confirm something. His first concern was the other brother inside his body. Based on his past experience, as long as the body had a soul in control, the other brother wouldn't move. So even if his soul had been swapped with someone else's, the chance of it going berserk was small. And if it wasn't him who was swapped, but someone else, then without this original body, that white-haired mushroom would just be standing there dumbfounded. Lin Ming thought this way, really just to dispel his own doubts. After all, Caven and the others were already inside, he had to go in no matter what. He. Lin Ming called out to He. Huh? What's wrong? You all get out of the carriage. Hearing Lin Ming's words, He, Caven, and the cat all got out. Seeing that the carriage was empty, Lin Ming controlled the horse and rammed it straight into the barrier. The horse vanished the moment it touched the barrier. Lin Ming's eyes widened, unable to hide his astonishment. Good heavens, it really is a one-way street. Lin Ming pointed at the barrier, thinking, if I were to name this spell, it should be called Pishio Barrier. Thinking this, Lin Ming hummed Big Pishio. Big Pishio. As he strode inside. The group of people who were already inside looked at them with exasperation. Why did you all come in? You should have gone straight to find outside help. Yin Feng sighed. A prison everyone avoids, even if something happens, no one will come to our rescue. Yin Feng said, hands on his hips, looking at Lin Ming. That's fine, General Mushroom. Any instructions? Lin Ming pointed to the prison not far away. Go in and take a look. Although he said it casually, Lin Ming still needed to prepare beforehand. As usual, he placed his hand on the ground, preparing to store mycelium underground. But as soon as his mycelium reached the ground, it felt like something pinched it. Lin Ming was startled and quickly pulled the mycelium out. It turned out that this area was already the energy-gathering place of the Lord of the Ghosts. Although the feeling wasn't as strong as with the Lord of Man, it was enough to prevent Lin Ming from freely using the underground space. Lin Ming stomped his foot in annoyance, complaining, what a stingy person. Chapter 125. Seeing there was no way to establish mycelium, Lin Ming could only pre-scatter a larger quantity of spores, just in case. Since we can't get out anyway, let's go in and take a look. Before leaving, Lin Ming asked the group of people at the edge of the barrier again. What's the situation in here? The leading man seemed terrified of the situation inside the prison. Inside? It's a complete mess. If you're going in, be very careful of a man named Hig. He's a vicious criminal who committed the massacre of the city. He's currently number 1 on the guard list for Marin Cave. He should have already escaped from his cell. What does he look like? The man gestured to his face as he explained, he has a scar on his face, a very long scar, and red hair. He's very tall. Okay, I understand. Does anyone want to come in with us? The group shook their heads vigorously. The closer Lin Ming got to the prison, the stranger the atmosphere felt. The prison resembled a fortress, its high walls covered in spikes, and its gates, over 10 meters high, appeared extremely heavy. All of this was normal. What was unusual was the constant commotion emanating from inside. Why is it so noisy inside the prison? Lin Ming reached out to push the gate, but the moment his hand touched it, he heard a thunderous roar from within. Before he could react, he saw the 10-meter-high iron gate being slammed down from the inside. Thump! The deafening crash made Lin Ming's ears ring. Looking up, he saw that the massive iron gate had been completely deformed by the impact. Thump! Another loud crash echoed as the door was smashed open, leaving a crack. Lin Ming faintly heard a woman's voice from the other side of the door. TSK, this door is so hard to open. Thump! After this, the entire door was teetering on the verge of collapse. Fearing he'd be turned into a mushroom pancake again, Lin Ming quickly dodged. With a final, deafening crash, the entire door collapsed. Several people emerged from inside. Leading them was a tall, muscular woman, accompanied by several henchmen. This door is too tight. The woman continued to complain. One of the henchmen cautiously said, Boss, this door seems to open inwards. The woman paused, looked back at the now empty doorway, and then laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I told you so, ha ha ha. Lin Ming watched this living siege machine, barely daring to breathe. Although Lin Ming didn't utter a sound, the woman noticed him. The woman and Lin Ming locked eyes. Lin Ming noticed that although the woman was muscular, her face was remarkably beautiful. She had long, stiff hair that looked unkempt, casually draped over her back. She wore a leather breastplate, exposing her arms and abdomen. Lin Ming, looking at the woman's significantly taller stature and well-defined muscles, silently swallowed. The woman moved closer to Lin Ming, bending down to examine him closely. This woman seemed to have no concept of distance. Lin Ming felt he could practically feel her breath. Pretty handsome. The woman chuckled, pointing at Lin Ming and saying, "So how about becoming my husband?" Huh? Lin Ming thought he misheard. I said, how about marrying me and becoming my 7th husband? The woman stood with her hands on her hips, her tone as casual as picking out a cabbage from the roadside. Her henchman quickly reminded her, "Boss, that's the 8th one." Huh? 8 already? When was that? The day before yesterday, the one whose hair you said felt so nice to touch. Oh, I remember now, right, the 8th one. The woman turned back to Lin Ming to correct his harem situation. How about it, the 8th one, quite an auspicious number. It's not about whether the number is auspicious or not. What? Do you think I'm not pretty? No, I'm pretty. Goodness, so all women in this world are this straightforward. Lin Ming vaguely sensed something was off and quickly turned to Yin Feng, wanting to ask for outside help. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Yin Feng with an I understand expression. Seeing that the woman meant no harm, Lin Ming simply told her directly, "Well, I'm very happy that you like me, but I'm not thinking about marriage right now, and I also have important responsibilities, so I can't agree to marriage." "I'm sorry." The woman seemed surprised that Lin Ming would refuse, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, but then she smiled. It's all right, if you don't agree, that's fine too, sigh." The woman looked disappointed after hearing Lin Ming's words, turned around, and went back into the prison. Her henchman hurriedly asked, "Boss, weren't you going out to take a look? Why did you go back?" "I'm heartbroken. I'm going back to sleep." Lin Ming, seeing the woman's dejected appearance, couldn't help but ask, "What's your name?" The woman didn't turn around, replying as she walked away, "Cavil, you're not marrying me. Why ask that?" Lin Ming watched the woman walk away, completely bewildered. He stood there stunned for a long time, then turned back to Yin Feng and the others, saying in shock, "This is the first time I ever been confessed to." Yin Feng looked at the iron door, at least a foot thick, lying on the ground. Yeah, that confession was quite impactful. Lin Ming scratched his head in confusion, then turned and saw Ah Chi. "Hey, Ah Chi." "Huh? What's up? Are you some kind of love charm master?" Yin Feng went to where the main entrance used to be, glanced inside, and saw that the area around the door was quiet and deserted. Lin Ming and the others entered and found several places that looked like former prison guards' offices. The office doors had been smashed, and the inside was a mess. Lin Ming searched around and found a Reincarnated prison security list. He flipped to the first page, where Sig's name was prominently displayed. Next to his name were the criminal's basic information. Sig, human, male, warrior, formerly a professional assassin active in various countries. Lin Ming read through Sig's biography for a while, and discovered that he was a ruthless killer, and as an assassin, Sig's missions were never assassinations, but rather the kind of brutal killings that struck at the heart of the enemy. Then Lin Ming saw Sig's sentence. Sentence, death penalty, commuted to life imprisonment due to incarcerability, incarcerable. Lin Ming, filled with doubt, turned to the second page of the watch list. On the second page, it clearly stated, second on the watch list, Cavil, human, female, warrior. Main charge, waging armed war to seize men. Chapter 126. Lin Ming stared at the list of prisoners on guard for a long time, discovering that quite a few were of the demon god race. Lin Ming stuffed a copy of the list into his clothes, thinking it might come in handy. Marin Cave Prison was divided into 3 main sections. Their section was the prison administration's office area. The central area contained the warehouse and armory, and at the very back were the prisoners' cells. Just as they were about to go inside, Lin Ming suddenly realized the cat was gone. "Cat! Cat!" Lin Ming called twice, feeling strange, and quickly turned back to look for it. On his way back, Lin Ming saw Qiu Dong looking bewildered. Qiu Dong stood there, looking at his hands and touching his face. "Cat?" Lin Ming called Qiu Dong, and Qiu Dong finally realized he was being called. "Ah!" Something was wrong. Lin Ning immediately realized the problem. The cat standing there now wasn't the one he knew. This was troublesome. Before entering prison, Lin Ning's best-case scenario was to find a way to break the barrier, minimize his exposure to the Ghost Lord, and escape quickly. But now, it seemed things would be far more complicated than he imagined. "Who are you?" Lin Ning cautiously took a step back. The cat, hearing Lin Ning's question, looked helpless. "You ask me who I am? I don't know who I am either. By the way, is this person a man? Why does he look so frail?" "Then who are you before?" "Xiao Yi." Lin Ning frowned, thinking what a strange name. He opened the watch list, wanting to see if this person was indeed a dangerous individual. Lin Ning hadn't even flipped through a few pages when he saw Xiao Yi's name. Xiao Yi, human, female, assassin, main crime, theft. She was ranked 11th on the watch list. If it was just theft, her ranking shouldn't be this high. Lin Ning looked at her crime details again and discovered that this person had escaped from prison 26 times. Reincarnated prison was the 26th prison she had been in. Okay, I understand now. Lin Ning closed the watch list and found Xiao Yi enthusiastically experiencing the male cat's body. So this is what a boy's body is like. It's quite soft, huh? And ears. Xiao Yi touched her ears, her face full of excitement. Oh right, and there's one more crucial thing. She released her ears, grabbed her pants in front of her, pulled them forward, and peered down. Wow. Lin Ning, seeing her having so much fun, quickly stopped her. Don't go too far. My cat is still perfectly innocent. Xiao Yi ignored him, rubbing her buttocks. Lin Ning was anxious to find the cat. Although he didn't know how to switch souls back, finding the cat was the most important thing. Do you remember where you were just now? Yes. Take us there. Your priority is finding your body first. Hey! Take your hand out of your pants. Huh? Xiao Yi, hearing Lin Ning's words, finally pulled her hand out of her pants, replying with a grin, Indeed, I was near the warehouse. My body shouldn't have gone far. Let's go! Lin Ning shook his head, thinking to himself, another troublesome fellow. He was about to follow Xiao Yi inside, when he noticed she was holding the list he had just been looking at. Lin Ning quickly rummaged through his clothes and realized it was his list. When did you take it? Huh? Just now. I didn't give it to you. How could you just grab it? Xiao Yi glanced back at Lin Ning and replied dismissively, What else could it be? If you gave it to me, would it be stealing? Lin Ning curled his lip, not wanting to waste his breath arguing with her. Along the way, they saw many prisoners and some guards, but strangely, these people didn't seem interested in him. How long has it been like this here? Lin Ning asked Xiao Yi. Almost a month, I guess. At first, no one realized this was a mind swap, until some prisoners and guards swapped minds. Lin Ning could imagine the chaotic scene that must have been. Then, what about the original administrator of this prison? Shouldn't there have been a powerful figure who could directly intimidate the criminals? There used to be, but because he was too brutal and especially liked to humiliate Sieg in a sarcastic way, after the criminals went berserk, someone released Sieg, and then Sieg just killed him. Xiao Yi gestured to her head, adding, he just got slapped by Sieg smack. His head exploded. Do you know what that barrier outside is all about? Xiao Yi scratched her head, and also touched her ear. I don't know, but I've been there. It's like someone is deliberately preventing the people inside from leaving. But that's good, otherwise, if my body escaped after we switched, it would be troublesome. Is there any way to switch bodies back? I don't know. Xiao Yi shrugged. Someone has managed to switch back before, but only a few people, so the principle behind it hasn't been figured out. Lin Ning looked around and asked, why do these people all look so relaxed? Anyway, we can't get out. After the chaos here, all the big shots are here, and supplies are plentiful. After a few days of fighting, they gradually established a system. Although the people here are criminals, they're not stupid. Everyone wants to live a more comfortable life. By the way, did you see those people by the barrier? Yes. Those people are the ones who like to make things difficult for criminals. They ran there because they're afraid of dying. I see. Lin Ning and the others walked for a while, and saw a figure standing still in the distance. Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the figure. Lin Ning looked in that direction and saw a slender girl. The girl had slender eyebrows and eyes, a small nose and mouth, and her hair was tied in 2 buns. She wasn't tall, about the same height as Xiao Dong. This girl should have resembled Xiao Yi, but Xiao Dong was currently controlling her body. Lin Ning and the others approached and found Xiao Dong with her hand inside her clothes, placed on her chest. a look of bliss on her face. Xiao Yi walked over and kicked her. Where are you touching? Where are you touching? I haven't let anyone else touch me yet. Lin Ming watched from the side, thinking, you aren't much better just now. Qiu Dong saw Lin Ming and said helplessly, I can't use hypnosis anymore. Lin Ming nodded. He had considered this situation as well. It seemed that the most urgent matter now was no longer breaking through the barrier, but finding a way to switch souls back. Since someone had succeeded before, it meant that the exchange was reversible. Anyway, you two can only try to get along for now. Lin Ming hadn't finished speaking when he saw Qiu Dong's hand stealthily reaching into his pants. Stop it! Xiao Yi pointed at Qiu Dong, loudly stopping his lewd behavior. Qiu Dong, however, remained calm, casually saying, anyway, I already touched it. It's all smooth. Xiao Yi's face instantly turned bright red. Lin Ming watched Xiao Yi and Qiu Dong wrestling, feeling that this prison trip was destined to be anything but smooth. Chapter 127. Lin Ming and Yin Feng discussed what to do. There are two problems right now, Lin Ming said, holding up two fingers. First, the outer barrier. With that barrier, we definitely can't get out, so we have to find the person who released it. Yin Feng asked Xiao Yi, do you know who set up that barrier? Xiao Yi, who was about to tie Qiu Dong's hands, answered while adjusting the ropes, I actually know. That person used to be a prison guard named Wilhelm. His ability was originally used to prevent prisoners from escaping, but later, he offended the prison leadership and was arbitrarily charged with a crime and imprisoned. Huh? That works? Yin Feng had originally thought that a place as prestigious as Reincarnated prison would be well organized and orderly. But he hadn't expected it to be so rotten inside. Of course, this is a prison. And then what? Where is Wilhelm now? I don't know, but judging from the range of the barrier, the caster should be at the center of the spell, which is where Sig lives. After saying this, Xiao Yi ran off to chase after Qiu Dong. Yin Feng returned to Lin Ming's side and explained the situation. Initially, they wanted to avoid Sig, but now it seemed they had no choice but to meet him to leave. Besides the barrier issue, they also faced the risk of having their souls swapped at any moment. Qiu Dong encountered the easygoing Xiao Yi this time. If their next soul swap partner wasn't so friendly, things would be much more troublesome. In short, we need to find that red-haired boss first, right? Lin Ming succinctly summarized the action plan. Sieg isn't so easy to see. Xiao Yi had successfully tied Qiu Dong's hands, and Qiu Dong was still biting the rope on his wrists unwillingly. Why? Not long after Sieg was released from the cell, he suddenly stopped seeing people, leaving only a few trusted confidants. He's now practically a king in Marin Caves, and everyone else treats him with great respect. Where is his palace? Look, over there, where the former warden used to live. Now, the guards there have either run away, been killed by him, or become Sieg's underlings. Lin Ming glanced in the direction Xiao Yi pointed and found it wasn't far. Just as they were about to set off to find Sieg, Lin Ming heard a loud female voice behind him. Hey! What a coincidence! Lin Ming felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing the voice. He cautiously turned around and saw Cavill adjusting his breastplate. Hiss! Why does my breastplate feel a bit tight lately? Cavill muttered to himself. His underling cautiously reminded him, since you got out of prison, boss, your food has improved, and you've been neglecting exercise. Oh! Ha ha ha. I see, I see. I have indeed gained some weight, ha ha. Even Lin Ming, being a straight man, knew that gaining weight was a sensitive topic for women, but he hadn't expected Cavill to be so unconcerned. If you're fat, you need to exercise, Cavill said, suddenly leaning close to Lin Ming, squinting at him, and saying expectantly, how about it, want to exercise together? Sports? What kind of sports? Sports, you know, the kind where two people give it their all, going back and forth. Lin Ming glanced at Cavill's physique, swallowed hard, and said guiltily, I'm afraid I can't do that. Then what's the point if only one person enjoys it? Lin Ming suddenly felt a little flustered. It was the first time he heard such a direct invitation. No, I'm afraid my little body. Oh, it's okay, you can watch. Huh? I can watch? Sure, let's go find Sieg. Huh? Before Lin Ming could react, Cavill started walking towards Sieg's place. Although Lin Ming didn't know what would happen next, since Cavill said he was going to find Sieg, they were going the same way and had to go together. Along the way, Qiu Dong and Xiao Yi were constantly fighting. Xiao Yi's specialty is stealing, while Qiu Dong's is range control. Neither of them are close combat fighters, so their fight is mostly a chaotic exchange of insults. Cavill watched them, grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. Soul swapping? Thank goodness this didn't happen to me. I couldn't stand someone else's weak and powerless body. This was Lin Ming's second time meeting Cabell, and he was gradually getting used to her personality, except that her voice was a bit too loud. Yin Feng had excellent hearing and was extremely sensitive to soft sounds, so when Cabell laughed loudly, Yin Feng would instinctively cover her ears. Cabell noticed Yin Feng's movement out of the corner of his eye, and his laughter became much softer afterward. Lin Ming noticed this detail and thought to himself, Cabell seems carefree, but I didn't expect him to be so perceptive. Lin Ming chatted casually with Cabell along the way. Where are your husbands? Except for the new one from a few days ago, the others are all out there, in various countries. That barrier is quite annoying. It's affecting their time with their families. Don't your husbands get jealous? No, they get along quite well. They even get together occasionally. Lin Ming sighed inwardly. The world is truly full of wonders. Before long, they arrived at Sig's residence. Hey! Sig! Cabell's shout could be heard throughout half of Marin Cave. Several of Sig's trusted men, who were on guard outside, quickly came up to stop him. Hey! Where did this crazy woman come from? What are you yelling about? Huh? Hearing this, Cabell grabbed the man's head and lifted him up by the scruff of his neck. Cabell brought the man to eye level, leaned in close, and stared at him, saying hiss. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Something about a crazy woman. I mean, where did this woman who's like the wind come from? The man was being shaken around by the scruff of his neck, feeling like a wind chime. Cabell snorted and tossed the man through the window of Sig's apartment. Hey Sig, haven't seen you in a while. How come your taste in choosing underlings has gotten so bad? Just as Cabell was still complaining, Yin Feng heard a little girl's voice coming from inside the door. It really is that crazy woman, so annoying. I could easily coax anyone else away. Yin Feng initially thought he misheard, but after listening intently for a while, he realized it was indeed a little girl's voice. Besides the little girl, another man was also speaking. Why don't you just kick her out? The man was interrupted angrily by the little girl before he could finish. Kick her out? How can I kick her out looking like this? While Yin Feng was still wondering about the situation inside, Cabell was already opening the door. Cabell placed his hand on the door and pushed it forcefully. The door emitted an extremely piercing, metallic, distorting sound. Cabell, without batting an eye, pushed the door open, complaining, Is this prison too damp? Why are all the doors so hard to open? His underlings, used to this, didn't bother to point out that the door was locked. With a loud crash, the door to Sig's quarters collapsed to the ground. Sig! Cabell called out as he entered. But the legendary red-haired burly man was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a tall, thin man wearing round glasses, and a little girl wearing a large bow and a pink dress. A little girl. Chapter 128. The little girl looked much younger than Achi, wearing a pink dress, with a slightly chubby face and big, watery eyes typical of children. From a distance, she looked like an adorable toy doll. The only thing that seemed out of place was the little girl's gaze. It was somewhat fierce. Huh? What's that, child? Cabell saw the child and squatted down to examine her closely. Little friend, what's your name? The child opened her mouth, but didn't speak, seemingly hesitant. Don't be afraid, little friend, come to me. Hearing this, the child's face showed a look of disgust. Cabell saw that expression and was filled with doubt. Little friend. That expression. It seems familiar. The man next to him, wearing round glasses, rubbed his temples in exasperation. Suddenly, Xiao Ye pointed at the bespectacled man and shouted, That's him, Wilhelm. Lin Ming, upon hearing that it was Wilhelm, immediately perked up. Cabell, still looking around, asked, Where's Sig? Wilhelm took off his glasses, rubbing his eyes, and helplessly pointed to the little girl on the ground. Huh? Cabell couldn't hide his surprise. He circled the child several times, and then, as he reached behind the little girl, he suddenly raised his hand and swung a palm at her. Cabell's palm, accompanied by a whoosh, struck the little girl directly on the head. Seeing the palm coming towards her, the little girl instinctively raised her hand in a defensive stance. Seeing the familiar stance, Cabell stopped, looking surprised. It really is you. Why have you shrunk? The little girl, realizing she'd been exposed, stopped struggling and pointed to the door Cabell had pushed over, saying, Close the door first. This can't be told. Hearing this, Cabell picked up the door again, like assembling building blocks, and fitted it into the frame. Seeing the door was closed, Sig looked at Cabell and asked, You crazy woman, what are you doing here? Just wanted to stretch my muscles. Why me? Wouldn't it be the same if you asked someone else? I'm afraid I accidentally kill anyone else. With you, I don't have to worry about using too much force. Only now did Lin Ming understand what Cavill meant by struggle. It was just simple fighting. Sieg turned and walked to her chair. Although she still looked like a little girl, her gait was powerful and imposing. Hig walked to the chair and struggled to climb onto it, but couldn't. Wilhelm came over and helped Hig onto the chair. You see, I'm like this now, I can't fight you. If someone comes looking for revenge, I won't even be able to fight back. So you trust me? Cavill asked with a wicked grin. Humph. Hig's disdainful tone contrasted sharply with her childish voice. I have no grudge against you, and I'm not trying to steal your man. Why would I be afraid of you? Hig said, glancing at Lin Ming and the others beside her. But these gentlemen. Lin Ming felt the air grow colder at these words. Although Hig looked like a child, her aura remained strong. Lin Ming hurriedly explained, we were just passing by when we got trapped by the barrier. Then some people swapped bodies, and we came here to find a way out. Ah. Hearing this, Sieg slumped back in his chair, utterly dejected. Am I being punished for killing too many people? That shouldn't be right. I was paid, so it shouldn't count as indiscriminate killing. Cavill then said, you swapped bodies with this little girl, right? Where is your own body now? Sieg snorted. Humph. If I could find my own body, would I need that barrier? So that's it. Lin Ming finally understood the significance of the barrier. After swapping bodies with the little girl, Sieg wanted to find himself immediately using his memories, but his own body was nowhere to be found. To prevent his body from wandering too far and becoming irretrievable, Sieg had to find Wilhelm, seal the prison with the barrier, and then slowly search for his own body. If we can find it, there might be a way to switch it back, Sieg said weakly. Switch it back? Lin Ming suddenly perked up. Wilhelm, standing beside him, explained, recently, I've been studying the few successful cases of people returning to their own bodies, and I discovered that whether they initially switched bodies or later returned to their original states, they were all in their own cells. Is there anything special about the cells? Not at all. Wilhelm spoke of his discovery with a smug look on his face. The special thing isn't the cell, but the location, or rather, the position. Lin Ming and Yin Feng exchanged a glance, immediately understanding Wilhelm's meaning. Location. The condition for a soul swap is that both parties are in the location where the swap will occur. Indeed. Now that you put it that way, it makes sense. Lin Ming suddenly felt that things were starting to turn around. So, as long as we find Sig's body and restore Sig to her original state, the barrier can be lifted, right? Wilhelm nodded, exactly. Then Sig's body. Sig, lying on the chair, sighed. Sigh. I don't know where that girl took me. It's strange, there's no news of me appearing outside, it's like I hidden myself. Sig sat up in the chair, grumbling. Why is there such a little girl in this prison? But at least she's quite strong and agile. Just as Sig was complaining, Xiao suddenly seemed to remember something, and leaned close to Sig with an incredulous look. Sig was startled. What are you doing? I kill you. Xiao ignored Sig, grabbed his hands and feet, and began to manipulate them. Wilhelm, standing nearby, wanted to intervene, but before he could act, Xiao released Sig, saying with astonishment, you're not human. This little girl is just a doll. Chapter 129. A doll? Hearing Xiao words, Lin Ming and the others all crowded around, taking turns picking up and fiddling with Sig, completely disregarding whether Sig was happy or not. Wait a minute, she still looks like a person no matter how you touch her. The group examined her thoroughly for a long time, but couldn't see anything about Sig's current little girl body that didn't resemble a human. Xiao pointed at Sig and explained to everyone, this doll is the creation of the butterfly demon god. Her only ability is to create dolls that are basically identical to human bodies. As she spoke, Xiao patted Sig's head and added, the biggest difference between these dolls and humans is their strength and performance. Sig was completely confused and sat in her chair, asking doubtfully, what do you mean? This little kid can't even have strength and performance. Of course. If this little girl weren't a doll, with your way of exerting force, her body would have collapsed long ago. Hearing this, Cavill suddenly became interested and excitedly leaned over. If that's how it is, then I have to try it. Cavill had just swung a palm at Sig as a test. Now she wanted to properly test the doll's performance. Crazy woman, I'm warning you, don't do anything reckless. Sig was a little afraid that Cavill might accidentally kill her. Cavill ignored him and threw a punch, which Sig nimbly dodged by flipping over in his chair. I said, can you? Cavill didn't give Sieg a chance to speak, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Although Cavill was very tall, his fighting style wasn't the expected heavy blows and powerful strikes, but rather a rapid series of attacks that were too fast for the naked eye to follow. What's even more remarkable is that, despite the speed of his moves, a closer look reveals a clear structure and well-defined offense and defense. The entire room was filled with the gusts of wind from Cavill's punches. Kevin, who had been somewhat dazed, immediately perked up after catching a glimpse of Cavill's punches. Kevin watched silently for a while, then gave a rather unusual assessment. A feast for the eyes. While Cavill and Sieg were locked in combat, Lin Ming also noticed something suspicious about the little girl's body. She was too fast. Cavill's speed was so fast that she appeared as a blur, yet the little girl managed to dodge every attack. I say, you crazy woman, are you done yet? Just try it. Sieg dodged while urging Cavill to stop, realizing himself now that this body was extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Cavill stopped, spun backward, and landed lightly on the ground, smiling at Sieg. After such a rapid attack, Cavill's breathing remained steady. She looked at Sieg and said, indeed extraordinary. I think this puppet is quite nice. Sieg, you can just leave it like this from now on. It can be kept as a decoration in your room. Go away. You're the decoration. If word got out that I looked like this, wouldn't I be laughed at? After Cavill's test, everyone confirmed that Sieg's current body was indeed a puppet. Lin Ming walked to Xiao Yi's side and asked, why are you so familiar with the butterfly demon god? Ah, I stole something from her house and got caught, and that's how we met. You're really willing to steal from anyone. So what were you planning to steal to get caught? Xiao Yi pointed at Shiga. I was thinking of stealing this. Stealing a child? Lin Ming looked disgusted. No, I thought it was a large doll. Dolls back then were different from now. They didn't look very lifelike back then. She must have improved her skills now. They can almost fool people. Oh, that's good. I thought you not only had a kleptomaniac streak, but also worked as a child trafficker. Xiao Yi pouted. Don't be like that. I never done anything so heinous. Stealing isn't much better. Mind your own business. Does his doll have a soul? Yes, but the level of its soul is about the same as a slightly smarter dog. Xiao Yi said, rubbing what should have been Xiao Dong's buttocks. Xiao Dong immediately shouted, what are you doing? Stop fooling around, I'm thinking. Who's thinking about touching there but... Xiao Yi ignored him and turned to Shigu, saying, I don't know why the butterfly demon god is near the prison, but I'm certain that she's been working to obtain stronger puppets, because for her, the stronger the puppets, the stronger she is. Hearing this, Shigu suddenly understood why he couldn't find his body. The butterfly demon god likely discovered the anomalies in the Marin Cave prison and used the puppets to investigate, only to find that her puppets had swapped souls with someone else. How complicated, Lin Ming couldn't help but mutter from the side. He thought ghosts were annoying enough, but now a butterfly had appeared. After hearing Xiao Yi's explanation, Wilhelm suddenly looked at Sieg with worry and said, Boss, you only found me after you've been like this for half a day. Damn it. Sieg felt a wave of dizziness. Perhaps all his efforts had been in vain. Half a day was enough time for the butterfly demon god to escape with Sieg's body. Boss, I told you, it would have been better to gather some people to search as soon as possible. Sieg covered his face in frustration. Do you think I don't want to? The problem is, almost half the people in this prison have a grudge against me. If they find out that the person in that body isn't me, my body will probably be hacked to pieces. Lin Ming looked at Shiga, then at Xiao Yi, and said, how about we go find you a body? If we find one, you could open the barrier and help our people return to normal. How about that? Why should I trust you? Lin Ming chuckled. We're not from the prison. Even if we go out and inquire about Shiga, no one will suspect anything. Besides, I have a sharp ear and a very well-informed habitual thief. Hearing Lin Ming call her a habitual thief, Xiao Yi looked smug. Lin Ming secretly thought that this girl's values were probably beyond saving. Shiga pondered for a while, unable to come up with a good solution. Okay, let's do it that way. Seeing Shiga agree, Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Lin Ming and his group were about to leave, they suddenly heard Sieg, in a childish voice, utter a seasoned statement, you can go on your business, but someone has to stay here. Lin Ming's brows immediately furrowed. He understood Sieg's meaning. They already knew Sieg's true situation, in effect, they had leverage over him. And Sieg naturally didn't want to be controlled. Leaving someone behind meant that if Sieg discovered any oversight, the hostage would be silenced. Sieg glanced at them, pointed to the seemingly weakest, Achi, and said, leave that little girl here. Chapter 130. Which one should he choose? Sig's bossy, gangster-like manner annoyed Lin Ming. He pulled Ah Chi to his side, wondering if he should let this guy know what it felt like to have a mushroom growing out of his trachea. Cabell was also displeased, pointing at Sig and unleashing a torrent of abuse. Sig seemed used to their behavior. Don't get excited, this is the traditional custom. Just then, Kevin suddenly grabbed Lin Ming's hand, winking at him, indicating that he could keep Ah Chi. But Kevin smiled slightly, pointed at Ah Chi, and whispered to Lin Ming, "It's alright, those two can't beat Ah Chi right now." But Lin Ming was still a little worried. Kevin patted his shoulder again and said, "I didn't fight alone for those 3 hours in Citrovana." Lin Ming looked surprised. "That good?" Seeing Kevin say this, Lin Ming stopped objecting. Kevin hid Little Ka in Ah Chi's hair to ensure Ah Chi's safety. After setting up Little Ka, Kevin instructed Ah Chi, "Let these two uncles play with you. If you encounter any difficult situations, remember what I taught you." Wilhelm, standing to the side, looked puzzled. He didn't know what difficult situations meant. Seeing that Lin Ming and the others agreed, Cabell didn't say anything, turned around, and slammed the door shut. "Let's go!" Lin Ming and the others left the house one after another. Cabell closed the door behind him, and before closing it, he gave Ah Chi a worried look. To find Sig's body, they had to inquire along the way. Because Cabell was too conspicuous, the task of inquiring was handled by Lin Ming, Xiao Yi, and Yin Feng. After asking around, Lin Ming roughly determined a direction, north. Only people in this direction had eyewitness accounts of Sig. Lin Ming still asked Kevin anxiously, "So what level is Ah Chi at now? Is he really alright?" Kevin smiled and explained to Lin Ming, "Ah Chi is probably in the top 10 among all the warriors in the Assassin's Guild." "Huh?" Lin Ming looked surprised. Kevin added, "This top 10 includes the vice president and Sousa." Lin Ming knew Ah Chi had talent, but he hadn't expected his so-called talent to be so ridiculously high. Maybe I should just give up being the protagonist, and let Ah Chi take the role. After walking for a while, Xiao Yi stopped. "This is it. The person just now said they last saw Hig here." Lin Ming looked around and realized they were outside the north gate of the prison, almost at the barrier. "Damn it, if he really gets out, we won't be able to find him." Xiao Yi frowned and said, "Based on my understanding of the butterfly demon god, she shouldn't have gone very far." Lin Ming was puzzled. "Why?" "Because there are many forks in the road around here." Now Lin Ming was even more confused. "I won't ask you the specifics yet. Are you sure she hasn't gone far?" "Probably." "What are you going to do?" "Have you heard of a mushroom called puffball?" "No, what's that?" "Have you ever heard of the giant spore mushroom?" "No." "Then just watch." Lin Ming focused his attention, collecting all the spores scattered throughout the prison and gathering them in front of him, forming a giant spore ball. Lin Ming kept applying pressure to the spore ball, and finally, feeling the pressure was about right, with a pop, a plume of spore smoke shot out in the direction in front of him. Lin Ming controlled the spore ball, trying his best to make the spores expand as far as possible in that direction. The underground resources here were unusable, greatly limiting Lin Ming's abilities, but his own mycelial reserves were enough to shroud the mountains in front of him in a cloud of spore smoke. Yin Feng looked at the mountains covered in a poop-like color, somewhat puzzled. "Even so, you still can't tell which one is the butterfly demon god." "It's alright, no need to distinguish." Lin Ming sensed the spores, waited a while, and after confirming that spores had entered the bodies of all living creatures nearby, he began the next step. Spore parasitism mycelial puppet. The area is just too large. Lin Ming wasn't sure if he could find the butterfly demon god outside the barrier this way, but he could only try now. Lin Ming suddenly clasped his hands together and shouted, "Come!" The others were startled by Lin Ming's shout. They were about to ask Lin Ming what he had done, when they turned their heads, and saw a magnificent scene. All the birds, beasts, and even reptiles in this area, except for those living underwater, all rushed towards them. At first glance, it was a dark, dense mass, like a vast army of wild beasts covering the mountains and plains. Lin Ming felt quite handsome at that moment, somewhat like a high-level druid. The number of beasts far exceeded Lin Ming's expectations. He could only painstakingly search for human figures among them. There were indeed a few humans among the animals. Lin Ming controlled these humans to come closer, letting Xiao Yi check if any of the butterfly demons were among them. Lin Ming hadn't held out much hope for this brute force method, but unexpectedly, he actually found one. Xiao Yi pointed to a woman's figure in the distance and shouted, it's her, he, she. Hey, look over here, look over here." Xiao Yi looked delighted, seemingly having a good relationship with this butterfly demon named He-She. Lin Ning controlled the woman to approach and noticed that her bangs were unusually long, almost completely covering her eyes. Because this hairstyle reminded Lin Ning of Ellie, he subconsciously glanced at the butterfly demon god's chest. Completely flat. Indeed, not Ellie's style at all. The butterfly demon god seemed quite panicked by the scene before her. Completely unaware of what was happening, she timidly looked at Xiao Yi and asked, "Judging from your tone, are you Yi?" Xiao Yi then realized she wasn't in her original body, and quickly explained, "Ah, it's me. It's a long story. You probably know about soul swapping. Just remember my cat-like appearance for now." "Is that so? Okay then. By the way, what happened to me? Was I possessed?" No, we're looking for you. According to others, shouldn't you have left already? Why haven't you left yet?" "I encountered some problems, struggling with whether to keep my old doll or the new one. It took some time." "And then?" Xiao Yi continued to ask. "Then I was torn between taking the mountain path and the main road. And that took up some time. And then? Then I didn't know whether to take the dirt road or the gravel road, and that took up more time." Lin Ning finally couldn't hold back any longer, and stopped He-She. "Alright, now I know why she said you wouldn't go far." Lin Ning realized then that this butterfly demon goddess, He-She, suffered from severe decision-making difficulties. But it was fortunate that she was like that, otherwise Lin Ning really wouldn't have been able to find her. Chapter 131. Now that He-She has been found, things will be much easier. All he needs to do is persuade her to give up Sig's body, and then return it to her, and he'd be all set. Lin Ning suddenly noticed that Sig didn't seem to be around. Your new doll, the big red-haired guy, where is he now?" He-She pointed to the herd of cattle nearby. Only then did Lin Ning realize that Sig's body was squatting on the ground, watching a dung beetle push a ball with great interest. He-She waved at the doll and called out, "Come here." Sig then stood up, and Lin Ning finally saw his face clearly. The scar on Sig's face wasn't just large. Because of it, half of Sig's face looked distorted. But if you ignore the scar and only look at the other half of his face, it's undeniably a fierce appearance, sharp eyebrows, thin lips, and a pair of eyes that seem to be constantly glaring at people. Despite this appearance, Sig's face now wears an innocent and carefree expression. "Xiao Yu, come here." He-She called again, and Xiao Yu walked over with a bright yet menacing look. Lin Ning now only wanted to immediately, right now, quickly switch the souls in these two bodies to get rid of this intense sense of incongruity. Lin Ning walked up to the butterfly demon god, bowed, and said, "Although this is our first meeting, we have a request. The original owner of your new doll entrusted us to retrieve this body. Your previous cute-style doll is still perfectly preserved. If you agree, we return your old doll to you. What do you say?" Lin Ning and He-She had no grudges against each other, so Lin Ning hoped to resolve the matter peacefully. He-She tilted her head slightly, and Lin Ning could tell she seemed hesitant. Xiao Yu beside her also tilted her head, which Lin Ning thought was like warm-up exercises before a fight. Seeing that He-She didn't reply for a long time, Lin Ning continued to press, "Is there something you're hesitant about?" Because He-She's bangs were so long, Lin Ning couldn't see her eyes at all, so he couldn't tell what her expression was. "I understand what you're saying, but I've been observing this strange event near the prison for a long time. Do you really have a way to get the soul back?" Lin Ning then recounted Wilhelm's discovery to He-She, who nodded slightly after listening. "It's the location. No wonder, I was wondering why it felt so strange. I thought Xiao Yu would stay like this forever. So you agreed to return this body to the original owner?" He-She pouted and muttered, "This one isn't as cute as the old Xiao Yu, but it seems very powerful. However, although powerful, it's also a bit flashy. Xiao Yu was so small that she could hide easily." Alright, stop it." Lin Ning looked at Xiao Yi, who also looked helpless. Caven leaned over and whispered to Lin Ning, "How about we just tie her up and take her away?" Lin Ning hadn't originally intended to use force, but this butterfly demon god. She's being a bit too indecisive. Mycelium puppet Lin Ning raised his hand and directly controlled He-She, heading straight for Sig's residence. After all, Lin Ning's deal with Shiga didn't include persuading He-She, he only needed to find Shiga's body and bring it back. He-She found her body moving on its own again, and cried out in panic to Xiao Yi, "I've been possessed again." Lin Ning sighed and glanced back at He-She. "You're not being possessed, you're being kidnapped." Kidnapped? He-She blushed for some reason upon hearing the word kidnapped. Lin Ning was also confused. Kidnapping should involve ropes, right? How can it be called kidnapping without ropes? Huh? I mean, that? She suddenly looked embarrassed. Lin Ning looked at Xiaoye and asked, has she always been like this? Xiaoye shrugged. She used to be much more formidable. She went to great lengths to turn her doll into a tentacle monster, and even tried to use me for experiments. Compared to then, she's much more like a normal person now. Ah. Lin Ning, upon hearing this, suddenly felt playful. He actually did have a rope. Lin Ning tied she up tightly with the rope. As he tied her, she made some rather strange noises. After tying her up, Lin Ning asked, look, out of all of us, who would you like to hold the rope? She looked up, blushing, and glanced around at everyone. She bit her lip and, somewhat embarrassed, pointed at Calvin with her toe. She really knows how to choose. Lin Ning silently sighed. He handed the rope to Calvin. Calvin hadn't figured out what was going on. What? Why are you giving it to me? It's all the same to everyone. Who wants to lead this pervert? Hearing Calvin call her a pervert, she's smile became even more perverted. TSK. Calvin looked annoyed, took the rope, and yanked it hard. Fine, let's go! Hurry up. Get out of this hellhole as soon as possible. Along the way, every time Calvin tugged the rope, she let out a groan that was hard to describe. Because she was walking very slowly, Calvin was constantly annoyed, basically hurling every nasty insult at her. Finally, they arrived at Sig's place. She was panting heavily, but Lin Ning felt she wasn't tired. Lin Ning untied she's rope, and she touched the rope marks on her body, seemingly still savoring the moment. How was it? Lin Ning asked, looking at who still seemed unsatisfied. Thank you. Or, should I pay you something? She said sincerely. No, forget about paying. Lin Ning quickly refused. It would be terrible if this pervert became a regular customer. What if he unleashed some strange attribute of Calvin later? Lin Ning feared he would be the one to suffer sooner or later. Although there had been a few minor hiccups, they had thankfully managed to retrieve Sig's body. Before they even approached the door of Sig's residence, Lin Ning heard sounds coming from inside, like someone practicing martial arts. Yes, when you punch, feel the flow of qi. Don't be like that crazy woman, so focused on stance. Remember, form follows qi, spirit moves with qi. As a warrior, qi is the foundation of power. Punch. Yes. Kick. Remember, greater force results in a heavy strike, less force results in a swift movement. Lin Ning entered the room with a puzzled look, only to find the one giving the lecture was none other than the lowly version of Sig. Ah Chi, under Sig's guidance, was throwing a rough right punch. Lin Ning entered the room at that moment, feeling as if the force of the punch had placed him in a huge wind tunnel. The entire house then shook slightly. The lowly Sig, seeing this punch, seemed very happy and began to laugh loudly. Ha ha. No wonder you're Bai Yueling's child. I imitated your mother's moves my whole life, and I never thought I'd end up teaching you. Chapter 132. Hig seemed unusually excited, as if finding a body couldn't compare to the joy of meeting Achi. When I met your mother, I was just an ordinary mercenary, while your mother was like a goddess among the soldiers. From then on, I began to learn the fighting style I witnessed that day. Achi tilted her head, watching this small woman, even shorter than herself, recount her past with her mother. Hig turned her head, and saw her own body. He pointed to the exaggerated scar on his face, his tone nostalgic as he said, I was wearing heavy armor and a heavy helmet, the kind that covers your entire face except for a slit in your eye. Through that slit, I saw your mother leap up, land in front of me, smile, and slap me. Seeing how engrossed he was in reminiscing, Lin Ning didn't interrupt, letting Hig continue, that slap hit my helmet. That helmet, even with ordinary sword or axe cuts, wouldn't be a scratch. But Bai Yueling's slap shattered it, metal fragments slicing across my face, leaving this scar. Don't you hold a grudge? Lin Ning asked curiously. Hold a grudge? No, not at all. On the contrary, I'm grateful. It was because I witnessed that kind of battle that I was able to develop my own fighting style and grow stronger along that path. Lin Ning wasn't really interested in these past events, he just needed to make sure Achi was safe. I brought your body. Higer looked at his own body and nodded. Lin Ning turned to He and asked, do you agree to exchange your doll for this little girl? But, I feel. Seeing He hesitate again, Lin Ning pulled Calvin over. Come on, tell me. Calvin glared at He. Hurry up and exchange her. What's there to dawdle about? Okay, I do whatever you say. He stared at Calvin with a lovesick expression, practically drooling. Seeing that things were settled, Higer turned and instructed, Wilhelm, go prepare. We need to get out of this hellhole as soon as possible. Wilhelm nodded and led everyone to a cell not far away. The cell was cramped, filled with a musty smell mixed with a hint of blood. Wilhelm led Sieg and Xiaoyu to 2 separate cells. Although some other prisoners whispered amongst themselves, they only dared to watch from a distance because Cavil was still there, not daring to approach. Lin Ning asked Wilhelm, "How long will it take?" About a day." "A day? That long?" "Because we don't know when the swap will occur. As far as I know, the swap only happens for a fleeting moment each day, so it's better to lock them both up for a day." "Are there any other usable cells?" "These 2 need to be dealt with too." Lin Ming pointed to Shui and Mao. "No, I'm only sure these 2 are okay." Lin Ming felt a little anxious. He genuinely disliked this prison. For some reason, he always had a restless feeling about it. The thought of having to stay here for 2 more days made him scratch his head incessantly. But what's done is done, and we can only wait until tomorrow. Since everything is alright for now, Cavil and his men left, agreeing to meet again tomorrow. She had nowhere else to go, so she stayed with them for the time being. Tomorrow, after Mao and Xiao Yi recover, she will leave with Xiao Yi. "I say," with a puzzled look, "isn't anyone going to do anything about this place?" Lin Ming asked Xiao Yi. "Actually, they are trying to manage it. They sent people recently, but because of the barrier of Vivierheim, this place has become almost an isolated island. The criminals have gradually formed their own factions, and are slowly uniting. To take over the current Marin Cave prison, it would take the military strength to conquer a country." "I see. If what Xiao Yi said is true, it's likely that no country would be willing to take on this responsibility, because the situation in Marin Cave is far too complex." Lin Ning flipped through the list of people under guard in his hand and sighed. If these people really settled here, their fighting strength would probably be among the top in the entire continent. "Impossible. Don't even think about it." Xiao Yi immediately dismissed Lin Ming's conjecture. "Why? The fact that we're locked up here means we're not the type to band together and do big things. People like Cavil, who have a lot of influence, are exceptions. Most people here are like me, preferring to live alone and without constraints." Lin Ning glanced at Xiao Yi, thinking to himself that people like you are better off with some constraints. Waiting here for Sieg and the others to finish was boring, so Lin Ning wandered around the prison by himself. As he walked, he found himself on the south side of the prison. Far in this direction lay the land of the Ghost Lord's descent. However, since it was the land of the Ghost Lord, it couldn't be called the land of the gods, it should be called the land of ghosts. Because this was a desolate forest, there were very few people around. Lin Ming walked to the edge of the barrier and looked in the direction of the Ghost Lord. What he saw was astonishing. He discovered that in that direction, a humanoid phantom was flashing frequently within a very small area. The figure seemed to be performing short-range, rapid teleportation. Its movements appeared extremely unstable. The area of the phantom's flashing decreased in size, and just as it was about to stabilize, it would suddenly expand again, only to shrink again. This scene looked like someone desperately trying to hold together a ball of repulsive magnets. As the phantom continuously condensed and dispersed, Lin Ning could also hear chilling whispers. The sounds were incredibly eerie. Lin Ning heard sobbing one moment, then suppressed maniacal laughter the next. Looking at this extremely abnormal scene, 2 words flashed through Lin Ming's mind: awakening. Could it be that the Lord of the Ghosts was undergoing an awakening? Judging from the strange occurrences in the Marin Cave prison, the Lord of the Ghosts had already reached the symptomatic stage, so it wouldn't be surprising if the ghosts awakened at any time. Lin Ming watched with a furrowed brow. This was the first time he had witnessed the awakening process of a demon god. After a short while, the phantom gradually stabilized, slowly coalescing into the form of a woman entirely covered in black. Just when Lin Ming thought the Lord of the Ghosts was about to appear before him, the woman suddenly sighed, and then her body began to disintegrate for some unknown reason. The phantoms that had been painstakingly gathered began to scatter again, and this time, they vanished completely, instead of flickering around as before. This is regression? Lin Ming stared blankly at everything before him. He had imagined countless possibilities regarding the Lord of the Ghosts, but he never expected the final result to be so unexpected. The Lord of the Ghosts had failed to awaken. It would no longer possess its own consciousness, its humanoid body, and simply vanish from this world. Something seemed off. Lin Ming stared intently at the figure until it completely disintegrated. Normally, the regression of a demon god would result in complete annihilation, leaving nothing behind. However, in the place where the Lord of the Ghosts had been, after the woman's body disintegrated, a semi-transparent, dim grayish-white sphere remained, floating in place. Chapter 133. Lin Ning stared intently at the white sphere, wondering what had happened to the Lord of the Ghosts. His Lord of the Ghosts had supposedly completely degenerated and vanished, but what was this thing before him? The translucent sphere stayed in place for a moment, then suddenly began to frantically circle around, as if it were sentient. It was as if it were searching for something. Lin Ning still felt uneasy, as if there were shards of glass mixed in with the air, making him uncomfortable. He decided to trust his instincts and make a run for it. Lin Ning tested the ground. The mycelium could now extend downwards. He quickly burrowed underground, preparing to escape. But just as half his head was about to completely submerge, the sphere of light suddenly stopped moving and then charged straight towards him. What the hell is that? Lin Ning didn't care about anything else and rushed towards the prison as fast as he could, wanting to meet up with Yin Feng and Caven and explain the situation. The ball relentlessly pursued him, and because it was semi-transparent, Lin Ning sometimes couldn't see its position, which made him even more nervous. Lin Ning wasn't afraid of physical attacks. He even dared to spar with someone of Cavil's level. But he feared these inexplicable things. He had witnessed far too many strangely powerful demonic beings. Although he had no idea what would happen if the ball caught up with him, he didn't want to take the risk. Halfway there, Lin Ning noticed a sheep slowly munching on grass ahead. This sheep was probably one of the animals he had forcibly gathered while searching for He-She. Some animals, after arriving in this area, stopped and simply wandered around the prison. Lin Ning looked at the sheep. He was now completely submerged in the ground, so he wasn't worried about the sheep blocking his way and simply darted past its hooves. Although Lin Ning made it past, the ball of light behind him struck the sheep squarely, entering its body. The sheep, with a tuft of grass still in its mouth, stood motionless. Lin Ning saw this and stopped. At that moment, curiosity and the will to survive were locked in a fierce struggle within the mushroom. Just as Lin Ning was cautiously running forward, observing the sheep suddenly turned its head to look at him, and charged at him with the grass still in its mouth. With the added speed from the 4 sheep hooves, the white ball became even faster. Could it be possession? Lin Ning wondered to himself. If that were the case, Lin Ning was even more determined not to let it catch up. There are already 2 people inside this body, one more and there'd be enough for a card game. Lin Ning initially wanted to use the mycelium to control the sheep, but then he thought that if the orb of light detached from the sheep's body, it would be even more troublesome. It was better to be chased by the sheep than to deal with the elusive and indistinct orb. The sheep chased Lin Ning all the way into the prison, where it saw Cavil casually taking a stroll. Lin Ning was startled. If the white orb's power was indeed possession, then Cavil's appearance now was extremely inopportune. He quickly crawled out from underground and shouted at Cavil, "Cavil! Get out of the way!" This sheep, seeing Lin Ning's panicked state, and noticing the obviously strange sheep behind him, Cavil assumed a hoarse stance, waved his hand, and gestured for Lin Ning to move aside. No, its ability is very special. Cavil ignored Lin Ning, making a sword-like hand gesture with her right hand, and then a ball of golden energy appeared at her fingertips. Seeing that Cavil was about to attack, Lin Ning quickly dodged to the side. Wind Melody Flow Eagle Cavil's right fingertips suddenly thrust forward, and an extremely fast stream of energy flew straight towards the sheep's face. With a soft poof, the sheep froze. Lin Ning looked closely, and saw a large hole in the sheep's forehead. The hole went straight from the forehead to the back of its head. The sheep stood there for a moment before collapsing to the ground with a thud. "Ha ha! We got food tonight." Cavil was still beaming with pride when Lin Ning noticed the ball of light appear again. Lin Ning quickly pulled Cavil away, but the ball of light seemed to hold a grudge, charging directly at Cavil. "Huh? What's this?" Although Cavil didn't understand the situation, as a martial artist who fought more often than ate, she noticed something amiss. Lin Ning explained as he ran with Cavil that ball of light seems to be able to possess other people's bodies. "Oh, so that sheep was possessed too?" "Yes, you absolutely mustn't get possessed, or it'd be a real problem. Where do we go now?" Lin Ning was also a bit troubled by this. He had originally wanted to find Caven and the others, but judging from the current situation, even Caven and Yin Feng wouldn't have a good solution. The final result would likely be that the ball of light possesses one person, he controls another with his mycelium, then the ball of light floats out, possesses another, and he controls that one too. This was going to drag on forever. Lin Ning gritted his teeth, feeling he had to use every method at his disposal. He grabbed a thin, small man, bound him with his mycelium, and threw him directly at the sphere of light. The sphere, traveling in a straight line, struck the man's body. Lin Ning stopped and, along with Cavil, stared at the man. The man raised his hands, examined himself, then touched his face for a while, stammering, Is this a human? Yes, though of poor quality, it's a human. Then, what about that one just now? That was a sheep. Lin Ning thought to himself, this Lord of the Ghosts seems rather silly. Why are you chasing me? Lin Ning desperately wanted to ask this question. The man said, Body? I don't have a body. His tone was filled with despair, and Lin Ning finally realized the Lord of the Ghost's special nature. Whether due to a malfunction in his awakening or simply a characteristic of the Lord of the Ghosts, he possessed no physical body. Only a naked soul remained. Correspondingly, the Lord of the Ghosts possessed the ability to possess other people's bodies and seize their possession. This was a truly troublesome ability. If the Lord of the Ghosts were an enemy, Lin Ning couldn't think of any way to deal with him. Lin Ning, to this day, knew almost no methods that could directly attack the soul. Only the hypnosis of cats might have some effect on the soul level, and even that was just speculation. In other words, this Lord of the Ghosts, without a physical body, was truly invincible on a physical level. What's your name? The Lord of the Ghosts didn't look up at Lin Ning. He remained familiar with his newly acquired body, casually replying, Gus Soul. Chapter 134. Lin Ning looked at Gus Soul, knowing that determining the newborn's temperament and allegiance was paramount. What are your requirements for your body? Lin Ning wanted to confirm whether Gus Soul was the type to seize a more powerful body. I don't think I have any requirements. I don't know what's good or bad right now. But this one next to you feels quite nice. The Ghost Lord said, pointing to Cavil. Haha, thank you. Cavil seemed oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, thinking Gus Soul was praising her, and looked smug. Lin Ning quickly emphasized to Gus Soul, this body is excellent, but I can't give it to you. Unfortunately. The Ghost Lord's voice was extremely calm, completely devoid of emotional fluctuation. Can you survive without a body? I could, but it would be very uncomfortable. Like? Very cold? Something like a cold feeling. Lin Ning chatted with Gus Soul for a while longer, discovering that this guy wasn't as vicious as he had initially thought. Gus Soul looked around, then suddenly frowned. Why is this place such a mess? Huh? What do you mean by a mess? Everything is a mess. It's uncomfortable. Gus Soul looked down at the clothes on the man he was possessing, his brows furrowing deeply. Why is this place a mess too? He said, frantically starting to straighten the clothes, fiddling with them for a while before finally restoring them to a smooth and symmetrical state. Then she looked at Cavil, pointed to his head, and said, You're all messed up too. Huh? Me? Gus Soul nodded, gesturing for Cavil to lean closer. Unlike the cautious Lin Ning, Cavil showed no hostility or wariness towards Gus Soul and readily extended his head. Just as Lin Ning was about to warn Cavil to be careful, Gus Soul raised his hand and, with lightning speed, gave Cavil a slick, greasy middle part. Cavil instantly transformed from a free-spirited martial arts master into a business elite. Seeing this, Lin Ning quickly tied his braid in the middle and then tidied his bangs, trying to make them look as symmetrical as possible. Gus Soul looked at Lin Ning and nodded reluctantly, then pointed to a few people nearby and said, They're messed up. Lin Ning astutely guessed what she meant by messy. Those people were still in a state of soul swapping. Their souls weren't actually in their original bodies. Gus Soul walked towards them and stomped his foot hard on the ground. Two of them suddenly shuddered as if electrocuted. Huh? They're back? They really are back. Great. Finally, we can leave this hellhole. Lin Ning stared in disbelief, suddenly feeling like a sucker. Seeing Sig, finding she, bringing him back, and then putting him in the cell to wait for him to return to normal. None of that mattered. He just had to wait for this obsessive-compulsive ghost master to awaken. He would clean up this mess himself. Lin Ning covered his face in annoyance, thinking that he should have waited patiently outside the prison if he had known this would happen. After dealing with the people in the vicinity who had undergone soul swaps, Gus Soul returned to Lin Ming's side. That's good, we have a few friends who need your help. Who did this? It's disgusting to watch. Gus Soul looked disgusted. It was you, of course. Who else could it be? Me. After Lin Ming's reminder, Gus Soul seemed to remember something. I think. I sensed a lot of shiny things, and then I tried to fiddle with them. Goodness, your fussing has almost driven everyone in the prison crazy. Lin Ning couldn't help but tease. By the way, are you going to keep using this body? Where is the soul in this body? It's still inside. It's noisy and keeps swearing. It's annoying. The sheep from before was much quieter and more symmetrical. Lin Ning finally understood the Ghost Lord's aesthetic sense. Anything symmetrical was good. Okay, wait for me a bit. Lin Ming got up and went outside, looking around. Suddenly, he spotted a gray rabbit in the distance. Lin Ming quickly used his mycelium to control the rabbit, and brought it back to Gus Soul. How about this one? Gus Soul looked at the rabbit, his eyes shining. He compared it to other parts of the rabbit with his hands. The ears were the same length, the eyes were symmetrical, and the mouth was not only symmetrical, but also had a central line. It was practically perfect. Gus Soul detached himself from the man and plunged into the rabbit's body. The man seemed to wake from a dream, frantically touching his clothes and his parted hair. Lin Ming initially intended to carry the rabbit, but seeing that Gus Soul seemed unhappy being carried, he gave the rabbit to Cavill. Cavill wanted to put the rabbit on his shoulder, but Gus Soul insisted on perching on the parted line of his head. The two of them and the rabbit, whenever they encountered someone with a confused soul, Gus Soul would jump down and stomp his foot in front of him. Although he was almost caught and roasted several times, he didn't leave this body, showing how much he loved the rabbit's body. Finally, they arrived at the cell in Wilhelm, where the swap experiment was being conducted. Xiao Yu and Sieg were still locked up. It seemed the swap wasn't complete yet. Everyone was about to greet Lin Ming, when all eyes turned to the top of Cavill's head. Seeing everyone looking at him, Gus Soul raised his front paw in a symbolic gesture of greeting. She excitedly grabbed Lin Ming, asking, "What is this? What is this super cute thing?" Let me introduce you all. This is the culprit behind the Marin Cave incident, the demon god species lord, Gus Soul. Hearing Lin Ming's explanation, everyone's excited expressions immediately turned into disgust. Gus Soul didn't care about that. He jumped down, first undoing the swap between Xiao Yi and Qiu Dong, then undoing the swap between Shigu and Xiao Yu. Just as Lin Ming thought everyone had returned to normal, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Shigu kicked the cell door open with a bang and rushed towards Cavill. "Aha, I never felt so comfortable before. Come on, didn't you want to exercise?" Cavill, hearing this, got excited and rolled up his sleeves, rushing over. After recovering, Xiao Yi immediately checked her body for any abnormalities, then gritted her teeth and asked Qiu Dong, "Where are my underwear? It's so uncomfortable, who wears that stuff?" On one side, there was the earth-shattering battle between Sieg and Cavill, and on the other, Qiu Dong and Xiao Yi's familiar, chaotic punching match. Lin Ming sat down wearily. Although there were some twists and turns, it was good that things were resolved. Lin Ming's current thought was to leave quickly, but he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The Lord of the Ghosts should have been under the surveillance of the National Council, but now, he hadn't seen a single person from the National Council. Lin Ming guessed that they had temporarily retreated because of the symptom stage anomaly of Gus Soul. If that was the case, now that the Lord of the Ghosts had awakened, the National Council would definitely not let him go, and it was only a matter of time before the Lord of the Ghosts was discovered. Lin Ming now felt fortunate that the problem had been resolved peacefully in Marin Cave Prison, but what he didn't expect was that it was in Marin Cave Prison that they would encounter their strongest enemy to date. Chapter 135. After a long commotion, the crowd finally quieted down. Cavill and Sieg were evenly matched. They ended their fight simply because they were hungry. Everyone in the prison had heard about the magical rabbit that could undo soul swaps, and a large group lined up to see Gus Soul. Seeing the long queue, Xiao Yi set up a table near the entrance and started selling tickets. Lin Ming frowned and walked over when he saw Xiao Yi suddenly adopting the demeanor of a proprietress. "Why are you charging now? What, is that not allowed? That rabbit dug his own mess, he can clean it up himself. I think people like you. Go and maintain order in this queue, and I give you 20% of the profits. I think people like you are business geniuses." Tempted by the 20% profit, Lin Ming happily went to work. Under Lin Ming's mycelium control, the queue was more orderly than a procession of corpses. Before long, the soul-swapping issue was resolved throughout the prison. Wilhelm, seeing that Sieg had returned to normal, and the prison was back to normal, released the seal. As soon as the seal was released, Sieg quickly packed his things and left. Wilhelm was next to leave. Cavill, however, wasn't in a hurry. She planned to stay a little longer. As darkness fell, Lin Ming and the others decided to set off the next day. That night, the group lit a campfire and chatted for a while. Cavill somehow managed to get some alcohol, and Lin Ming expertly grilled some mushrooms. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone became more talkative. Caven asked Cavill curiously, "You're so strong. Where did you learn your skills?" Cavill, who had been enjoying his mushrooms, suddenly stiffened upon hearing this, a flicker of sadness crossing his eyes. Even someone as oblivious as Caven knew he might have asked the wrong question. Cavill smiled, held up one hand, and began counting on his fingers. I have 4 different styles. The Wind Melody style, which excels in long-range combat, the Return style, which focuses on agility, the Masano style, known for its power, and the Moonrise style, renowned for its ghostly movements. Lin Ming recognized this one. The move Cavill used to pierce the goat's head was the Wind Melody style. These 4 styles represent my 4 masters, and also my 4 fathers. Fathers? Lin Ming, who had also drunk quite a bit, listened slurringly as Cavill recounted his past. Yes, emotions are hard to explain. I was raised by the 4 of them, and they taught me martial arts. But while they were alive, I only called them uncles. It wasn't until they all passed away that I realized I hadn't lost my master or my uncles, but 4 fathers. A slight smile appeared on Cavill's face as he spoke of his 4 adoptive fathers. Those 4 grown men had never raised a child before. They were clumsy and awkward, and their daughter was no exception. Although they possessed extraordinary skills, they were also quite childish, always arguing in front of Cavill for his affections. I think our girl is best suited for the wild style. Strong. Direct breakthrough. Breakthrough. Ha ha. But she's a girl. I think she'd be better off learning from me, Yushang. A little horse piss and a lot of talk. If we're talking about what's appropriate, it's me, Feng Chu, the long-range operator. At least I can keep our girl safe. Return to 1, Cavill, remember, returning to 1 means returning to the origin after 1,000 returns. Sai, why did you start teaching him? Don't you dare run ahead. Cavill's 4 fathers, though usually careless, raised their adopted son well, but later. Later. What happened? Lin Ming asked cautiously. Later I found out that those 4 were wanted criminals by the National Council. The National Council? Lin Ming and Yin Feng frowned instinctively upon hearing those 3 words. Yes, the National Council. Those 4 seemed to be so-called deserters, but according to them, they originally wanted to join the army to earn a living, but later discovered that the National Council's army was only doing things that bully the weak. Their martial arts skills weren't for slaughtering the weak, so they simply swaggered away from the ranks. Hearing this, Lin Ming understood this situation would indeed be classified as desertion. Initially, those who came to subdue them were all repelled. Seeing that ordinary troops couldn't handle these 4 deserters, the National Council stopped sending people to harass them, and the 5 of them lived peacefully for several years. During those years, one of the 4 got married, but later they separated. A long, long time later, the National Council suddenly sent a priest. A priest? Lin Ming was somewhat puzzled. Yes, a priest. That priest had just been promoted to Yang rank at the time. According to the priest himself, subduing these 4 deserters was part of his Yang rank assessment. Yin Feng suddenly asked curiously, do you know that priest's name? Valencius. Cavill gritted his teeth as he said the name. The priest's mission was originally to defeat the deserters and bring them back to the National Council, but in the end, it turned into torture and murder. Cavill took a swig of his drink and said nothing more. Lin Ming, however, began to ponder. He knew Cavill's skills. Logically, his 4 masters wouldn't be weak, so how could he single-handedly torture and kill 4 people? And a priest at that. While Lin Ming was still lost in thought, Yin Feng suddenly pointed at Xiao Yi and shouted, Isn't that mine? Lin Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw Xiao Yi opening a bag. She was probably drunk, openly sorting through the stolen goods she had accumulated over the past few days. Huh? Which one looks likely? I can't remember. Already quite drunk, Xiao Yi chuckled, dumping the bag of things onto the ground. Lin Ming looked at the mess and noticed some of his belongings were among them. Isn't that my elemental crystal? These gold coins are mine. Isn't this my catapult? When did you steal these? Xiao Yi just chuckled, seemingly not taking these things for herself, but simply enjoying stealing. Lin Ming rummaged through the pile of things for a while, then suddenly froze. Yin Feng noticed Lin Ming's strange behavior and came over. He glanced at it, and was also stunned. Among the pile of things was a very exquisite-looking National Council badge. That was a badge that only mid-level and above members of the National Council were qualified to wear. Lin Ming's mind suddenly began to race. He looked around at the people around him and stared at Xiao Yi, asking, tell me, who took this from? Sweat began to bead on Lin Ming's forehead. He never dreamed that there would be people from the National Academy here, and that this person was right among them. Chapter 136. Huh? Who was it again? Seeing Lin Ming, Ka Wen Yinfeng, and the others all gathered around with grave expressions, Xiao Yi seemed to realize something was wrong. Wait a minute, let me think. Xiao Yi thought hard for a while, then suddenly looked up. I remember now, It's Wilhelm. Are you sure? Yes. Lin Ning picked up the badge, turned around to extinguish the fire, grabbed Gussel's ear, and was about to leave. Is it that urgent? Xiao Ye looked puzzled. Of course it's urgent. Lin Ning had been wondering why he hadn't seen any National Council personnel near the Lord of the Ghost's divine descent. He had initially speculated that the National Council's surveillance personnel had temporarily retreated to the prison, but he hadn't expected that the National Council would actually have its own people permanently stationed in the prison. And Lin Ning recalled the barrier. That barrier, less about finding Sig's body and more about Wilhelm using it as a pretext to seal off the prison, was actually meant to contain the potential awakening of the Ghost Lord within its boundaries. During the soul-swapping incident, the other National Council troops temporarily withdrew, while Wilhelm went directly into the prison, ready to seal it off and capture the awakened Ghost Lord. And now, not only the Ghost Lord, but Lin Ning himself was still here. He had assumed their intelligence hadn't leaked, since only a few of them had been involved throughout the entire incident. He hadn't expected Wilhelm to be involved. Based on the timeline, the National Council troops should be arriving soon. Moreover, their troop strength might be extremely exaggerated, as Wilhelm already fully understood their capabilities. Seeing Lin Ning's urgency, Cavil rose to see him off. I see you off. You almost became my 8th husband, Lin Ming said, forcing a smile. He knew it might be too late to leave now. When the group arrived at the back gate of Marin Cave Prison, just as Lin Ning had expected, an entire nationalist government force was waiting for them. There were 2 leaders, Wilhelm and a tall, one-eyed man wearing an eye patch and golden armor that indicated his unusual status. Lin Ning was just thinking of a way to break through, when he sensed something was wrong with Cavil's aura. A sudden surge of energy erupted from Cavil, and the wine jug he was holding shattered with a crack, the shards crunching in his hand. Cavil? What's wrong? Lin Ning asked worriedly. Felinius. He's Felinius? Lin Ning looked at the man in golden armor. Upon hearing Cavil's words, the man opposite him suddenly looked excited and shouted at them, Oh my, oh my! Isn't this the little girl? Your 4 stupid fathers really did send you away. Those 4 good-for-nothings, not very capable, but they were quite resilient, fighting for so long without dying. Felinius. Wind Melody Phoenix Cavil raised his hand and threw a punch, a gust of wind flying straight towards Farlinius. Felinius saw the gust of wind, but he calmly stood still, neither dodging nor blocking. With a simple wave of his hand, the attack was easily dispersed. Heh. This is called Wind Melody Flow, right? Focuses on ranged attacks, but it's pretty weak. Farlinius shook his head dismissively. Lin Ning secretly gave the cat a signal, and the cat, understanding, used hypnosis on the troops. Overdose of sleep, to Lin Ning's surprise, only a small portion of the troops fell. Lin Ning quietly spread spores, intending to directly control the golden-armored priest with hallucinogenic toxins. But even under Lin Ming's hallucinogenic toxins, only a few soldiers collapsed. Farlinius looked at the fallen soldiers behind him, and said disdainfully, as expected, headquarters sends only useless trash. Before Farlinius could finish speaking, Cavil, seeing him about to turn around, took a step and shot forward like an arrow. In an instant, Cavil closed the distance between himself and Farlinius. Jingye-style mountain opening golden mist suddenly rose from Cavil's body. Her stance was perfectly upright, and her right fist, accompanied by a whistling sound, swung directly towards Farlinius. Between Cavil and Farlinius, a resounding clang of metal struck echoed. The sound was like the ringing of a giant bell. A shockwave abruptly spread from the point of impact, forcing Wilhelm, standing nearby, to stumble and retreat to safety. As the shockwave subsided, Lin Ning looked closely and realized that Cavil's fist hadn't even touched Farlinius's armor. A square golden seal, about 1 meter in size, appeared before Farlinius, absorbing all of Cavil's power. Wind Melody Flow Chaotic Sparrow. Masayoshi Flow Piercing Heaven. Cavil was already mentally prepared for Farlinius's strength, so it wasn't surprising that her punch was blocked. She took a deep breath and began a barrage of attacks. Cavil's attack struck Farlinius's magic seal, and after only a few punches, cracks began to appear. There's hope. Seeing that it was working, Cavil unleashed another powerful punch, shattering the magic seal. Just when Lin Ning thought this attack would reach Farlinius, he heard a sound like a tolling bell. An identical magic seal appeared, blocking the 2 of them. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Farlinius suddenly began to laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha. This is exactly the feeling I love. This feeling of others gritting their teeth, yet unable to harm me in the slightest. Farlinius said, raising his hand and instantly conjuring over a dozen identical magical seals before him. The circular seals overlapped, and Pharenius, peering through them at Cavill's face, laughed wildly. Cavill steadied himself, took a breath, straightened his body, and struck an extremely alluring and coquettish pose. Moonlit flow penetrating to the bone. Cavill extended a finger, as if teasing, softly reaching towards Pharenius. This was the first time Pharenius had shown surprise. Cavill's finger, though seemingly slow and weak, pierced directly through the layers of defensive seals, about to touch his armor. Pharenius took a step back in a panic. He had seen the Moonrise style before, but he hadn't expected this school to have such a technique. Seeing Pharenius take a step back, Cavill snorted disdainfully. No matter how big your words, you're just a coward at heart. TSK. Pharenius's expression turned to disgust, as if he had seen something filthy. Pharenius suddenly pulled out a staff from behind him. The staff was only half the length of an ordinary staff, but it was exceptionally ornate, studded with gems. 100 consecutive sun formation in an instant, countless magical seals lit up around Pharenius, completely enveloping him, making him appear like a giant, glowing sphere. While Cavill was confronting Pharenius, Lin Ming wasn't idle either. However, his target wasn't Pharenius, but Wilhelm. Chapter 137. While Cavill and the golden-armored priest named Pharenius were locked in a standoff, Lin Ming was analyzing the battle situation. The most troublesome aspect of that golden beetle was his ability to grant high-level buffs to the soldiers around him. The buffs themselves were extremely high-level. Lin Ming could tell from the complexity of the hand seals. Autumn Winter's hypnosis and his spores, both powerful area of effect attacks, had failed, so he had to find another way. Lin Ming descended into the ground. In this kind of battle, he knew how to prioritize, kill quickly if possible, and use ambush rather than direct confrontation. So, Lin Ming began to quietly infiltrate underground. To avoid detection, he left a decoy body in place, so no one would know his main body was no longer there. After completely submerging underground, he began to approach Wilhelm. Compared to Pharenius's golden shield, Lin Ming found Wilhelm's barrier even more troublesome. Lin Ming's plan was simple. He intended to dig a pit directly at Wilhelm's feet. Since the mycelium couldn't penetrate the protective gear, he could simply use physical control, bury him, and Wilhelm would be helpless. Just as Lin Ming began digging like a mole at Wilhelm's feet, Wilhelm was also having his own thoughts. He didn't actually want to help Pharenius. As an intelligence officer, his task was originally to gather intelligence, report to his superiors, and that was it. But Pharenius, using his superior rank, had unilaterally ordered him to join the fray. Wilhelm had joined the intelligence department as an undercover agent precisely because he disliked the political infighting within the National Council, and was also arrogant. Now, with a self-important leader interfering, he was utterly annoyed. Moreover, he knew Pharenius very well. This man was already infamous within the National Council. He stole credit from his subordinates, abused new recruits, and was known for his dirty tricks in the power struggles of the National Council. This time, dragging Wilhelm into it was merely a ploy to get Wilhelm to do his bidding, so he could reap the benefits. Wilhelm thought to himself, if someone is bad, no matter how strong they are, it's useless. Following someone like Pharenius will only lead to bad results. He was a seasoned undercover agent. Self-preservation was a must. He understood these simple yet practical principles better than anyone. So, after Pharenius and Cavill started fighting, Wilhelm decided to watch the show. Just as Wilhelm was secretly resolving to stay far away from the abyss of power struggles, another veritable pit was already prepared for him. Lin Ming had not only dug the pit but also planted slime mold and slippery mycelium inside. After setting up the trap, Lin Ming was quite satisfied, so he prepared one for each of the soldiers, including Pharenius. Now, beneath their feet was a large swamp of mycelium. Lin Ming reinforced the top of the trap with mycelium to prevent them from easily falling in. Such a large trap needed to be effective instantly. Otherwise, if one person fell in, everyone else would run away, and all their efforts would be wasted. After completing everything, Lin Ming instantly removed the mycelium support from the ground. Wilhelm, who was still watching the scene with his arms crossed, didn't even realize what had happened before he sank into the ground, leaving only his head sticking out. The entire process was incredibly smooth, so much so that his posture, with his arms crossed, remained unchanged. A constant slicing sound filled the air around Wilhelm. Valens noticed the commotion and quickly turned to look, but saw no soldiers, only heads scattered across the ground. From a distance, it looked like a field of watermelons without leaves. Valens was about to speak when he felt his footing loosen. He raised his staff, a series of power-amplifying hand seals illuminating his right arm, and then forcefully swung it down. A deafening roar followed, shaking the ground for a considerable time. The massive shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust. Lin Ning surfaced, half his head above ground to assess the situation, only to find that phalanx had slammed a crater more than a person's depth into the ground. With this attack, Lin Ning's trap was destroyed, as the crater phalanx had created was larger than the one he had dug. Seeing his trap fail, Lin Ning revealed himself. Pharenius emerged step by step from the deep pit. He didn't go directly to Cabul and Lin Ning, but instead approached Wilhelm. Wilhelm's head was still the only part of his body sticking out, thanks to the slime mold Lin Ning had set up. He was immobilized like a mouse caught in a sticky trap. "What are you doing?" Pharenius demanded. Pharenius knew Wilhelm's strength, and he could see that Wilhelm was blatantly slacking off. Wilhelm wasn't afraid of him. Although they were both from the National Council, they belonged to two different factions, so they already disliked each other. "What am I doing? I was afraid that acting rashly would affect our valiant priest, Lord Pharenius. I was just cheering you on, didn't you hear me?" Pharenius naturally sensed the sarcasm in the words, his expression instantly turning ferocious. He raised his right leg backward, assuming a soccer shooting stance, and kicked towards Wilhelm's head. Although Wilhelm couldn't move his entire body, it didn't mean he couldn't use magic. Instant teleportation barrier. Pharenius watched his foot, about to kick Wilhelm's head, when suddenly he realized he had been moved back a bit. Teleportation? Lin Ning keenly noticed Wilhelm's technique. His spell was the same as the barrier surrounding the prison, except that the prison barrier teleported to the center upon touching the outer edge, while this barrier teleported to a distant location upon touching the inner edge. Wilhelm scoffed disdainfully. "TCH, want to try and fight me? I may not be able to kill anyone, but since I got my mage badge, not a single person has been able to hurt me, you piece of trash." Hearing this, Pharenius' anger flared even more. Knowing he couldn't defeat Wilhelm, he suddenly turned and charged at one of the buried soldiers, kicking him in the head. With a soft thud, a splash of red blood splattered across the ground. After the kick, Pharenius looked satisfied, his face still smeared with red and white human tissue, and chuckled. Seeing this, Wilhelm gritted his teeth and forced out a vicious sentence. "Pharenius, you madman." Pharenius, with an overly excited expression, turned and pointed at Cabul and Lin Ning, saying, "All right, enough with the childish games and reminiscing. Hurry up and finish you two off. I deal with the disobedient traitor." As he spoke, Pharenius held his staff horizontally in front of him, then slowly released it. The staff simply floated horizontally in the air, and a magical seal gradually lit up around it. Pharenius looked at the staff, then at Cabul with a flippant gaze, and said in a maniacal tone, "I really wanted to leave you a whole corpse, string you on a flag, and take you back to show off, but it seems you won't get a whole corpse after all. You're actually quite handsome, haha, what a pity." Chapter 138. As soon as Pharenius finished speaking, he enhanced his physical body, and punched the seal in front of him. The fist struck the seal with a dull thud. The force of the punch was so great that Lin Ning felt the ground beneath his feet shake, and flocks of birds in the distant forest took flight in fright. Lin Ning and Cabul were both stunned by this scene. They didn't understand why this guy was attacking their seal. As the punch struck the seal, a similar yellow seal appeared on its back. A smile appeared on Pharenius' lips. Enhancement speed. Pharenius' punches suddenly accelerated, raining down on the seal. In just a few seconds, Lin Ning felt that dozens of punches of that force had been delivered, and with each punch, another layer of seal appeared. Cabul, unsure of his intentions, hesitated to approach. Lin Ning suddenly remembered the lessons Mei had given him, and his expression turned grim. He seemed to have guessed what the sign was. It was shock absorption. For a priest, shock absorption was a basic sign. A typical shock absorption sign could only absorb one impact before shattering, reflecting the force back, essentially a one-time protective shield. But now, before Pharenius, there were hundreds upon hundreds of signs that had absorbed the impact but remained intact. These signs almost overlapped, arranged extremely densely. Unless one was a practitioner of magic, they probably wouldn't be able to tell that it was actually a stack of hundreds of signs. Lin Ning knew that Pharenius' next attack would be extraordinary. Just as he was about to warn Cabul not to take it head-on, Pharenius raised his hand, grasped his staff, and pointed his index finger at Cabul. Secret technique, stabilized sign form. Protection, shock absorption. Protection, shock convergence. Sign reversal. Stable sign collapse. Secret technique, 100-layer array. Pharenius raised his finger and lightly flicked the first layer of the sign. The sign shattered like a thin ice shell, releasing the power of the punch it had absorbed. The following process could only be vaguely seen from a microscopic perspective. After the power absorbed by the first layer of the sign was released, the shockwave disintegrated the second layer. The force of the second punch combined with the first, breaking through the third layer. The speed at which the sign shattered and released power was extremely fast. Although the intricate principles were understood, visually, the signs only appeared to explode in an instant. As hundreds of layers of powerful magical seals were instantly detonated, a thunderous roar erupted before Pharenius. In an instant, the ground around the prison shook violently. The shockwave, a confluence of hundreds of punches, was released. Lin Ming sensed the danger and activated his Dynamax form at top speed, using his 10-meter-tall mycelial body to shield Caven and the others. However, under the impact, he couldn't maintain his form at all. His mycelium was torn apart, leaving only a small portion standing to defend. Cavill activated his aura armor, but he was still forced backward by the shockwave. Cavill was somewhat relieved that she hadn't rashly interrupted the spell. If she had closed the distance, Pharenius would have detonated the seal directly, and a close-range hit would likely have torn her flesh to shreds. Before the impact had even completely dissipated, Pharenius's pursuit had already caught up. Returned to first-class swimming fish, Cavill decided against continuing the direct confrontation and began guerrilla warfare. She constantly shifted her position, her movements as agile as if she were floating on the ground. Guerrilla warfare proved effective. The heavily armored Pharenius wasn't very mobile, he couldn't keep up with Cavill's speed, and could only observe carefully from his position, attacking when Cavill's movements faltered. Just as Pharenius was still staring intently at Cavill, he suddenly noticed a shadow moving overhead. He turned around and saw a gigantic giant. He himself didn't even reach the giant's calves. Lin Ming was a little annoyed. If it weren't for Caven, Yin Feng and the cat would probably be half dead from that attack. Lin Ming transformed his Dynamax right hand into a giant hammer formed of mycelium, and furiously swung it down at Pharenius's head. This hammer blow wasn't just a simple act of venting anger. Lin Ming already had a plan in mind. The most crucial thing right now was to wear down Pharenius's strength and patience as much as possible. Even the strongest person doesn't have unlimited stamina. Lin Ming was a master of attrition warfare. Even though he knew Pharenius had a protective sign, he still swung the hammer, which was taller than the prison wall, down relentlessly. Secret technique: giant mushroom hammer. To bolster its power, he even gave it a name on the spot. This hammer blow couldn't be dealt with by simple defensive spells. It was more worthwhile to shatter it directly than to simply block its impact. Pharenius, seeing the massive hammer hurtling towards his head, enhanced his physical body with several layers of reinforcement, then swung a punch upwards. This punch struck Lin Ming's mycelium hammer directly. His mycelium wasn't particularly strong to begin with, and this punch shattered most of the hammer. Lin Ming thought to himself, "You think that's all?" Although his right hand was shattered, his left hand was already on its way. Seeing one blow shattered only to be followed by another, Pharenius raised his hand and threw another punch. This punch also effectively shattered Lin Ming's arm, but while his left hand was broken, his right hand had already been repaired. This was an inspiration he gained from watching Cat and Xiaoyu exchange wild punches a few days ago. Left and right combos, invincible under heaven. Secret technique: giant mushroom chain hammer. Seeing Lin Ming gain the upper hand, Cavill also began searching for an opportunity, but Lin Ming's attack range was simply too vast. She couldn't find a chance to enter the fray. While Lin Ming's giant mushroom hammer was effective, it also took a toll. His Dynamax body began to shrink slowly as he absorbed nutrients from the surrounding soil, causing the ground where he stood to gradually turn sandy. Fortunately, Lin Ming noticed that Pharenius was starting to sweat. He changed from directly confronting the giant hammer to using stack spells to shatter the mycelium. But because of Lin Ming's high attack frequency, the intervals between attacks were only enough for Pharenius to stack the force of 5 or 6 punches at most. Will this ever end? Under Lin Ming's countless hammer blows, Pharenius finally couldn't take it anymore and began to curse. Heh, he's getting impatient. Lin Ming had been waiting for this moment. He swung his hammer again, and Pharenius, cursing under his breath, used another superimposed seal to shatter the mycelium. But this time, it was different from before. After the mycelium broke, Pharenius saw what looked like something furry falling towards his head. As the thing got closer, he realized it was a rabbit. A symmetrical, unassuming gray rabbit, its 4 paws outstretched as if in freefall. Chapter 139. Upon seeing the rabbit, Pharenius reflexively threw a punch, instantly blasting its fragile body into a cloud of blood mist. Pharenius initially thought the rabbit was just livestock that had infiltrated the battlefield, but unexpectedly, a semi-transparent sphere of light appeared where the rabbit's body had shattered. The sphere of light landed directly on Pharenius's head, seeping into his body like water absorbed by a sponge. After being absorbed by the light, Pharenius's body became motionless, like a golden sculpture. Seeing that his plan was progressing smoothly, Lin Ning made an attack gesture to Cavil. Cavil understood and rushed towards Pharenius, about to attack, when he saw Pharenius's head suddenly turn towards him. Mental strike? Binding? Why, within my body, say. Pharenius's words were broken and intermittent, his expression one of desperate struggle. Terrifying. Lin Ning's first reaction was one of astonishment at Pharenius's power. As a madman addicted to bullying the weak, Pharenius wouldn't tolerate anyone stronger than himself around him. His actions were incomprehensible and erratic. Perhaps it was precisely because of this kind of person that his soul strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. Lin Ning's original plan was to weaken Pharenius's physical and mental strength as much as possible, and when his will wavered, have Gus' soul possess him, completely controlling him from within, and then have Lin Ning and Cavil deliver the final blow. He initially wanted Gus' soul to use a soul swap, but Gus' soul argued that if one party died, the other would likely also be in grave danger, making it a losing proposition. Therefore, after careful consideration, he decided to have Gus' soul attempt a direct possession, controlling Pharenius's body. Gus' soul's possession was extremely unique, neither physical nor magical, so it should be able to penetrate the priest's defenses. Normally, after possessing someone, Gus' soul would suppress the original soul, but unexpectedly, Pharenius, even after being possessed, still retained a portion of his consciousness. Even so, Gus' soul completely controlled Pharenius's body. He only needed to keep Pharenius standing still, thus preventing Lin Ning from worrying about his attacks being countered. After confirming Cavil's position, Lin Ning shrunk the size of his hammer, aimed at Pharenius, and slammed it down. Completely immobilized, Pharenius could only watch Lin Ning's attack draw ever closer. To Lin Ning's surprise, there was no panic on Pharenius's face. Instead, a contemptuous smile appeared. Could Pharenius have another trump card? The moment this question arose in Lin Ning's mind, his hammer struck Pharenius's body. In an instant, a flash of golden light, like sparks flying from a hammer striking stone, and a dense, interconnected layer of magical seals instantly appeared around Pharenius's golden armor. Followed by, another sound like the tolling of a bell rang out. Sure enough, that absurdly powerful protection wasn't solely due to Pharenius's own magic, it also relied on the armor's inherent amplification. After withstanding the initial blow, the magical seals on the armor slowly dimmed again. Undeterred, Lin Ning struck again, but the result was the same. The seals withstood the attack completely. Get out of the way! I handle this! Cavil shouted at Lin Ning. Lin Ning quickly withdrew his hand, and Cavil, like an arrow launched from a bow, flashed to Pharenius's side. Golden light surged around Cavil, and using the momentum, he extended 2 fingers of his right hand, pointing directly at Pharenius's throat. However, Pharenius's armor was still automatically protecting him. If this continued, Cavil's fingers would be blocked directly in front of Pharenius. Just as Cavil was about to touch Pharenius, he stomped his foot on the ground, using the momentum to thrust his finger out. Cavil's attack was no less powerful than Lin Ning's previous strike. Although the attack was blocked by the magic seal, Cavil didn't hold back, but continued to break through. Mainichi-ryu penetration. Kuichi-ryu borrowing momentum coward. Come and see this. Yueshang-ryu erosion. Linked secret technique transformation of thorn punishment. A layer of black mist suddenly enveloped Cavil's arm. Upon touching Pharenius's magic seal, the mist began to erode it like living insects. In no time, a hole was gnawed into Pharenius's protective magic seal. Seeing the protection broken, Cavil stomped forward, intending to pierce Pharenius's throat. But to her utter surprise, Pharenius's pursuit of power had completely exceeded the comprehension of ordinary people. When Cavil's fingers touched Pharenius's skin, she was astonished to find that she couldn't pierce Pharenius's throat. Moreover, Pharenius's throat was glowing. It wasn't a sign from the armor, nor was it reflected sunlight. There was a sign inside Pharenius's throat. Cavil intended to continue her breakthrough using the moonlit flow technique, but Pharenius suddenly widened his eyes and kicked at her. Cavil was forced to change tactics. She hooked her fingers downwards, seizing Pharenius's breastplate, and pulled sharply backwards. With a tearing sound, the armor on Pharenius's chest was removed by Cavil. I am strong. Ha! Pharenius seemed to be desperately trying to regain control of his body. His expression constantly switched between calm and ferocity, but this wasn't the most astonishing part. Cavil removed Pharenius's breastplate, and Lin Ning saw the body beneath. He had been wondering why there was a tearing sound when the armor was removed, and now he knew the truth. Pharenius's armor was actually attached to his body with flesh and blood. There were 4 connection points on the breastplate, These points directly fused to Farlinius's body. The tearing sound had created 4 deep, bone-revealing craters in Farlinius's chest. But that wasn't all. Farlinius's body was covered in surgical and suture marks. There were hardly any intact patches of skin left. And what was most chilling was that Farlinius's internal organs were glowing. The light was also rhythmically and slightly moving. They were his internal organs. Farlinius had inscribed the priest's blessing spell directly onto his internal organs. Ha! Farlinius was still shouting intermittently. I am very strong. You can't hurt me in the slightest. Chapter 140. Lin Ming looked at Farlinius's body and felt a chill run down his spine. Even Cavil, seeing the scene, was filled with astonishment. Astonishment aside, the battle continued. Simply controlling the body and removing a piece of armor wasn't enough to secure victory. Knowing that Farlinius also had internal protection, Cavil decided to test its strength first. Wind Melody Flow beat. Cavil flicked his finger, and an extremely thin wind bullet, with a whistling sound, flew towards Farlinius's chest. As Cavil had expected, the wind bullet did cause Farlinius some damage, but only superficial wounds. Farlinius now looked utterly pathetic. His body was controlled, his armor stripped off, and blood continued to flow from the wound on his chest. Cavil looked at Farlinius, took a deep breath, and assumed a fighting stance. Wind Song, Return 1, Zheng Yi, Moonlit Flower, Cavil. Upon hearing this, Farlinius paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. The laughter sounded like it was tearing his own throat apart. Although his body was still immobile, Farlinius forcibly maintained his consciousness. After a burst of laughter, Farlinius suddenly calmed down and responded to Cavil, National Council, Young-level priest, Farlinius. Please. Please. Cavil suddenly looked up and roared at the sky, then stomped his foot on the ground, creating a deep crater. Cavil's expression gradually became ferocious, his eyes bloodshot, his hands hanging limply in front of him. His previous composure was completely gone. He now resembled a wild beast. At this moment, Cavil suddenly remembered his master's words. It's best not to use self-destructive tactics like this. It's not worth the risk. The then young Cavil casually asked, then when should I use it? That depends on the opponent. Is it worth risking your life for? As long as you think it's worth it. So is it worth it now? Of course it is. Masano Ryu's secret technique modified residual chi flows through blood. Seeing Cavil's appearance, Lin Ming instinctively took a step back, every mycelium on his body seemingly telling him not to approach. Returned to first-class secret technique flash before Lin Ming could even react to what was happening. Cavil had vanished from her spot and appeared before Farlinius almost simultaneously. What followed was beyond the scope of battle in Lin Ming's opinion. Cavil was like a wild beast frantically tearing at its prey's belly. Her attack speed was so fast that Lin Ming couldn't even see her position, only judging the frequency of her attacks by sound. Farlinius frantically stacked various protective hand seals in front of him. But while the seals could mitigate the damage, they couldn't offset the impact of Cavil's attack. Cavil landed on his feet and delivered a surprisingly powerful spitting kick, sending the heavily armored Farlinius flying. Before Farlinius even landed, Cavil had already given chase, unleashing another whirlwind of illogical attacks. With each of Cavil's attacks, blood began to gush from the point of their clash. But it wasn't just Farlinius's blood, it was also Cavil's. Even a layman could see that Cavil's incredibly powerful attacks were achieved by overdrawing his body. Blood trickled from Cavil's mouth. Farlinius's magical seals were beginning to dim under this onslaught. Cavil's attacks were now focused on Farlinius's least protected areas, his head and chest. Lin Ming had lost count of how long they had fought. He only knew that the ground in front of the prison was like it had been bombed. Not a single patch of grass remained. Finally, Lin Ming heard the sounds in the distance cease. As the dust settled, Cavil's figure appeared before Lin Ming. Cavil stood still, one hand gripping Farlinius's neck, the other piercing Farlinius's chest. Both men's blood flowed onto the ground, displaying the same shade of red. It was over. Farlinius, still brimming with anger, chuckled and asked Cavil in his usual flippant tone, "How about it? Are you happy now?" Blood trickled from the corners of Cavil's mouth and eyes. She looked at Farlinius and slowly shook her head. Farlinius seemed surprised by Cavil's negative answer. In his mind, ultimate happiness meant victory, the slaughter of the weak, and the crushing of the opponent by any means necessary. But Cavil said that defeating him didn't make her happy. Farlinius was extremely dissatisfied with Cavil's behavior after defeating him. He felt that Cavil should be laughing wildly, whipping his corpse, and flaunting his strength everywhere. Having clearly defeated him, how could he not feel pleasure? I don't believe you. Liar. Farlinius uttered these words before stopping breathing. Cavil tossed his corpse aside and stood there for a long time. Her hair, face, and clothes were covered in blood. But she couldn't tell whose blood it was. The forced, exhausting fighting style had left every muscle in her body aching as if it were being torn apart. She had been on the battlefield before. She had demolished a city wall with her bare hands, but even then, she hadn't felt this exhausted. She felt her legs were almost numb, perhaps they were broken. Cavil felt herself lose her balance and slowly leaned backward, but she didn't fall to the ground. Instead, she lay on something soft and yielding. It was Lin Ming's mycelium. Gu's soul had also detached from Pharenius's body and drifted away to find a new body. Lin Ming used the mycelium to drag Cavil back to the prison. Cavil's underlings, seeing their boss lying there covered in blood, all burst into tears. Boss! Boss! Boss, hang in there. Think of your husbands. Hearing the word husbands, Cavil suddenly opened her eyes and waved her hand to indicate she was all right. Although she had avenged herself, Cavil couldn't be happy. She knew that she had no chance of defeating Pharenius on her own. Thank you, Cavil said, looking at Lin Ming. No need for thanks. You rest first. I go check on Caven and the others. Lin Ming turned to leave. Cavil watched Lin Ming's retreating figure, then suddenly forced herself to sit up and asked, really not going to consider being my husband? Lin Ming didn't turn around, but simply shook his head. Cavil then lay back down as if deflated. Lin Ming was about to go find Caven and the others, when he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten someone. He hurried back to the now chaotic clearing. In the distance, a head with a mournful expression was still shouting energetically, "Hey! Is anyone going to help me? Huh? Why did you leave after you finished fighting? Help! There are so many bugs, they're disgusting. Ugh, my nose is so itchy." Lin Ming looked at Wilhelm, who seemed quite energetic. He thought, why not just bury him like this, plant one Wilhelm this year, harvest a bunch of Wilhelms next year, wouldn't that be wonderful? Chapter 141. It's time to connect the dots. Spiders, ghosts, mushrooms, the National Council, Sterlowa, Maureen, and Pharenius's human modification. Aren't you going to dig me out first? Wilhelm looked at Lin Ming, who stood before him lost in thought, his tone quite displeased. I can dig you out, but you have to answer my questions. Wilhelm sighed and said, I roughly know what you're going to ask, but I think it's better not to know those things. Lin Ming gave a helpless grin. Anyway, he already knew what he should and shouldn't know, so what difference would it make? Besides, he was one of the people who killed Pharenius, and he and the National Council were already irreconcilable enemies. He didn't care about adding more charges. Lin Ming hesitated, feeling that Wilhelm wouldn't honestly tell him everything. Well then, I have a suggestion. Lin Ming squatted down, looking at Wilhelm's face, and said, I don't believe you tell me the whole truth, because you're from the National Council, and I already know how they operate. If you tell me the truth, you most likely be silenced. Wilhelm didn't say anything. Seeing that he acquiesced, Lin Ming turned and left. A moment later, he returned with someone. To be precise, he brought a cat. Lin Ming looked at the cat, then at Wilhelm, and asked with a cheeky grin, Old Wilhelm, how's your sleep lately? Wilhelm didn't immediately understand what Lin Ming meant, and mumbled, It's all right. Excessive sleep. The next second, he fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Wilhelm, who was already snoring, Lin Ming patted Qiu Dong's shoulder. Dream Cat. Half an hour later, Qiu Dong emerged from the Dream Cat, panting, and Wilhelm also woke up. Lin Ming took Qiu Dong to a slightly farther place. He needed Qiu Dong to recount in detail what information he had obtained in Wilhelm's dream. As Qiu Dong recounted, Lin Ming's brows furrowed more and more deeply. The National Council was indeed continuously implementing human modification, but unfortunately, Wilhelm belonged to the intelligence gathering department and didn't have much interaction with these projects. However, in Wilhelm's dream, Qiu Dong learned of a very strange name, the Human Preservation Project. Preservation meant extinction. Wilhelm didn't know the specific implementation details of this project, but he knew its original purpose, to make humanity eligible to continue existing in the world. The plan included human mechanization, immortality research, human-demon hybridization, research on human-demon hybrid survival, soul preservation research, soul transplantation research. That was all the information Qiu Dong had gathered. Human preservation. Lin Ming first dismissed Qiu Dong, then quietly squatted on the ground, his mind rapidly processing all the information. Humans, demon races, the future, the apocalypse. The word preservation was like a thin thread, stringing together all the intelligence he had gathered over this period. The resurrected spider demon god. the ghost lord who could exist in a simple soul form. It's also possible that Lin Ming himself is the ultimate culprit of the apocalypse. But that doesn't make sense. The National Council has never truly used Arns, so how did they know he might be responsible for the world's destruction? Could it be? Even the spider is hiding something. It's dark now. Inside the prison, a few lights are lit, perhaps by Caven and his group, or perhaps by other prisoners who haven't left yet. Valinius's body remains in its place. Several crows have landed beside it, pecking at his armor with their beaks, making a thumping sound. Lin Ming sits on the ground, feeling an unusual quietness around him. He sighs, loosens his braid, and lets his hair down, trying to make himself more comfortable. The white ends of his hair flutter in the wind, particularly noticeable in the darkness. He looks at Wilhelm in the distance, deciding to have a talk with this guy. A serious talk. Lin Ming approached Wilhelm once more. Wilhelm looked surprised to see Lin Ming with his hair down. He's actually quite handsome. Shut up. Lin Ming placed his hand on the ground, activating the mycelium underground to slowly lift Wilhelm up. Wilhelm thought he was finally going to be released and happily shook his head. But then he realized that Lin Ming had only dug him out halfway. Then Lin Ming sat down, making Wilhelm, now half exposed, the same height as him sitting up. Wilhelm was about to complain when Lin Ming asked him a question. Why are humans in such a hurry? Wilhelm, who had been tidying his now dirty clothes, stopped what he was doing, looked directly into Lin Ming's eyes, and replied, You should be able to guess. Because of the Lord of Man? Yes, but not entirely. Has humanity always been like this? No, before the appearance of the demon gods, everything was still farming, herding, commerce, and performing arts. I knew it. Wilhelm looked at Lin Ming, and suddenly said something Lin Ming hadn't expected. You don't seem like a demon god. Huh? Lin Ming didn't immediately understand Wilhelm's meaning. Wilhelm stopped looking into Lin Ming's eyes, and looked up at the stars, adding, You must know quite a few demon gods. Haven't you noticed that they all share a common trait in their personalities? Lin Ming had actually noticed it long ago. Caven, wolves and crows, cats, fish, butterflies, rabbits, demons. The demon gods are all very simple. The straightforward, almost naive, Caven, the wolf and crow, enduring endless humiliation yet simply venting their anger before self-destructing, the cat content with just eating and sleeping, the single-minded fish, the butterfly agonizing over even turning left or right, the landlady who possesses spatial magic but only uses it to run a tavern, the ghost happy possessing animals. Demons, mostly unrelated to words like scheme, cunning, or ambition. But Lin Ming, clearly, thinks more, worries more, and has more reservations than the other innocent cuties. Lin Ming replied helplessly, I'm probably a little more complicated. Wilhelm whistled lightly upon hearing this. You really are different. If it were you, I might understand. Understand what? Wilhelm casually picked up a twig, stuck it in the ground, and chanted 4 words as if reciting a spell. The will of God. Chapter 142. God's intentions? God? Yes, God. This God. Wilhelm tried hard to pull himself away, but failed after a long struggle. You just had that cat-eared guy steal my information, right? Yes. Then it seems this part wasn't read. Indeed, the cat hadn't told him anything about this God. It's also possible the cat actually saw this information, but its mind couldn't comprehend it, so it didn't relay it to Lin Ming. Speaking of God, the first thing Lin Ming thought of was the light that his grandmother often mentioned. Seeing that Lin Ming didn't understand, Wilhelm asked a question. If you were the God who created the world, how would you view it now? Lin Ming thought for a moment and answered with 2 words. Chaos. That's right. Wilhelm acknowledged Lin Ming's answer and continued, chaos, and unnecessary chaos at that. The appearance of the demon gods has thrown the world into chaos. Some say the demon gods are a natural product. Some say they are alien species. But ultimately, the biggest impact of the demon god's appearance on humanity is that it has caused humanity to lose its self-confidence. Speaking of human self-confidence, Lin Ming thought of someone. Karen. That martial saint who carried a large bundle of weapons and wandered alone. She seemed to have mentioned something about human glory. So? Lin Ming tentatively asked, so, do humans believe they will be the ones to be purged by the gods? Wilhelm was utterly astonished by Lin Ming's answer. You really are very clever. Lin Ming ignored his flattery and continued to press. But even if a demon god appears, it doesn't necessarily mean humanity will be destroyed, right? This kind of reasoning is baseless. Wilhelm chuckled, his expression full of helplessness. There is a basis, of course. What is it? The current humans are not the first generation of rulers of this world, and the previous generation of humans was eliminated by the so-called gods. Moreover, the history of the previous generation still remains in this world. And then? Lin Ning couldn't hide his surprise, and was about to continue asking, but Wilhelm shrugged and curled his lip. And then I don't know. TSK. Lin Ning wanted to bury him back in his grave. Seeing Lin Ning's disbelief, Wilhelm quickly explained, I truly don't know the rest. Even this took me a great deal of effort to hear. I already done more than enough by telling you this. Lin Ning didn't entirely believe Wilhelm's words. If what he said was true, then the situation was far beyond his imagination. The will of God was dissatisfied with the current situation and wanted to purge humanity. Or perhaps not purge, but some kind of test. The goal was to achieve a certain balance, breaking the current situation where humanity held absolute power. Thus, the demon gods were born. Clearly, the power represented by the demon gods was that of natural species, that is, the evolution of this world itself. In the eyes of humanity, the demon gods were suddenly appearing anomalies. In the world's eyes, humanity might be the most glaringly outcast heretic. Wilhelm, brushing off the nearly dried mud from his clothes, gestured with his eyes towards the distant corpse of Farinius. That's a manifestation of humanity's struggle under this ideology. Lin Ning bit his lip. There were still things he didn't understand, but he felt he wouldn't get any answers from Wilhelm alone. Lin Ning's biggest question was why humans believed in the existence of the will of God. In his understanding, such revolutionary knowledge could only be accepted if people saw evidence. That is, what Wilhelm had just mentioned, the history of the previous generation. Moreover, this evidence wasn't solely held by the National Council. The mastermind behind Sterloa must have also witnessed this evidence and accepted this hypothesis. Lin Ning looked again at Farinius's corpse. The crows had found a spot not covered by the armor, and were feasting on it. So, faced with this situation, humanity's chosen path was resistance. Since the gods will one day destroy me, I will relentlessly strive to become stronger, hoping to have the power to fight them at the final moment of judgment. This is humanity. Lin Ning watched Farinius being pecked at by crows, then threw a stone at him. The crows scattered in fright, but soon returned. Just as Wilhelm was struggling to climb out of the pit, a small figure suddenly emerged from the prison. It was Xiaoyu, the puppet of the butterfly demon god. Lin Ning watched Xiaoyu approach, noticing a difference in her expression. After observing her for a moment, he suddenly realized, Gus Soul? Hee, exactly. The Lord of the Ghosts needs a host, and he previously stated he disliked possessing human bodies. Now it seems Xiaoyu is the most suitable host for him. Won't Butterfly have any objections to you possessing Xiaoyu? I'm not staying here all the time, just borrowing it for a bit. By the way, this body is quite powerful, look. The Lord of the Ghosts said, holding his head in both hands, then with a forceful pop, ripped his head off. Seeing this decapitation technique, Lin Ning and Wilhelm both shuddered. Xiaoyu's head and body weren't completely separated. A very unsettling-looking tube connected her head and neck. Lin Ning suddenly became curious. So, this puppet is actually a living being? The ghost nodded, saying, indeed, although the structure is different, this puppet is indeed a living being, not a machine. Lin Ning thought to himself, it's rare to see a living being so readily available with its head severed. By the way, what did you want? Oh, we're eating roast lamb. Kaven said it's not good without vegetables, so she asked me to come over. Seriously? Lin Ning was filled with resentment. Eating meat without asking me, and now she wants me to go get more vegetables. I'm here painstakingly contemplating the survival of humanity, and you guys are happily making your own lamb sausages. As he was thinking this, he smelled the aroma of roast meat wafting over. In that instant, Lin Ning suddenly felt that the world state didn't seem so important anymore. Lin Ning turned to look at Wilhelm, who gave him an expectant look. After much deliberation, Lin Ning dug Wilhelm out of the ground. Wilhelm was about to shout hooray, when Lin Ning slapped him on the head. Huh? Wilhelm hadn't even realized what had happened, only feeling his body momentarily disobey him. I see. Wilhelm understood. Lin Ning had left mycelium on his body. If he disobeyed, Lin Ning would kill him, and he wouldn't even have a chance to struggle. Come on, I can give you some scraps of meat. Lin Ning gestured for Wilhelm to come with them, and Wilhelm's face lit up instantly. Can I have a sheep's brain? You have a heavy palate. That stuff smells delicious, don't waste it. Ah, you probably won't get to eat sheep's brain. Why? Because the sheep they ate was probably the one Cavil blew in the head, its brain flew off. Chapter 143. When Lin Ning returned to the prison, a group of people were sitting in a circle, eating heartily. The one eating the most was Cavil, who had devoured an entire leg of lamb and was gnawing on it with gusto. Seeing her enjoying herself so much, Lin Ning was relieved. It seemed her injuries weren't serious. Lin Ning also sat down and first pulled out a large pile of mushrooms to give everyone an extra treat. Yin Feng noticed Wilhelm had also come over, and a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. Lin Ning remained silent and began to demonstrate his superb mushroom grilling skills. Lin Ning didn't intend to tell Yin Feng everything Wilhelm had told him. These things were too bizarre. Lin Ning hadn't yet sorted out his own thoughts, and telling others would only add to his troubles. The problem was his next target. They had found the spider demon god and, by chance, met the Lord of the Ghosts. Although the journey had been somewhat bumpy, they had achieved their initial goal of leaving the Assassin's Guild. Now, even if Lin Ning didn't want to go back, he had to send Yin Feng back first. They had been gone for so long, and many significant events had occurred recently that could affect the situation between the Assassin's Guild and the National Council. They should go back and take a look. After confirming the return trip to the Assassin's Guild with Yin Feng, Lin Ning asked Gus Sol curiously, "Where are you going? Are you planning to travel on your own? Come with us, or perhaps use Xiao Yu's body to follow He-Shi?" Gus Sol seemed troubled. As a newly awakened demon god, he didn't know what to do. Of everyone present, Lin Ning was only concerned about Gus Sol's whereabouts, because he was in great danger. The National Council had suffered a setback at the Marin Cave prison, losing a young-level priest like Ferencius. They wouldn't let it go easily. They already paid such a high price against the Lord of the Ghosts. There was no reason for them to stop now. "Hey! By the way, what's your rank?" Cavill asked Wilhelm, his words muffled by his mouth. Hearing Cavill's question, Lin Ning also became curious. Wilhelm was different from Nazi of the Assassin's Guild. While Nazi also possessed teleportation magic, he was also a formidable assassin. Wilhelm, however, knew nothing beyond his own barrier magic. Hearing Cavill ask about his rank, Wilhelm chuckled. I'm a candle level." "Huh?" Lin Ning made no attempt to hide his surprise. Candle? He hadn't seen this rank much since arriving in this world. Theoretically, with just a little learning of spells, one should be able to directly break through to this lowest level. "Why? Although you don't have much offensive power, you don't seem that weak either," Lin Ning pressed. "It's not a matter of strength or weakness. My spells are quite special among mages, so they don't apply to regular ranking exams. Besides, I'm too lazy to deliberately take exams to improve my level. Staying at the candle level is fine." "Exams?" Cavill asked Wilhelm curiously, crunching on a lamb bone. "Yes, exams. When a mage or priest feels their strength and knowledge have reached a certain level, they can apply for an upgrade exam. After passing the exam, they can obtain the corresponding ranking." Wilhelm said this with a look of disdain. Although there are exams, the ranking assessments in recent years have become increasingly worthless. Some examiners even use their positions to extort money. They take bribes from candidates and then classify many mages and priests who don't actually possess yang-level strength as yang-level, allowing them to use this ranking to flaunt their abilities. So, the current ranking of mages and priests is a joke. "I see. Now that's explained it," Lin Ning understands. In the world he had lived in before, this phenomenon was commonplace. "Xiao Yi, what about you? Where are you planning to go?" "Me? Since things have come to this, I decided to go back to my hometown for a visit." "Cavill, what about you?" I plan to go to my husband's place, which is the closest to here. It's been so long since we've seen each other, we should get together." Before Lin Ning could ask, He-Shi volunteered. "I plan to go with Xiao Yi first. I know people in her hometown too." Seeing that everyone had their own plans, Lin Ning finally turned his gaze to Wilhelm. Wilhelm was enjoying a mushroom. "Are you going back to the National Academy?" Wilhelm shook his head vigorously at this question. "I'm not going back, and I can't go back anyway. I only started doing intelligence work because I didn't like staying in the National Council. Now that the mission has gone wrong, if I go back, I'd likely be accused of some strange crimes. I better find somewhere to lay low for now." Since everyone had somewhere to go, this meal was essentially a farewell dinner. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone rested. Cavill fell asleep immediately after eating, while Wilhelm seemed to be deep in thought, lost in thought. Xiao Yi and Qiu Dong played around for a while, then went to sleep. Lin Ning also laid down, his mind racing with thoughts of his time in prison. Suddenly, something that had been bothering him from the beginning came to mind. While setting up mycelium near Marin Cave prison, Lin Ning discovered a strange space underground. It seemed to be a basement, But Lin Ming's mycelium couldn't find any entrance or exit. The space seemed deliberately concealed. Thinking about this, Lin Ming couldn't sleep at all. He was very curious about what was in that space. Was it a secret torture chamber? A tomb? Or a treasure trove? Thinking of a treasure trove, Lin Ming sat up abruptly, intending to explore the place alone. But just as he sat up, he saw Wilhelm also sit up. Yin Feng, who was on lookout duty, looked at the two of them, completely puzzled. What? You two going on a date in the middle of the night? I'm going to pee, Wilhelm said, dashing out in a flash. Lin Ming noticed that he was heading in the direction of the underground space. Good lad, so you knew too. I'm going to pee too. Lin Ming was about to do the same when Yin Feng stopped him. Put everything else aside. Do you need to pee? Yeah, I guess I do. After all, when I'm in human form, I still have the pee equipment. Alright, go ahead. Having received permission, Lin Ming quickly chased after Wilhelm. Wilhelm had been lying low in prison for a long time. If there were any secrets in the prison, he should know them best. Just as Lin Ming tiptoed after Wilhelm, Yin Feng also stood up and followed. Yin Feng wasn't stupid. He could tell at a glance that these two were definitely up to something. Under the moonlight, the three of them followed one another, sneaking and furtively making their way deeper into the prison. Chapter 144. Lin Ming followed Wilhelm and discovered that the man wasn't heading to the underground space he sensed, but rather to a place that appeared to be a library. Wilhelm arrived, looked around, and began tapping on the walls behind the bookshelves. After tapping for a while, he finally discovered that one wall was empty. Next, Wilhelm began feeling around on the walls, muttering, "This should be it. A secret door. A secret door. Oh, I got it." Suddenly, Wilhelm placed his hand on a brick and pushed hard, and a door, just large enough for one person to pass through, creaked open. Wilhelm, seeing the secret door open, looked smug. Lin Ming discovered that behind that door was an archive room. Wilhelm entered the archive room and began searching through it. The files all looked very old. Some had yellowed paper that was brittle, suggesting they might be a century old. Wilhelm flipped through the books for a while, then suddenly picked up one and examined it closely. After a while, he looked puzzled and glanced down at his feet. This glance confirmed Lin Ming's suspicions. This prison did indeed hide something. Wilhelm likely only knew the prison held a secret, but not what it was, while Lin Ming had already used his mycelium to pinpoint the location of that secret. That space was directly beneath this archive room. Moreover, that space had no connection to the ground. To reach it, one would have to dig. Wilhelm closed the file, frowned at the ground, and muttered to himself, "Too late." Too late? Wilhelm looked at the ground, then at the archives, seemingly making a crucial decision. Finally, Wilhelm sighed deeply, and pulled something from his pocket. A match. Wilhelm struck the match with a hiss, about to toss it onto the files, when he suddenly found himself unable to move. Lin Ming emerged from the shadows, stood before him, and extinguished the match. Wilhelm looked at Lin Ming, not particularly surprised, but rather smiled. Lin Ming was somewhat taken aback by his smile. "What? Was this part of your plan?" "Not at all. I'm just glad it was you who came." "What's down there?" Lin Ming asked directly. "It's the past." Wilhelm looked at Lin Ming and suddenly asked a tricky question. "What is your stance?" "Standard?" Wilhelm nodded. "You mean the stance of someone of the demon god race?" "No, it's the stance of someone who is a member of this world. If one day that so-called god were to exterminate humanity, would you help the god, help humanity, or stand idly by?" Lin Ming pondered for a moment, not answering directly, but throwing the question back. "And what stance do you and your match stand on?" Wilhelm looked at the now extinguished match in his hand and replied, "My stance is for humanity, but I don't want to acknowledge the existence of a god. But since the concept of God's will is circulating throughout the continent, it must have some basis." Lin Ming paused, then suddenly pointed to his feet, as if in a flash of realization, and asked, "Could it be down here?" Wilhelm nodded. Down here was the evidence. Lin Ming then asked another question that concerned him. "Why tonight?" Wilhelm's whereabouts puzzled him. If he wanted to keep this secret to himself, he could have waited until everyone had left tomorrow, but he stubbornly chose to act tonight, risking discovery. Tomorrow, this place will be taken over. Take over? By whom? The National Council is currently stationed not far from here. As soon as you leave, this place will be directly occupied. Why don't they attack? Is that even a question? Because they can't win. Pharenius is already considered an extremely powerful figure in the National Council. If they can't assign combat power of equal caliber, Even a direct assault would just be suicide. Hearing this, Lin Ming understood. Once they leave, the National Council will take over the prison. Wilhelm, as the only person in the prison currently who knows about this archive, only has two choices. Either risk being discovered by Lin Ming and his group to explore the archive, or simply abandon the archive and hand it over to the National Council. Between Lin Ming and the National Council, Wilhelm chose Lin Ming. Lin Ming reached out and took the document from Wilhelm's person and began to read it. To Lin Ming's surprise, the document turned out to be a long poem, the contents of which were quite obscure and difficult to understand. What is this about? It's about the extinction of humanity in its previous life. Wilhelm looked at Lin Ming with an expression that said, "Has this kid never been to school?" Lin Ming closed the document, squatted down, and placed his hands on the ground. "You just said you don't want to acknowledge the existence of God. So if God really exists, what would happen? Human society would collapse. Perhaps even without the so-called God's intervention, simply spreading the shadow of fear would be enough for humanity to self-destruct." I see. So you want to destroy these things that might be evidence, right? Exactly. Then I can't grant your wish. Wilhelm hadn't yet understood what Lin Ming meant when he saw Lin Ming place both hands on the ground, grinning mischievously, and say, "I'm quite good at digging holes." As Lin Ming's mycelium seeped in, a hole began to appear in the ground. Lin Ming continued to dig with the mycelium, and the hole slowly grew larger, eventually becoming large enough for a person to pass through. Lin Ming's mycelium had reached the space. He discovered that there was a wall structure around it. He explored the area, finding some loose spots, and dug a hole in the wall. Lin Ming continued expanding the tunnel, eventually connecting the space to the surface. He even reinforced the soil with mycelium to prevent collapse. "Can I borrow a light?" Lin Ming casually asked Wilhelm for a match, but when he turned around, he saw Wilhelm's face change color. Scared? Wilhelm shook his head, then nodded. He wasn't afraid of entering this strange underground space. He was afraid of the truth that might exist inside. Lin Ming ignored Wilhelm and decided to go down and check it out himself. He struck a match, grabbed a piece of wood and some old clothes, made a makeshift torch, and after confirming there were no traps, Lin Ming went inside. Before Lin Ming entered, he had considered many possibilities regarding the previous ruler, but upon entering the space, he was greeted by a wall covered in murals. Lin Ming raised his torch, trying to decipher the murals, but when he saw what they depicted, he froze. He had assumed that the previous ruler, destroyed by the gods, would be a species indistinguishable from humans. However, the former ruler before him, the one who had built a glorious empire in the world, was depicted as extremely grotesque and terrifying. Moreover, this former ruler still existed in the world today. The main subject of the mural was a spider. This meant that this life was the human era, and the previous life was the spider era. Chapter 145. Although the murals appeared to have aged considerably, with some parts blurred, Lin Ming was intimately familiar with the eight-legged figure. Lin Ming brought his torch closer to one of the murals, trying to decipher its contents. It depicted what seemed to be a sacrificial ritual. On a high platform, various offerings were laid out, surrounded by a circle of spiders. Lin Ming took a step forward, arriving at the next mural. The second mural featured a massive spider with radiating lines around it, presumably indicating that the spider was emitting light. Lin Ming lowered the torch and discovered that beneath the large spider, many smaller spiders were clustered together, seemingly in worship. Several murals in the middle were so dilapidated that they were unrecognizable. Lin Ming examined them piece by piece, and at the very end, he saw a mural that he found somewhat incomprehensible. That painting depicted severed limbs, scattered legs, and fragmented heads and bodies. Lin Ming looked back and compared the scattered spiders, discovering that this one was the same as the enormous spider from before. Their patterns and details were completely identical. Lin Ming reached out to wipe away the dust from the unrecognizable murals, but as soon as his hand touched them, he found they were already crumbling, peeling off piece by piece with the slightest touch. Lin Ming quickly withdrew his hand. It seemed these murals were only meant for one use. Even if he wanted to protect them, it was too late. Continuing forward, he had almost circled the entire underground space. Aside from a few completely illegible murals, piecing together the content of the murals revealed a story of a spider race's rise and fall. Just like in many ancient myths, it triggered divine wrath and was utterly destroyed by disasters like meteorites, volcanoes, and floods. But what Lin Ming found strange was the enormous spider. That figure looked very much like the ruler of the spider race. Lin Ming wondered if he could speculate that it was a being similar to a demon god within the spider race. At the end, Lin Ming discovered that the story concluded with some members of the spider race placing the fragmented spider body into something resembling a coffin, sealing it away, and burying it deep underground. Wait, deep underground? Since entering this space, Lin Ming had been carefully tracing the walls to see the murals clearly. Just as he was about to turn around to see what the central part of the space looked like, he felt his foot touch something. He moved the torch down, and what he saw made his hair stand on end. It was the corpse of a spider, over a meter wide. Ugh! Lin Ming gritted his teeth, trying not to let out a loud cry. He had just looked away when he felt something was off. This underground space, judging from its current state, must have been at least 1,000 or 800 years old. How could a spider's corpse be so intact? Filled with doubt, Lin Ming mustered his courage and looked down again, only to discover that it wasn't a corpse at all, but a stone sculpture of a spider. Lin Ming bent down, holding a torch, and examined the area from all sides, finding many more such stone sculptures on the ground. These spider sculptures were exquisitely crafted, almost indistinguishable from real spiders. Lin Ming continued examining them, bent over, completely absorbed, when suddenly his head bumped into a very solid wall. Lin Ming thought he had reached the end, but when he looked up, he found himself facing a gigantic box. Or rather, a gigantic coffin. Thinking back to the events depicted in the mural, Lin Ming felt a tightness in his throat and unconsciously swallowed. This coffin might contain the giant spider buried deep within. But something wasn't right. According to the mural, this giant coffin should be buried very, very deep, but Lin Ming had only dug less than 10 meters down. Although 10 meters wasn't shallow, it was still far from the scale depicted in the mural. Lin Ming went back to look at the mural again, and discovered that the burial site in the mural was a flat area. But the current Marin Cave prison was surrounded by mountains. Had an earthquake altered the terrain? Or was someone driven by obsession, relentlessly digging, sparing no effort or time, even to the point of changing the landscape, just to bring this coffin back to light? Lin Ming stared at the enormous coffin, lost in thought. Just then, his torch was almost burned out. Lin Ming didn't want to leave the tomb at this crucial moment, so he simply added some mycelium to the torch. Although the smell was a bit strange, at least it wouldn't plunge him into complete darkness. Lin Ming circled the coffin, and noticed some markings on it. These markings were different from the murals. They looked like some kind of writing. Spiders? As he intently studied the scribbled characters, he suddenly heard other voices behind him. Lin Ming turned around in alarm, and found Yin Feng standing in front of him. Yin Feng was also holding a torch, intently studying the murals. Why are you here? Lin Ming assumed only he and Wilhelm knew about this place. He hadn't expected Yin Feng to follow. You two were acting suspiciously. I guessed you had something on your mind. But I didn't expect. Yin Feng stared at the murals, becoming increasingly absorbed. I said? This place. Lin Ming was about to ask Yin Feng if he had heard of any records about spiders here, when Yin Feng raised his hand to interrupt him. Wait a minute, something's not right. What's wrong? This spider, after it broke apart, why does it only have 7 legs? Huh? Hearing Yin Feng's words, Lin Ming leaned closer to examine the mural again, and found it was indeed as Yin Feng said. The seemingly enormous spider initially had 8 legs, but before being placed in the coffin, the fragments only had 7. Lin Ming and Yin Feng simultaneously glanced back at the coffin, then exchanged a look. They were both pondering the same question. Should they open the coffin? Lin Ming stared at the stone coffin and asked Yin Feng, "You know what all this means, right?" Yin Feng nodded. "I know. Wilhelm told me something when he saw me insisting on coming down." Then, should we open it or not? Yin Feng remained silent for a long time before nodding to Lin Ming. Lin Ming placed his hand on the stone coffin and began to exert force. Ah! Yeah? Hey! The stone coffin didn't budge. I refused to believe it. Lin Ming observed the surroundings and decided to first let the mycelium seep into the cracks of the stone coffin, then use the force of the expanding mycelium to prop open the cracks in the coffin lid, and then try to move the lid. Lin Ming had just made up his mind and hadn't even started to act when he heard a rustling sound coming from above. At the same time, Wilhelm, who had been immobilized, suddenly screamed like a banshee, "Help! Come out! Quick! Come out! Let me go! Help!" Chapter 146. Hearing Wilhelm's shouts, Lin Ming was somewhat puzzled. Wilhelm possessed barrier magic. Theoretically, no one should be able to threaten his safety. Running out of the tomb with Yin Feng, they arrived at the archives on the surface. The scene that greeted Lin Ming sent chills down his spine. Spiders? Many spiders? The prison was swarming with spiders. Although Wilhelm had barrier magic, he couldn't withstand the mental attack of the spider swarm. He was already somewhat afraid of insects, and now, surrounded by this massive number of spiders, he was simply barely holding on to avoid fainting. Lin Ning looked at the spiders, grabbed Yin Feng, and used mycelium to form a giant hand, lifting Yin Feng into the air. He then used spores and mycelium to continuously block the spiders' advance. The spiders varied in size. Some were brightly colored, some were covered in fine down, some had long legs, and some were hanging from huge webs. Lin Ning even suspected that at this moment, every spider in the world was rushing towards them. He and Wilhelm could still hold off the spiders for now, but it seemed unlikely they could continue exploring the tomb chamber. Some spiders had already begun to swarm inside. Could it be some kind of protective mechanism? Looking at the dense swarm of spiders, Lin Ning decided to retreat. After all, these spiders might be poisonous. He, a mushroom, was fine, but if Yin Feng were bitten, he might die instantly. Go! Get out! Lin Ning shouted to Wilhelm. What's down there? Wilhelm asked. Why are you worrying about that now? Do you want to be eaten alive by spiders? Hearing Lin Ning's explanation, Wilhelm didn't press further. He calmed himself and expanded the barrier to a size large enough to encompass Lin Ning and Yin Feng. Seeing that Wilhelm could protect Yin Feng, Lin Ning glanced back at the tomb chamber. Protect him? What about you? Wilhelm asked Lin Ning with concern as he stabilized the barrier. Lin Ning turned back, facing the dark tomb chamber, and left Wilhelm with a sentence. I need to confirm the past of this world. Lin Ning had already devised a method to fight the spiders for control of the tomb chamber, but if he followed the plan, the tomb chamber would likely be lost. Lin Ning placed his hand on the ground and began continuously injecting mycelium into the tomb chamber. Although the spiders were also feeding on the mycelium, they were slowly becoming nutrients for it. Lin Ning planned to completely fill the tomb chamber with mycelium. The mycelium multiplied, and spiders were constantly being ensnared by it. The murals on the walls were already mangled beyond recognition by the spiders and the mycelium, but Lin Ning didn't stop. Nothing else mattered now. This tomb was destined to be ruined. The only important thing now was to ascertain the situation inside the stone coffin. While Lin Ning was still struggling with the spiders for space in the tomb, he suddenly sensed through the mycelium that the spiders were actually gnawing at the stone coffin. He had initially thought the spiders were protecting the coffin, but now it seemed these spiders were more eager to open it than he was. Insect fangs aren't normally that hard, but the spiders' relentless gnawing had actually shrunk the stone coffin by a considerable size. Lin Ning was still a step too late. A hole had been gnawed into the side wall of the sarcophagus by the spiders, and all the nearby spiders swarmed into it. Then, a chilling, rattling sound emanated from inside the sarcophagus. This sound lasted for a few seconds, then suddenly stopped. As the sound ceased, all the spiders stopped. They no longer rushed in like madmen, but instead remained still, occasionally twitching their legs, as if awaiting a command. The tomb chamber remained pitch black. Lin Ning could only sense its interior through the mycelium. The spiders' sudden stillness sent a chill down Lin Ning's spine. They seemed to have completed some important mission. Whether it was his imagination or not, Lin Ning thought he saw a pair of eyes in the dark tomb chamber. No, not one pair, but 4 pairs. 8 eyes. The eye flashed across the dark tomb chamber, and then all the spiders scattered like a receding tide. As the spiders retreated, the walls of the tomb chamber began to crumble. Lin Ning used his mycelium to forcefully prop up the chamber to prevent it from collapsing. Only after all the spiders had dispersed did the 3 of them breathe a long sigh of relief. Wilhelm collapsed to the ground, his legs feeling utterly weak. Lin Ning relit a torch and decided to go down again. This time, Wilhelm followed. After the fright he had just experienced, he felt it would be a waste not to come down and take a look. When the 3 returned to the tomb chamber, it was in complete disrepair. The murals on the walls were almost completely destroyed, and the stone coffin was in a dilapidated state. It could now be opened with little effort. The 3 of them pushed the coffin lid together, slowly opening it. Lin Ning expected to see a giant, desiccated spider corpse, or a pile of weathered powder, but in reality, the contents were completely different from his expectations. There was only one mark inside. The mark left by something that had been left there for thousands of years. The thing that had once been placed there had been completely devoured by the spiders that had just swarmed in, but judging from the mark, it shouldn't be a spider's body. The mark, instead, looked like a weapon? Lin Ning thought it was a weapon, because the mark clearly showed a pointed tip, like the tip of a sword. However, the tip didn't seem very sharp, and for a weapon, This thing was 4 or 5 meters long, far too enormous. What is this? Lin Ming muttered to himself in confusion. Just then, Yin Feng suddenly remembered the mural he had just seen. He lowered his head to examine it carefully, and finally looked up with a sudden realization, saying to Lin Ming, "It's a leg." A leg? That's right. What's sealed in this stone coffin is a spider's leg. Lin Ming stared in astonishment at the enormous spider leg mark, imagining what the spider's complete form would look like. But why is there only one leg here? According to the mural, this should be... Lin Ming's words trailed off as a hypothesis suddenly popped into his head. Perhaps the mural didn't mean that all the spider's severed limbs were placed in one stone coffin, but rather that all the severed limbs were placed in separate stone coffins buried deep in various places. Lin Ming was still trying to figure out the truth about the spider, but what he didn't know was that with the opening of this stone coffin, a new divine land appeared on a mountain half a continent away from them. In this divine land, the next spider demon god would be born. Chapter 147. Lin Ming, Yin Feng, and Wilhelm prepared to leave the tomb. Lin Ming glanced at Wilhelm and said, "I can't stop you, right?" Wilhelm smiled and silently nodded. Lin Ming knew that Wilhelm was determined to destroy the evidence of these gods' existence. Even if he stopped Wilhelm today, he could still find a chance to destroy all traces. Unless he killed him here. But it was obvious that Lin Ming wasn't the type to do that. In this matter, Lin Ming had initially maintained a neutral stance. Whether the tomb was destroyed or not didn't matter to him. However, the thought that the National Council would ultimately get what they wanted made Lin Ming feel uneasy. After much deliberation, Lin Ming decided to bury the tomb himself. Not only did he bury it, but he also stirred it up underground to ensure that the National Council wouldn't obtain any complete clues. Wilhelm and Yin Feng thoroughly examined the archives, finding nothing of significant importance worth preserving. Wilhelm then struck a match, preparing to set the building ablaze. He was about to ignite the archives when Yin Feng stopped him. "What? Changed your mind?" Yin Feng shook his head. "No, I haven't changed my mind. It's just that if you set it on fire, this entire building will likely burn down. Besides this archive, there are other books here. I just looked at them, and many are rare copies." Wilhelm glanced back. Indeed, the bookshelves were filled with various books, some of which looked quite old, likely important texts. He was a mage himself, and mages always held books and knowledge in high esteem. Moreover, after everything that had just happened, looking at these books gave him a completely new perspective. These books, carrying knowledge, are a unique source of glory for humanity. Seeing the two academics looking troubled, Lin Ming went directly to the archives. "You just don't want to affect the outside collection, right?" "I handle it," Lin Ming said, blowing on the archives and then clapping his hands. In an instant, mushrooms sprouted throughout the archives at an astonishing speed. Books and documents, being made of wood, were perfect as a culture medium for mushrooms. The archives were quickly eroded by the mushrooms, eventually turning into fragments. Having finished everything, it was almost dawn. The three of them yawned and returned to their sleeping quarters. As soon as Lin Ming entered, he saw an angry-looking Caven. Cabell and the others were still asleep, but their clothes were neatly dressed, indicating they were taking a nap. Aki was also awake and preparing some food. Calvin's expression was like that of a demon, his eyebrows practically standing on end. Lin Ming, unaware of what was happening, tentatively asked, "How did you sleep?" Calvin didn't answer, but a blood-red scythe appeared in his hand with a whoosh. Lin Ming stared at the familiar large scythe, swallowing hard. "You three, that ping took quite a while." Yeah. Maybe it's because we're getting old, it was a bit dribbling." Calvin raised the scythe, swiftly placing it against Lin Ming's neck, then slowly pulled the scythe back. Lin Ming was forced forward by the scythe's blade, only stopping when he was almost face to face with Calvin. Because they were so close, Lin Ming could even smell Caven's familiar scent. Caven stared intently at Lin Ming, as if trying to see through his skull to his brain. Lin Ming thought Caven had something to say, but Caven only said, "Never mind, I'll talk to you alone later." After saying this, Caven put away his scythe, turned around, and sat down in a chair nearby, remaining silent. Wilhelm looked on with great interest, glancing between Lin Ming and Caven, his excitement at having witnessed this juicy gossip evident. Wilhelm slyly moved closer to Yin Feng, poked him with his finger, and asked with a sly grin, "What's wrong with him? Are they arguing?" Yin Feng turned around, his face saying, "What's this kid thinking? Are you some gossipy old lady from the village entrance? Put everything else aside for now. You know, that vampire lady was a man just a month ago." Wilhelm's mouth gaped open in an O shape upon hearing this. This fact was a bit beyond his comprehension. He could only rely on his own deduction, making a cutting motion with his hand, and tentatively asked, "Could it be cut off?" "Cut off your head, my foot. Are all the people in the National Council this free-thinking?" "Yeah, can't you see what we done?" Yin Feng was almost choked by this remark. You really do have some self-awareness." But speaking of which, Yin Feng suddenly became curious about Wilhelm's next move. "Are you going back to the National Council?" "No, that lousy place. Even a dog wouldn't go back there. Besides, I'm currently under duress. If this lord is unhappy for even one moment, mushrooms will bloom all over my body." Wilhelm pointed at Lin Ming as he spoke. When Lin Ming destroyed the archives with mushrooms earlier, Wilhelm had shuddered. The thought of potentially becoming a mushroom culture medium made him resigned to a life of servitude. After a while, Cavil and the others gradually woke up, leaving only the cat still asleep. They said their goodbyes. She seemed quite reluctant to leave Caven before taking the rope that had bound her as a souvenir. Xiao'er took out a pen and drew on the cat's face before leaving satisfied. Cavil said she was going to Shillingseoul. Lin Ning didn't have a good impression of the place, and kept reminding her to be careful of the strange fog and flying fish. Gus Sol seemed to love the wild, possessing a deer and running up the mountain. After confirming several times that Lin Ning wouldn't suddenly decide to turn him into a mushroom man, Wilhelm also left. Finally, only the original 5 remained. Cat finally woke up, his face covered in calligraphy and paintings by famous figures. They could finally return to the Assassin's Guild. This time, there were no carriages. They had to walk first, then find a vehicle when they reached the city center. But just as they walked a short distance from the prison, they saw a familiar horse. The horse, which had been leisurely grazing, looked up and saw Lin Ming. The horse slowly stopped chewing its grass, and behind it, with a thud, an untimely clump of horse manure fell to the ground. Chapter 148. After a brief discussion, the group decided that Yin Feng, the weakest member, would ride a horse with the youngest, a Qi, while the others walked. The horse looked extremely sullen, like a retired employee dragged back to work. Caven's spirits had improved considerably. He seemed to have almost fully recovered. The cat's face wasn't quite clean, still looking gaudy. The cat muttered all the way, saying it would definitely get revenge on Xiao'er next time it saw her. Before leaving, Lin Ning used his spores to survey the surroundings. Indeed, a large group was approaching from the direction where they were facing Pharenius. Yin Feng spoke very little along the way. Lin Ning roughly knew what he was thinking. "What's wrong? Missing the boss lady?" Yin Feng frowned, quickly denying, "No, I was thinking about something else." "Spiders?" Yin Feng nodded. As soon as they mentioned spiders, Caven suddenly turned around with a look of disgust. "So it really was you guys who did this?" That morning, the entire prison was swarming with spiders. It seems the spiders really did swarm into the tomb from all directions that day. Lin Ning glanced guiltily at Yin Feng, who quickly shifted the blame by pointing at him. He did it. I was just watching from the sidelines." Lin Ming quickly changed the subject. "Those spiders. Were there many?" "Many, a lot. I had to use all my strength to keep those insects away, and the cat even ate a few." Lin Ming and Yin Feng looked at Qiu Dong incredulously. The cat said calmly, "Pretty tasty, crunchy." The group traveled leisurely all day, and by evening, still some distance from the nearest trading city, they lit a fire and set up camp. Lin Ming and Yin Feng hadn't slept much the night before, and as soon as it got dark, they drifted off to sleep on the ground. Lin Ming's dream was filled with 8-legged spiders, and the 8-eyed phantom he seen in the tomb. In his dream, he just seen the phantom flash by when a large spider clamped its grip on him, rendering him immobile. Pinched, Lin Ming desperately called out for Caven. He didn't want to be impaled by the spider's legs. Lin Ming felt increasingly uncomfortable, and finally, with a start, he awoke with a jolt. He opened his eyes to see Caven, dressed only in his underwear, straddling him and staring intently. "You were talking in your sleep." "Huh? Talking in his sleep?" Lin Ming was unaware that he had a habit of talking in his sleep. What did I say?" "You were yelling, Caven, save me. I'd do anything to save me." You added that last part yourself, didn't you?" Caven, seeing his light easily exposed, pouted unhappily. "Say it." Caven crossed his arms, looking down at Lin Ming lying on the ground. Lin Ming felt Caven had no intention of getting off him. Say what? What do you think?" "I'd do anything." "No, not that." "Then what is it?" Caven looked at him with exasperation. "What did you see last night?" Hearing this, Lin Ming's playful smile vanished instantly. It's quite a long story. Why don't you get down first? Kevin finally got off Lin Ming. Lin Ming recounted everything that had happened yesterday to Kevin. The will of God, the underground tomb, the spider's remains. Lin Ming could feel Kevin's already somewhat inadequate brain frantically trying to comprehend it. Luckily, he wasn't a machine, or he might be smoking by now. Then, Arns. Seeing Kevin mention Arns, Lin Ming glanced in Yin Feng's direction. He was fast asleep and probably couldn't hear their conversation. Whether Arns' friend or foe is still unknown. Kevin looked troubled. What's wrong? What's your opinion? I think Arns isn't a villain. Why do you say that? Intuition. Intuition? Kevin's intuition was sometimes surprisingly accurate. But Arns' sudden departure was indeed suspicious. It was still unclear what connection Arns had with the spider from her previous life. Everything would only be known at their next meeting. Kevin, exhausted after listening to so much, looked weary. I'm going to fly for a while. Fly for a while? Yeah, to clear my head. Kevin said, spreading his wings and flapping them sharply before flying away. Lin Ming watched Kevin fly away thoughtfully. Just as he was staring blankly into the distance, he suddenly noticed two glowing spots in the grass not far away. Lin Ming jumped in fright, about to scream, when he realized it was actually Qiu Dong, with two large, staring eyes. Qiu Dong's eyes looked like two bright light bulbs at night. Are you trying to scare me to death? Lin Ming calmed himself down while looking at Qiu Dong. Wait, when did you get there? From the moment you two piled on top of each other. Shut up. Little kitty, don't spout nonsense. Qiu Dong had heard everything Lin Ming said, but his cat brain wasn't thinking about anything important concerning the future of the world. He was more concerned with whether he could eat his fill and sleep comfortably. So, can you still pay me back for the house you owe me? Yes. That's good. Lin Ming looked at the cat, feeling a little envious. Cat. What? Have you ever thought about what a world without humans would be like? It would probably be very desolate. Desolate? Yeah. Houses are built by humans. Food is made by humans. If they weren't there, it would be very empty everywhere. Probably, more than just empty. Lin Ming chatted casually with the cat, suddenly finding it enjoyable. The cat's thinking was like that of a simple child, always answering questions in unexpected ways. What kind of person do you think Wilhelm is? A bad person. Why? He's ugly. And what about Xiao Yi? The mention of Xiao Yi made the cat's features contort. You hate her that much? Yes. Why? She's annoying. I never thought anyone was so annoying before. Lin Ming chuckled inwardly. The cat's answer was exactly what he expected. And what about Arns? What kind of person do you think she is? The cat suddenly fell silent, seemingly unable to find a definite answer. Lin Ming chatted with the cat for a while longer, then felt sleepy and laid down to sleep. Just as Lin Ming fell asleep, Kevin flew back. Kevin, who always preferred the night, flew around in the darkness and felt much more comfortable. As soon as Kevin landed, he saw the cat. Cat? When did you get here? From the moment you two were piled on top of each other. Before Qiu Dong could finish speaking, Kevin's scythe was already raised, and the cat swallowed the rest of its sentence. I just got up to pee. The cat said this and tiptoed back to sleep. Chapter 149. After a night of rest and reorganization, the five set off at dawn. They arrived safely in the city center, replenished their supplies, reconfigured their carriage, and headed towards the long-lost Assassins' Guild. Fortunately, their journey was uneventful. They encountered no pursuers from the national government or any strange demonic beings. Sitting in the carriage, Lin Ming watched the scenery gradually become familiar, and his mood slowly relaxed. Regardless, the Assassin's Guild was still the most familiar place to him in this world. He wondered if Shinku had returned. As they drew closer to the Assassin's Guild, Lin Ming and the others faintly heard several explosions. The sound seemed to be coming from the direction of the Assassin's Guild. Has something happened? Lin Ming quickly stuck his head out of the carriage to see what was going on. His head was only halfway out when he saw a red sword aura flying straight towards his face. Lin Ming quickly pulled his head back, frantically touching his head and asking Kevin, "How's it? Is my head still there? Did anything get cut off?" Kevin glanced at him, about to speak, when another sword aura flew over. With a whoosh, their carriage instantly became an open canopy. Qiu Dong, crouching on the roof, was wondering how he'd been flying for a second, then Lin Ming bound him with mycelium and pulled him to his side. They were all too familiar with that sword aura. It was the vice president's most proficient move. But the question was, who was the vice president fighting right now? The five of them obediently hid behind the blood shield, watching the sword aura fly wildly in the direction of the Assassin's Guild's entrance. Lin Ning and Kevin exchanged a glance, deciding to go check what was going on. Just as Lin Ning was about to burrow underground and Kevin was about to take flight, their shoulders were both pressed down. "You two, don't move." Lin Ning initially thought it was Yin Feng holding them down, but when he turned around, he saw a familiar face with long hair and a gaunt face. It was Nazi. Moreover, Nazi had changed his hairstyle. When they left the Assassin's Guild, Nazi had his hair down, but now he had it tied back, making him look much more neat. Nazi's complexion was also much better. It seemed that, after no longer being chased around by Sousa's cards, he had taken good care of himself. The teleportation seal on Nazi's body was slowly dimming, clearly indicating that he had just been teleported. What happened? An enemy attack? Lin Ning pointed in the direction of the vice president, frowning as he asked Nazi. Nazi shook his head. It wasn't an enemy attack, it was the president and vice president arguing. Hearing Nazi's words, Lin Ning craned his neck and peered out from the edge of the blood shield to see. Sword energy was still flying wildly in that direction. Is the chairman okay? Lin Ning voiced his concerns. No matter how you looked at it, the chairman was an office worker. Lin Ning had no idea he could hold his own against the vice chairman. Don't worry, although the chairman isn't much of a fighter, he's got a knack for protecting himself from his wife. That's good, but why are they doing this? Weren't they all lovey-dovey when we left? Nachi crossed his arms, pursed his lips, looking troubled. Just this morning, 2 envoys from the National Council arrived. Huh? This was something Lin Ning hadn't expected. The National Council and the Assassin's Guild have always been bitter enemies, and recently there have been frequent clashes. Under these circumstances, they actually dared to send envoys to the Assassin's Guild? Isn't this just blatant suicide? Frankly, the Assassin's Guild and the National Council already have enough grudges. Even if the Assassin's Guild impulsively beheaded this envoy, it wouldn't affect their relationship at all. After all, things are already at their worst. They can't get any worse. However, the person sent here was incredibly unlucky. Even a top-tier expert can't guarantee a safe escape from enemy territory. I wonder who that unlucky guy is. It's indeed rare for an envoy to come to the Assassin's Guild. But what did the president and vice president argue about? Because that envoy has some past grievances with us. The vice president advocated putting those 2 people directly into the torture chamber, but the president didn't think so. He felt these 2 people had value, and should be treated politely on the surface first. And then, they started arguing? Yes, they started arguing. Now Lin Ning understood. This indeed reflected the couple's personalities. The vice president was always straightforward, while the president considered the bigger picture more. As they spoke, the vice president's sword energy continued to whirl wildly, occasionally striking Kevin's blood shield with sharp metallic clangs. By the way, do you know what those 2 envoys' names are? Lin Ning was about to ask who the 2 envoys were when he saw Nazi approach Achi, looking him over excitedly. Oh, this child is so cute. I haven't seen such a small child in so long. Come on, call him uncle. Nazi said, reaching out to pinch Achi's still chubby cheeks. Seeing Nazi's hand, Achi reflexively slapped him. Nazi had initially thought the child was just an ordinary kid, and he never expected to be slapped like that. With a loud slap, Nazi's already thin body spun and flew through the air. Lin Ning, Kevin, Yin Feng, and Kat, 8 eyes in total, turned to Achi. Achi remained calm. Grandma said, if any strange man tries to touch me, I should hit him back. No problem. Good for him. He deserved it. Meow. The 4 of them expressed their approval of Achi's slap, then turned back to watch the vice president and his wife argue. They completely ignored Nazi, who was struggling to get up from the bushes. Nazi, seeing stars from the slap, returned behind the blood shield with weeds on his head. Lin Ning glanced at him, and kindly reminded him, she's a girl, don't touch her. Huh? Nachi had initially thought it was a little boy, and was just trying to tease him, but hearing Lin Ning's words, he turned to look at Aki with surprise. She doesn't look like one. Just as Nachi finished speaking, Aki got out of the car, frowning as she walked straight towards him. Nachi's eyes widened. He saw golden aura rising from Aki's body, a power only high-level warriors could wield. Wow, look, upon closer inspection, she really is graceful and naturally beautiful. Aki, satisfied with these words, returned to the car. While they were talking, the vice president's side finally quieted down. Seeing the Assassin's Guild entrance quiet down, Kevin put away his blood shield. Lin Ming watched as the Assassin's Guild's gate opened and closed again. He could make out two figures entering the guild from afar. It seemed the couple had reached a conclusion after their argument. Lin Ming was still very curious about who the National Council would send to the Assassin's Guild. This person was either a powerful figure capable of single-handedly confronting the Assassin's Guild, or a minor character insignificant to the National Council. Lin Ming turned to Nazi and asked, "What's the background of those two unfortunate envoys?" I just got back myself, so I don't know too many details. I only saw them briefly this morning. They looked like a fire mage, and they were accompanied by a girl carrying a military knife." Two familiar figures instantly flashed into Lin Ming's mind. Oh, that makes sense. Chapter 150. Since Lin Ming and his group had encountered Nazi, they didn't need to walk back. They could simply hitch a ride and have Nazi teleport them back. Nazi raised his hand and summoned a teleportation seal large enough to cover everyone. The next second, they were already inside the Assassin's Guild's gates. Yin Feng, Kevin, and Lin Ming had all been teleported before, so they were somewhat prepared. But it was different for Achi and the cat. Before they could even marvel at the wonder of the teleportation spell, they were vomiting on the ground. Lin Ming looked back at the child and cat, who were wobbling as they stood up, and remembered how he had gagged for a long time the first time he was teleported. As soon as they returned to the Assassin's Guild, all the shop owners on the street stuck their heads out. "Kevin! It's Kevin! My little Kevin!" The shop owners lined up to express their longing for Kevin, and also stuffed her with a huge amount of food. Lin Ming then remembered that Kevin had once transformed into a female form, and back then, she had already gained countless fans. Just as the street was bustling with activity, a sword aura suddenly shot out from the direction of the president's office. The sword aura swept past everyone's heads, followed by the vice president's angry shout, "Shut up!" It seemed the vice president was still furious. Yin Feng decided to go back to his own place first to see if his replacements had done their jobs properly. Kevin took Achi back to his residence first. The cat's identity was special, so accommodation needed to be arranged for him, and Naki still needed to take him to register. As for Lin Ming, he decided to visit some old acquaintances. He arrived at the president's office, where Susa and Mei stood like two guardian deities. Although it was a reunion after a temporary separation, neither of them had much interest in exchanging pleasantries with Lin Ming. After all, their current mission was to keep a close watch on these two people from the National Council. Lin Ming looked up and didn't see the president's secret conversation spell, indicating they weren't discussing anything confidential. Lin Ming knocked on the door, and the president's voice came from inside. "Lin Ming? Come in." Lin Ming pushed open the door and immediately saw Les sitting obediently in his chair, and Hua standing to the side, her military knife confiscated, looking utterly dejected. The atmosphere in the president's office was slightly tense. Where the president should have been sitting, the vice president was sitting. The vice president had his legs crossed, his great sword resting on the table in front of him. The president, who should have been in the main seat, was now sitting next to the vice president, looking disheveled. They must have gotten like this from arguing outside earlier. Les and Hannah, their situation isn't much better. They were originally exiled to the crystal mining area for violating the National Council's regulations. But after the mining area fell, their situation within the National Council became even more precarious. Sending them to the Assassin's Guild this time clearly shows the National Council doesn't care about their lives. Lin Ming felt a surge of satisfaction at the thought of these two getting humiliated. Lin Ming beckoned to Les with a cheeky grin. "Hey." Les rolled his eyes, ignoring him. Perfect timing. The vice president grabbed his great sword and slammed it onto the table in front of him with a bang. My table, my table." The guild leader was about to lament about his lost table when the vice guild leader glared at him, stopping him in his tracks. "Lin Ming, in the crystal mine, it was them who tried to assassinate you, wasn't it?" "Yes," Lin Ming answered crisply. The vice guild leader then turned to Les. "So, Mr. Les, the mage of the National Council who failed to assassinate the Assassin's Guild's mercenaries, what is your purpose in coming here this time?" As I already said, it's a magical beast from the Southern Territory." Upon hearing this, the vice guild leader suddenly grabbed his great sword, raising it to strike. As the vice guild leader raised his sword, Hua tried to get up to block, but instinctively touched her waist, realizing her sword had been confiscated. Les then grabbed Hua's arm, signaling her not to move. The vice guild leader's sword flashed, a burst of sword energy slashing towards Les. Les remained motionless, his hand gripping the flower tightly. With a whoosh, the sword energy grazed past his ear. Les felt his heart leap into his throat. I already explained our purpose here. The magical beasts of the southern border need to be suppressed. It was only through the combined efforts of various nations that they were all driven to the southern border. Now, with the current turmoil, the border defense forces are dwindling, and this will likely become unmanageable. We're not here solely on behalf of the National Council, but to convey the wishes of the nations that have agreed to cooperate to the Assassins Guild. I hope the Vice President won't overthink it. Although Les's tone was calm, Lin Ming noticed that his legs, hidden under the table, were trembling slightly. After finishing a sentence, Les added, "We will abide by the envoy regulations recognized by the continent, and will not use any force against the assassins." I also asked the Vice President to calm down. Southern Territory? Magical beasts? Good heavens. Lin Ming then remembered that magical beasts existed in this world, but because he hadn't seen one in so long, he had completely forgotten about them. Humph. The Vice President stood up, grabbed his great sword, and leaned on the ground. He said to Les, "That being said, personal grudges are not yet settled. Even if the assassins will not pursue this matter of your assassination attempt on Lin Ming, I will settle it with you in the future." The Vice President then glared at the President before striding out. After confirming that the Vice President was out of sight, the 4 people remaining in the office breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ming stared blankly in the direction the Vice President had left. He hadn't realized before that the Vice President was still deeply troubled by his near-death experience in the crystal mine. Looking at the crack in the wall carved by sword energy, he felt a pang of emotion. The President finally sat back down, touching the table in front of him with a hint of heartache, and said, "The Vice President is also a man of strong emotions. I hope you won't forgive him." The President's tone shifted dramatically from the start. Lin Ming had initially assumed the President would be a mild-mannered type. But Lin Ming was wrong. The President's next words sent a chill down Les's spine. "I already knew about the events in the Southern Territory. Then we just didn't expect that you two would feel guilty towards Lin Ming and come to visit us. We are deeply grateful." Les felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. They dared to come here because of their status as envoys. If the guild leader could abide by the envoy regulations recognized by the mainland, at least they could return alive. But the guild leader dismissed them with just a few words as idle people visiting relatives and friends. "We are also here on official business. We hope the guild leader understands." Les quickly emphasized his envoy status. "The Southern Territory matter isn't urgent. Although the Assassins Guild isn't large, it has everything for eating, drinking, and entertainment. Our priest is very skilled in physical therapy. If you need anything." May, hearing the guild leader call her, pushed open the door and walked in. Les almost knelt down upon seeing May. He pointed at May with trembling hands and asked, "Are you sure? She's skilled in physical therapy?" "Yes, let's give it a try," the guild leader replied with a bright smile. Chapter 151. The conversation between the chairman and Les has temporarily come to an end. Les didn't receive a definite answer from the chairman regarding support for the Southern Territory, so he will have to stay at the Assassins Guild tonight. For some reason, the chairman seems quite hesitant about supporting the Southern Territory. Since Les and Flower are staying overnight, their accommodations need to be carefully arranged. The chairman's arrangement is that Hyson and Susa will share a room with Les. There are 3 beds in the room. Hyson and Susa will take turns keeping watch, with Les sleeping in the middle, flanked by men. May refuse to share a room with Flower, so Flower will be personally looked after by the vice chairman, with May guarding the door. By the way, what did the vice chairman initially plan to do with those 2? Lin Ming asked the chairman curiously. The chairman shrugged and said the vice chairman was going to chop them both up and send their heads back to the National Council. Lin Ming swallowed hard. Although the vice president always greeted them with a beaming smile, on matters like this, she was actually the true radical. The president rubbed her hair, looking somewhat tired. Harrison is like that. When she first took over the Assassins Guild, it was extremely loosely organized. After all, it was a mercenary organization brought together for money, so it was normal for everyone to have their own agendas. But later. What happened later? Later, it was because of the vice president that the Assassins Guild truly became an organization. Her motto at the time was, "Those who offend me will be punished, those who disturb me will be expelled." She protected the young mercenaries who joined the Assassins Guild like her own children, which made many people feel a sense of belonging. Then, won't some people take advantage of the situation? The guild leader smiled knowingly at this. "You're quite like me in this respect. Indeed, many criminals seek refuge with the Assassins Guild, which is why I had Susa establish an internal oversight body. That's what truly stabilized the Assassins Guild." The guild leader continued, stroking the table in front of him. I might not know about others, but you're now the Assassin's Guild's prized possession. Huh? Why? Lin Ming was taken aback. Because of that mine, the Thunder Crystal mine you obtained in exchange for it after negotiating with Les. We already started preparing to mine it. Although the mining is quite difficult, the harvest is substantial. So, you're now the Assassin's Guild's biggest benefactor. All the mercenaries' commissions have increased significantly, all because you tricked Les into giving you that mine. Lin Ming stood frozen in place. He hadn't actually thought that much about it back then. That's not all. This time you went out and defeated 2 Yang-level experts from the National Academy. Some people in the Assassin's Guild have already heard about it, and you now have a group of followers within the guild. The guild leader stood up, preparing to go back to rest. Before leaving, he left Lin Ming with his last words. From now on, you don't need to be so hesitant when you're out there. The mercenaries in this entire city aren't pushovers. Lin Ming lingered in the office for a while longer, deciding to go for a walk to clear his head. Along the way, people kept greeting him, Lin Ming, Ming Ming Mushroom Boy, Goo Goo. Thankfully, no one called him Mushroom. No need to hesitate. This sentence struck him quite deeply. Ever since realizing his special nature, he had been desperately trying to avoid being hunted or surrounded. In short, his primary concern was survival. Now, the thought that he had followers behind him brought him a sense of peace he had never felt before. After strolling around the streets and chatting with a familiar shopkeeper, he decided to go back and rest. Back at his familiar place, as soon as he opened the door, Lin Mingjue suddenly realized he had overlooked something. Kevin was still in female form. And Achi was there too. Kevin and Achi both looked up at him. Where am I sleeping tonight? Kevin only realized the problem then. They used to share a room. But things were different now. Although they didn't have any romantic relationship, the idle mercenaries in the Assassin's Guild were incredibly gossipy. It wasn't realistic for Kevin to turn back into a man, especially with Achi still around. Achi is such a strange guy. He could easily take on a whole group by himself, but he's too scared to sleep alone. Kevin, on the other hand, generously pointed to the spot next to him. Why don't you sleep here? No, that won't do. I'd be a miracle if I could sleep lying there. Why don't you sleep with Achi, and I sleep on the roof beam? Lin Ming didn't seem to mind, but Achi looked at him with obvious disgust. Sigh. Lin Ming sighed. I go out for a bit. Finding a damp, dark, and cold corner isn't so bad. Oh, that's fine too. Is that okay? Aren't you worried about me? You're just a mushroom. What's there to worry about sleeping outdoors? Ha! That actually makes sense. Despite the banter, finding a place to stay wasn't too difficult for Lin Ming. He didn't need to sleep on the streets. However, since he already decided not to go home that night, he might as well wander around. He first went to Les's place. Upon opening the door, he saw Hyson and Susa, neatly dressed, sitting on either side of the bed. Hyson was carrying a staff, and Susa was shuffling cards. Les lay motionless in the middle, clutching the blanket. Lin Ming even thought it would be more appropriate to cover his face as well. Yo, you're back. Hyson greeted Lin Ming. After Lin Ming left, he actually took Ellie's advice and cut his hair short, transforming from a slovenly scholar into a spirited young man. Well, aren't you two going home tonight? Can I borrow one of your rooms? Hearing this, Hyson thought the room was empty anyway, so he let him stay the night. Oh, my place is fine. Just don't touch the manuscripts on my table. Thanks, this clean-cut young man. Believe it or not, I give you an arrow. Pretty good-looking, really. Really? Really. It seems Hyson isn't very confident about his new image. Susa saw Lin Ming, just nodded to him, then turned back to stare at Les. Les found the 2 men beside him increasingly frightening, so he simply closed his eyes. He had barely closed his eyes when he heard Hyson and Susa mutter quietly, "Is he asleep?" "Yeah. You think a broken arm or leg is nothing serious? It doesn't feel right. It's okay, just say he fell and broke it himself when he got out of bed." "All right." Hearing this, Les quickly opened his eyes again, thinking that this night had been absolutely terrifying. Chapter 152. Lin Ming left Les's place and headed towards Hazen's residence, where he happened to see Mei standing guard outside. The familiar pink hair and black armor, and that familiar mace. "Are you going to keep watch here all night?" But it's all right. Staying up all night is nothing for a priest. By the way, why are you still wandering around outside? Lin Ming told Mei about his homelessness, and Mei seemed a little hesitant as she said, Actually, you could stay at my place." "Ah, it's okay. Hyson lent me his place." TSK. As the two were chatting, they heard the vice president talking to Hua inside. Not taking off your clothes? Aw, no. Don't worry, I promised the guild leader I wouldn't harm you, and I definitely keep my promise. You don't need to worry about being stabbed a dozen times in the middle of the night, and then being displayed as a warning. Ah. Thank you very much, Vice Guild Leader. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Ah, I'm used to sleeping naked, but I do sleep with my sword in my hand. Warriors probably all have the habit of sleeping with their weapons, right? Supposedly that makes it more harmonious with the weapon. Oh right, I almost forgot, I confiscated your toothpick-like military knife. I hope the warehouse staff didn't mix it up and sell it as merchandise. Ah. Flower's voice was almost choked with tears. Won't you be unable to sleep without your weapon? Maybe. That's quite a problem. Hey, I think my broom is pretty good too, you can sleep with it. Thank you, Vice President. Seeing that the room had quieted down, Lin Ming stopped exchanging pleasantries with Mei Yi and went straight to Hazen's residence. Upon opening the door to Hazen's room, he was greeted by a floor covered in manuscripts of magical seals. Lin Ming picked up a few and examined them. It turned out Hyacin was still researching the seal on Ellie's eyes. He then turned his head and saw something on the wall. What he saw startled him. There seemed to be something enshrined on the wall. At first, Lin Ming thought Hyacin had joined some strange cult, but upon closer inspection, he realized that what was solemnly enshrined on the wall was a silk scarf. It looked like the scarf Ellie had once worn. As expected of you, Hyacin. Lin Ming looked at the scarf, marveling at it. Lying down on Hazen's bed, Lin Ming drifted off to sleep until dawn. The next morning, Lin Ming made Hazen's bed and returned to his own place. Upon entering, he saw Caven sprawled out asleep. Beside him was Achi, who looked almost exactly like him. Get up. Lots of things to do today. Lin Ming woke the two and explained the day's schedule. The chairman and Les would continue their conversation, or rather, an interrogation. Today, they needed to confirm Kat's fate, then visit Ellie and Antai, find him a place to stay, and finally, buy Achi some daily necessities. After running around with him for so long, Achi deserved a good rest. After getting ready, the three of them prepared to go see Kat. On their way to see Kat, they ran into Vice Chairman Mei and Hua, who were on their way to the chairman's office. Hua was still holding the vice president's broom. Just as they were about to speak, Hyacin Susa and Les approached from another direction. Les had dark circles under his eyes, looking like he hadn't slept all night, while Hyacin and Susa seemed quite happy. Les saw Hua, and Hua saw Les. At this moment, seeing each other again, they were speechless with emotion. Lin Ming felt that if no one else was around, the two of them would have already burst into tears. After saying goodbye to these people, they went to Nazi's place. Upon entering, they saw Nazi and the cat staring at each other. Nazi had several claw marks on his face. Looks like you're getting along well. Nazi looked to the side without speaking. The cat, on the other hand, looked relaxed. He even seemed to want to go back to sleep. What did you do? Lin Ming asked curiously, looking at the claw marks on Nazi's face. Ear, Nazi stammered. Ear? Just as Nazi uttered those two words, Xiao Dong's ear twitched. Lin Ming understood. Nazi had tried to touch the ear, but was instead scratched. You're really bold. I didn't even dare to touch it directly. Nazi glanced at Xiao Dong's ear again, seemingly still unwilling to give up. So what's the final decision on this cat? Nazi took out a document, flipping through it while complaining. These troublesome matters used to be handled by Yin Feng. After he left, I don't know why, but I'm now in charge. Now that he's back, he won't take over again and has started to shirk responsibility. It's really annoying. Good, Lin Ming chuckled inwardly. It seems Yin Feng has finally learned to slack off. In short, he participated in an attack on the Assassin's Guild before, and has a criminal record, so it's impossible for him to become a mercenary for the Assassin's Guild. Lin Ming was aware of this. However, considering his contribution to this trip, he will receive a corresponding commission, and with the guarantee of Yin Feng, one of the 6 members, he will be allowed to temporarily remain in the Assassin's Guild as an unofficial member. Yin Feng? Lin Ming hadn't seen Yin Feng, and the cat be particularly close along the way, so he hadn't expected Yin Feng to be the one to vouch for him. What did Yin Feng say? Lin Ming asked curiously. He just said, keep him, he'd be useful. Will there be any differences for an unofficial member? Of course. His whereabouts in the Assassin's Guild need to be reported regularly. If there are overseas missions requiring his participation, the decision must be made by the 6th seat. His commission will also be lower. And if even the slightest sign of harm to the Assassin's Guild is discovered, he'd be directly handed over to Seuss's inspection department. Whether he's tortured or executed is up to his judgment. Although Nazi said a lot, the cat was still yawning beside him. Right? The cat didn't seem to care much about all that. For him, as long as he could eat his fill and had a warm place to sleep, that was enough. So? Do you agree? Me? Lin Ning didn't expect Nazi to ask for his opinion. Of course you have to say something. Putting aside your current reputation in the Assassin's Guild, even if we take a step back, this cat is one you always kept by your side, so naturally the final decision rests with you. Lin Ning pondered for a moment, then leaned closer to the cat and asked, "How did you sleep last night?" "Not bad." "Are you staying here?" "Will I have a place to live here?" "Anyway, I need to find a place to stay." "You can share a room with me for now." "Is there a fireplace?" "Yes, there is." "Okay." Lin Ning looked at the cat, thinking to himself, if everyone in the world were as content as this cat, there wouldn't be so much bitterness and resentment. Chapter 153. Today, Les and Hua were still being interrogated by the chairman and vice chairman. Although Lin Ning wanted to ask Mei Yi some questions, she and Susa had to stand guard outside the chairman's office during the day and had no time. Yin Feng was still organizing the intelligence gathered during this trip and dealing with the backlog of official documents, so he also had no time to deal with them. After thinking it over, Lin Ning decided to call Kaven and go see Ellie together and ask her about the Southern Territory. Ellie was already the 7th seat of the Assassin's Guild, and Lin Ning was quite curious about what she was like now. Ellie's original residence had been completely destroyed during the last autumn and winter invasion by Su Yao. As the craftsman put it, not even a single intact nail could be found. Upon arriving at Ellie's new residence, Lin Ning, Kaven, and Achi knocked on the door. "Come in," a familiar female voice came from inside. A wonderful fragrance wafted out as I opened Ellie's door. Ellie was sitting near the window, basking in the sun, while Antia was tidying up books beside her. Ellie wore a white dress, a black veil covering her eyes, and although her hair wasn't perfectly neat, it was clear she had taken great care in tidying it. But what intrigued Lin Ning most in the room wasn't Ellie, but Antia. Because he had just seen Antia reading. He picked up each book, flipped through it, and if it interested him, he would read it a few more times. If not, he would simply put it back on the shelf. "Anti can read now." Yes, at first he only knew a few words, but later, probably because he was bored around me, he started looking for books to read. Speaking of which, this little scent is a little scent. Alice's descriptions of scents were always so enigmatic. But Lin Ning knew she was referring to Achi. "Ah, we've been entrusted to look after this child for a while." Alice nodded, then, as if suddenly remembering something, patted Anti's head. "Anti, look, it's a little girl." Anti looked up at Achi with a puzzled expression, then glanced at Alice, before walking over to Achi and patting her shoulder. "Oh, it's you." Achi looked as if she suddenly understood. "What? You met?" "Yes, we met. Back on the grasslands, Lunkyul brought him home, saying he met a little boy who seemed lost. And then? Then Lunkyul got a scolding from his grandmother, who said he kidnapped the boy who was perfectly fine outside." "I see. The one Achi met must be one of Anti's clones. Because the memories of the Antis are completely shared, the current Anti also recognizes Achi." Lin Ning leaned down and asked, "Anti, have you learned to speak yet?" Anti opened his mouth, seemingly trying, but ultimately no sound came out. Since they both knew each other, Lin Ning let them go play somewhere else. After chatting with Ellie for a while, Lin Ning learned about Ellie's current situation. Although nominally the 7th seat of the Assassin's Guild, Ellie had little say in important decisions. After all, Ellie was new to the guild, and her background was controversial. Therefore, Ellie's life was similar to before, except she was no longer under house arrest. She could take Anya shopping, and also offer magical advice to the mages and mercenaries in the Assassin's Guild. Because of her gentle personality, Ellie's reputation among the young mercenaries was gradually improving. Coupled with her warming relationship with Hyson, the Assassin's Guild slowly began to treat her as one of the members. By the way, about the Southern Territory. Lin Ning thought that the knowledgeable Ellie should know something about the Southern Territory. The Southern Territory? Yes, the Southern Territory. I'm quite familiar with that place. When I was a student, I went there with my mentor for academic research. Studying magical beasts? Yes, magical beasts exhibit many interesting phenomena, some of which remain mysteries to this day. In mage schools, topics about magical beasts have always been very popular. So someone once drove all the magical beasts from the entire continent to the Southern Territory? Ellie nodded. That's right. The one who accomplished this feat was the Continental Allied Army. Most magical beasts are extremely aggressive, and it's difficult for people to live peacefully where they exist. So, after long discussions, the various countries decided to form an allied army to conduct a comprehensive extermination and expulsion of the magical beasts. In the end, most of the magical beasts were eliminated. Those that survived were driven into the harsh and rarely visited Southern Territory, kept for academic research and what? And for carnivorous purposes. Lin Ming's surprise was palpable. He turned to Caven and asked, "Have you ever eaten monster meat?" Caven shook his head. "I haven't. Neither have I. You want to try it?" "I want to." Seeing Lin Ming's eager expression, Ellie quickly tried to dissuade him. "You better not get your hopes up. Monster meat is generally hard to eat. It's just been touted as having some non-existent medicinal value." "Ah, never mind then. I thought it would be some high-end ingredient." Lin Ming was still curious about something else. "If that's the case, the Southern Territory sounds more like a monster breeding ground. So why has the Southern Territory recently needed support from various countries?" Ellie shook her head gravely. "No, magical beasts aren't so easily domesticated. They're different from ordinary wild animals. Most of them contain elemental energy within them, and some can even use rudimentary spells. Moreover, they're mostly thick-skinned and tough. It's impossible for an adult human to single-handedly fight an adult magical beast. Even experienced warriors wouldn't dare hunt one alone. A moment of carelessness could result in severed limbs or even disembowelment. Could it be that the magical beast population has multiplied too much and gone out of control? If it's just a matter of numbers, that's manageable. I'm more worried about mutation." Mutation? Lin Ming suddenly realized that things in the Southern Territory might be more complex than he initially thought. Yes, mutation. This has happened before, but the probability is very small. What exactly is this mutation? There are many ways to mutate: hybrids, mutated forms with multiple elements within their bodies, and gigantic growth. No wonder the nations have summoned a joint army again. If mutations suddenly increase, the Southern Territory will no longer be a monster breeding ground, but a ticking time bomb. Lin Ming asked so many questions because he had a vague feeling that if he were to assign manpower to support the Southern Territory, he would be the most suitable. After all, he now possesses extremely powerful group control skills. He should be able to handle a group of monsters. By the way, hasn't Shinku returned yet? Upon hearing this, Ellie's smile instantly froze. Shinku. What's wrong? She might not have not returned, but might not be able to return. Chapter 154. Can't come back? Lin Ming sat up abruptly upon hearing this. Can't come back because? Ellie sighed. The mission Shinku took on was originally a top-secret mission requiring strict confidentiality, but some problems arose midway through, forcing Shinku to stay and handle the follow-up matters. Oh. Lin Ming sat down again upon hearing this. He was nearly scared to death. Judging from your tone just now, I thought she was being held captive by someone. That's unlikely. If she were truly imprisoned, I should have already set off to participate in the rescue. Then, what kind of job did she take on? Why is it so troublesome? Ellie sighed heavily. Shinku went to investigate the divine descent land of the true god seed. Lin Ming stood up from his chair upon hearing this, went to the window to calm himself down, and then sat back down. And then? That land of divine arrival has an extremely dense concentration of fire element. It's said that the so-called god of fire will be born there. Lin Ming stood up from his chair again, but Caven quickly pressed him back down. Stop walking around. Listen to me first. Lin Ming could only obey Caven, obediently sitting in the chair and receiving the massive amount of information Ellie was conveying. In short, near the territory of Shulinsel, a piece of land that has been burning with flames for years has appeared. That land was originally just a strange tourist attraction. It resembled a volcano level with the ground, constantly burning with flames. But recently, experienced mages near that land have sensed the gathering energy of the land of divine arrival. The lands of the demon gods, unless they enter the symptomatic phase, are mostly indistinguishable from normal ground, showing no unusual phenomena. However, this land is strange. The flames here are impossible to extinguish, because there is no source of fire. There is no combustible material, only fire appearing out of thin air. This land of the demon gods is not small, but even with the protective seals inscribed on his internal organs, a human mortal body might not be able to traverse it completely. Therefore, an organization called the Seal Society, affiliated with Shalinsel, approached Shinku, hoping to utilize his special physique to conduct routine investigations within the lands of the demon gods. Since it's Shulinsel, their ultimate goal must be to monopolize the true gods, and then use this advantage to be invincible in war. Indeed, Shulinsel, whose members are all martial arts enthusiasts, their thoughts are quite easy to guess. Currently, this task doesn't seem difficult for Shinku. After all, Shinku possessed the element of fire within her body. She herself had said that no fire in this world could burn her. You mentioned earlier that there were some problems during the mission, the problem being... Ellie hesitated for a moment, seemingly troubled by what she was about to say. Shinku once sent back a letter through someone. In the letter, she said that when her investigation of the land of the gods was almost complete, in the center of that fire, she heard some words. Words? Rather than words, they were more like indistinct murmurs. His murmurs? This was completely beyond Lin Ming's expectations. Is it possible that it's just a divine manifestation area of an ordinary demon god, and the flames and whispers are normal phenomena during the symptom phase? Shinku herself has made this assumption, but the strange phenomenon of flames appeared first, followed by the energy gathering. It's very strange. And she always feels that the voice in the fire is trying to convey something, so she tries her best to decipher the content of those words every day. And that fire is shrinking. No wonder Shinku hasn't come back. She's racing against time. Yes, Shinku doesn't know what will happen there after the fire completely disappears. She can only try to obtain as much information as possible from the voice before the fire truly vanishes. So what information have you gathered so far? Fire, seal, 2, past, and... A word that's hard to tell if it's a plant or a spider. Hearing the word spider, Lin Ming really couldn't sit still anymore. Where is Shinku? Huh? What do you want? I need to go there. That fire was the divine abode of a true god. This was just one possibility. Since the whispers in the fire mentioned spiders and seals, and connecting this to the murals Lin Ming and Wilhelm had seen in the prisons underground, Lin Ming now had reason to suspect that the fire was actually a seal made from the remains of a spider. If the so-called past history was truly true, only one person could seal the spider. God. Since it was a divine seal, it naturally didn't need a source of fire. Therefore, that abnormal fire did indeed seem to be the work of a god. Given the long-standing hostile relationship between Shulinsel and the National Council, it's unlikely that the intelligence the National Council possesses about the previous generation would reach Shulinsel. Therefore, the people of Shulinsel naturally assumed the fire was the location where the true god would descend. Lin Ming grabbed Achi and turned to leave. You stay with your Aunt Mei. No, with your sister Mei for a while. Your Uncle Caven and I, no, with your sister Caven, have to go out. Lin Ming's mind was a mess, and his words were incoherent. Just then, Caven stopped him. Oh no! Caven extended his index finger and pressed it against Lin Ming's forehead. Although it was only one finger, Lin Ming was frozen in place. What's wrong? This isn't like you. Calm down, Caven said, flicking his finger, sending Lin Ming's head snapping back. Caven took Achi from Lin Ming and said, Shinku is very strong. We shouldn't need to worry about her safety. Hearing this, Lin Ming calmed down slightly. Actually, he wasn't just worried about Shinku. Shinku was an important friend of his, and he was indeed worried about her safety. However, there was another reason for his anxiety. The spider seemed to be resurrecting. The phantom he saw in the prison basement looked exactly like a remnant soul sealed in a stone coffin drifting away. What he wanted to do most now was to go to Shinku and provide some crucial information. With this information, they might be able to decipher those indistinct whispers more accurately. Those whispers might contain important information about the past and future. If everything was as he suspected, as the fire subsided and the seal disappeared, the next wisp of the spider's remnant soul would be released. He couldn't ignore all of this, because according to Arns, he, Lin Ming, had an important role to play on the stage of the apocalypse. Chapter 155. Leaving Ellie's residence, Lin Ming began preparing for his journey. Although he didn't yet know the guild master's plans for the southern territory, he absolutely had to go to Xiulensel. Compared to the magical beasts about to breach the defenses, he felt the soon-to-be resurrected spiders were the most pressing danger. While making various calculations in his mind, Lin Ming suddenly stopped packing. He thought of something crucial. Did the guild master know about the so-called true history? As the guild's representative, dealing with various countries, the guild master should theoretically possess the most information. If he knew, then when Shinku sent back those fragmented pieces of information, he should have already realized the problem. If the guild master, knowing the truth, still turned a blind eye to everything that happened in the fire. Then Lin Ming needed to re-examine the guild master's true intentions. After settling everything, Lin Ming decided to go see the guild master. He went to see the guild master not just to report his departure. He wanted to test how much the president actually knew. It was noon, and the vice president and Maisusa had taken Les and Hua to rest, leaving only the president in the office. Lin Ming went to the door and knocked. "Come in," came the president's voice from inside. "It's you. What's up?" "I need to go to Xiaolensel." The president looked up at him, a troubled expression on his face. "Are you going to see Shinke?" "Yes." "Why?" "She might be in danger." This statement was both true and false. Shinke might indeed be in danger, but his trip to Xiaolensel wasn't solely due to that. The guild master frowned upon hearing Lin Ming say Shinke was in danger. Shinke has indeed encountered some strange circumstances, but it's not enough to endanger her safety. Furthermore, the Xiaolensel Seal Society has close ties with us, including many former members of the Assassin's Guild. With them around, Shinke's safety should be guaranteed, and... "Do you need me to go to the Southern Territory?" The guild master nodded. "That's right. You should have guessed it. For those low intelligence but numerous magical beasts, you're the most suitable candidate." Lin Ming remained silent for a considerable time, making a decision in his mind. The intelligence from Wilhelm, the murals in the prison's underground, Arns's language, the information Shinke transmitted, and the guild master's past actions. After much deliberation, Lin Ming concluded that the probability of the guild leader knowing about the previous generation's history was far higher than the probability of him being completely ignorant. Therefore, Lin Ming decided to be direct. "Guild leader, how much do you know about spiders?" "Spiders? Haha, strange-looking things. Their webs are annoying." "You know that's not what I'm asking." The guild leader's playful smile vanished upon hearing this. "You know what? Last night's dinner was delicious." "I really like meat, especially the kind that's a little chewy." "Huh?" The guild leader's sudden change of topic left Lin Ming somewhat bewildered. What struck him even more strangely was that although the guild leader spoke of seemingly cheerful everyday matters, his expression was one of grave seriousness, as if facing a formidable enemy. The guild leader noticed Lin Ming's confusion. He stood up, walked over to Lin Ming, and, while talking about seemingly unrelated things, unbuttoned his shirt. "Although meat is delicious, people get sick without vegetables." The guild leader unbuttoned the first button. "So, to have vegetables, I even cultivated a vegetable garden within the Assassin's Guild." The guild leader unbuttoned the second button. "But no one in the Assassin's Guild knows how to grow vegetables. The garden had more weeds than vegetables." The guild leader unbuttoned the third button. This time, Lin Ming saw it clearly. On the guild leader's left chest was a dark red hand seal, almost covering his entire shoulder. The hand seal was glowing, and as it lit up, the guild leader's breathing became erratic. Lin Ming looked up at the guild leader's face, which was already turning pale. The moment he saw the seal, he understood what the guild leader was trying to say. Because Lin Ming had asked him this question, and he couldn't avoid it, he was now under pressure from his own seal. So, agricultural talent is also necessary. The guild leader was already needing to hold onto the table for support to stay upright. Seeing this, Lin Ming felt that if they continued talking, the Assassin's Guild would have to change leadership, so he quickly changed the subject to vegetable farming. "Well, as for those mushrooms, I'm quite good at them." "Is that so?" "Great. I clear out a warehouse, and make you a mushroom house." "Okay, then I need a lot of wood." That's no problem." Lin Ming knew there was no way to discuss spiders anymore, so he could only go along with the chairman's words. His doubts were also resolved. The chairman knew. And it was very likely not just a matter of knowing. The chairman probably knew more than anyone else. But he couldn't say. Because of that magic seal, he couldn't speak. The magic seal on the chairman's left chest was probably a contract he had made with someone, the content of which was to keep this matter confidential. Just the implication that he couldn't tell was enough to cause him to be affected by the magic seal, which showed how strict the contract was. After talking with the chairman about raising mushrooms for a long time, the chairman's complexion finally improved a lot. The chairman took a deep breath before changing the subject. "You don't need to worry about Shinke's safety. I made many arrangements. However, it seems that it's not impossible for you to go." As someone who knows the past, the chairman is forced to remain silent about it. Under these circumstances, even if he went to Xiaolensel, he wouldn't be of any help. Now, with Lin Ming, who also knows the truth, this is a huge boon for the chairman. At this moment, the chairman even felt incredibly relieved. Keeping a secret is exhausting. Although he still can't mention the secret, knowing that there are others in the world who know about the global crisis as well as he does has lessened the loneliness he felt before, like being underwater. The chairman took out a map, drew an arc on it, and looked up at Lin Ming, saying, "Whether it's growing mushrooms or vegetables, I'm not good at it, so these things are best left to you." Chapter 156. The president's arrangement for Lin Ming was that he could go to Shinka's place, but he also had to go to the Southern Territory. On the way to the Southern Territory, it was just a short detour to reach Siulincel. He could resolve Shinka's problem first before heading to the Southern Territory. Having received the president's reply, Lin Ming felt much more at ease. At least for now, it seemed that although the president was full of malice, he wasn't the kind of villain thinking about destroying the world. Who should we take this time? Huh? Can I specify? Of course, you can choose anyone. May? She can't. She and Heisen need to stay behind as reserve forces. What about Sousa? He has an overseas mission. Nazi? That won't work either. He has a surveillance mission. How about I take the vice president? That won't work either. She has to stay with me. Lin Ming almost flipped the table. You can't just pick anyone? Is this what you call random selection? By the way, Ellie has been to the Southern Territory before. Ellie should be fine, right? Yeah, she is. Besides Ellie, Lin Ming hesitated about whether to bring the cat along. Oh right, the guild leader reminded Lin Ming. You also need to bring those two. Which two? The fire mage and the saber girl. Lin Ming's mouth practically flew off his lips. They're going to the Southern Territory too, right? Yes, those two are essentially exiled a second time by the National Council. After they go to the Southern Territory, they most likely stay there. I'm not bringing them. Let them go on their own. That's what I was thinking too, but I think they'd be useful. What's the use? To take the blame. Lin Ming suddenly understood what the president meant. He looked at the president with a mischievous grin, and the president looked back at him with the same mischievous grin. Mischievous water meets mischievous water. The two hit it off immediately. As long as they had the two of them with them, whatever trouble they caused along the way could be blamed on the National Council. Brilliant. So, the group traveling together consisted of Ellie, Les, and Hannah. After thinking it over, Lin Ming decided he still had to bring the cat. After all, he always had her with him. He wouldn't be comfortable leaving her alone at home all of a sudden. After deciding on the travel companions, Lin Ming and Kevin needed to make arrangements for Achi. They originally intended to entrust Achi to Mei Yi, but just as they were taking Achi to see Mei Yi, they encountered the vice president. Upon seeing Achi, the vice president casually asked, "I saw this child when you came back the other day. Is she going to stay with the Assassin's Guild?" She doesn't necessarily have to stay with the Assassin's Guild, but we were entrusted to look after her temporarily. The situation in the Southern Territory is complicated, so we decided to let her stay with the Assassin's Guild for now. Achi was staring intently at the vice president's great sword, which she was leaning on. Seeing her interest in his sword, the vice president bent down and asked, "What little girl wants to try it? Can you tell she's a girl?" Of course, anyone could tell. The vice president looked Achi up and down thoughtfully, saying, "If she's dressed up properly, this child is actually quite a beauty." The vice president knelt down and handed the great sword to Achi. The vice president's great sword was taller than Achi herself. Achi had never handled such a large weapon before. When he first held it, he underestimated its weight, and his body slumped slightly. However, the vice president keenly noticed the excitement in Achi's eyes. Achi tried to lift the sword, but couldn't manage it by force alone. He steadied himself, and a misty aura began to rise from his body. The vice president's expression suddenly turned serious. She watched Achi clumsily raise the sword and then try to swing it. Achi, holding a sword for the first time, couldn't maintain his balance. As soon as he raised the sword, he swayed unsteadily, then tilted towards the ground. Seeing he couldn't regain his footing, Achi simply slammed the sword down on the ground, executing a classic New Year's greeting sword technique. Lin Ming initially thought Achi's first attempt at holding a sword had ended in failure, but when the great sword touched the ground, Lin Ming heard a sound like an elephant stomping. Thump! The impact kicked up a cloud of dust, drawing everyone's attention. When the dust settled, Lin Ming saw a crater beneath the great sword Achi was holding. Lin Ming stared at the crater, utterly bewildered. That was clearly a sword. How could it have created a crater? The vice president, looking at the crater, turned to Lin Ming and said, enunciating each word clearly, "Please, absolutely, under any circumstances, leave this child with the Assassin's Guild." "Ah, that's possible," Lin Ming stammered, still curious about the crater. The vice president, sensing his confusion, handed him the sword. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Ming thought, if Achi can lift this sword, why can't I? But just as Lin Ming's hand touched the sword, his entire body suddenly plummeted downwards, and with a loud clatter as the great sword hit the ground, he landed face first. Hey, I don't believe it. Lin Ming rolled up his sleeves, bent down, and gripped the hilt. 1, 2. Rise. The great sword didn't budge. Eek. Hey. The great sword remained motionless. Achi, standing to the side, cast a disdainful glance. At this moment, Lin Ming truly understood the vice president's strength. In Lin Ming's understanding of warrior techniques, sword energy required a lightweight weapon to be easily unleashed, allowing for a faster and more numerous strikes of sword energy. But the vice president had been using a massive iron lump, heavier than a sledgehammer. Is this really the sword you always use? Lin Ming, panting heavily, gave up struggling with the metal lump on the ground. Yes, but not entirely. I do have my own sword, very beautiful, and not this heavy, but I felt it looked too delicate, so I switched to this one. This should be considered my daily training sword. The vice president bent down and casually picked up the sword, his movements as unhurried as picking up a twig. Keep this child with me. In less than a year, he should be able to stand on his own. Just as they were chatting, the president walked over. The vice president planted his sword in the ground, lifted Achi high above his head, and shouted to the president, Hey, look, look! It's a little girl. Seeing the vice president's happy expression, the president casually teased, How about we have one too? Sure, let's have one now. What's the rush? We can't have one now. Then let's have one later. Later won't work either. Then when do you suggest? It's not something you can just decide to do. How about tonight? Tonight. The two passionately discussed having children for a long time on the street, finally concluding that they shouldn't rush it, and should put having children on hold for now. Seeing that Achi had become familiar with the vice president, Lin Ming turned to call out to Kevin. Let's go! Where to? Lin Ming chuckled. To meet those two scapegoats. Chapter 157. A long story. A short story. Lin Ming met with Les and Hua, then went to see Ellie, and, taking the cat with him, prepared to depart. To reassure Qiu Dong, Lin Ming took some money from the crystal mine's profits and arranged 2 rooms for him at the Assassin's Guild. Originally, he planned for the cat to stay with him for a while before fulfilling his promise, but the situation was urgent, and he needed to let the cat know he wasn't a man of his word. Because trust, once broken, can never be repaired, Lin Ming naturally understood this principle. Lin Ming was initially worried that the cat would linger at the Assassin's Guild, but upon hearing that Lin Ming and Kevin were leaving, the cat hesitated for a long time before deciding to go with them to the Southern Territory. Before departure, the guild master, vice guild master, and Achi saw them off at the gate. The vice guild master came to see them off, because Achi was a little reluctant to part with Kevin. The guild leader, acting out of diplomatic protocol, had come to see off the 2 envoys, Les and Hua. What puzzled Lin Ming was that Hua's military knife was neatly tucked into her waistband, yet she was still holding the broom in her hand. The guild leader also noticed the broom and looked at the vice guild leader with a puzzled expression. Ah, that's a gift I gave her. I think she likes it quite a bit. Lin Ming thought to himself that Hua probably didn't actually like the broom, but rather was too intimidated to let go of it in front of the vice guild leader. Although the group was all quite fast walkers, considering they might have to spend the night in the wilderness, the Assassin's Guild arranged for a caravan to take them to the vicinity of Xialinsel, after which they would have to walk the rest of the way on their own. Inside the car, Hua sat opposite Ellie. She looked at Ellie's shapely figure, then at her own flat chest, and felt a surge of resentment. Throughout the journey, Les seemed to be bursting with pent-up energy, his mouth never stopping, chattering incessantly. Well, it was alright. His constant talking kept things from getting too boring. Considering they would be traveling with Lin Ming and his group for a long time, Les and Hua solemnly apologized to Lin Ming. The apology was ultimately pointless, but better than nothing, and these formalities were just for fun, not to be taken seriously. By the way, your spells seem a bit different from others, Lin Ming asked Les with curiosity. They are indeed different. My spells don't directly release elements, but rather imbue them with basic commands, giving them some basic autonomous abilities, such as defense and pursuit. Fire rat, Les said, summoning a rat engulfed in flames from inside the car. The rat was held in Les's hand. Lin Ming noticed that Les wore black gloves when using spells to protect himself from the flames. It seemed their spells could actually harm them. Being a fire mage was truly difficult. Compared to fire, lightning, ice, and wind were much easier to control. Looking at the small fire rat, Lin Ming suddenly felt this was a spell very suitable for him. This is great. Can you teach me? It's not that easy to learn. Don't underestimate me, I'm a magical genius. Les glanced at Lin Ming. He didn't actually think Lin Ming could learn it either, so he simply began explaining the principles of the spell. Simply put, these summoned creatures lack consciousness and souls. Their actions are governed by pre-programmed programs. Currently, summoned creatures with consciousness and souls are extremely rare in this world. This is because souls are born in only two ways, through reproduction or the awakening of a demonic race, and souls cannot be divided. Based on this principle, two abilities have been continuously developed but never successfully implemented. One is creating self-aware avatars. The other is summoning intelligent beings. Currently, the limit of creation for both humans and demonic races is merely endowing them with some instincts. They cannot truly create intelligent beings. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming suddenly turned to look at Caven, then at Antai. Antai is easier to understand. Although his numbers are astonishing, they only share information, their souls remain the same. However, Caven and his companions' nocturnal lives were somewhat different. According to Caven, the original method of creating offspring was similar to human reproduction, but not entirely the same. Although Caven could run around freely, his self-awareness hadn't reached the level of a soul. As Les was excitedly introducing his little mouse, a thump suddenly sounded from the side of the car. Lin Ming found it strange and quickly got out to check. He found an arrow embedded in the car door. A piece of paper was rolled up on the arrow. Lin Ming pulled out the arrow with a puzzled look and unfolded the paper. It was a challenge letter. It stated that he would wait for them on a mountain called Spiral near Schillingsel. It also stated that he wanted to fight the assassins to the death to avenge his family's past humiliation. The challenge letter even included a map. The entire challenge letter was written with great passion and fervor, but the handwriting was terrible, somewhat ruining the atmosphere. Family? Lin Ming asked Caven curiously. Have we ever had any enemies? No, right? After all, your decisions have always been to avoid making enemies, haven't they? Yeah, and this letter mentions family, and even draws a dual location. Oh, I remember now. Who? Caven asked curiously. Maybe that fish. Oh, I remember now too. Lin Ming held the challenge letter, waving it in front of Les and Hua, and said mockingly, Look at those Schillingsel people, they even hand over a challenge letter before the fight, they didn't sneak up on us from behind. Les and Hua knew what Lin Ming meant, so they could only avoid eye contact, pretending to be admiring the scenery. Lin Ming was satisfied to see the two of them looking guilty. Les cautiously asked, So? Are you going to meet them? Lin Ming glanced at the map. The marked location was indeed their only route, but only a fool would go. Lin Ming crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it away, then stuck his head out of the carriage and shouted to the driver, Master, take a detour. The group quietly bypassed the agreed-upon location. Meanwhile, on the summit of Mount Jianding, a lonely avenger stared blankly at the clouds. After traveling for another half-day, as dusk approached, there was another thump on the carriage door. A letter has arrived. Lin Ming expertly pulled out an arrow and unfolded the paper. It contained familiar, incredibly ugly handwriting. The paper vehemently denounced Lin Ming and his companions' cowardice, calling them a group of treacherous and despicable people, using virtually every swear word imaginable, making it exceptionally vulgar. At the end of the paper, the person drew a new location, saying he would be there that night to await the assassin's challenge. Lin Ming showed the letter to Caven, who smiled and said, Actually, I think the Schillingsel people are quite cute. Lin Ming looked at the paper, then at the darkening sky, and decided to set up camp there and continue his journey early the next morning. In the darkness, a lonely avenger, at the prearranged dual location, idly counted the stars. Chapter 158. The Avengers finally couldn't sit still any longer. Under the bright moonlight, the Avenger appeared in Lin Ming and his companions' field of vision. Lin Ming looked back at Les and Hua. Look at you guys, so straightforward, not a bit cunning, he just walked right over. Lin Ming looked at the newcomer, a man with messy, unkempt hair, wearing red armor and carrying a strange-looking weapon on his back. Why didn't you come? The man pointed at Lin Ming and his companions, who were still eating and drinking, already furious. Seeing that the Avengers had come knocking, Caven shook his head helplessly, stood up, and decided to go and fight. I'm doing this for my family, for my... Enough with the nonsense. Caven didn't listen to his words and swung his scythe. Seeing that Caven had already made his move, the man pulled out his weapon from behind him and twisted it with both hands, directly jamming Caven's scythe. Huh? Caven looked at the weapon, with a face full of confusion. He had traveled all over the country for so long, and this was the first time he had ever seen such a weapon. It was a huge pair of scissors. Although Caven had never seen such large scissors before, Lin Ning felt that these scissors had a lot of familiarity. The scissors were almost as tall as a person, and the man angrily gripped the handles with both hands, looking like an angry gardener. Having seen something he had never seen before, Caven was momentarily at a loss for where to start, and took a few steps back. Seeing Caven retreat, the man proudly announced his name. I am the captain of the Shulinsel army, the crab demon god, named Cobb. Oh, a crab! Lin Ning thought to himself. No wonder it was family with the fish. But since it was a demonic species, he couldn't be careless. He almost suffered a great loss when he fought the fish last time. Although Lin Ning had ignored the guy the whole way, it had come knocking on his door, so he couldn't underestimate it. He quickly ordered the other unrelated people in the convoy to evacuate to avoid casualties. My sworn sister was defeated and humiliated by you last time, and she's been devastated ever since. This time, I'm going to avenge her. Ah. At this point, Lin Ning felt a little embarrassed. They had indeed gone a bit too far last time, but he hadn't expected it to cause such a psychological blow to the fish. Caven looked at the large pair of scissors, without bothering to introduce himself, and leaped up, swinging his scythe towards Cobb's head. Cobb looked at Caven, who was floating in the air, and smiled smugly. Sly's Caven was still some distance from Cobb, when Cobb suddenly snapped the scissors shut. Based on his past combat experience, Caven sensed danger and tried to block with his scythe, but before he could react, he felt his left side go lightly. When Caven turned to look at his left arm, he discovered that it had been completely severed. The cut was clean and neat. Lin Ning, seeing only this one exchange from a distance, realized that Caven was not suited to fight this crab. He should just use spores, or let the cat finish him off. Humph, a bunch of treacherous villains from the Assassin's Guild. What else can you do? Cobb's mention of skills made Lin Ning think that this guy's abilities would be a good opportunity to test his newly learned techniques. Caven! They changed. Huh? Why the change? I take over, you rest for a bit. Although Caven didn't know why Lin Ning had changed people, seeing Lin Ning's confident demeanor, he retreated while continuing to repair his left arm. As Caven reached Lin Ning's side, Lin Ning asked, if it were you, what's your plan to deal with him? Caven thought for a moment, and made a prying motion with both hands. Just grab the blades of the scissors, and prevent them from closing. Simple and brutal, typical of Caven's strategies. Lin Ning whispered a few words to Caven, stood there for a while, and then approached Cobb. For some reason, Cobb felt that Lin Ning was walking unsteadily. Are you drunk? Cobb asked. Lin Ning didn't reply, but raised his hand towards Cobb. Horizontal slice Cobb's scissors snipped again. Lin Ning raised his hand to touch his waist, and his upper body slowly fell to the ground, leaving only his legs standing. Cobb laughed heartily at this sight. I knew it, the assassins are a bunch of... Cobb's smile vanished mid-sentence. Lin Ning's legs, which had been standing still, began to walk towards him. Vertical slice another snip, and Lin Ning's legs were separated again. But the legs didn't stop, instead, they hopped and skipped towards Cobb. Cobb, watching the hopping legs, felt a chill run down his spine, and made several more snips at Lin Ning. Lin Ning now had over 20 pieces. But every single piece was moving. Les, watching all this from a distance, couldn't help but marvel. I thought he was bragging. This guy really is a genius. The Lin Ning who had been shredded wasn't his true self. While he was talking to Caven, his main body had already submerged underground. The Lin Ning on the ground was merely a mycelium he had programmed with commands. The command was, approach Cobb. Cobb seemed to realize that this still moving, shredded thing wasn't his true self, and since the fragments on the ground were moving very slowly, Cobb began to relocate. To Lin Ning's surprise, although Cobb was wearing armor, his movement speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had moved horizontally several dozen meters away. Definitely a crab. Just as he regained his footing, another fake Lin Ning appeared in front of him. Cobb, as usual, began slashing wildly. After entangled with the mycelium for a while, Cobb looked at the still wriggling fragments of Lin Ning, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Did they think Cobb could be dealt with by a mere imposter? Humiliation. This was an insult to him. Cobb's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He felt that unless he used some deadly force, these people would continue to look down on him. Cobb drew another pair of scissors from his waist. Unlike the enormous pair, this pair was only the size of a palm, looking no different from normal scissors. He raised his arm, and forcefully threw the scissors. The scissors flew with astonishing speed, disappearing from sight in a short while. Seeing the small pair of scissors had flown far away, Cobb raised the large pair again, bent down, and aimed at the assassins in the distance. The distance should be enough. Two-point cut as Cobb's scissors closed. It was as if two enormous, invisible blades were flying towards Caven and his group from their left and right sides. In the path of those blades, all the trees were neatly severed, and the distance of the slash was hundreds of meters. And Caven and his group were right in the middle of where the two blades were about to converge. Ha ha ha. Too late. They all be cut in two. As the scissors closed, the two blades collided, producing a deafening clang. In Cobb's plan, with this cut, everyone in the Assassin's Guild would be instantly cut in two. But when he came to his senses, he found that where the Assassin's Guild members had been, there was only a pile of mushrooms of varying heights, cut off. Sigh. Lin Ming sighed, rising from the ground. Where are they? Cobb asked, his face full of confusion. Ah, I let them go first. They should be quite far by now. I catch up with them later. Then what about just now? It was an illusion. That spot of theirs has been empty, since you were about to cut open my crotch. Despicable. Lin Ming clicked his tongue. What despicable? This is called a scheme. Don't you understand a scheme? Chapter 159. Cobb is very strong. The crab demon god and the fish demon god, Fisher, get along very well in Shilinsel. They met in the Shilinsel army, instantly became friends, and thus swore brotherhood. However, the last time the assassins were on their way to the crystal mine, they encountered Fisher's ambush. Fisher's record in Shilinsel was almost undefeated, but unfortunately, this poor fish encountered the incomprehensible Antai. Having suffered a great loss, and been humiliated by the assassins, ultimately being abandoned by the roadside, Fisher was deeply traumatized and remained depressed and secluded ever since. As her sworn brother, Cobb, upon hearing that the assassins were approaching Shilinsel, took the initiative to intercept them on their inevitable route, vowing to avenge his sister. Given Cobb's strength, he shouldn't just be a captain in Shilinsel, but Cobb's weakness lies in his naive and simple-minded personality. Cobb, awakened in Shilinsel, was raised by a group of martial artists, and believed that dueling was the true romance of warriors. One-on-one, a fierce battle, a struggle, a counterattack, a fight to the death. Unfortunately, Lin Ming didn't think that way. Lin Ming looked at Cobb in front of him, and scratched his head. That little pair of scissors you threw was probably to expand your attack range? Lin Ming turned to look at the grove of trees behind him, now trimmed to a buzzes, and thought to himself, it's fortunate that he encountered someone with a control-oriented specialization like me. If it were anyone else, even hundreds of people, they might not be able to withstand a single snip from this guy. Lin Ming's mycelium had already seeped into his body. Cobb, holding the scissors, was completely immobilized. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. The crab was now tightly bound. Lin Ming looked at Cobb and couldn't help but mock. I say, you keep talking about one-on-one duels and challenges, making yourself seem so noble, but why did you sneak up on my teammate with those scissors? Cobb was speechless for a moment. Forget it, I doubt your crab brain can come up with anything. Lin Ming crossed his arms, and began to consider how to deal with the crab. Killing him would be easy, but that was absolutely out of the question. They were going to Xialinsel next, and not to fight, but to ask Shinku for help. Shinku was currently in Xialinsel. If Cobb caused any trouble with Xialinsel, things would only get more complicated. Letting him go wouldn't work either. This guy had come knocking on his door for no reason, and letting him go like this would be a huge loss for Lin Ming. Just as Lin Ming was still pondering, a cold glint flashed behind him. It was the pair of scissors Cobb had thrown earlier. The scissors aimed straight for the back of Lin Ming's head. Lin Ming didn't dodge, letting the scissors pierce his head. With a whoosh, the scissors pierced through, followed by a thud, the tip embedding itself in his body. But it wasn't Lin Ming who was stabbed, it was Cobb himself. You never learn. Lin Ming's voice came from behind Cobb. Cobb stared in horror at the scissors embedded in his chest, then looked up at Lin Ming in front of him, only to see the Lin Ming in front of him slowly fade and disappear. Is this also an illusion? Lin Ming had stood behind Cobb the entire time. Crab's attacks are always targeted, only a fool would stand in front of him. However, Lin Ming was quite surprised because Cobb's scissors had actually pierced through his own armor. Since awakening, Cobb had never been pricked by his own scissors. Whether the scissors pierced too deeply or his anger overwhelmed him, Cobb coughed up blood and fainted. Lin Ming checked Cobb's breathing. Fortunately, he wasn't in immediate danger. The body of a demon god was tough enough. One stab wouldn't kill him. Lin Ming shook his head, but then nodded. Crabs have a bad temper, which was understandable. However, this made things easier for Lin Ming. If he took a lively cob to Xiaolincel with him tied up, it would be somewhat provocative. However, if he brought a wounded and unconscious crab to Xiaolincel, that would be the ultimate act of saving a life. This way, the diplomatic language upon arriving in Xiaolincel could be, "We encountered the Xiaolincel company commander, who came to provoke us in the wild. After failing to stop him, the commander accidentally injured himself, and is now seriously wounded. The assassins, fearing for the commander's life, specifically brought this wounded soldier to Xiaolincel. This would provide a pretext for entering Xiaolincel. Originally, they had to act according to Xiaolincel's wishes, but now, with Cobb involved, Xiaolincel owed him a debt of gratitude, both logically and personally. The more Lin Ming spent with the chairman, the higher the concentration of his own malice grew. No, this can't be called bad intentions. It's called negotiation tactics. Yes, tactics. Lin Ming made up his mind. He simply used mycelium to stop Cobb's bleeding, ensuring his life wasn't in danger. Then he bound Cobb with the mycelium, intending to drag him to catch up with Caven and the others. But after dragging him for a while, he felt it was too slow and started thinking of a crooked idea. His underground movement speed was extremely fast. Once the mycelium was set up, he could cover hundreds of meters almost instantly. Lin Ming decided to try a catch-and-throw game. Dragging on the ground was bumpy. Flying in the sky was bumpy too, so he might as well choose something fast and fun. He first set up the mycelium underground, then began to grow larger. When his body reached several meters in height, Lin Ming grabbed the unconscious Cobb, took a running start, and then swung his arm violently. Go! Cobb was thrown high into the air by Lin Ming. While Cobb's body was still tracing an arc in the air, Lin Ming swiftly traveled along his mycelium-laid lines to Cobb's landing point, then Dynamaxed and lightly caught him. Great catch! Nice! After tossing him a few times, Lin Ming got a little carried away. Caven, who was traveling ahead, turned around and saw something being tossed around in the sky. Looking down, he saw Lin Ming, several meters tall, having a blast like a silly boy. Les also saw this and asked, puzzled, "Is this some kind of magical celebration?" No, this is just my silly kid reminiscing about his childhood. Lin Ming tossed Cobb through the air a few more times, and easily caught up with Caven and the others. Seeing that they were getting closer to Xiaolincel, Caven flew up to scout the situation. Seeing Caven take flight, Lin Ming suddenly became interested. Caven! Catch! Lin Ming tossed Cobb towards Caven in the air. Caven didn't even see what it was before it flew towards him, a dark shape, and when Lin Ming told him to catch it, he simply reached out and caught it. Seeing that he had caught the scissor-like monster, Caven disgustedly tossed it back to Lin Ming. That day, the unconscious crab dreamed for the first time that he was flying. Chapter 160. Lin Ming and his group finally arrived within the territory of Xiaolincel. As they approached the border, the Assassin's Guild's entourage turned back, leaving only Lin Ming and his companions to escort Cobb to Xiaolincel. Although Xiaolincel was a self-proclaimed nation, its area was actually only the size of 3 or 4 cities. Moreover, Xiaolincel's border defenses were extremely tight. Lin Ming explained his purpose to the soldiers stationed at the border, and after verification, Xiaolincel confirmed that he was indeed Captain Cobb, the crab demon god. Because Lin Ming had come under the guise of escorting wounded soldiers, he was treated with courtesy throughout the journey. The person responsible for receiving them was Wu Yang, one of Xiaolincel's main generals. Lin Ming's first impression of Wu Yang was quite good, because he was handsome. Wu Yang was about 1.85 meters tall, with soft, brown hair, fair skin that wasn't sickly, and gentle features, appearing non-threatening. Although he was the commander-in-chief, Wu Yang wasn't wearing armor, just ordinary clothes, so Lin Ming couldn't immediately tell what his rank was. Thank you all for escorting Captain Cobb back. While Xiaolincel is renowned for its martial arts, Captain Cobb acted somewhat recklessly. On behalf of Xiaolincel, I apologize to everyone. Hearing this, Lin Ming felt somewhat relieved. He had been worried that Xiaolincel might be unreasonable, but it seemed he had overthought it. It's alright, you don't need to apologize. We just have a small favor to ask of you. Oh! What is it? Although Wu Yang's expression remained gentle, Lin Ming keenly sensed a hint of wariness in his tone. Ah, a mercenary from the Assassin's Guild came to Xiaolincel on a mission before. I'm quite close to that mercenary, so I like to meet him. Are you talking about the elemental assassin? Exactly. Wu Yang looked somewhat hesitant. Is there some inconvenience? To be honest, The mission that Elemental Assassin was carrying out wasn't within my jurisdiction. The Science Society has a great deal of freedom of action within Shilinsel. If you want to see that Elemental Assassin, you need to meet with the head of the Science Society. Lin Ning thought to himself, it seems the Science Society is quite powerful. Maintaining a certain degree of autonomy in a country like Shilinsel is no easy feat. They probably know some secrets that the Shilinsel leadership has to take seriously. Then I trouble you to introduce me. Lin Ning was actually quite anxious. He wished he could just launch a massive spore search, but he didn't dare to be too ostentatious. After learning about the existence of abilities, like Tua's eye in this world, he was hesitant to use his abilities rashly. In other countries, one should show some respect, and it's always good to be cautious. After all, there are always stronger people out there, and even more powerful beings. When Wu Yang heard that Lin Ning wanted him to make an introduction, he felt even more conflicted. What's wrong? Is there some inconvenience? Wu Yang scratched his head. Nothing, I take you there. It's just that the head of the Dharma Seal Society, and I have some personal matters lately. Okay, I understand. You just need to take us to see him. We handle the rest ourselves. Alright then, follow me. Wu Yang led Lin Ning and the others into a carriage. After watching Lin Ning and the others board, when it was Kat's turn, Qiu Dong jumped onto the roof and sat there obediently. Wu Yang looked at Kat with surprise. Aw, don't mind him, just let him stay up there. Wu Yang led the group towards the interior of Xialinsel. Soon, Lin Ning felt the surrounding temperature begin to rise. It seemed they were almost there. After a while, the carriage stopped, and Wu Yang led the group to a rather eerie-looking building. The building was entirely black, looking as if it had been carved from a single, massive lump of coal. Around the building were books. The books seemed neglected, haphazardly piled up around, covered in dust. Wu Yang spoke to the guards, and after a short while, a woman emerged from inside. The woman wore a black fur coat over her upper body, and a black pencil skirt. Her makeup was heavy, and her black hair was held back with a feather. The woman walked with a seductive gait, her snow-white legs standing out starkly against the black skirt. This all-black attire, combined with the dark building, made Lin Ning think that Mei would be very happy if she came here. Upon seeing the woman, Wu Yang turned to leave. Oh, Lord Wu Yang has arrived. Why didn't you even greet me? Is my Dharma Seal Society some kind of unclean place? No, I didn't mean that. You said you wouldn't marry anyone but me when we were little, but now you're denying it, oh dear. Things from childhood. I suppose after becoming a commander, many suitors came his way, and of course, they no longer looked favorably upon me, his childhood sweetheart. Sigh, I'm so sad, my heart is about to burst. Hearing this, Lin Ning subconsciously glanced at the woman's chest, then turned to look at Ellie. Assassins still have the upper hand. Wu Yang sighed and turned to introduce Lin Ming. This is Ding Ningyan, the head of the Dharma Seal Society. No need for the surname, just call me Ningyan. Wu Yang said to Ding Ningyan, these gentlemen are here to see that elemental assassin, Ding Ningyan. They're in your care now. Oh, Ding Ningyan, it used to sound so much better when you called me Yin Yin. Goodbye, goodbye. Wu Yang handed Lin Ming and the others over to Ding Ningyan, and then turned and slipped away. No wonder Wu Yang doesn't like coming here. Ding Ningyan smiled happily as Wu Yang ran off. Don't mind him, teasing him is just my personal hobby. Are you childhood sweethearts? Yes, don't you think Wu Yang's flustered look is adorable? He's already a commander, but he still acts like a little boy. Although Lin Ming loved gossip, now wasn't the time. Shenke. Looks like you're in a hurry. I take you there then. Ding Ningyan pointed eastward. She's over there, but even if you go now, you probably won't see her. Ding Ningyan led everyone to a small hill nearby. The closer they got to the hill, the hotter Lin Ming felt. After turning a corner at the foot of the hill and arriving at the back, Lin Ming suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over them. The heat made it hard for him to breathe. Before him lay a vast circular area. The ground beneath their feet was completely cracked and charred black by the flames. Lin Ming looked around. According to the information Shenke had sent back, the fire was shrinking, meaning they had been within its reach not long ago. Not far from them, a towering flame was raging. Because it was daytime, the flames weren't very noticeable, but the scorching heat was undeniable. Lin Ming strained to see the center of the fire. He saw a familiar figure within it. It was Shenke. It's truly breathtaking. Ding Ningyan exclaimed beside him. Lin Ming wasn't sure if she was referring to the flames or Shenke. Because the surrounding temperature was so high, Ding Ningyan took off her coat, exposing her neck. Lin Ming was surprised to find that Ding Ningyan was wearing a backless dress. He stared at her snow-white back, desperately trying to hide his shock. Ding Ning Yan's back was beautiful, smooth, white, and the slightly protruding spine was quite sexy, but none of that mattered. What mattered was the spider tattoo on her back, about half the size of her palm. And that spider only had 7 legs. Chapter 161. Lin Ning stared intently at the tattoo on Ding Ning Yan's back, then turned to look at Shinku, still trapped in the fire. It seemed Xiao Lincel isn't so simple after all. Ding Ning Yan seemed to sense Lin Ming's gaze, and casually explained, "This is the emblem of our Dharma Seal Society. My teacher has it, and my teacher's teacher has it too. It looks very special. Does it have any meaning?" From Ding Ning Yan's words, Lin Ning sensed that the tattoo was a totem-like symbol passed down through the Dharma Seal Society, and Ding Ning Yan, as the current head of the society, seemed unaware of the spider's meaning. Meaning? I really don't know. The Dharma Seal Society has an incredibly long history. According to my teacher, many symbols and codes were passed down within the society in the past, but because no one understood them, they were gradually lost. This spider pattern, it seems, was also lost during the process of transmission. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Lin Ming pondered. If it were a code word or symbol, its loss would be understandable. However, the meaning of the symbol, as the organization's representative emblem, should have been passed down through generations and widely known. Lin Ning felt there were only 2 possibilities. Either Ding Ning Yan was lying, and she actually knew the meaning of the spider, and the Dharma Seal Society might be secretly researching the previous generation's organization. But that didn't make sense either. Judging from Ding Ning Yan's attitude, she didn't seem to take the 7-legged spider seriously. Then it could only be the second possibility. The Dharma Seal Society did indeed have close ties with the previous generation spider at its inception, but later, with the changing times, the Dharma Seal Society's content regarding the previous generation was sealed and no longer passed on to subsequent disciples. In the end, only a totem of unknown meaning remained. At present, both hypotheses seemed plausible. Just as Lin Ming was still speculating, Antai suddenly came over and tugged at Lin Ming's sleeve. Lin Ming looked down and saw that Antai was gesturing for him to go find Ellie. Lin Ming went to Ellie and coughed lightly to indicate that he was already there. "Ah, Lin Ming, I just overheard your conversation with that person in charge." "About the Seal Society?" Ellie nodded. Lin Ming glanced back at Ding Ning Yan, walked over to her, and said, "Our mage is not feeling well. I take her out to rest for a while." Ding Ning Yan glanced back at Ellie, who clearly had a visual impairment, and nodded. Lin Ming led Ellie to a slightly secluded spot. "There's no one around now." That's good. I heard a little about the Science Society when I was in the National Council. That organization, does it have some secrets?" "Yes, the Science Society once experienced internal turmoil." "Turmoil?" "Yes, the Science Society has a very long history, almost dating back to the legendary era. Although their lineage has been intermittent, they have preserved a lot of internal information intact. Currently, half of the signifiers used by all mages were created by the Science Society. It's no exaggeration to say they are the foundation of mages." Ellie tilted her head, seemingly searching her mind for useful information. But later, the Science Society split into 2 factions. The old faction advocated continuing to secretly protect the inherited history, and existing as observers of the world, not relying on power or indulging in pleasure. The new faction advocated actively contacting various countries, and wanted to transform the Science Society into a for-profit magical research institution. That's really a cliché. So in the end, the new faction definitely won? Yes, the new faction within the Seal Society won, and with the help of another country, they directly wiped out the old faction by force, and contributed most of their magical research to that country. That country is Shulensel? That's right. And what about the old faction? This is the strangest part of this history. Several leaders of the old faction secretly kept some confidential texts. Only those who joined the leadership of the Seal Society had access to these secrets. The new faction consisted entirely of people rejected by the old faction, so they believed the old faction was just using this secret as a pretext to protect their own interests. Ellie sighed as she said this. Later, knowing their fate was sealed, the leaders of the old faction burned all the confidential texts and perished in the flames. No wonder. Although Ellie's account dates back to a very long time ago, and some details within that history are illogical, it's enough. From these records, one can deduce why Ding Ning Yan doesn't know the meaning of the spider. The old-school Science Society, responsible for passing on the history of the previous generation, has been destroyed. The current Science Society exists in name only. This is indeed a bombshell. If Lin Ming's guess is correct, The old-school Science Society secretly passed down the true history of the spider from the previous generation. Perhaps because they felt that revealing this history to the public would only bring panic and turmoil, they decided to destroy this information. Protection was for the sake of dealing with crisis one day, while destruction was because they felt the general public simply couldn't bear such a reality. Wait. The truth of history. The Dharma Seal Society. The mage. Lin Ning suddenly remembered someone. Wilhelm. Wilhelm's style and views were surprisingly consistent with the old-school Dharma Seal Society. Could it be that Wilhelm was a remnant of the old faction? He should have stripped Wilhelm naked back then to see if he had a seven-legged spider on his back. I don't think Ding Ning Yin will tell you this, so I'm passing it on to you first, just in case. Thank you. As expected of the seventh seat of the Assassin's Guild, you've been a great help. Lin Ning helped Ellie back to the edge of the fire. Seeing Ellie return, Ding Ning Yin proactively stepped forward and asked with concern, "Are you feeling better, Miss Mage?" "Much better. Thank you for your concern." As they were talking, Shinku slowly emerged from the fire. Lin Ning watched Shinku emerge from the towering flames, feeling a sense of heroic grandeur in the scene. Shinku walked to the edge of the fire and let out a long sigh. "Phew. I'm exhausted. Staying there all the time isn't good for my skin." "Lin Ming?" Shinku looked up and saw Lin Ming and Caven. "What are you guys doing here?" Before Lin Ming could answer, Shinku turned and saw Les and Hua, his face instantly filled with disdain. "What are these two doing here too?" Chapter 162. Les was about to retort, but he opened his mouth and then closed it again. Mainly because he was afraid of getting beaten up. "We were just passing by and thought we'd drop by to see you," Lin Ming started to say, but then noticed that Shinku had injuries. Those injuries were clearly not burns, and he didn't think Shinku would be burned. They were clearly knife wounds or bruises from a fight. Lin Ming frowned as he looked at Ding Ning Yin after seeing the injuries. Ding Ning Yin didn't seem to understand what Lin Ming meant. "What's wrong? Are you hungry?" "No, that's not the question. What happened to her injuries? This mission shouldn't involve any combat, right?" "Ha ha." Shinku patted Lin Ming's shoulder with relief after hearing his words. Shinku was expressing her gratitude for Lin Ming's concern, but Lin Ming jumped back, feeling a bit burned. "Oh, I'm still quite hot, I forgot. I need to let it cool down for a while." "What happened to your injury?" Ding Ning Yin finally understood what Lin Ming was concerned about. She explained, "Ah, you mean this? Xiaolincel has an internal entertainment activity. If we have any requests to our superiors or peers, we can fight in the arena with mutual agreement. If the winner wins, the loser cannot refuse the other's request. Of course, the duel is on the premise that no one dies. That's really your style." "Of course." Lin Ming then looked at Shinku. "So you went to duel?" "Yeah, I fought several matches." "What conditions did you make?" "I demanded that Xiaolincel tell me all the information about this fire." "You won?" "Of course, who do you think I am?" Ding Ning Yin laughed. She didn't just win. This level of challenge should theoretically be a best-of-3 series, but she fought all 3 rounds alone, winning 2 and losing 1. Shinku pursed his lips, seemingly quite dissatisfied with the 2 wins and 1 loss statement. "Don't feel wronged. Your loss was against the main general, Wu Yong. His record in the arena is 32 wins and 2 losses. That Wu Yong. Is he that strong?" "Strong." Shinku rubbed his temples. "He's practically an upgraded version of me. We elemental assassins aren't good at using magic seals, so although we have elements in our bodies, we can't use magic. But Wu Yong, he's a chi-based warrior who can use magic." "Huh? That works too?" Shinku shrugged. "You have no idea how difficult she is to deal with. Not only is her movement incredibly fast, but giant ice spikes fly everywhere. Why don't you give it a try?" Lin Ming was about to refuse when he noticed the 7-legged spider behind Ding Ning Yin. "This arena of yours. Can you make any request?" "Of course not. Duels require approval. Excessive requests will be rejected outright, and the challenger will choose their opponent based on the level of their request. It's not just a simple fight." Seeing Lin Ming's sudden interest, Ding Ning Yin casually asked, "What? Do you also want something in Xiaolincel?" Lin Ming remembered the books piled up outside Ding Ning Yin's dark building. Lin Ming turned back to Ellie. "How's your ancient script level?" "I used to be quite good at it, but I stopped studying it after I went blind, so I've probably forgotten a lot." "It's alright, that's enough. What about the symbols and codes?" "Not to be arrogant, but this is my forte." "That's even better." Lin Ming made up his mind and said to Ding Ning Yin, "You just said that the Seal Society has many undecipherable symbols and codes. I'd like to take a look." Upon hearing this, Ding Ningyan's expression instantly darkened. Who are you? Lin Ning smiled and pointed at Ellie, saying, this mage was once a scholar of ancient magic culture. She's very curious about the symbols and codes you mentioned, so she wants to see them. Ding Ningyan looked at Ellie. Although she didn't know how the blind Ellie would see them, Lin Ning's request was indeed unexpected. For Ding Ningyan, this was a dilemma. As the current head of the Seal Society, she had a duty to protect those surviving mysteries. What troubled her even more was that, as the person in charge, she was completely unable to decipher the contents. As a sorcerer, she possessed a strong competitive spirit and curiosity. If Ellie could truly decipher those coded symbols, it wouldn't be a bad thing for her. The problem was what she could decipher. She knew some of the history of the Seal Society, the secrets that the old school leaders had risked their lives to hide. What were they? Was it to hold on to these secrets for life and then pass them on to the next generation, or to strive for the answers and face everything with clarity? Ding Ningyan looked at the black building. This building was one she had fought tooth and nail to obtain from Xia. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a place they could call their headquarters. Reflecting on the declining Seal Society, Ding Ningyan accepted Lin Ming's challenge. Ding Ningyan secretly thought that if they could really decipher some of the information, then she, as the person in charge, would have to decide whether to follow the old or new school of thought this time. After confirming the dual details with Ding Ningyan, Lin Ming turned and pulled Shinke to a completely quiet place. What? Whispering as soon as we meet? Yes, not just whispering. What I'm about to say might exceed your imagination, but I have to tell you now. Lin Ming recounted information about the previous generation, spiders, severed limbs, and so on to Shinke. Shinke kept exclaiming in surprise as she listened to this. Ah? Oh! The others in the distance, hearing Shinke's voices, were also confused about what the two of them were doing. Although Lin Ming felt that it was better not to know such secrets, the current situation forced him to tell Shinke so that she could piece together more information. After hearing everything, Shinke frowned deeply. The murmurs she had previously struggled to piece together suddenly began to make sense. Analyzing Lin Ming's words, the sounds from the fire were indeed about the spider seal. However, many details were still missing. Shinke glanced at the shrinking fire and realized she couldn't delay any longer, so she plunged back into the flames to gather information. Meanwhile, Lin Ming began preparing to head to the arena. Ding Ningyan requested permission from the higher-ups at Xia to use the arena, concealing Lin Ming's true purpose from them. She only said that Lin Ming and his group wanted to read some rare books from the Dharma Seal Society's collection. Even so, the higher-ups were still quite dissatisfied. Therefore, this duel was set as a best-of-5 series, the highest level. Each side fielded 5 fighters, taking turns. Ding Ningyan, having arranged everything, held out her hand to Lin Ming. Alright, give me the deposit. Huh? What deposit? The person who initiates the duel must pay a deposit before the match. If you win, the deposit will be returned. If you lose, it's non-refundable. Why didn't you say so earlier? Huh? Didn't I say so? Fine. How much is the deposit? 2,000 gold coins. Why don't you just rob me? Lin Ming had money now, but he still felt cheated. He initially wanted to pay the deposit himself, but then he thought the risk was too great. He had to spread the risk. Lin Ming approached Les. What? Les instinctively felt something was wrong when he saw Lin Ming's smiling face. Give me some money. How much? 1,000 gold coins. Why don't you just rob me? Lin Ming pointed at Ding Ningyan and said, Look, they need to prepare the venue and materials for this duel. To prevent participants from backing out, they need to pay a deposit of 2,000 gold coins, which will be refunded regardless of winning or losing. I don't have enough, so I'm just borrowing some to tide me over. Really? Really? Do I look like someone who would lie? Yes, very much. Although less since there might be a trick involved, he couldn't resist Lin Ming's persistent pleading and knew he didn't really have a choice. In the end, he handed over the 1,000 gold coins. After paying the deposit, Lin Ming turned to Les and said, Oh, I might not have explained it clearly earlier. This money is non-refundable if you don't win, and you'd be participating too, so good luck. Les took a deep breath and roared at Lin Ming, I knew you weren't planning something. Chapter 163. 5 against 5, best of 5. Lin Ming's team consisted of himself and Kevin, and Les and Hua, but the last player presented a challenge. Although Ellie was strong, she was blind, and cats themselves had almost no melee abilities. If they encountered a priest specializing in defense, they would likely be crushed. I go. Ellie seemed to sense Lin Ming's hesitation and volunteered. I think I can do it. Besides, in the Assassin's Guild, we inevitably encounter combat situations in the future, so it's better to practice more. Hearing Ellie's words, Lin Ming didn't say anything more. He then went to Ding Ningyan and asked if Ellie could bring Anti to the match. Ding Ningyan readily agreed. Sure, but that would make it 2 against 2, and we also send out a 2-person team to fight. Is that alright? Yes. Ellie agreed just as readily. After arranging everything, Lin Ming and his group went directly to the arena. To his surprise, the arena's stands were packed. To prevent the fighting from affecting the spectators, the arena had deployed priests specializing in defensive barriers around the perimeter, creating a semicircular protective shield above the arena. That's thorough. Of course, this is one of our top entertainment options, and it's profitable too. We heard that some outsiders are going to participate in the duels, 5 against 5, so the arena's ticket prices have doubled. You sell tickets? Ah, not only tickets, we also place bets. Okay, that's professional enough. A while later, Ding Ningyan delivered the match schedule. Round 1, Hua Fuhua, Warrior, versus Yiling, Warrior. Round 2, Lin Ming, Demon God, versus Wu Yang, Warrior/Ice Mage. Round 3, Les, Fire Mage, versus Ding Ningyan, Assassin. Round 4, Olivia and Anti, Wind Mage, Demon God, versus Cobb and Fisher, Demon God. Round 5, Caven, Demon God, versus Qiushan, Priest. Lin Ming had just noticed that the opposing team included the Fish Demon God and Cobb. Seafood Duo. This nickname inexplicably popped into his head. After the arena was prepared, there was even a pre-match briefing. Ding Ningyan, as the person in charge of this duel, talked at length about Xiaolinsel's battle spirit. To make a long story short, the 5-on-5, no, 6-on-6 match began. Hua and the warrior named Yiling had already arrived at the center of the arena, while Lin Ming and the others watched from the sidelines. Lin Ming had been guessing Yiling's gender, but even when Yiling appeared, he couldn't tell if she was male or female. She had medium-length gray hair, clearly styled meticulously, with the ends slightly curled outwards. She was slender with soft features, and wore a green short-sleeved shirt and shorts that looked like a tailored military uniform. Yiling's physique was too slender for a man, yet too muscular for a woman, giving her a perfectly androgynous appearance. Yiling and Hua seemed to have similar personalities, neither being very talkative, so upon meeting, they each drew their weapons. Hua slowly drew her military knife from its sheath, the blade rubbing against the scabbard producing a pleasant metallic clang. Yiling then pulled out a hand's axe from behind his back. The axe was only slightly longer than his forearm, and the head was only the size of his palm. It was an axe too small even for chopping wood. And on his other hand, he wore a suspicious-looking black glove. Yiling, holding the axe, looked with some confusion at the broom slung over Hua's back. Lin Ming then noticed that she was actually carrying the vice president's broom. Hua nodded slightly to Yiling and said, "Please enlighten me." Yiling returned the greeting, "Please enlighten me." As soon as Yiling finished speaking, Hua pointed the tip of her knife at him. Threading the needle, Yiling only saw Hua's figure flicker, then instantly appear before him, raising her military knife and slashing down. Fast. Extraordinarily fast. But not to the point of being unable to react. Yiling blocked the slash with his axe. With a clang of weapons clashing, Yiling tried to pursue, but found Hua had already retreated to her original position. So that's it, specializing in movement techniques. But Yiling found it strange. He could tell from Hua's posture and movements that she possessed exceptional skill in movement techniques, yet Hua's movements were actually a beat slower than he expected. Could she be injured? Yiling pondered, secretly pleased with himself. Regardless of whether Hua was injured or not, he was certain of victory. Because of elemental advantages. Those who specialize in movement techniques won't have high attack power. This is a trade-off for warriors during training. If you focus your energy on power, it will affect your overall agility. Trying to cultivate both often results in being a useless person who is proficient in neither. Yiling, however, specialized in defense. He had already realized that Hua's attack lacked power in the previous strike, which was why he used his movement technique to create distance. Although Yiling's overall cultivation was inferior to Hua's, since their attributes countered each other, victory was assured. Yiling had already planned his victory celebration, now he just needed to wait for Hua to launch her attack. Chi-armor golden armor shapes began to appear around Yiling's body. Embroidery needle Hua's attacks accelerated, repeatedly employing the tactic of striking and then retreating at the last second. The arena was filled with the clanging of weapons. After several exchanges, it was Hua who became flustered. She realized that while the person in front of her initially used a hand axe to block, He later tried to grab her military knife with his gloved hand. Her knife had almost been caught several times, and she also noticed that Yiling's G armor was becoming increasingly thick. So even though Yiling wasn't wearing armor, Hua felt like she was facing a heavily armored soldier. Hua also knew that if her knife was caught, the game would be over. Hua paused her attack and glanced at Les outside the arena. Les was cheering her on. "Come on, Qian. If we lose, we won't have any money for food." Sigh. Hua sighed, thinking that she followed this leader for so many years, and he never shown any cunning. She deserved to be tricked. Although she thought Les was a bit dim-witted, not having money for food was indeed a big problem. However, thankfully, she had slept with the vice president of the Assassin's Guild for one night. Otherwise, she would definitely lose this round. Hua pointed the tip of her blade at Yiling again. Random needle-edge lock Hua's movements were equally swift, while Yiling's defense remained as immovable as a mountain. Yiling still wanted to grab Hua's blade, but this time, after a flurry of slashes, Hua deliberately created an opening. Yiling gripped Hua's blade tightly with a bang. He believed that Hua would either abandon her weapon or be confined to close range. Either way, he would have an absolute advantage. "So what other tricks do you have this time?" Yiling couldn't help but mock her. Hua calmly echoed, "Ah, I've been caught. What am I going to do?" Yiling felt the situation was settled and directly grabbed his hand axe to chop at Hua. But Hua, at this moment, reached behind her. Then, she grasped the broom. A broom? Everyone in the arena, whether spectators or competitors, was filled with confusion. Except for Yiling. Yiling's axe was only halfway through its swing when Hua pulled out her broom. Watching the broom swing towards him, Yiling felt a surge of annoyance, as it made him feel like he was being swept away as trash. But this annoyance only lasted a moment before Yiling realized something was wrong. The whistling sound generated by the swinging of a broom seemed excessively exaggerated. Only then did it dawn on him, as if by lightning, that Hua's movements were somewhat sluggish, not because she was injured, but because she was carrying the broom. But he realized it too late. He quickly shifted his stance, raising his hand axe to defend. But it was impossible to defend. The next second, the broom slammed into Yiling with a whooshing sound. Bang! A loud crash echoed through the arena. Before Yiling was sent flying, he saw that the broom head had shattered, leaving only an inconspicuous iron rod. Hua then recalled her conversation with the vice president that night. "Ah, this broom? I had some leftover materials from making my great sword, and since I had some spare parts, and my old broom handle had broken, I used this to attach it. If you like it, it's yours. I see your basic skills are quite good, you should be able to lift it." "This? How heavy is it?" "Not too heavy, only about 100 pounds. Chapter 164. Seeing Yiling sent flying, everyone present knew the outcome was decided. To be able to use such agility while carrying a broom weighing over 100 pounds, Hua had completely overwhelmed Yiling in both strength and aura. Yiling tried to get up and try again, but as soon as he struggled to his feet, he found that half of his body was paralyzed from the impact. That attack wasn't just due to the weight of the weapon, but also the aura it carried. He lost decisively. Yiling used his still functioning hand to tuck his hand axe behind his back and bowed to Hua. "I learned a lot." Hua also tucked the iron rod behind his back and returned the bow, saying, "Thank you for your kind gesture." In the entire arena, the most excited person was Les. "My Hua! My money! Well done! You truly are my guard, Hua." Lin Ning didn't have time to complain about Les now, because the next match was against Wu Yang. Dual cultivation of combat and magic, huh? Lin Ning saw that Wu Yang was already waiting for him there, so he walked into the venue. As soon as Wu Yang stepped onto the stage, cheers erupted from all around. He had originally thought that Wu Yang would have many female fans, but the situation was quite the opposite. Those cheering for him were all burly men. These burly men kept calling him Little Yang Yang, and Wu Yang's expression clearly showed that he was getting annoyed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two started fighting immediately. "Please enlighten me. Please." Lin Ning had initially worried that using spores to defeat Wu Yang directly might be too much of a blow to his pride, but once the fight started, he realized he had overthought it. Although Wu Yang's name contained the character for Yang, he was actually an ice mage skilled in using low temperatures. This reminded Lin Ning of his previous battle against Bai Wu. Lin Ning decided to test Wu Yang's strength first. Logically, Lin Ning needed to modify the terrain first. As he was laying mycelium underground, Wu Yang began to cover his body with a layer of ice armor. "So cool." Lin Ning looked at Wu Yang's cool ice crystal armor, and couldn't help but feel envious. He himself couldn't do it, mushroom armor just didn't look cool. Lin Ming finished laying mycelium and prepared to attack with spores. Unlike Shenke, Wu Yang couldn't burn away his spores with the fire element within his body, so he still fell for Lin Ming's attack. Lin Ming didn't rush to use illusion magic. He wanted to control Wu Yang with mycelium first. Mycelium puppet Lin Ming unleashed his signature move on Wu Yang. However, his signature move failed. Huh? Before Lin Ming could react, Wu Yang had already charged at him with an ice crystal sword. This is so cool! Lin Ming looked at the ice crystal sword, took a step back, and moved out of the sword's attack range. Just when Lin Ming felt safe, a smile appeared on Wu Yang's face. Ice blade the sword in Wu Yang's hand suddenly doubled in length. Before Lin Ming could react, he was slashed. This slash severed Lin Ming's neck, and his head rolled off. A gasp rippled through the audience. Lin Ming thought to himself, luckily, I'm a mycelium. As long as most of the mycelium survives, it's fine. Losing a head isn't a big deal. Besides, this wasn't the first time he'd been beheaded. Even without a head, he could still sense his surroundings through temperature and vibration. Even so, losing his head was still strange, so Lin Ming chased after it, eventually retrieving it. Wu Yang, watching him frantically search for his head, stopped and watched Lin Ming pick it up, carefully distinguish the right side, and then reattach it to his neck. I heard you were the Lord of the Mycelia, so I was somewhat prepared, but seeing this scene is still... Well, Wu Yang initially wanted to say it was disgusting, but hesitated. As the commander of Xiaolincel, he was quite mindful of etiquette. Lin Ming had no time to pay attention to Wu Yang's assessment. He was concerned about why the mycelia had failed. Logically, Wu Yang should have been controlled the moment Lin Ming released the mycelia puppet. Lin Ming repaired the connection between his neck and head, frowning as he sensed the state of the mycelia. Initially, Lin Ming thought Wu Yang had simply used brute force to overcome the mycelia's control. But it wasn't long before Lin Ming discovered the real reason. The activity of his mycelium had drastically decreased. This was because Wu Yang's body temperature was extremely low. While the low temperature wouldn't kill his mycelium and spores, it was enough to significantly reduce their effectiveness. But this didn't make sense. Wasn't Wu Yang an ice mage? A mage's true form should still be a normal physical body, even less had to wear gloves when touching his summoned creatures. In other words, this Wu Yang wasn't an ice mage and warrior at all, but rather an elemental warrior similar to Shenke. Except that Shenke was fire, he was ice, and he had even learned magic on top of that. Good heavens, a super 3-in-1, this is practically a bug running around everywhere. Lin Ming muttered to himself. Wu Yang, seeing that Lin Ming had assembled his head, swung his sword again. He knew that Lin Ming's mycelium was immune to ordinary slashes. Therefore, the next slash was anything but ordinary. In terms of agility, Lin Ming was naturally no match for Wu Yang, and he couldn't dodge this sword strike again. Wu Yang's sword struck Lin Ming's left arm. This time, Lin Ming had learned his lesson. Before the sword reached him, he detached from the mycelium and teleported underground. He had already mastered this use of a stand when dealing with Cobb, and now it was second nature to him. He had originally thought this sword strike would cut his mycelium in two, but to his surprise, the moment Wu Yang's sword touched Lin Ming, the mycelium emitted a crisp sound of icing. Frozen when Lin Ming peeked out to check the situation, he found that the body had been turned into an ice sculpture. Damn it. After freezing Lin Ming, Wu Yang kicked the ice sculpture to pieces, then looked back at Lin Ming, whose head was only half above the ground. You ran fast. Of course, you can't be slow when it comes to escaping. You're right. Wu Yang spoke to Lin Ming in a relaxed tone, but his actions were swift and decisive. He stomped his left foot hard on the ground. Frozen ground Lin Ming felt a chill rise from the ground and quickly retreated. Wu Yang's kick had completely frozen the ground in front of him, covering it with a layer of ice. Lin Ming had now reached the other side of the arena, furthest from Wu Yang, and slowly emerged from underground. Sigh. Looks like this isn't someone who can be dealt with easily. Unable to control his body, and the illusion only lasts for a moment before it wears off. Lin Ming scratched his head. He hadn't really intended to take this duel seriously, but since he encountered a truly powerful opponent, he needed to put in some effort. He needed to use his brain to come up with a solution. Lin Ming brainstormed for a while, and finally came up with a plan. He decided to do something cool. Lin Ming began drawing mycelium from the ground, and started his Dynamax transformation. Previously, each Dynamax transformation resulted in a giant humanoid form, but recently, he had learned some shaping techniques from Les. The mycelium went from chaotic to orderly, from loose to stable. The massive amount of mycelium gradually coalesced into legs with claws, a long tail with spikes, a back covered in sharp protrusions, and a pair of horns on its head. Finally, a gigantic monster nearly 10 meters tall appeared before Wu Yang. Mycelium Gigantamax modified Myco Dragon. The monster opened its mouth, which should have been accompanied by a roar to make it perfect, but unfortunately Mycelium couldn't produce vocal cords. Lin Ning could only stand inside the monster's mouth and let out a soft "woo." Even Wu Yang was quite shocked to see this enormous monster, which seemed like a legendary creature. But what he didn't know was that the dragon's imposing appearance was just a gimmick. The key to breaking his ice sealing technique lay within the dragon's interior. Chapter 165. Although Lin Ning now possessed a massive dragon beast, he dared not rush forward. Faced with Wu Yang's ice magic, no matter how large its size, it would still be frozen solid. Wu Yang, of course, understood this as well. Seeing Lin Ming's dragon beast moving slowly due to its enormous size, he devised a countermeasure. Ice Cone. Wu Yang raised his hand, and a huge ice cone appeared in his palm. But Lin Ning wouldn't let him make the first move. Fungal Dragon Beast Spore Breath. Lin Ming's dragon beast opened its mouth, and a cloud of brownish-black spore mist was instantly expelled. The entire arena immediately became shrouded in mist. Even the spectators in the stands could no longer see the two figures in the arena. Since the activity of spores and mycelia has decreased, the only way to win is through sheer quantity. The current situation is actually quite advantageous for Lin Ning because the arena's dome-shaped barrier exists, creating a sealed space where his spore concentration will steadily increase. Wu Yang, who can no longer see Lin Ning, frowns as he holds his ice spike. Just as he's about to throw it in the direction it came from, he notices something amiss. The ice, which should have been crystal clear, is now covered with tiny mushrooms. These mushrooms are so small that they resemble tiny insects if not carefully observed. Only then does Wu Yang realize the terrifying nature of this mist. He glances in alarm at his ice armor and discovers that these tiny mushrooms are also beginning to grow on his body. It seems Lin Ning still has the ability to absorb ice elements, but fortunately, his absorption efficiency isn't very high. Otherwise, this match would have ended much earlier. Meanwhile, he felt dizzy. Strange voices occasionally echoed in his ears, and he even felt that the small mushrooms clinging to his ice armor were moving. However, these strange illusions only lasted a moment. As soon as he looked again, everything returned to normal. Ice Spike Gun. Wu Yang threw the ice spike with a whoosh, and then heard a thud from Lin Ming's direction. But then, Lin Ming's voice came from above him. Useless. The mycelium dragon beast can self-repair. Even if you poke it full of holes, it will recover. I see. Having been told that physical attacks were ineffective, Wu Yang pondered all of Lin Ming's attacks and evasions. His physical body's movement was extremely agile, he was adept at using substitutes, could burrow underground, and was poisonous. The biggest challenge was locating Lin Ming's true body. But it was clear that as a human, he couldn't do that. In that case, it didn't matter where Lin Ming's true body was. Just consider the entire arena, both above and below ground, as within your attack range. Wu Yang sheathed his ice sword and, surprisingly, sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes. Lin Ning could sense Wu Yang's movements through the spores. He was somewhat puzzled when he saw Wu Yang sit down. But then, he felt the temperature in the arena begin to drop. The small mushrooms that had been attached to Wu Yang turned into ice shards and fell off, and the spores in the air completely lost their activity. Then, the ground where Wu Yang was sitting began to gradually freeze. The area of ice grew larger and larger, eventually covering the entire arena floor. Lin Ning heard a crackling sound coming from his dragon beast as it froze, and a layer of frost began to cover its entire surface. Bitter Cold Realm modified 3 feet of frost at this moment. The most surprised person was actually Les, watching from the sidelines. As a fellow mage, he knew that Wu Yang's spell was one of the highest levels of ice magic. Casting such a spell required not only mana, but also extremely strong mental power, which was why Wu Yang sat cross-legged to concentrate. Precisely because of this spell could only be used once in a short period, as it was too exhausting. Moreover, ordinary mages would consider their own safety when using such a large-scale spell, but Wu Yang, as an elemental warrior, was not afraid of the low temperatures of ice. This area of effect attack spell was practically tailor-made for him. Les suddenly felt very fortunate that it was that javelin-throwing rascal who had confronted him in the crystal mine, not this ice monster. While pondering these things, he felt that Lin Ning had already lost. Spells of this level could even freeze the underground. If Lin Ning escaped to the sidelines, it would be tantamount to admitting defeat. After a period of freezing, the spore mist in the arena slowly dissipated. Frost had formed on the spores, which fell to the ground like snowflakes. Wu Yang then opened his eyes, and let out a slow sigh. Because the temperature in the arena was so low, even his size sounded different. When the spore mist dissipated, a gasp went up from the audience. Lin Ning's dragon beast was now an ice sculpture. The dragon beast's entire body was covered in frost, which shimmered in the sunlight. The audience began to cheer. They believed that Wu Yang had surely secured his 33rd victory. Even Wu Yang himself thought so. He summoned his ice sword, walked to the dragon beast, and looked up at the frozen, shimmering creature, hesitating whether to deliver the final, devastating blow to Lin Ning. The rules of the arena stipulated that a fight only counted when one side was confirmed to be incapacitated or had conceded defeat. Being frozen fell into the former category. Just as the referee was about to announce the result, a gigantic claw suddenly shot out from inside Lin Ning's dragon beast. The enormous claw burst through the frozen creature's belly with a whoosh and grabbed Wu Yang. This grab truly exceeded Wu Yang's expectations. Given the prolonged period of low temperature, this dragon beast should have been frozen solid long ago, right? Why are there still so many mycelia inside? Why are the mycelia still active? Even the land, its energy source, has turned to ice. So why? Just as Wu Yang was still wondering, his gaze fell upon the dragon beast's damaged abdomen. He was astonished to discover that the dragon beast's interior contained a structure he had never seen before. Beneath the mycelia that formed the dragon beast's skin was a space. Like a molting lizard, the dragon beast's exterior was actually just a layer of skin. Inside this skin was a slightly smaller dragon beast. Moreover, to prevent this outer skin from collapsing, the surface of the smaller dragon beast inside was covered with many mycelial columns, which supported the outer layer of skin. Wu Yang had no idea what this strange structure was for. When Lin Ning finally caught Wu Yang, he broke through the completely frozen outer layer, and the smaller dragon beast inside started swinging its claws and slamming Wu Yang to the ground. The outcome hinged on this one move. Lin Ning's movements were fluid and seamless, without the slightest hesitation. He knew that if Wu Yang found even the slightest opening, he would be frozen again. Even if the mycelium and spores were deactivated, the amount accumulated in Wu Yang's body was now sufficient. The mycelium was enough to control Wu Yang's movements. To completely immobilize Wu Yang, Lin Ning simply created a mycelium ball and sealed Wu Yang inside. Then, he pried open Wu Yang's mouth inside the mycelium ball and stuffed the mycelium inside. Before Wu Yang could even react, he was shoved with a mouthful of fresh, wild delicacies. Lin Ning tirelessly swung Wu Yang around, smashing him repeatedly, and finally, with a flick of his wrist, threw him away. Wu Yang crashed heavily to the ground, his ice armor completely shattered. Having inexplicably bitten into a mushroom, his body was completely immobilized, the hallucinations growing stronger, and the area of effect freeze he used earlier was no longer usable. Now he had to gamble. Ice Cone Thorn Punishment Lin Ning, on the other hand, didn't intend to hold back, immediately unleashing a frenzied growth mode on all the mycelium and spores in the entire arena. Clustering realm of the mycelium master, countless ice cones simultaneously appeared around Lin Ning, above his head, and on the ground. Meanwhile, around Wu Yang, on his body, and throughout the arena, mushrooms of all colors began to grow wildly and recklessly. At this final moment, when it was almost a life-or-death struggle, both of them stopped. Wu Yang smiled and sighed softly. "Referee, I lost." The arena was silent. Even the referee was stunned. This duel ended with Wu Yang's surrender. Because in the end, he felt his consciousness gradually being taken over by hallucinations, and he began to feel a foreign object in his respiratory tract. He knew it was mushrooms. Mushrooms growing inside his body. Although his ice element constitution made the mushrooms grow extremely slowly, this internal injury was likely irreversible. Moreover, he keenly sensed that Lin Ning's mushrooms were gradually adapting to the ice element environment. Although he could still struggle a little, if this continued, he would definitely lose. It was just a duel. There was no need to risk his life. Seeing that Wu Yang had conceded, Lin Ning released his dragon beast, and then put away the mushrooms that had filled the entire arena. Wu Yang felt his body slowly regaining movement, and sat up from the ground. "It's alright, there shouldn't be any after effects," Lin Ning reassured Wu Yang. Wu Yang was still puzzled at this point, wondering what that strange structure of the large dragon beast encasing the small dragon beast was, and why Lin Ning hadn't been frozen then. Wu Yang voiced his doubts, and Lin Ning scratched his head, saying, "I don't know if you know anything about a vacuum insulation layer." Chapter 166. Vacuum Insulation Layer. A small piece of physics knowledge Lin Ning had acquired in his previous life. He hadn't expected to use it in this way. He first created a large dragon beast, then built a slightly smaller one inside. Between the two dragon beasts was a cavity. This cavity was supported by columns of mycelium, and the air inside was expelled through spore breath. Without air to conduct heat, his dragon beast became a large insulated container. Although simple to describe, this was the most complex structure Lin Ming had ever created using mycelium. He had to ensure the efficiency of the breath expulsion, maintain airtightness, and ensure the outer layer was strong enough not to be sucked out by the vacuum. Then, after being hit by an ice spike, he had to simultaneously repair the structure with mycelium, and use persuasive language to stop Wu Yang from throwing more ice spikes. In the end, Lin Ming wasn't entirely satisfied with the result. Part of the smaller dragon beast inside was still frozen, but fortunately, it had achieved the desired effect. Wu Yang sat on the ground for a while, then finally managed to stand up. Would you be interested in taking a position at Shilinsel? Huh? I can recommend you as a special combat tactics instructor for the Shilinsel recruits, as a commander. Our benefits are quite good. This? No, thank you. I already have a membership in the Assassin's Guild, and Lin Ming's gaze suddenly dimmed. Besides, the future is uncertain, and I need to wander for a while longer. I see. Seeing that Lin Ming had refused, Wu Yang didn't press the matter. He patted Lin Ming's shoulder and pulled him to bow towards the audience. To Lin Ming's surprise, the audience cheered for his victory, and the Wu Yang cheering squad even sang a rather energetic battle song. This felt pretty good. He and Hua had already won 2 matches, and if Les didn't underperform in the next one, they could win in 3 straight rounds. He was also very curious about Ding Ningyan's actual strength. Les had already taken to the stage, having removed his red mage robe and tied it around his waist, revealing a black fireproof bodysuit on his upper body. Although Les was a mage, he had a pretty good physique, so the bodysuit looked rather erotic on him. However, when Les got onto the stage, he found that everyone in the audience had gone to the restroom. Realizing he was the only one who needed to pee, Les was furious. He glanced at the relaxed Ding Ningyan in front of him. Have they already decided I lose? Yes. Why? Aren't you a mage? Yes. That settles it, doesn't it? Les still didn't understand Ding Ningyan's meaning, but since he was already here, he naturally had to go all out. 1,000 gold coins. That's no joke. Flame Beast Fire Cat Les raised his hand, summoning a crimson hand seal. The flames rising before him coalesced into the shape of a cat. Ding Ningyan looked at Les's hand seal inside. If you were the Wu Yang type, you might have a chance, but unfortunately, you're not. Ding Ningyan calmly adjusted her pencil skirt to avoid exposing herself, then raised her right hand and made a gun gesture. A layer of black mist swirled around her hands. This mist practically sealed Les's defeat. Our science society has been passed down for so long, and we have some unique research on magic. This secret technique, after several generations of research, has only been completed by me. Secret technique. Sign collapsed. Ding Ningyan gently raised her right hand, and the sign in front of Les shattered with a crack. The still developing fire cat also vanished instantly. Lin Ming, seeing this, thought, maybe I should go to the bathroom too. There's really no suspense here. If a mage can't use signs, it's no different from a warrior with his limbs bound. Les shook his hand in frustration, thinking, they already shattered my signs. What's the point of fighting now? But as a Yang-level mage, Les wasn't about to give up so easily. He noticed that Ding Ningyan's sign collapse seemed to require aiming. The pistol gesture was proof of that. Since aiming is required, it's impossible to handle multiple hand seals simultaneously. Let's try this. Flame insects, crimson fire, ants. Les suddenly waved his hand in front of him, and a dense row of over 100 small hand seals appeared before him. Seeing this, Ding Ningyan thought to herself that this mage wasn't bad. An ordinary mage would have surrendered by now. Ding Ningyan indeed couldn't handle so many hand seals at once. She could only erase some of them. Les's fire ants were finally summoned successfully, forming a crimson patch on the ground in front of him. Fire ant marched. The swarm of fire ants rapidly attacked Ding Ningyan from the ground. Ding Ningyan remained calm, raising her hands to form a triangle around the swarm of ants. Secret technique. Elemental interference. The fire ants, which had been rushing towards Ding Ningyan, suddenly stopped and began biting each other inexplicably. After being attacked, the fire ants exploded one after another, like a swarm of small firecrackers. TSK. Les was truly annoyed. Elemental interference, barrier collapse. He had only seen these abilities in ancient deciphered books in the corner of the library during his student days. These abilities required extremely high physical qualities from the cultivator. One must have no elemental inclinations and possess the potential of a mage to cultivate them. Because they had no elemental inclinations, they could not use any element, yet they possessed an extremely strong perception of elements. Simply put, Such people could sense the existence of elements, but the elements did not obey them. This contradictory constitution was almost 1 in a million. But Les had encountered one. Les had no choice but to gamble big. He was betting on Ding Yan's ability to destroy the seal, though there were exceptions. For example, a top-tier seal with extremely high elemental concentration. I show you something big. Les began concentrating his energy to gather fire element, preparing to unleash his strongest spell to try and win. If that didn't work, then he was truly out of options. Ha! With a sharp shout, Les clasped his hands together, and a massive seal, almost touching the edge of the arena's barrier, suddenly appeared in the center of the arena. Those who had been queuing to urinate turned around in amazement at this spectacular sight. Ding Yan sensed that this magic seal was unusual and quickly raised her hand, trying to shatter it before it was fully formed. Just as Les was still in his horse stance, gathering his strength, a loud bang suddenly came from behind him. Boom! A pillar of fire suddenly appeared behind him, reaching towards the sky. The pillar of fire stretched straight to the heavens, like a crimson pillar connecting heaven and earth. Les was startled by the loud noise. Ding Yan also stared in disbelief in that direction. Les hurriedly explained, No, I didn't do that. It has nothing to do with me. Ding Yan didn't have time to care about Les anymore and rushed towards the edge of the arena. Even faster than her was Lin Ming. That direction was towards the fire where Shinku was. Based on the previous rate at which the fire was shrinking, it should have taken at least another week for it to disappear. But the current anomaly clearly showed that they were all wrong. What truly terrified and chilled Lin Ming was the increasing number of spiders appearing on the ground. At first, it was 1 or 2, then a dozen, and later, hundreds and thousands. This familiar scene confirmed Lin Ming's suspicions. His earlier guess was entirely correct. Spiders that should have belonged to the previous generation were breaking free of their seals and descending upon this world that no longer belonged to them. Chapter 167. Lin Ming wasn't too worried about the swarming spiders. With Shinku, Liesi, Wu Yang, and the others around, clearing them out would be a piece of cake. Lin Ming was the first to arrive at the fire. The towering pillar of flames hadn't died down yet, and in the very center of it stood Shinku. Shinku's entire body was the color of red-hot iron, almost blending into the flames. Shinku! Lin Ming called out Shinku's name, and was about to rush towards the pillar of flames. But Shinku raised a hand, signaling Lin Ming not to come closer. Shinku stood motionless, seemingly muttering something to himself. Shinku! Lin Ming called again. This time Shinku put a finger to his lips, making a should gesture. It seemed the sounds from the fire hadn't subsided, and now Shinku was seizing the last opportunity. But there was still a problem. Where were the spiders' remains this time? Underground? Because of the constant scorching heat from the flames, the underground temperature was extremely high, making it impossible for Lin Ming to probe the underground environment with his mycelium. Behind Lin Ming, Wu Yang and Les, one ice and one fire, were desperately trying to fend off the tidal wave of spiders surging towards the pillar of fire. But it was all in vain. The spiders were attacking from all directions. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't completely stop their advancing onslaught. Lin Ming stood at a relatively safe distance, watching the pillar of fire gradually shrink. He had initially thought that once the pillar disappeared, the area would return to normal, becoming just ordinary land. But then, he heard a series of chaotic sounds coming from underground. The sound was extremely familiar, but Lin Ming couldn't quite place it. It was like the cracking sound of shards of glass being squeezed together, mixed with the creaking sound of massive trees being snapped in two. Lin Ming! Get out of there! Quickly! The voice that shouted at him was Wu Yang's. He knew that voice all too well. It was the sound of ice. It was the sound of a massive amount of ice crystals condensing simultaneously. Just as Lin Ming was about to retreat, the ground beneath his feet began to shake. Then, with a whoosh, a sharp ice spike, 5 or 6 meters high, suddenly shot out from the ground in front of Lin Ming. Oh no! In the blink of an eye, the temperature of the normally scorching fire field began to plummet. Ice spikes kept shooting out of the ground, and the area where they were forming was expanding. Some nearby houses were even pierced directly by the ice spikes. In that instant, casualties began to appear in Xiaolinsel. Sealed with fire. Lin Ming finally understood everything. Sealed by fire. Naturally it's ice. These ice spikes that suddenly appeared from the ground were impossible to predict, forcing Wu Yang and Les to retreat steadily. Wu Yang, as the commander, decisively withdrew to the outside of the fire and began directing his soldiers to rendezvous with the priests to minimize casualties. Meanwhile, Caven hoisted Ivy onto his shoulder and picked up the cat in his other hand, simultaneously deploying a blood shield as a foothold. This way, even if ice spikes appeared beneath his feet, they would at most be knocked away, not directly pierced. Anti, because his entire body was incredibly tough, was unharmed despite being pierced and sent flying everywhere. Seeing the situation was dire, Hua grabbed Les's clothes and dragged him along the ground, speeding away from the fire. Lin Ming wasn't so lucky. Just as he was about to head toward Shinku, he was pierced through by an ice spike that slanted out from in front of him. Fortunately, Lin Ming wasn't afraid of this kind of physical damage. He used both hands and feet to push himself off the ice spike. The moment his feet touched the ground, he noticed that the gradually weakening pillar of fire had finally disappeared completely. The fire had turned into an ice field. But it didn't become quiet. From where Shinku was standing, an ice crystal protrusion began to rise. Shinku, shrouded in defensive fire armor, watched as an iceberg slowly rose beneath his feet. When the iceberg was halfway up, Lin Ming finally discovered the location of the severed limb. The sharp spider leg was encased within the iceberg. At the same time, the surrounding spiders began to swarm towards Lin Ming's location. Lin Ming, seeing the swarm of spiders, spread his mycelium, thinking to himself, "Let's settle this today. Who's going to eat whom?" Just as Lin Ming was about to engage the spiders in battle, Shinku burst down from the iceberg like a blazing torch, grabbed Lin Ming's arm, and pulled him away from the spider swarm. Hot, 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 hot. Why make things so complicated? It's better than getting eaten by bugs. Shinku's hand was like a pair of tongs. The moment she grabbed Lin Ming, the smell of burnt mushrooms wafted out. As Lin Ming was being dragged away, he glanced back at the iceberg, which, as if welcoming the spiders, began to slowly crumble, revealing a severed spider limb. All the spiders swarmed forward, just like the scene he witnessed in the prison dungeon. With a series of rustling, gnawing sounds, the severed limb was completely devoured by the swarming spiders. After finishing off the limb, the spiders scattered. The spiders, which had been frantically devouring everything just moments before, seemed to have lost interest in humans after dealing with the external remains. They began to retreat with a clear purpose. Lin Ming watched in astonishment as the swarm of spiders crawled past him. Just as he was observing each of the retreating spiders, suddenly one spider, about half the size of his palm, stopped its frantic eight-legged descent, turned around, and looked at Lin Ming. If Lin Ming told anyone normally that a spider had suddenly looked at him, no one would believe him. Others would surely ask, "Spiders have eyes all over their heads. How can you be sure they're looking at you?" But now, Lin Ming was absolutely certain, 100%, 1,000%, 10,000% certain, that the spider was indeed looking at him. Because that look was all too familiar to him. It was the look of that wisp of remnant soul he had seen in the prison's underground chamber. The spider looked at him for a moment, then turned away, instantly disappearing into the swarm of spiders, vanishing without a trace. The commotion had only lasted about 10 minutes. But those 10 minutes had completely transformed this place, originally known as the Fire Ground, into something unrecognizable. Lin Ming looked around. Batches of wounded were being carried towards the direction of the priest, where Wu Yang was directing the treatment. Caven put the cat and Ellie down. Antai, though tattered and battered, seemed to be alright. Throughout this entire area, the icicles growing from the ground shimmered with a clear light under the sunlight, resembling a field planted with some kind of ice crystal plant from a distance. Shinku suddenly spoke to Lin Ming. "I heard clearly." Lin Ming looked shocked. "You heard it completely?" "Yes, I heard it completely." The words that were constantly being spoken in the fire were, "The curse of fire seals the spider's limbs and souls. If this word is not extinguished, the guilty cannot be resurrected." A curse? Just as Lin Ming was wondering about this unfamiliar term, another voice sounded behind him. "Are you sure it was a curse?" It was Ding Ningyan. Ding Ningyan was also injured. Her right arm was still dripping blood. She looked at Lin Ming and Shinku and said coldly, "A curse, an ability to control all things in the world with specific words. In the oldest legends, curses are a power unique to the gods." Chapter 168. You better bandage it up. Ding Ningyan's arm was badly injured, looking like it had been pierced directly by an ice pick. Lin Ming looked at her still bleeding arm and her increasingly pale face, knowing she had lost a lot of blood. Ding Ningyan didn't heed Lin Ming's advice. She simply touched the veins in her arm, and then pressed hard with her other hand to roughly stop the bleeding temporarily. "Tell me, what does the spider really mean?" Lin Ming looked into Ding Ningyan's eyes. Her eyes held no fear, no worry, but rather excitement. Sure enough, the old school of thought concealed a secret that couldn't be told to outsiders. Ding Ningyan's tone was almost manic. Every leader of the Dharma Seal Society is haunted by a ghost called the Old School. We are curious. We want to know the truth, and this curiosity torments every leader for a lifetime. Ding Ningyan's tone grew increasingly agitated. And incantations, you know? It's said that the hand seals used by humans are another form of incantation. Now that evidence of incantations has been found, where is this god? Ding Ningyan was about to continue when she felt a tap on her shoulder, followed by a chill on her injured arm. All right, no rush. Low temperature can stop the bleeding. It was Wu Yang. Ding Ningyan turned around and saw Wu Yang. She wanted to say something more, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she fainted. Wu Yang reached out to support Ding Ningyan's side and bent down to hold her in his arms. You should all go and rest. Xia Linsel has also suffered losses. This matter seems more complicated than we imagined. We hope you can tell us the truth later. After saying this, Wu Yang carried Ding Ningyan towards the pasture. Lin Ning looked at Ding Ningyan in Wu Yang's arms, and suddenly turned to Shinku, asking, as a human, what's your opinion on this matter? What opinion? God is going to exterminate humanity like the exterminating spider. Do you think this news should be made public? Shinku sat down heavily on the ground, thinking for a long time. She looked at Lin Ning, pointed to the iceberg that was now only half destroyed, and said, you see, even God has things he can't handle, right? Lin Ning was taken aback by this, and he also turned to look at the iceberg. Yes, judging from the current situation, it's no longer just about God wanting to exterminate humanity. The current situation is a three-way conflict. The seal placed on the spiders by this unknown god is gradually losing its effectiveness, and the fact that the god chose to seal them suggests that it lacks the true power to destroy them. Meanwhile, those humans who know they may face judgment are striving to gain greater power. Whether the resurrected spiders will join forces with humanity to fight against the human god, or will directly replace the god to punish humanity, remains to be seen. Furthermore, there is still an unclear question: what exactly is the demon god race to this world? But based on my understanding of human society, Shinku continued, even if this news were to circulate, it would most likely be suppressed by the highest levels of government, ultimately becoming just another folk tale. Why? Interest. Those high-ranking officials and powerful figures won't sit idly by and watch their already solidified chains of interest be broken. They're more inclined to maintain their profits while finding ways to survive. Lin Ning had also considered this. Unless you can cover the entire world with spores, and then use illusions to tell all of humanity this news, can you do that? Lin Ning shook his head. Covering the entire world with spores was something he couldn't do right now. But Lin Ning glanced at the Xia Linsel people in the distance, who were focusing on treating the wounded, and frowned. It seemed they had to tell Xia Linsel their intelligence. Things had already come to this point. There was no point in hiding it. Lin Ning wondered if Xia Linsel, knowing everything, would become the next National Council, or perhaps Xia Linsel could offer a different answer. Ding Ningyan was currently unconscious, and the originally decided Best of 5 series had been terminated midway. Although thinking about these things now was somewhat inappropriate, in reality, they had won this duel. Hua and Lin Ning each won a match. Although Les encountered the almost invincible Ding Ningyan was the first to leave the battlefield when the fire situation changed. According to the rules, Les won. Even if he acted like a scoundrel, Ding Ningyan still had to hand over the symbols and codes of the Dharma Seal Society that she had promised them. Lin Ning and Shinku stood up and went to meet up with Ellie and the others. Hua and Les also returned, both with minor injuries, especially Les. The injuries from Hua dragging him along the ground were far more serious than the injuries from being pierced by the ice picks. After the group gathered, Les was the first to suggest making a run for it. Lin Ning had considered this as well. With their combined strength, it wasn't entirely impossible for them to break out of Shalinsel directly. However, Lin Ning disagreed. If they left now, many things would become unclear, potentially leaving behind irreparable misunderstandings. Lin Ning approached Ellie. He had some questions for her. Ellie, I have something to say. Hearing the seriousness in Lin Ming's tone, Ellie straightened her clothes and nodded. Lin Ming told Ellie everything he knew about the spider. As a former genius-level scholar from the National Academy of Politics, Ellie absorbed this information remarkably quickly, showing little surprise. He wanted an answer from Ellie. Why do you think the old guard is so determined to protect information about the spider? Ellie stroked her chin thoughtfully upon hearing this question. The new faction of the Science Society once believed that the old faction was blindly worshipping some kind of heresy. But the truth is not so. Ellie spoke to Lin Ning. If I were to analyze it, it's highly likely that humans once communicated with the remnant souls of spiders through a method similar to psychic abilities, and the spiders granted humans certain powers, such as signs. That's why the Science Society, renowned for developing signs, uses the spider as its totem. Ellie nodded. The question is, what demands did the old faction agree to from the spiders in order to obtain these signs? I have two guesses. You say. Either the spider requested the Science Society's help to break the seal, but after breaking one of the seals, the Science Society realized the spider's power far exceeded their expectations, so they urgently severed contact with the spider and kept this secret to prevent anyone from releasing the monster. And the other guess? Another possibility is that the old school is protecting the spider. Protecting? Yes, they very likely possess the truth about the spider sealing and worship the spider. However, they lack the ability to break the spider's seal, so they keep this secret and wait for a suitable opportunity for the spider's resurrection to assist it, thus bringing humanity the spider's protection. Keeping the secret is to prevent panic and self-destruction in human society. In short, the first hypothesis is that humans see the spider as a threat. The second hypothesis is that humans see the spider as a potential savior. After hearing these two hypotheses, Lin Ning still felt the former's logic was more convincing. But if the second hypothesis holds true, then humanity already knew at that time that it was being purged by the consciousness of the gods. Humanity was like a tiny being caught between two gods, and from that moment on, it relentlessly searched for a way to continue living. Thinking of this, Lin Ning felt a chill run down his spine. Because if fear truly spread, and even the spider could no longer be relied upon, then humanity's last remaining hope was only the path of awakening their own god, the Lord of Man. Chapter 169. Ding Ningyan was seriously injured. It seemed that when the iceberg rose, she not only injured her arm, but also hit her head, and remained unconscious. Lin Ning and his group were in a very awkward situation. This strange event was actually unrelated to them. However, it was obvious to everyone that Lin Ning and his group had ulterior motives for coming here. Lin Ning also knew that the matter of the spider could no longer be concealed. After settling Ding Ningyan in, Wu Yang led Lin Ning and his group to a reception room. The reception room was lavishly decorated, with food and drinks provided. This was much better than Lin Ning had expected. He had thought they would be thrown into jail. Wu Yang said to Lin Ning, "For the time being, you probably won't be able to leave the country. Also, I might take you to see the king of Xiaolincel later." The king? Yes, the king of Xiaolincel, who is also the grand commander of the army, Fang Xianzheng. After saying this, Wu Yang turned and left, telling Lin Ning and his group to rest for the time being and await his instructions. Fang Xianzheng. Lin Ning turned to Ellie and asked, "Have you heard of him?" Ellie looked incredulous. "Of course I have. But you haven't heard of Fang Xianzheng?" No. He then turned to Caven and asked, "Have you heard of him?" "Of course." "Oh no, I'm so ignorant this time." Following the aroma, Ellie reached for the pastries nearby, picked up a petal-shaped pastry, and sniffed it as she said, "Fang Xianzheng, a saint-level warrior. Xiaolincel has always valued martial prowess, and this extends to choosing a ruler. To become the ruler of this country, military achievements are the primary criterion, followed by talent and the people's affinity. And this Fang Xianzheng has been on the throne for over 30 years. Over 30 years. Wouldn't he be very old by now? Not at all. He was only 19 when he ascended the throne of Xiaolincel, so he's just middle-aged now. 19. Then, is he the kind of ruler who's difficult to talk to? Not at all. Ellie licked the pastry in her hand, seemingly carefully confirming the taste. Although he's exceptionally strong, he's very kind and tactful in his dealings with others, and he knows how to conduct himself diplomatically. That's why he was able to ascend the throne at such a young age. Lin Ning breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time he met a ruler of this caliber in this world, and to be honest, he was a little nervous. So, are you planning to tell him everything? Ellie carefully took a bite of the pastry, a look of surprise appearing on her face. Yes. Lin Ning nodded. He intended to tell the ruler the truth. To be honest, after experiencing so much, he was now somewhat wavering. Originally, he had intended to keep this secret for the sake of human society's stability, like Wilhelm had. However, it seemed the spider's resurrection speed was much faster than anticipated. There was little time for humanity to ponder. Furthermore, after hearing about the history of the Dharma Seal Society and witnessing the conflicts between the old and new factions, Lin Ning realized one thing. That is, humanity's own destiny is a choice made by itself. Whether it's self-destruction, rebellion, or relying on others, this is not something a fungus like him can decide on its own. Just as the Marshal St. Karen he had once met said, Humanity has its own glory and pride. After confirming the pastry in her hand was delicious, Ellie took another piece, followed the aroma to Shinku, and groped her way into putting it in her mouth. Hey, why are you touching me? What is this? It's delicious, Shinku exclaimed in surprise. It seemed like all of them were warriors, yet Xiaolinsel could make such exquisite pastries. Sigh. Lin Ming sighed. He didn't know if humans had their own glory and pride, but the people around him certainly had bigger hearts than the rest. After a while, Wu Yong returned. Let's go, I take you to see the king. Lin Ming turned to look at Caven and Hua. For something like meeting the king, should we temporarily confiscate our weapons or something? Wu Yong looked at him with a "are you kidding me?" expression. No need, we don't have that rule here, but if you can injure the king, that'd be enough to go down in history. Wu Yong led them to a magnificent-looking palace, and then held up 2 fingers. 2 people, only 2 can go in. Lin Ming glanced around and decided to take Ellie with him. After all, among these people, Ellie was the most skilled at intelligence gathering, and she also understood etiquette better. Furthermore, Ellie was currently the 7th seat in the Assassin's Guild. In terms of rank, she was indeed the highest. Lin Ming and Ellie followed Wu Yong to a door, which was inlaid with various weapons, resembling a unique art form. Upon reaching the door, Lin Ming heard a crackling sound coming from inside. He was somewhat puzzled. The sound resembled the friction of metal. Wu Yong knocked on the door. Your Majesty, the person has been brought. Thank you for your hard work. Let them in. A steady voice sounded from inside. Wu Yong pushed open the door, gesturing for Lin Ming and the others to enter. As soon as Lin Ming entered, what shocked him most was not the opulent decorations, nor the expensive-looking stalls at his feet, nor even the guards attending the monarch, but what the king was holding. Fang Xianzheng, who had ascended to the throne at the young age of 19, a saint-level warrior, was currently intently sharpening a knife on a whetstone. The 2 guards beside him, one carrying a basin of water, occasionally sprinkling some onto the whetstone to make the sharpening process smoother, and the other using his hand to lift the king's robe, preventing the seemingly luxurious robe from getting covered in the dirt dripping from the whetstone. The king, seeing them enter, paused his work, took the cloth handed to him by a nearby guard, and wiped the knife clean. As the dirty water was wiped away, the knife gleamed with a chilling light. This king appeared somewhat unkempt. He wore no crown or similar adornment, his naturally curly gray hair seemed unkempt, curling haphazardly on his head, his stubble appeared unshaven, but in stark contrast to this disheveled appearance was his eyes, so clear and pure they were breathtaking. They were pale golden eyes. Lin Ming had never seen eyes of this color on a person, neither in his past world nor in this one. The king looked at the newly sharpened knife in his hand, seemingly satisfied. He casually brandished it a couple of times, then with a flick of his wrist, tossed the knife whoosh towards the side wall. The knife slammed into the wall with a thud, and Lin Ming finally saw that the wall was densely covered with swords and blades. The king looked at Lin Ming and slowly asked, "Do you know how to forge metal?" No. "Do you know how to sharpen knives?" No. What a pity. I heard that assassins are famous for their weapon forging. I thought everyone in your land could forge swords. That's a bit of a stereotype. Just like Xiaolinsel, although known for his martial prowess, some of his people can also make exquisite and delicious pastries, can't they? The king paused slightly upon hearing this, but then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a silver tongue. I envy you. If I were young, I'd definitely cut your tongue out and keep it as a souvenir. Chapter 170. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming instinctively rolled his tongue. He didn't know if this was the king's unique sense of humor, or if he had actually done it before. Alright, let's get to the point. I don't have that hobby anymore. Fang Xianzheng tightened his robe and waved to the guards. Leave. But, Your Majesty. Fine, if a fight really breaks out, I'd be the one protecting you too. Go home and eat, then practice your swordsmanship, then go to sleep. Go now. The 2 guards bowed to Fang Xianzheng and left the room. After they were gone, Fang Xianzheng quickly took off his robe and loosened his belt. Alright, let's start with the fire. Lin Ming nodded and told the king that the fire wasn't actually the manifestation of a true god. Fang Xianzheng nodded. Well, actually, I noticed something too. The energy emanating from that land is strong, but not terrifyingly so. If a true god seed is only this level, then it's meaningless. Fang Xianzheng then asked, then, what about the spider? Lin Ming glanced at Ellie, mustered his courage, and began his bluff. You're just asking a question you already know the answer to. Fang Xianzheng frowned upon hearing this. What do you mean? The ancient organization within your territory, the Dharma Seal Society, uses the spider as its totem. Xialinsel should be the country on the continent that knows the most about spiders. Ha. Fang Xianzheng chuckled twice, but didn't refute him. The Dharma Seal Society. To be honest, I've been king for 30 years, and I never felt they ever been of any use. If it weren't for that brat Wuyong's fondness for Ding. Never mind, let's not talk about that. Actually, I really like to hear about that. Then we can talk about it privately sometime. Alright. Sure enough, everyone loves gossip. Even a king isn't immune. Anyway, the Dharma Seal Society is practically defunct. Although I heard that the old guard once kept a secret, that secret has been burned to the ground. Lin Ming sighed. Secrets? Don't just disappear with a fire. What do you mean? Lin Ming pondered for a moment, then asked, does Xialinsel believe in gods? Gods? Fang Xianzheng looked as if he heard a joke, pointing to the wall studded with swords. This is Xialinsel. Look, this wall is our god. Lin Ming nodded. Then I won't use the word god anymore. Fang Xuanzheng's brows furrowed. He roughly guessed what Lin Ming was going to say. In this world, there may be a supreme ruler, and this ruler wants to exterminate humanity. The will of a god, spiders, the previous generation. Lin Ming told Fang Xianzheng the information he currently possessed. He didn't want to hide anything, because even if he did, it wouldn't make a difference, and besides, he wanted an answer from Fang Xianzheng. A human's choice. His. Fang Xianzheng listened to everything, then rested his chin on his hand and pondered. Kid, you're a demon god, right? Yes. How do you view humanity? This question left Lin Ming speechless for a moment. Seeing his hesitation, Fang Xianzheng continued, greedy, arrogant, cowardly, stubborn, impulsive. Fang Xianzheng stood up and walked to the wall studded with swords. When I was just a warrior, I thought humanity was great. Unlike you, we don't have innate superpowers. We hone ourselves, cultivate strength, internal energy, and physical constitution. We learn magic, scholarship, and strategy. Do you know why humans do all this? I don't know. Fang Xianzheng pulled a long sword from the wall, resting the hilt on his index finger, maintaining balance with only one finger. The sword remained motionless, as if frozen in midair, demonstrating the solid foundation of Fang Xuanzheng's martial arts skills. Actually, the will of the world's ruler you mentioned, that is, the god, is not important. When the demon god seed was discovered, humanity already understood that this world does not belong to us. Fang Xianzheng turned to look at Lin Ming, the sword in his hand still unmoving. Fang Xuanzheng's eyes suddenly sharpened. The way he held the sword resembled a highly artistic sculpture. Furthermore, don't you think this world is strange? What you mean by strange is, if we infer from the information you just provided, the spider was defeated and sealed by the god, right? Yes. That's very strange. If I were a god, I would never create an existence I couldn't handle. This is common sense for a ruler. It could also be due to the spider's later evolution. No, if the spider can acquire power approaching that of a god through its own efforts, then it means that this god is not omnipotent. Fang Xianzheng continued, emphasizing each word. If a god is not omnipotent, then he is a false god. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. Fang Xianzheng even used an analogy based on his thinking. It's like, if I cannot actually control everything in Xialinsel, then I am a false ruler, and a false ruler can be eliminated at any time. Moreover, after sealing the spider, the god did not take over this world, but allowed it to develop, forming the current situation. Can I speculate that after the battle between the god and the spider, the result was actually a mutual defeat, and what they were fighting for was the right to manage this world? Truly worthy of being a ruler of a nation. Lin Ming secretly sighed inwardly. Fang Xuanzheng's thinking was entirely based on the concept of power struggles, resulting in a completely different version of the story. Fang Xuanzheng's train of thought seemed to continue. Suddenly, as if struck by a sudden realization, the sword he had been holding, maintaining its balance, clattered to the ground. Humans. Fang Xianzheng seemed to have arrived at a hypothesis that shocked even himself. Why do the demon gods take on human form? Why do all humans possess independent consciousness, while animals do not? Why can humans sense elements and qi? Why have the gods disappeared? Fang Xianzheng stretched out his hands, spreading his four fingers, excluding the thumbs. Why do most humans have an innate aversion to spiders? Lin Ming, following this line of thought, had already grasped Fang Xuanzheng's hypothesis. Incantations. The legendary power of the gods, yet they speak human language. Humans have been searching for the history of the demon gods, but have no clue about their own existence. The final conclusion was, In the struggle against the spiders, the gods, at the cost of their own destruction, sealed the spiders, lost their memories, and scattered into countless humans. Of all things in the world, only humans can stand on equal footing with the demon gods, who are the rulers of all species. It's not that all demon gods resemble humans, but rather that both humans and demon gods were once gods. Because humans are, in essence, broken gods. And gods are, in essence, complete humans. Chapter 171. As the ruler of a nation, Fang Xianzheng, unusually, personally saw Lin Ming and his group off at the door. Their conversation had already begun to form speculations. What was lacking now was crucial evidence to corroborate history. After bidding farewell to the ruler, Wu Yang was waiting for them at the nearby gate. Fang Xianzheng saw Wu Yang and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Yang, how is Ding Ningyan?" "Still unconscious. The priest is already giving her emergency treatment." Wu Yang spoke of Ding Ningyan with a worried expression. "Then you should go and take care of her. I personally show these guests from the Assassin's Guild around." But what? Doesn't my word carry weight?" Hearing Fang Xuanzhen's words, Wu Yang turned and went to Ding Ningyan's side. Fang Xianzheng watched Wu Yang's retreating figure, looking at him with a disappointed expression. "This Wu Yang is good in every way, except he's rigid, too rigid. Even my whetstone is more clever than him." Lin Ming, hearing this, didn't interrupt, but asked curiously, "Wu Yang and Ding Ningyan, aren't they childhood sweethearts?" "Yes, they were always in the same cradle when they were still babies. As they grew up, their personalities started to diverge." Fang Xuanzhen's face showed a warm smile, completely different from his previous seriousness, as he spoke of Wu Yang and Ding Ningyan. Wu Yang's talent can even rival mine back then, but a person's personality is directly reflected in battle. Wu Yang doesn't know how to take shortcuts or cheat, so his potential is limited. If he wants to improve further, he needs to start by changing his way of doing things. Fang Xianzheng led them on a leisurely stroll through Xiaolincel. Lin Ming and his companions could only follow the king, making quite a spectacle of their walk. Soldiers on the roadside, seeing Fang Xianzheng, were all too terrified to breathe. Fang Xianzheng, however, seemed unfazed. He browsed the weapon shops and then the food stalls, packing up some pastries and tossing them to Ellie. Ellie felt something being tossed into her arms, and instinctively caught it. "This lady seems to have a sweet tooth." "Huh? How did you know?" "Haha. A man nearing 50, yet he knows so much." Lin Ming and his companions chatted as they accompanied the king through the streets. Lin Ming, at this moment, felt that the person beside him wasn't a king, but merely an elderly family member. "I'm very grateful for the information you provided. Although as the ruler of a nation, I can't take everything you say at face value, knowing this makes sense of many things that puzzled me before. By the way, you were originally going to look for the ancient texts of the Dharma Seal Society, right?" "Yes. We wanted to find the Dharma Seal Society's past texts to see if we could find any clues. That makes things difficult. According to the rules, you won 3 matches in the duel, and should have fulfilled your promise on the spot. However, the current head of the Dharma Seal Society hasn't woken up yet. The Dharma Seal Society has always had a certain degree of autonomy in Xiaolincel, so even as the ruler, I can't directly interfere in the affairs of the Dharma Seal Society. You probably have to wait a while." Lin Ming nodded. There was nothing he could do about it. Just as Lin Ming was about to skip the topic, Les nudged him in the back. "Money, money." "Huh? What money?" "Deposit." "Oh right, our dual deposit hasn't been refunded yet. That was our travel expenses to the Southern Territory." Fang Xianzheng smiled. "That's easy to take care of. Just go to the arena management office later." "But you're going to the Southern Territory?" "Yes. Monster beasts, you better be careful. It took a lot of effort to drive those monster beasts to the Southern Territory. Don't treat them like ordinary livestock. You know, even at the town level, countless people have died at the hands of monster beasts." After strolling around the streets, Lin Ming and the others said goodbye to Fang Xianzheng and went to rest at their arranged lodgings. After discussing it with Ellie and the others, Lin Ming and Kevin decided to go see Ding Ningyan, while the others stayed at their lodgings to rest. It was already late, and all of Xiaolincel had fallen silent. Although Lin Ming had strolled with the king during the day, the soldiers hadn't given them much freedom. Whenever Lin Ming wanted to go out, several guards would follow him to prevent them from going to places involving Xiaolincel secrets. Lin Ming and Kevin arrived at Ding Ningyan's sanatorium. Just as they were about to knock, they heard Wu Yang's self-talk coming from inside. "The priest said I should talk to you more, saying it would help me wake up. You always been so clever. What if you suddenly become stupid?" Do you remember when we were little, I hit my head and passed out? You held me, crying and calling for the priest, but because your emotions were so intense, the priest couldn't even form a proper hand seal. Those people who came today were all very strong. I'm thinking about leaving Xialinsel and traveling around, but won't you be bored after I leave? I guess I'm right. You seem pretty happy every day. If I leave, I'd be the one who's really bored. After saying a lot, Wuyong sighed and got up to walk towards the door. He pushed open the door and saw Lin Ming and Caven. What brings you two here? We came to check on Ding Ningyan's injuries. Wuyong shook his head. No, she's still not awake. She's probably too weak from blood loss. I go to the pharmacy to get some tonics. You two stay here for now. Wuyong walked away with a worried expression, leaving Lin Ming and Caven in the room. Two guards kept the door open, holding weapons and standing watch outside. Lin Ming walked to Ding Ningyan's bedside, just about to check on her, when Ding Ningyan suddenly opened her eyes. Ding Ningyan didn't look like someone who had just woken up from a serious injury and coma at all. Her big eyes darted around. He's gone? Gone, gone. Lin Ming was startled by Ding Ningyan's sudden awakening, still reeling. Goodness, I haven't heard Wuyong say this much in the past 6 months. Looks like I have to keep up the act for a while longer. Lin Ming chuckled. What are you laughing at? You two, how should I put it? Whose fault is it? Ding Ningyan understood Lin Ming's meaning. How should I know? We've been as close as family since we were little, but later, I don't know why, he stopped paying attention to me. When did that start? It started. Ding Ningyan gestured around herself, then shrugged and said, after it started to develop. He stopped looking up at me much, and when he saw me, he kept his head down. Lin Ming, chin in hand, looked at Ding Ningyan. Indeed, while Ding Ningyan's figure wasn't as stunning as Ellie's, it was still quite sexy, and she loved wearing tight-fitting bodycon clothes. Wuyong probably wasn't afraid to look at Ding Ningyan, but rather afraid he wouldn't know where to look. Lin Ming scrutinized Ding Ningyan's figure from head to toe with a wicked grin. Caven, watching Lin Ming's rather lewd expression, cast a disdainful glance. Lin Ming suddenly said to Ding Ningyan, Want to play something fun? Huh? What's fun? Lin Ming, Ding Ningyan, and Caven mumbled a whole bunch of plans. Lin Ming reached out and splashed some of the red mushroom liquid from the blood-red mushroom on Ding Ningyan, but it just didn't feel quite right. Caven shoved Lin Ming aside. I'm good at this, I do it. Caven raised his hand, and a large gush of blood splashed directly onto Ding Ningyan. This is too much. It's okay, it makes it more real. Alright, when Wuyong comes back, we say you vomited blood and were about to die, and then... Ding Ningyan immediately understood what Lin Ming meant. Okay. Then just watch my performance. Just as the three of them were enthusiastically writing their script, they suddenly realized there were two guards outside the door. The three of them looked at the two guards. As a result, the two guards were also excited when they heard their plan. Chapter 172. After finalizing the script, Wuyong returned a while later. In fact, everyone in Xialinsel could see that the two liked each other. Almost everyone had already assumed they were a couple, and when teased outside, neither of them was in a hurry to deny it. Besides them, the whole country was anxious. Although Wuyong was already a commander, he was naturally shy, while Ding Ningyan always overdid it. Even Fang Xianzheng wanted to issue a military order for the two to get married immediately. Now, after confirming with Ding Ningyan that this arrangement wouldn't cause any problems, Lin Ming began this grand drama. Not long after, Wuyong returned with the medicine. Two guards rushed over to Wuyong upon his return, crying in panic, It's terrible. Miss Ding. Her new injury aggravated an old ailment, and she suddenly vomited blood. Ah? An old ailment? Yes, she didn't tell you because she was afraid you worry. We're her guards, we know perfectly well what. Lin Ming, listening from inside, was dumbfounded. These two had added their own scenes. Then, call the priest. It's too late, Commander, you must go see Miss Ding quickly. She said she had something to say to you before she died. What? Lin Ming shook his head. Oh no, this scene was a bit overdone, it might give itself away. But it was Wuyong after all. Wuyong rushed into the room and immediately saw Ding Ningyan lying in a pool of blood. Ding Ningyan weakly raised her hand and reached out to Wuyong. Yang, you finally arrived. Wuyong panicked when he saw the blood all over the ground. According to his common sense, if someone vomited so much blood, it was already beyond saving. Wuyong grabbed Ding Ningyan's hand, reassuring her continuously. Hang in there, it's alright, it'll all be alright. Though Wuyong said this, Tears were already streaming down his face. Ding Ningyan's acting was so convincing that Lin Ming almost believed it. Yang, it's been so long since I called you that. Do you hate me? How could I? When have I ever hated you? When I was 6, you said you hated me when I called you big wooden head. That was when you were a child. When I was 8, you said you hated me when I ate all your barbecue. You were too young then. When I was 12, you said you hated me when I hit you on the head with a wooden knife. You were young then too. When I was 15. At this point, Wu Yang began to suspect that Ding Ningyan's mind was racing. I never hated you. Then you ignored me for so many years, so many years. Unlike you, I didn't have so many soldiers with me. The Dharma Seal Society's building is huge, huge and unsettling. Ding Ningyan's voice trailed off, growing weaker. Hey! Don't sleep. Hold on. What are you two still looking at? Go get someone. Ah! Okay. The two guards paced anxiously outside the door for a moment, then sneaked back to peek. Wu Yang hurriedly pulled Ding Ningyan into his arms, and Lin Ming suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Hold on. We still have so much to do. Hearing this, Ding Ningyan struggled to peek out from Wu Yang's embrace. Tell me all about it. Didn't we talk about going to see a waterfall when we were little? There's no waterfall in Shilinsel. We also talked about stealing a sword from the king's house. Forget about that. Someone would die. We also talked about catching a magical beast as a pet. It has to be cute. Ding Ningyan's voice trailed off, her tone weakening further. No, hold on a little longer, the priest is coming. Ding Ningyan shook her head. No. I am so sleepy. You need to take good care of yourself, find a gentle wife. No. What's the point of finding a wife when you're gone? What are you talking about? What does finding a wife have to do with me? Of course it's your business. Didn't we promise each other when we were 6 that we'd be together forever? What if you leave first? You said it yourself, what we said when we were kids doesn't count. Then I say it again, we'd be together forever, we do what we promised together. Do you keep your word? Of course I do. Unfortunately. It's too late. Ding Ningyan said, her body went limp, and she passed away. A happy, arrogant smile remained on her face. Before Lin Ming could say anything, the two guards outside cheered and ran out, spreading the news everywhere. Wu Yang seemed to realize what had happened, looking at Ding Ningyan in his arms, grinning, eyes closed, face upturned. Then he glanced at Lin Ming, who was covering his face, and Caven, who was smiling. Hey! Wu Yang called out to Ding Ningyan. Don't call me, I'm dead. TSK. Wu Yang looked at the 3 people and realized he'd fallen for their trap. Ding Ningyan opened her eyes. Hey, that one, let's do it again. Which one? The one about being together forever. Wu Yang's face flushed instantly. And only then did he realize that their position was extremely ambiguous. He was holding Ding Ningyan, and to prevent him from escaping, Ding Ningyan wrapped her long legs around Wu Yang's waist. Lin Ming and Caven exchanged a glance and began to quietly retreat towards the door. Once they were outside, Lin Ming thought, we come this far anyway, and then slammed the door shut. As soon as he closed the door, Wu Yang's pleading voice came from inside. The next day, the Assassin Guild members, who came out of their residence, were surprised to find that the entire Xilintel was decorated with colorful ribbons. The scene inside and out was bustling with activity. And in the distance, Fang Xianzheng was laughing and chatting with a large group of people. Lin Ming hadn't even realized what was happening when he was about to go over and ask what was going on. But as soon as Fang Xianzheng saw Lin Ming, he ran over excitedly and slapped him on the back. Lin Ming was sent staggering forward a meter by the slap. Well done, Lin Ming. You handled Xilintel's top priority. It's not exactly a top priority. By the way, where did you learn this plan? From a TV drama. No, I heard it from someone else. Lin Ming looked around and asked, where's Wu Yang? Although the outcome was good, the essence of this whole affair was that Lin Ming had orchestrated a deception of Wu Yang. He felt he should apologize. When Lin Ming asked about Wu Yang, Fang Xianzheng led him to Xilintel's training ground. The training ground was now completely surrounded by people. Lin Ming finally managed to squeeze through the crowd and saw Wu Yang training the new recruits, while Ding Ningyan simply pulled up a chair and sat down not far behind him. Beside Ding Ningyan were towels and snacks, seemingly for Wu Yang. The crowd was so large that Wu Yang felt extremely uncomfortable, constantly forgetting the drills he was supposed to be teaching, so he simply found a helmet that could cover his face and put it on. After a while, the training session ended for a break. Wu Yang awkwardly walked over to Ding Ningyan, stopping frequently. Ding Ningyan reached out and took off his helmet, revealing Wu Yang's flushed face, then smiled and reached out to ruffle his hair. That simple ruffle of his hair caused the entire area to erupt in a deafening roar of cheers. Chapter 173. Although playing matchmaker wasn't bad, Ding Ningyan was now awake, and business had to be done. The symbols and codes of the Dharma Seal Society were finally going to be handed over to Lin Ning and Ellie. Let me tell you something first, Ding Ningyan warned before opening the doors of the Dharma Seal Society for them. The Dharma Seal Society has been around for so long, but no one has ever truly deciphered these symbols and codes. Be prepared to come away empty-handed. Lin Ning glanced at Ellie, who nodded solemnly. Stepping inside the Dharma Seal Society, Lin Ning finally understood what Ding Ningyan meant when she said, "The Dharma Seal Society is huge, and its size makes people uneasy." The Dharma Seal Society was indeed huge. The entire building resembled a church, with several symbols that looked like pictorial representations on the dome ceiling. Perhaps because of the lack of human presence, Lin Ning felt an unusual eeriness about the place. Moreover, the Dharma Seal Society was filled with books everywhere. The books weren't placed on shelves, but neatly piled on the floor, each pile taller than a person. At first, they could see the entire building upon entering, but once inside the piles of books, nothing could be seen except for the pages and spines. Lin Ning and his companions were like navigating a maze built of books. After wandering through this vast maze for a while, Ding Ningyan led them to a hidden room on the side. There was a concealed door here. Without careful observation, it appeared to be just an ordinary wall. Ding Ningyan pushed open the door, and inside lay what they were looking for. There were old, yellowed pages, each carefully sealed in a transparent cabinet. The pages looked fragile, some already torn and illegible. Ding Ningyan looked at the pages, then at Ellie. "This is it, but this mage." Indeed, with pages like these, Ellie couldn't read them, let alone decipher them. Lin Ning stood there pondering for a while, then asked, "Do you have any carving tools or awls here?" "Yes, I do, but what would you use them for?" Ding Ningyan, though unaware of Lin Ning's intentions, still brought him what he needed. Lin Ning looked at the pages, then picked up a piece of white paper from the side. He then slowly began to distribute mycelium on the paper. His mycelium gradually covered the paper, eventually transforming it into a simple clay tablet made of mycelium. Clever. Ding Ningyan understood Lin Ning's idea and couldn't help but praise him. Lin Ning held the mushroom-shaped clay tablet in his hand and began to use a carving knife to replicate the symbols from the book pages one by one. After carving a few symbols, he handed the tablet to Ellie, who then used the newly created intaglio braille to read the pages. Although this method was inefficient, it at least allowed the deciphering to proceed normally. Ellie remained silent as she worked through the pages, seemingly desperately searching her mind for the knowledge she was so proud of from the past. "These symbols," Ellie said with some difficulty. "What's wrong?" "Although I can tell this is encrypted text, the encryption method is unique. I never seen it before. It might take some time to decipher its general meaning." "It's alright, take your time." Lin Ning comforted Ellie, while continuing to copy the contents using the clay tablet. Lin Ning wasn't really confident in deciphering the contents. After all, the Seal Society had been guarding these materials for so long without any progress. Expecting to completely decipher them in a short time was wishful thinking. When she met Fang Xianzheng, Ellie already knew all their past speculations about spiders and humans. These speculations prevented the deciphering from being completely unfounded. Ellie first confirmed the meanings of several basic characters, such as spider and seal. However, there was one character whose meaning puzzled Lin Ning: other person. According to Ellie, the word other person appeared frequently in these pages, and it couldn't be interpreted as he, because it specifically emphasized the person's uniqueness. The deciphering work took a considerable amount of time, and Lin Ning was worried that Ellie's health wouldn't be able to keep up. However, judging from Ellie's expression, her excitement far outweighed her fatigue. After a great deal of effort, Lin Ning finally completed the replication of all the pages. The clay tablets made of mycelium stacked from the ground were more than a meter high, and Ellie's fingertips were already red from touching them. While Ellie was deciphering the contents, she often discussed things with Ding Ningyan. Ellie changed into a white dress, while Ding Ningyan habitually wore all black. Looking at the two of them, Lin Ning felt he had nothing else to do, so he simply wandered around the Dharma Seal Society. "You can wander around, but don't touch the books. The location of every single one is recorded. If you mess it up, I can chase you all the way to the Assassin's Guild," Ding Ningyan warned. Lin Ning looked at the books throughout the building, astonished that Ding Ningyan could remember the location of every single book in such a chaotic place. Academics really do have extraordinary minds. Lin Ning wandered around the book maze, but after a while, he lost all sense of direction. He looked around. It was all books. He had no idea which direction Ellie and the others were in, or which side of the main entrance they had passed through. A real-life maze. This was quite fun. Lin Ning could use spores and mycelium to find his way, but that would be cheating, which would be pointless. So he tried memorizing the names of the books he passed, using them as markers, and then slowly exploring his way out. And he failed. Oh well, cheating is cheating. Lin Ning was about to spread his spores when he looked up and saw the star map on the dome of the ceiling. The star map had 7 stars, seemingly distributed without any discernible pattern. That's right, he didn't actually need to cheat, he could use the ceiling as a marker to find his way out. So Lin Ning took a few steps, glanced at the ceiling, and began to use the star map to orient himself. This was much more convenient, at least he wouldn't be going in circles. This star map is quite useful, it's like a map. The thought had barely formed in Lin Ning's mind when he froze. Indeed, it was more like a map than a star map. If you looked closely, the background of the map had faint outlines. Lin Ning tried to interpret those outlines as land, lakes, or oceans, but strangely, those terrains didn't overlap with any place in this world. At that moment, Lin Ning suddenly remembered the murals he had seen in the prison's underground chambers. Originally, the stone coffin buried beneath the prison was located extremely deep underground, but due to the passage of time and changes in the terrain, it has been brought closer and closer to the surface. If this star map is indeed a map, then it is very likely an ancient map dating back thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Those 7 markings on it. Lin Ning no longer cared about cheating at this moment, and ran towards Ding Ningyan as fast as he could. Chapter 174. Ding Ningyan. What? This dome, this dome. Lin Ning pointed at the ceiling, his words tumbling out in excitement. Ding Ningyan frowned upon hearing Lin Ning's question about the ceiling. This dome pattern is actually a redrawing I made based on old-style buildings that were once destroyed. What? Did you discover something? Yes, it's very likely a map. A map? Ding Ningyan didn't seem surprised by Lin Ning's guess. Indeed, many people have this dome, but strangely, this so-called map isn't a map of this world. Ding Ningyan looked up at the dome she knew so well and slowly said, within the Dharma Seal Society, there are many interpretations of this dome. Some say it's a star map, others say it's a map, each with its own basis. But the most incomprehensible thing is that, whether it's a star map or a map, it doesn't match any of the currently observable stars and landmarks at all, as if it's not from this world? Lin Ning interjected. Yes, it really feels like it's not this world. No, I think this is this world. What, do you have a new idea? Lin Ning nodded, and explained the changes in the terrain near the Marin Cave prison to Ding Ningyan. Upon hearing this, Ding Ningyan's expression suddenly turned serious. She stared motionlessly at the dome, feeling goosebumps rising on her skin. If what Lin Ning said was true, then the pattern on the dome wasn't a star map, but an ancient map from thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. However, to verify this idea, a considerable amount of crucial evidence is lacking. Ding Ningyan looked at Lin Ning and voiced her doubts. But the problem is, if it really is an ancient map, how can we verify it? It's just a conjecture. No, I have a way to verify it. Ah? I have a way. Lin Ning's tone was firm. Ding Ningyan looked at Lin Ning, who had a lock of white hair on his forehead and was tied in a small braid, and was somewhat surprised. You? Ding Ningyan stopped mid-sentence, turned her head and pondered for a moment, as if she had made up her mind, and asked Lin Ning, Okay, what do you need? I need to know the history of Xiaolincel. History? Yes, chronicles, local customs, to be precise. I don't want to know the history of Xiaolincel, but the history of the land of Xiaolincel. Hearing this, Ding Ningyan suddenly understood. Okay, I go prepare. The relevant historical information is located at the 24x8 grid on the left side of the entrance. I go find it. Goodness, she really can remember the location of the book. What Lin Ning wanted to know was the original terrain of Xiaolincel. While it might not be useful, at least it could serve as a basis. In the underground crypt of the prison, Lin Ning had seen the terrain where the spider's severed limbs were buried. It used to be a mountainous area, but over the long years, it had become a small plain surrounded by mountains. Lin Ning roughly sketched a map of the dome on a large sheet of paper, and laid down to analyze it carefully. The research method Lin Ning mentioned actually had a premise: those 7 markings. Since it's not a star map, the 7 marked points aren't stars, but rather places requiring extra attention, like the spider's burial ground. No, it should be called the leg burying ground. And he already knows 2 of these leg-burying grounds. Since Marin Cave Prison is mountainous, Lin Ming noticed 2 mountainous locations marked on the map. His heart sank. If there was only one, he could directly pinpoint the former location of Marin Cave Prison, and then, based on the direction and distance, combined with Xiaolinsel's historical records, he should be able to deduce the map's orientation and scale. But there are 2 mountainous locations, which makes things difficult. But what if we know the other locations? Ellie suddenly voiced her question. She seemed to be planning to rest for a while, fumbling for the water Ding Ning Yin had poured for her, and carefully bringing it to her lips. This problem stumped Lin Ming. He had been so immersed in the joy and excitement of solving the puzzle that he hadn't considered this question at all. Should they stop the spiders from resurrecting? With everything uncertain, he dared not make a hasty decision. So even knowing the location of the spider's severed limbs, all they could do was evacuate the crowd and watch the spider horde surge. Actually, it wasn't like that. Lin Ming felt that this matter was related to him. Just now, when Ellie was deciphering the code, she mentioned the word bystander. Ellie spent a long time explaining the additional meaning of this word, but Lin Ming already had a more fitting translation: outsider. An outsider, not belonging to this world. But Lin Ming didn't utter those 3 words aloud. He, Lin Ming, the lord of the alien fungi, was undeniably an abrupt and incongruous existence in this world. There are some records of past history in the spider's burial ground. This was the only way he could reply to Ellie. At this moment, Ding Ning Yin returned carrying a large stack of books. She piled them all in front of Lin Ming. These are them, but you'd probably be disappointed. I quickly flipped through them. The oldest record about the history of Xiaolinsel is only about 500 years old. I don't think that's enough time for such significant topographical changes. Lin Ming began to peruse the historical books. Sure enough, as Ding Ning Yin had said, the oldest record was from 500 years ago, and the descriptions of this land then were largely the same as now. Moreover, all the records mention the fire ground that burned for years. These records provided detailed descriptions of the fire ground. Records include phrases like spectacular scenery, hell on earth, and a strange fragrance emanates from the fire thrown at cattle and sheep. It seems the Xiaolinsel people even used that fire site for barbecues. This indicates that this land looked like this before it was inhabited. Because historical records are too brief, Lin Ming's research encountered an obstacle. Wait, there's another clue. Does Xiaolinsel have indigenous legends? Indigenous? The myths and legends told by the primitive tribes who have lived here since the beginning. Historical records are indeed limited. Changes in regime and wars can cause gaps in historical records. However, myths and legends are different. Most of these legends are like fantastical stories told to children, but they often contain important clues about the past. It seems there really is such a thing. What kind of thing? Because of what's called natural fire, there were originally some indigenous people with a different culture from ours in Xiaolinsel. But over such a long time, although their bloodline remains in the Xiaolinsel people, most other things have been lost. The only legend I can think of seems to be this one. It's the reason we initially believed Xiaolinsel had a true god. What is it? The fire god of the mountains. Chapter 175. Lin Ming asked Ding Ning Yin curiously, "What's the story of the flame god in the mountains?" Ding Ning Yin shrugged and told a simple legend. Legend has it that long, long ago, the flame god lived in the mountains. One day, he made an appointment to meet his friend in the mountains, but because there were so many mountains, his friend got lost and couldn't find him. The flame god waited too long and fell asleep, turning into an ever-burning fire. And then? Ding Ning Yin shrugged. That's all. What about the flame god's friend? There are many versions. Some say he starved to death. Some say he was eaten by a tiger. Some say he found the flame god but was burned to death by flames while trying to wake him. This story isn't for children, is it? It really is for children. The version I heard when I was a kid was the one about starving to death. Lin Ming thought to himself. It sounded like a cautionary tale, teaching children to keep their promises and incidentally reminding them that tigers eat people. Although the story was ordinary, the information it contained was more than enough. Since Xiaolinsel was likely once a mountain range, this map could be deciphered. Lin Ming marked the locations of 2 mountain ranges on the map, temporarily labeling them Mountain Range 1 and Mountain Range 2. The question now is, which is Mountain Range 1, and which is Mountain Range 2, between Xiaolinsel and Marin Cave Prison? Even after racking his brains, Lin Ming couldn't determine the answer to this question, so he simply made 2 maps. One map showed Xiaolinsel in Mountain 1 and Marin Cave in Mountain 2, while the other map showed the opposite. Lin Ming sighed, looking at the markings on the 2 maps. Spider, oh spider. What do you want me to do? Lin Ning had finished the maps, but Ellie would need some more time. A single day wouldn't be enough to decipher them. It was already getting dark. Ding Ningyan and Ellie discussed it, and decided to spend the night at the Seal Society, while Lin Ning would return to his arranged lodgings. Lin Ning agreed to this arrangement, and got up to leave. After a few steps, as if remembering something, he turned back to look at the black and white duo. He tentatively asked Ellie, Ellie, how does Miss Ding smell? Huh? Smell? Ding Ningyan naturally couldn't detect anything amiss. She thought she had a strange smell, so she sniffed her arm, but couldn't smell anything. However, Ellie pursed her lips upon hearing the question, waved Lin Ning away, and gestured for him to leave and not meddle. Seeing Ellie's ambiguous smile, Lin Ning scurried away. Back at his lodgings, he wanted to discuss the map with Kevin first, but as soon as he opened the door, he bumped into someone coming out, nearly flying through the air. He felt like he crashed into a wall, but strangely, some parts of the wall were rock hard, while others were soft and yielding. Lin Ning looked up in confusion, only to see a familiar face. Yo! Long time no see. Cavill? The tall, muscular man before him was none other than Kevin. Cavill, the one with 7 husbands, 7, enough to summon a dragon. Cavill, what are you doing here? No, Lin Ning should be asking, why are you still here? He vaguely remembered that when they parted ways with Cavill in prison, she said she was going to Xiaolensel. Judging by the dates, Cavill should have been in Xiaolensel for quite some time. I ran into a little trouble on my way here, which delayed me for a while. I just got here today, and then I saw this place decorated for some reason, so I asked around and heard that a group of people had arrived, including a strange guy who could use mushrooms. I knew it was you. That's true, in this world, his ability is unique. So what are you doing in Xiaolensel? Looking for my husband. Right, her husbands are everywhere. So you're leaving already? No, I'm just about to take Kevin to the arena. The arena? Yes, we're just using the space. My husband's job is to manage the arena. So where are we going? Cavill smiled, pointing to Kevin behind her, and said, Kevin wants to learn some of my moves. I'm just killing time anyway, might as well treat it as exercise. Interested? Want to come and take a look? Indeed. If you think about it carefully, Cavill's martial arts skills are definitely master level. Not only does she possess 4 unique techniques, but she can even combine them. Kevin, on the other hand, has so far relied on his brute strength in battle. If Kevin could learn even one of Cavill's abilities, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. He really wanted to see that. Lin Ning followed Cavill and Kevin to the arena. Before leaving, he glanced at Anti and the cat. Anti was quietly reading in the corner of the room, while the cat, as usual, was fast asleep. He had originally wanted Anti to go find Ellie, but considering the 2 women alone in the room that night, he didn't let Anti disturb them. On the way to the arena, Cavill and Kevin chatted. I know what you want to learn, but the combat techniques I used back then were extremely taxing, so I need to be very careful. Well, I don't need to worry about that too much, Kevin replied casually. You might even lose your life. Kevin thought for a moment and answered honestly, it's okay, I'm lucky. Cavill was immediately amused. That's good, then I don't have to hold back anymore. When they arrived at the arena, there were 2 figures inside, seemingly chatting. Lin Ning walked closer, and was surprised to find that one of the people was Fang Xianzheng. Lin Ning was filled with doubt. Fang Xianzheng didn't seem like the king of Xiaolensel, he looked more like a retired old man. It's the king. Cavill bowed to Fang Xianzheng. Cavill, I just heard from Mu Lin that you returned. Standing next to Fang Xianzheng was a handsome man, who didn't look like a martial artist or a mage, he seemed like an ordinary person. Cavill turned to Lin Ning and Kevin and introduced them. This is Mu Lin, my husband. Mu Lin, and these 2 are. I know these 2. I saw their information when I registered for the duel. Lin Ning and Kevin, nice to meet you. Mu Lin gave off a surprisingly composed feeling, a stark contrast to the overly cheerful Cavill. Fang Xianzheng, upon hearing from Cavill that he would be instructing Kevin on some martial arts techniques, perked up. He immediately took off his robe and said to Kevin, how about it, want to spar with this old man first? As expected of the Xiaolensel people, they easily get carried away when it comes to martial arts. Mu Lin quickly stopped him. Your Majesty, if you want to fight, you have to urgently summon the barrier team. Perhaps it's better to forget it. Oh well, I'm not going to fight seriously. I just get some exercise and, incidentally, help this child with the fundamentals, which I'm best at. That way, he learned from Cabal faster. King Fang Xianzheng entered the arena. Since he hadn't brought a weapon, he looked around and found a branch, which he picked up casually. Then he beckoned to Caven, "Come on." Chapter 176. Seeing that Fang Xianzheng was ready, Caven also entered the arena. Fang Xianzheng held a tree branch in his hand, and with a gentle shake, a golden giant sword condensed from his chi suddenly appeared on it. The technique of creating a sword from chi, Lin Ning had seen this move before, performed by the martial Saint Karen. Mu Lin saw the 4 or 5 meter long giant sword and quickly shouted from the sidelines, "Your Majesty, it's too big, make it smaller." Fang Xianzheng looked at the sword in his hand and muttered softly, "This is considered big?" He shrunk the sword, this time to just over 2 meters long. Mu Lin still waved his hand frantically at him. Then he shrunk the sword to just over 1 meter long. Mu Lin still looked troubled. Finally, the sword in Fang Xianzheng's hand was only the size of a palm, and only then did Mu Lin nod. This arena was something he had painstakingly built. If his king were to destroy it, he would truly have no way to complain. Fang Xianzheng looked at the miniature sword in his hand, pouting, his face full of displeasure. "Fine, smaller it is. A shorter sword is a more dangerous one." With everything ready, Caven summoned his most favored scythe and swung it at Fang Xianzheng. Fang Xianzheng saw the scythe coming at him and initially intended to block with his miniature sword, but he lowered his hand, halfway up, and instead used 2 fingers of his other hand to snap Caven's side between them. The dueling arena fell silent. Although Fang Xianzheng was full of enthusiasm, the difference in strength between the two was still too great. Straightforward, too straightforward. Fang Xianzheng released his grip on the scythe, raised his miniature sword, and thrust it at Caven. The female version of Caven possessed extraordinary agility. She nimbly dodged the sword and simultaneously kicked Fang Xianzheng in the abdomen. Because Fang Xianzheng's attack was obvious, Caven knew he couldn't dodge the kick, so she used all her strength. With a loud bang, Fang Xianzheng appeared to only flinch, but Caven herself was sent flying. In that split second, Fang Xianzheng had caught the kick, absorbed the force, grabbed Caven's ankle, and tossed him away. Caven flew straight towards the sidelines, where Kavir caught him. Cav, held in Kavir's arms, looked utterly aggrieved. There are always stronger people out there. Fang Xianzheng hadn't even used his chi armor. "Haha, let me handle this." Kavir said to Fang Xianzheng, "Her constitution is that of a demon god, so her ability to utilize chi is exceptionally weak. Her movement techniques are alright, but she has almost no combat skills, which might be related to her personality. Yes, her basic movement techniques are very good. You can tell the person who taught her these things put a lot of effort into it." In front of these two, Caven was like a junior apprentice, only able to obediently listen. But it's strange. Kavir looked puzzled. Even someone just entering the realm of warriors will grasp some methods of using chi, but I always feel like something in your body is interfering with your use of chi. Fang Xianzheng also pondered. Could it be because the physical structure of demon gods is different? Mentioning physical structure, Lin Ming asked curiously, "For a warrior, what is the most crucial organ for releasing chi?" Lin Ming's question, originally unintentional, stumped both Fang Xianzheng and Kavir. The two of them simultaneously began spinning in circles. Chi, organs. We're almost born with the ability to use chi. We never really thought about this. After a while, they seemed to have found the answer. Fang Xianzheng tapped his left chest, his fist striking his pectoral muscles, making a thumping sound. "It's the heart." "That's right." Kavir also tapped his left chest, making a soft, gurgling sound. "It's the heart." "That makes sense." Lin Ming turned to Caven and asked, "Where is your heart?" Caven gestured around his body with his hands, then shrugged. "It's all over my body." This might be the crux of the problem. After absorbing the first generation, the concept of heart had gradually disappeared from Caven's mind, replaced by the Nightborn's core. Choosing to preserve the original's heart was a matter of human habitual thinking, believing the heart to be the foundation of life. However, for the original, as long as the core remained, preserving the heart was essentially the same as preserving an arm. Furthermore, as Caven gradually adapted to his body with 7 cores, his internal structure began to differ from that of humans. Therefore, all the methods of cultivating chi used by humans were inapplicable to Caven. Caven, Cabal, and Fang Xianzheng explained his physical structure, leaving the two speechless. "No wonder," Fang Xianzheng said, feigning sudden realization. He and Cabal exchanged a glance, then began spinning in circles, muttering to themselves, "The location of the heart. The generation and diffusion of chi. We need to stabilize it first." "That's right, I think so too." After reaching a consensus, the two began guiding Caven to stabilize the position of the cores, then identify one core as the central point, and sense the flow of qi within his body around that core. Lin Ming asked curiously, can demon gods really learn to use qi? Cavill replied, yes, even animals can, but it still depends on talent. Some people don't grasp the use of qi until they're over 60, while others are already using qi to generate power when they're learning to walk. However, in Shilinsel, there is an ancient and effective method for awakening qi. What method? Keep fighting, fight to the death. Goodness. No wonder it's Shilinsel. It's like throwing someone directly into water to learn to swim. In life or death situations, people always unleash some potential. Cavill quite agreed with this method. That's true. Many soldiers first experience the existence of qi on the battlefield, and for most warriors, the first skill they learn is qi armor for self-preservation. Then, Kabir and Fang Xiansheng glanced at Caven simultaneously. Caven, who had always been fearless since birth, suddenly felt a trace of fear. Should we switch to male? Lin Ming suggested. No, I'm used to it now. Switching back would feel awkward. Caven walked into the arena with a righteous air. She was about to receive a brutal beating from the two experts. Training began. Kabir and Fang Xianzheng urged Caven to fight with all her might, but even with Caven giving it her all, the situation remained one-sided. What's worse, while fighting, the two of them kept emphasizing important points in her ear. Don't use your brain, use your body to figure it out. Focus, never get distracted. Feel your internal body. Lin Ming watched this scene, somewhat used to it. After all, when he was under the guidance of the vice president and Susa, Caven was practically chopped into dumpling filling. Seeing the terrifying density of their attacks, Caven tried to use his blood shield to hold on, but it was shattered by Fang Xuanzheng's slap the moment he summoned it. This attack continued until dawn, when the situation suddenly turned. Fang Xianzheng swept his leg towards Caven's side, and Caven lowered his body, blocking with his arm. This was a scene that had played out countless times before. Each time before, Caven would be sent flying with a single kick, but this time, Caven only swayed slightly, without moving. At the same time, Fang Xianzheng noticed that some red phantoms were beginning to appear around Caven. Red? Fang Xianzheng and Cavill stopped attacking upon seeing the red phantom surrounding Caven, and simultaneously assumed serious stances. Just now, it was a lesson, this time, it was a sparring match. Chapter 177. Caven's aura was red. Cavill and Fang Xianzheng had heard of auras of unusual colors, but this was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Caven noticed the different expressions on the two men's faces, and then noticed the red phantom swirling around him. Looking at the red aura around him, Caven felt as if it were actually part of his own body. This time, Fang Xianzheng didn't attack rashly. The sensation of his kick to Caven's aura earlier was strange. Generally, defensive aura armor is hard. For beginners, the armor is not yet stable and should be loose, like armor plates carelessly bound together with wire, easily crumbling with the slightest force. But Caven's aura was different. Caven's aura wasn't hard, it had a soft, yielding feel. If Fang Xianzheng had to describe it, it was like half-cooked rice cake, a state somewhere between soft and hard. Seeing Fang Xianzheng suddenly start to ponder something, Cavill threw a punch at Caven first. Just as Cavill's fist struck the aura surrounding Caven, her expression suddenly turned utterly astonished. Her force was almost completely absorbed by Caven's aura, and she couldn't pull her hand back. And it wasn't just her hand, she felt Caven's aura sucking her inward. At first, only her fingers were stuck, but now her wrist was engulfed. Masano Rising Rhinoceros seeing that she couldn't pull her hand back, Cavill decided to use a feint, increasing the force on her controlled hand and, with her entire weight, slamming it directly into Caven's head. Cavill's plan was to break through Caven's strange aura armor with sheer force, but she miscalculated. Caven's aura was slippery. Caven merely shifted his body slightly, and Cavill, using all the strength she had just used, slid to the side. Strange, Cavill uttered in bewilderment. Indeed strange, Fang Xianzheng echoed. Strange, but very strong. Although Cavill's strength was inferior to Fang Xuanzheng's, she possessed force skills, and her knowledge of martial arts surpassed Fang Xuanzheng's. Seeing Caven's aura, she earnestly believed that with diligent practice, Caven could even reach the threshold of the saint level. Fang Xianzheng, having witnessed Cavill's attack, chuckled. Your Majesty, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I just felt the texture of this aura was similar to rice cake, and it reminded me of the times I ate rice cake and my mouth was covered in it, impossible to chew. Lin Ming, seeing the three of them stop, knew the instruction was over and walked towards them. Kaven stared in astonishment at the aura beside her. The feeling was as if an extra part of her body had appeared, utterly wondrous. As she watched Lin Ming approach, an idea suddenly struck her. Just as Lin Ming was about to greet her, Kaven raised her hand and tossed a ball of red aura directly at him. As the aura was thrown, it extended like a frog's tongue, sticking to Lin Ming's body. Before Lin Ming could even comprehend what was happening, she was instantly pulled to Kaven's side. Lin Ming hadn't even registered what had just occurred before she was dragged in front of Kaven. Kaven nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with the skill. Although Lin Ming and Kaven wanted to thank Kavier and Fang Xianzheng for their guidance, it was getting too late. Fang Xianzheng left, saying, "Middle-aged people can't stay up all night," while Kavier, after exchanging a few pleasantries with Lin Ming and Kaven, went to his lodgings with Mu Lin. Lin Ming and Kaven also had to go back, but Kaven had only taken a few steps when he suddenly fell face first to the ground. "Ouch, that looks painful. What happened to you? Are you overworked?" Kaven lifted his dirty face and said, "No, it's just that I don't seem to be able to control this chi very well." Lin Ming then noticed that Kaven's feet had been stuck to the ground by his own chi. "It's okay, take your time." Lin Ming comforted Kaven, reaching out to help him up. After standing up, Kaven shook his hands. Lin Ming also shook his hands. Their hands were stuck together tightly. Kaven, not yet very skilled in using ki, didn't know how to break the bond. So the two started a tug-of-war in the dueling arena. After pulling for a while, they still couldn't separate. Then Kaven suddenly remembered that Kavel had used a lot of force to break the bond, so he wanted Lin Ming to try it too. "Don't pull to either side, try pulling in the opposite direction." "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure." The opposite direction meant pulling towards Kaven. 1, 2. "Hey!" Lin Ming charged towards Kaven's body. But Lin Ming was Lin Ming after all. He didn't have Kavel's superhuman strength. This charge didn't break the bond. Instead, he collided directly with Kaven. "See? I told you it wouldn't work." It's over. Damn it. Something's happened." Lin Ming should have anticipated this scene. Lin Ming and Kaven, who had collided, were face to face, chest to chest, hand in hand, stuck together. A breeze blew through the arena, the stars were bright, and crickets chirped all around. On an ordinary night, this scene would be quite pleasant. But this night was destined to be anything but ordinary. "Don't pull. Don't pull so hard. My face, can you move your face away first? I want to move mine away too, and don't rub against me." "Who can stand this?" "Who rubbed against me?" "I can only use lateral force." "Fine, then I go left, you go right." "Okay. 1, 2. Hey!" The two of them pulled together, then, hand in hand, took a step to the side, looking like they were dancing the tango. "Why isn't it working?" "Nonsense, you're telling me to go left and I go right? Are you stupid?" Lin Ming originally wanted to directly detach from the mycelium, but to his surprise, the mycelium failed to detach. His mycelium, trying to leave his body, was stuck to him. What Lin Ming didn't know at this moment was that, due to his inner anxiety and wavering, Kaven's aura had spread to a considerable area. Lin Ming, trapped within this area and pressed directly against Kaven, couldn't separate the mycelium. This was deadly. But that wasn't the end. Something even more deadly was yet to come. He heard the voices of Les, Hua, and Wuyan beside him. They were getting closer and closer. Lin Ming and Kaven still pressed together. "I heard they were practicing their techniques here. They haven't been back for so long, so I wanted to come and see them." "Lin Ming, you guys?" It was Les's voice. "It's alright, I'm just on my routine patrol, and I was just walking with you for a bit. Besides, I'm quite interested in the warrior's techniques." "Oh!" That was Wu Yang's voice. "Wow!" That was Hua's voice. The three of them stood there dumbfounded, staring at Lin Ming and Kaven. Then, a deathly silence lasted for several minutes. "Oh, I don't think we need to worry about them. I head back first. I also remembered I have other patrol duties in other areas, so I go take care of those too." Wow. Chapter 178. Lin Ming and Kaven rubbed against each other for about half an hour before finally separating. By the time they returned to their lodgings, it was almost dawn. After the arena and Kaven's, well, intractable problem, Lin Ming had a bunch of bizarre dreams while sleeping. In his dream, Kaven turned into a giant frog and then rolled Lin Ming's tongue into its mouth. But in the dream, Lin Ming actually found the frog's mouth quite comfortable. Realizing that his thoughts were a bit off, Lin Ming woke up with a start. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Kaven. Kaven saw him too, and both of them simultaneously adopted a stay-away-from-me stance. Caven brought over the breakfast delivered by the guards. Lin Ming counted it. Even Antai and the cat's portions were included. Although they wouldn't have a problem not eating, the breakfast looked quite appetizing, so they both sat down and started eating. After taking a couple of bites with their chopsticks, the chopsticks stuck to their hands. "Give me a hand." Calvin wanted Lin Ming to help her pull the chopsticks down. "No." Calvin picked up the bowl again, took a couple of sips of the hot porridge, and then couldn't put the bowl down either. Help me." "I don't dare help." Although Lin Ming was completely unwilling to help again, he felt sorry for Calvin's helpless look and said, "Just finish eating before you go find Cavill. It won't delay your eating like this." Calvin nodded, finished her food in a few bites, and shook her hands, but they were still sticky. So Calvin had no choice but to go find Cavill like this. Caven walked down the street, attracting surprised glances from passers-by in Xiaolinsel. Her gaze was determined, her stride brisk, chopsticks in one hand and a bowl in the other, as if she were determined to eat her way through the world. Lin Ming, seeing Caven seemingly heading to freeload, finished his own food and went to call Antai over to eat as well, not wanting to waste any. He looked around and realized the cat was gone. "Antai, where's the cat?" Antai pointed overhead. Lin Ming guessed Qiu Dong's location, went outside, and looked up at the roof. Sure enough, Qiu Dong was sunbathing on the roof. "Hey! Cat! Time to eat!" Lin Ming called out to the roof. Hearing Lin Ming call him to eat, Qiu Dong lazily jumped down from the roof. Having settled everything, Lin Ming decided to go find Ellie, wondering how her code-breaking work was going. Arriving at the Science Society, Lin Ming knocked on the door. A moment later, Ding Mingyan, her hair a mess, opened it sleepily. "Oh, you're here. I just took a nap." Lin Ming followed Ding Mingyan into the Science Society, through the familiar maze, and saw Ellie. Beside Ellie were piles of braille tablets Lin Ming had made for her. She was currently doing the final integration work. Hearing Lin Ming's arrival, Ellie turned and said, "The deciphering work is almost done, but you better not get your hopes up too high. Even translated into our everyday language, this content is extremely obscure, and besides, there's not much about spiders." Lin Ming was prepared for that. "So what are the codes and symbols that have been deciphered so far?" Ellie turned to Lin Ming and said, "First of all, a significant portion of this content is a description of spiders." "Descriptions?" "Yes, these descriptions are neither complimentary nor derogatory. They simply record the existence of spiders in poetic language." "Are there any parts that can be confirmed now?" "Yes, firstly, the spider's abilities." "Goodness," Lin Ming thought, "such a bombshell right off the bat?" The translated code words are like this: limbs, 8 abilities, divine number, elements, rules, life connects the limbs, life created the torso, man mockery. That's it, that's all for this part. Although he felt the amount of information wasn't much, it still raised some questions. The 8 abilities likely refer to the spider's 8 limbs, representing the 8 abilities the spider can use. The elements and rules likely mean that these 8 abilities include the use of elements and the mastery of certain rules. Life created the torso, meaning that the spider's torso doesn't represent special abilities, but rather the spider's life. The problem lies in those last 2 words. Human mocking. Is it the human mocking the spider, or the spider mocking the human? Are there other parts? Yes, but the other parts are all academic research on the Science Society. While they are all valuable, they aren't very relevant to spiders. For example? For example, the specific classification of demon gods, and the differences in demon god awakening. Their research focuses entirely on demon gods? Yes. I was wondering about that too. I originally thought these old documents might contain some information about signs, but actually, I didn't see a single thing about signs or spells. It seems the Science Society ostensibly focuses on studying signs, but in reality, they specialize in the subject of demonic races. Then, Lin Ming asked the question he'd been wanting to ask. Is there anything about humans in the documents? Humans? Yes, humans. There really is. But the content is quite vague. Ellie touched the clay tablets again, confirming the contents. For example, these words, human return 1. It was indeed vague. Lin Ming pondered these 3 words repeatedly, especially return, which particularly concerned him. Because Ellie was deciphering ancient symbolic script, return was only one possible translation. This word could also be translated as return. Whether it's return or return, both are words full of a sense of security, giving a comfortable feeling of returning to wholeness. However, After learning that humans might be manifestations of gods, Lin Ning found the concept chilling. This could mean that when the true human god awakens, all of humanity might vanish. Chapter 179. So besides these? Lin Ming, after listening to the content about spiders and humans, continued to ask other. There's also a record about a mysterious cult. A mysterious cult? Yes, the words deciphered in this passage are cult, guidance, light. Light. Lin Ning was very familiar with this word. Back in the Ping's grasslands, when he was being guided to the afterlife by Lun Kuel, he often heard this word. It seemed that the cult that Granny and Arns believed in guided the souls of the deceased to the realm of light. Although he couldn't be sure whether the cult Granny and Arns believed in was the same as the one recorded in the ancient texts, it was still important information. Lin Ning was already very satisfied with deciphering this content. But he still asked, is there anything else? Ellie shrugged and said, there really is only one left, but it's the most bizarre. What is it? It's related to you. Lin Ning felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. But seeing Ellie's relaxed expression, he tentatively asked then, what's the part about me? Ellie chuckled. It's a recipe. Huh? A recipe? Yes, a recipe. What recipe? Mushroom soup. Goodness, so that's what related to him means. Lin Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Is this some kind of ancient recipe? It seems so. It basically doesn't have any cooking techniques. It's just adding water, mushrooms, boiling it, sprinkling some salt. Among all this information, this recipe seems quite out of place. Lin Ning pondered for a moment. Since it involved mushrooms, no one in the world knew more about them than him. Does this recipe specify which kind of mushrooms it uses? It does. Ellie described the appearance of several mushrooms mentioned in the recipe to Lin Ning. Lin Ning nodded after listening. Just as he expected. A recipe recorded in such materials must be extraordinary. The mushrooms Ellie described were all potent hallucinogenic mushrooms, and these mushrooms might also be addictive, with long-term consumption causing side effects. Simply put, they could make people stupid. This mushroom soup, rather than a recipe, is more like. It seems that no matter the world, there are people who enjoy this. That's all Ellie had deciphered. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Ning thanked Ellie, who leaned back in her chair and let out a long sigh. Ha ha ha. Ellie suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? I suddenly feel a pang of nostalgia. It's been so long since I'd done this kind of thing. I once thought I was destined to be forever separated from academia, but I never imagined I'd be helping out like this here. Ding Ning Yan seemed to want to say something, but she opened her mouth and swallowed her words. She had originally wanted to say that if Ellie could see now, she would probably become a renowned scholar throughout the continent. This was meant as a compliment, but saying it now would only make Ellie feel worse. Seeing Ellie's exhausted expression, Lin Ning decided to take her back to her lodgings to rest. When leaving the Dharma Seal Society, Ding Ning Yan expressed her gratitude to them in a rather formal manner. Lin Ning led Ellie out onto the street. It was bustling with people, and Ellie wasn't with Antai, her guide aunt. Do you need me to lead you? No need, I can handle this kind of environment. Ellie said, pointing to her ear. I consulted with Kaven and Yin Feng, and they're also very good at using their ears to navigate. I'm not afraid of noisy places now, it's quiet places that are a bit difficult. I see. Okay, so just keep talking to me, otherwise I might lose you. We're still a ways from home, what should we talk about? Speaking of which, I'm really interested in that seven-legged spider. Well, I can tell you why it has 7 legs. Why? A seven-legged spider. Lin Ning had already guessed it the moment he saw the symbol. This seven-legged spider was very likely the current sealed state of the spider. The missing leg is the spider demon god, Arns, who cannot be sealed and will resurrect even after death. Thinking of Arns, Lin Ming's brows furrowed. This spider demon god is shrouded in many mysteries. Lin Ming told Ellie about Arns, and Ellie suddenly understood. I see. Then, there's another question. If each leg of a spider represents an ability, is Arns' ability resurrection or futurism? This was also a question Lin Ming had been pondering. He was more inclined to believe that Arns' ability was futurism. Moreover, Arns' futurism only awakened in recent years. Before that, she was merely an ordinary demon god, who could resurrect after death. Lin Ming said to Ellie, considering the spider demon god's condition, we can speculate that Arns, as one of the spider's severed limbs, was a struggle made by the spider during the sealing process. He separated a part of himself, granting her near immortality and the ability to see the future, enough to change the world, allowing Arns to evade the seal. So, it seems she successfully evaded it. Lin Ming nodded. Here, the question arises. Why did the ability to see into the future only appear recently? Yes, regarding this question, either Arns was severely injured after escaping the seal and temporarily lost this ability, or she's lying. There's another possibility. What is it? That Arns was actually sealed as well, but the method of sealing was different from the other 7 severed limbs. You mean, only the ability was sealed? Yes, it's possible that not only the ability was sealed, but also her memories. Then the reason she only regained her future vision in recent years is because... Ellie nodded and said, that's right, it's because recently, the seal weakened, or perhaps the spider's resistance strengthened, and some kind of resonance occurred between the severed limbs, allowing her to regain her ability. And along with the ability, what else was restored? Memories. Although this is only a hypothesis, if so, this might be the reason why Arns left Stonetrelova without saying goodbye. It's very likely that some vague memories are forming in her mind. Chapter 180. Everything was settled, and it was time for them to head to the Southern Territory. After all, the situation with the magical beasts was urgent. Although Shalinsel had treated them well, they couldn't stay there too long. Moreover, one of the maps Lin Ming had drawn up marked a spider's burial ground in the Southern Territory. Before leaving, Lin Ming and his group said goodbye to everyone in Shalinsel. On the day they left Shalinsel, a group of people came to see them off. Cabell would be staying in Shalinsel for a while. Hearing that Lin Ming and his group were going to the Southern Territory, she was very interested and might visit after leaving Shalinsel. Before Cabell left, Cabell gave her a book. It was a cultivation manual that Cabell had written overnight. Lin Ming looked at the book Cabell handed to Cabell and asked curiously, "Can you read?" Cabell looked at Lin Ming and slowly raised her hand. Okay, I understand. You can read, put your hand down. Wu Yang and Ding Ningyan had come together to see him off. Ding Ningyan smiled and tossed Lin Ming a piece of candy. This is a tradition at Xayalinsel. They give the matchmaker a piece of candy. This candy is said to bring good luck. The matchmaker. Lin Ming looked at the candy wrapped in pink paper, then at Wu Yang and Ding Ningyan, feeling a strange sense of accomplishment. Just as Lin Ming was chatting with Ding Ningyan, Ellie suddenly sniffed around, then looked towards the main street, muttering, "The big one is coming." The big one? Isn't the big one right here? The thought had barely crossed Lin Ming's mind when he saw Fang Xian walking towards them in the distance, with a cart full of snacks. Fang Xianzheng approached Ellie and Lin Ming, waving his hand dismissively. "Here, plenty." Lin Ming looked at the cart full of pastries, thinking to himself, this isn't just plenty, we could go straight to the Southern Territory and do business. Les and Hua, standing to the side, were practically drooling over the pastries. Lin Ming noticed Hua and realized she had given that broom a new head. He had initially thought Hua would turn the iron rod into a weapon, but it seemed she quite liked the broom's design. By the way, Lin Ming suddenly asked Wu Yang curiously, "How's the seafood siblings doing?" Wu Yang paused for a moment upon hearing the term seafood siblings, but immediately understood he was referring to Cobb and Fisher. Those two. After Fisher was defeated, they became depressed and couldn't even complete the most basic tasks. Cobb was initially very resentful after losing to you, but later, when they heard I also lost to you, for some reason, they became more accepting. Their mental state is pretty good now. Lin Ming thought, that's probably because I didn't teach him a lesson enough. I only brought him here properly to show goodwill to Shalinsel. Otherwise, someone like Cobb, who came to them on his own, should have been taught a lesson the meaning of steamed with vinegar. Fang Xianzheng provided Lin Ming and his group with carriages and horses, so they wouldn't need to walk until they reached the vicinity of the southern border. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Fang Xianzheng waved his hand. "No need to thank me. However, after you reach the southern border, you will encounter a very powerful assassin named Gu Qianbu. Please pass on a message to him for me." "Okay, what message do you want to convey?" "When you meet him, just say this. You really need to cut off your goatee, it's absolutely hideous." "This? I won't get beaten up, will I?" No, at most he rush over to Xayalinsel to beat me up." "Don't worry, he can't beat me." After saying goodbye to the people of Xayalinsel, Lin Ming and his group continued their journey. Shenke didn't go with them. She still needed to return to the Assassin's Guild to give a full report on this mission. On the way, Lin Ming kept looking at the piece of candy Ding Ningyan had given him, while Kaven looked at the martial arts manual Cabell had given her. Lin Ming glanced at the handwritten manual and noticed that Cabell, despite being a martial artist, had remarkably neat and beautiful handwriting. He asked Kaven with some curiosity, "What kind of person do you think Cabell is?" Kaven wasn't good at answering this kind of question. She put down her book, thought seriously for a moment, and replied, "She must be very charming." "Oh, how so?" "Strong, gentle, and cheerful. And Cabell is actually very perceptive. She can sensitively sense what others are thinking." "What's that saying again? Something about being rough on the outside and meticulous on the inside." "Rough on the outside? Meticulous on the inside?" "Yes, that's the feeling, and what?" Caven looked at Lin Ning and said, "Cabell is very rich." "Huh?" He hadn't expected that. Cabell mentioned in a conversation that among her 4 masters, Feng Chu and Yushang are actually of noble birth, so her education was quite comprehensive. She also ran a weapons business for a while, and her assets are enough for her to live comfortably for the rest of her life. Lin Ning thought to himself, no wonder she can chat so freely with the king and has 7 husbands. All the way, Ellie's face was fixed on the cart full of pastries. "Ellie, do you want some?" No, I get fat. "It's okay, you're not fat." "No, look at Ding Ning Yin, she's so thin, you could almost touch her ribs." Ellie only got halfway through her sentence before everyone in the cart gave her surprised looks. Realizing she let something slip, Ellie stammered for a while. "Anyway, well, it's pretty good, well, maybe I have a piece." Lin Ning was about to get a few boxes of pastries, when he saw the cat lying on the cart full of them. You get too much of the smell, it attracts bees. The cat was still completely absorbed in the sweet aroma surrounding it. Lin Ning could only pick the cat up, take a few boxes of pastries, and then put the cat back. Ellie, clutching a box of pastries, ate with a blissful expression, showing no sign of worrying about gaining weight. On their journey to the Southern Territory, they encountered no troublesome crabs or magical fish, smoothly arriving within its jurisdiction. The entourage of Shulinsel escorted them here and then returned. Fortunately, Les and Hua could travel by carriage, so they left 2 vehicles behind and continued on their way. Before leaving Shulinsel, Fang Xianjing had thoughtfully prepared various types of clothing for them. Lin Ning didn't understand the meaning behind Fang Xuanjing's preparation of clothing of varying thicknesses at that time, but he understood once he arrived in the Southern Territory. The Southern Territory was truly a magical place. Almost every few kilometers there was a completely different climate. At first, they felt a bit hot, but after walking a short distance, it began to get colder and colder. After walking for a while, they even saw snow. Just as Lin Ning reached out to catch a few snowflakes, sand suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Then the sand increased, eventually turning into a desert. After a grueling half-day trek through the desert, a swamp appeared before them. The desert was passable, but the swamp was impossible. Even with Les and his companion's superb driving skills, they couldn't navigate the swamp. They had to detour. Beyond the swamp lay a lake. Les, driving ahead, grumbled, "What kind of hellhole is this? I've seen more bizarre sights in a day than in my entire life." Just as Les was complaining, Lin Ning suddenly noticed someone fishing by the lake. It appeared to be a man, dressed in coarse cloth, holding a fishing rod motionless. And most importantly, the man had a goatee. Chapter 181. Lin Ning looked at the man, with the goatee fishing, and suddenly remembered what Fang Xian had said to him before he left. This man might be Gu Qianbu. Lin Ning got out of the car and walked towards the lake where the man was. As he walked along the shore, Lin Ning noticed that the lake wasn't as crystal clear as he had imagined. Instead, it was incredibly murky. Lin Ning stood curiously by the lake and looked into the water, wanting to see if there were any fish in such murky water. "Hey! You better stay away from the lake, or you regret it," the fisherman said, seeing Lin Ning standing still by the lake. Lin Ning turned his head and saw that the man had a long, thin face, short curly hair, and a beard. At first glance, he looked like an old goat spirit. Aren't you Mr. Gu Qianbu? Who I am is unimportant. If you keep standing there." Before the man with the goatee could finish speaking, Lin Ning saw the lake water in front of him begin to churn, as if the silt at the bottom of the lake was surging to the surface. Then, suddenly, a huge tentacle-like thing burst out of the lake, heading straight for Lin Ning's neck. "TSK, I told you." Seeing that Lin Ning was about to be caught, the man with the goatee pulled the fishing hook that had been submerged in the water out of the water, and swung it sharply towards the tentacle. The fishing rod and line cut through the air, making a pleasant whistling sound. The goatee's fishing hook pierced the tentacle, then wrapped around it several times. Then, as the man with the goatee pulled the fishing rod taut, the tentacle was also restrained by the rod. Lin Ning stared at the tentacle, its expression shifting from imposing and intimidating to panicked and desperate to escape back to the lake bottom. The man with the goatee seemed equally conflicted about what to do with it. "Not tasty." "Never mind," the man with the goatee muttered, jerking his fishing rod. The hook and line, as if possessing a mind of their own, released the tentacle. The tentacle, now free, splashed away into the lake, and the surface returned to calm. The man with the goatee looked at Lin Ming, shrugged, and said, "Well, now I have no fish to catch." Lin Ming scratched his head, still reeling from the sight of that giant tentacle. Sorry to have interrupted your fishing. We do have plenty of shillingsel snacks. If you don't mind, you can try some." "Oh!" The man with the goatee, intrigued by Lin Ming's mention of snacks, especially shillingsels, immediately perked up. "Are you Gu Qianbu?" the man with the goatee asked, puzzled by Lin Ming's use of his name. "Yes, it's me, but how come you?" "We just came from Xiaolinsel. The National Army introduced you to me before we left." Gu Qianbu looked Lin Ming up and down, seemingly trying to figure something out. "You are here to support the Southern Territory?" "Yes, we're from the Assassins Guild and the national government." "Then why did you go to Xiaolinsel?" "Well, it's a long story." "Never mind, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you didn't mess things up, so it's fine where you go." Lin Ming wanted to say something more, but Gu Qianbu gestured for him to leave quickly. "Let's go! There's more than one thing at the bottom of the lake, more will come up soon." Gu Qianbu sighed, muttering, "Sigh, no fishing again today." Lin Ming led Gu Qianbu to the vicinity of the caravan, introduced him to Les and Ellie, and then gave Gu Qianbu some snacks. Gu Qianbu pointed into the distance and said, "The Southern Territory is still quite a distance from here. If you drive, even the shortest route won't get you there until dark. Walking would actually be faster." This was indeed true. The terrain here was far too complex. Walking would save a lot of time and effort compared to going around in circles. But they couldn't just leave all this stuff here. "We still need to take this carload of stuff." Gu Qianbu nodded and said, "All right, but to be honest, I haven't seen a carriage or horses in a long time, just ordinary horses." Gu Qianbu patted the horse's face as he spoke. "No horses in the Southern Territory?" Lin Ming's mind was filled with doubt. "Since you're bringing a car, I hitch a ride. You don't mind, do you?" "Of course not." Lin Ming looked at Gu Qianbu. To be honest, he couldn't guess Gu Qianbu's age. Because of that goatee, Lin Ming always felt he was older than Fang Xianzheng, but his voice made him seem quite young. Gu Qianbu got into the car, still muttering about not catching any fish that day. Hearing Gu Qianbu's grumbling about fishing, he suddenly became curious. "Why did that tentacle only attack me?" Gu Qianbu smiled. "Because you're not an assassin, you don't know how to conceal your presence. That thing in the lake was just a larger freshwater octopus. They lie on the bottom of the lake, and when they sense people or animals on the shore, they drag them into the water to eat." "Those octopuses, are they magical beasts?" "No, they're just ordinary animals of a rare species. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing them here." Gu Qianbu's tone turned serious. "If you can see magical beasts here, then it means we've fallen. Is the situation in the southern border bad?" "Yes, very bad." Gu Qianbu fiddled with his fishing rod, while telling Lin Ming about the current situation in the southern border. "Recently, all sorts of terrible things have come at once. Before, working on the southern border defense line was a relatively easy job. Back then, I went fishing every day and was very happy." Gu Qianbu's words trailed off as his fishing rod suddenly jerked, the line flying out of the car and hooking the snack cart where Qiu Dong was. Qiu Dong had been dozing off, enjoying the fragrant aroma, when he saw something dart into the cart and snatch a snack. Qiu Dong sat up abruptly, thinking he was dreaming. Gu Qianbu took the pastry from the fishing hook and continued. "First, the magical beasts started multiplying rapidly. Previously, the number of magical beasts in the Southern Territory was well managed, but due to recent climate changes, their numbers have spiraled out of control." Gu Qianbu took a bite of the pastry as he spoke. Then, there was a sudden increase in mutants. Mutations weren't usually a big problem, but as the overall number of magical beasts increased, the number of mutants became considerable. Now, there are casualties in the Southern Territory every day. Gu Qianbu paused, putting down the pastry he was about to eat. By the way, Gu Qianbu looked at Lin Ming. "Did that old Fang Xianzheng ask you to pass on any message to me?" "Well, yes, he did." "What did he say?" "He told you to cut your goatee quickly, it's hideous." Gu Qianbu stomped his foot and cursed. "That old has been saying this since he was a teenager. He's over 40. Isn't he tired of it?" Chapter 182. With Gu Qianbu guiding the way, their journey quickened considerably. Along the way, due to the fluctuating temperatures, they kept putting on and taking off their coats. Gu Qianbu, watching their antics, casually remarked, "They might get sick at first from the temperature difference, but they get used to it after a while. By the time they reached the southern border headquarters, it was indeed almost dark. "We're here, let's get out." Lin Ning got out of the car and looked up, immediately seeing the rather magnificent southern border defense line. It was a high city wall stretching for dozens of miles. People walked across it frequently, and from the other side, they could hear strange animal howls. Below the city wall was a row of residential areas. Lin Ning looked around and noticed that many households in the residential area had long, thin white cloths hanging above their doors. Lin Ning stared at the white cloths, racking his brains for a long time, but couldn't recall any custom of hanging white cloths at the door. Seeing Lin Ming's confusion, Gu Qianbu explained, "Those houses with white cloths hanging at their doors are ordinary families that can take in the wounded. Although there are priests in the southern territory, they can't care for everyone due to the sheer number of wounded. So, these ordinary families responsible for logistics are the only ones who can help look after the wounded." Just then, someone noticed Gu Qianbu's return and greeted him. "Hey, Mr. Gu, did you catch any fish today? Fishing is about the fun, not the fish." "Then you didn't catch anything." "Someone disturbed me today, so I turned back halfway." "Good, saved a lot on bait." "TSK, believe me or not, I punch you." "Ha ha ha." Gu Qianbu chatted and joked with those around him. Lin Ning noticed that most of these people were injured. Although everything appeared harmonious, Lin Ning knew it was merely a facade of good humor amidst hardship. Gu Qianbu said to Lin Ning and the others, "All right, let's go register." Just as Lin Ning and the others were about to register, a loud thud suddenly came from the city wall beside them. Gu Qianbu frowned, staring intently at the spot on the city wall where the sound had just come from. A moment later, another loud thud followed. "Looks like we have to postpone the registration. There are problems to deal with. We need manpower now, but it's all right." Gu Qianbu was about to count the men when he turned around and saw the group still injured. "Let's go, the registration isn't urgent." It was Les who spoke. Les was actually quite disheartened, because he realized that not a single word from the high-ranking officials of the National Council was true. Their words were both loud and insinuating. In their mouths, the situation in the Southern Territory was described as a simple, temporary relief effort, and that they chose him, the least favored member, simply because they were too lazy to send anyone. However, theoretically, the National Council, as one of the core powers on the continent, had an obligation to provide full support in such matters. If they had acted sooner, the situation here wouldn't have reached this point. Gu Qianbu looked at Les, then at Lin Ning and the others. "All right, those who are currently able to act, come on over. It's probably a big one," Gu Qianbu said, pointing to a small door nearby. "You can get to the city wall from there. You guys go that way, I go check the situation first," Gu Qianbu said, grabbing his fishing rod, giving it a powerful flick, hooking it onto the city wall, then leaping up and running up the wall. Seeing this Spider-Man-like climb up the wall, Lin Ning couldn't help but think, looks like he's good at fishing for everything except fishing. Lin Ning and his companions climbed the city wall through a side gate. Looking down from the top, they saw Gu Qianbu already struggling with that enormous creature. It was an outrageously large lizard. Standing on the wall, without Gu Qianbu below for reference, Lin Ning might have thought the lizard wasn't that big, but in reality, Gu Qianbu was only about the size of the lizard's toenail. "This is probably Dynamax," Lin Ning murmured, then realized his mistake. He saw, in the distance, a moving mountain. Because it was night and too far away, he couldn't see what it was, but there was no doubt it was a living creature. It seemed that the one over there was the real Dynamax. Gu Qianbu below was trying to entangle the lizard with fishing line, but as a reptile, the lizard's movements were surprisingly fast and unpredictable. Seeing this, Lin Ning shouted, "Step back." Gu Qianbu hesitated for a moment upon hearing Lin Ning's shout, then used his fishing hook to snag on the city wall, pulling himself to a safe height. Lin Ning began controlling the spores, avoiding Gu Qianbu's location, and successfully had the lizard inhale them. Mycelium puppet. This was the first time Lin Ning had attempted to seal off such a large creature. Meanwhile, Gu Qianbu was also watching the lizard's reaction. Seeing the lizard's movement slow slightly, he leaped down from the air. Using the momentum of his descent, Gu Qianbu cast his fishing line, wrapping it around the lizard's neck before firmly hooking it onto a nearby hill. Thin lines are actually far sharper than most blades, a fact Gu Qianbu realized at a very young age. From that time on, he became fascinated by the power of thin lines, and began cultivating his chi in that direction. His fishing rod was his weapon. In combat, Gu Qianbu would wrap his chi around the fishing line and hook to greatly increase their strength. Now, Gu Qianbu held a fishing rod, already wrapped around the lizard's neck, turned around, his back to the lizard, raised the rod, and then made a sharp, diagonal slash. Reeling in with a plop, the lizard's head and neck separated cleanly, and a spurt of green blood sprayed directly onto the city wall. Seeing the green blood spurting from the lizard, Gu Qianbu frowned. The green blood meant the lizard was likely poisonous. He would have to deal with it specially tomorrow, otherwise it would be very troublesome. Gu Qianbu used the fishing rod to climb back up the city wall, and rejoined Lin Ming and the others. Actually, even if Gu Qianbu hadn't severed the lizard's head, Lin Ming could have dealt with it. It would have just taken a little longer. Thank you, Gu Qianbu said to Lin Ming. You're welcome. I'm very good at handling these situations. Just leave it to me from now on. Gu Qianbu chuckled, holding his fishing rod. Leave it to you? Are you sure? I think I'm sure, Lin Ming said, pointing to the headless lizard below, its body still twitching. These are pretty easy. Gu Qianbu shook his head. We divided magical beasts into 5 levels, the lowest being level 1 and the highest being level 5. That one was just a cub of the lowest level, level 1. Lin Ming pursed his lips. He had indeed spoken too soon. Then, what about that one? Lin Ming pointed to the mountain in the distance. Oh, that, Brother Dashan. Brother Dashan? That's the nickname we gave it. It's not actually a single magical beast, but an aggregation of many magical beasts. It's always wandering around there. What level is it? Level 3. That's only level 3. Lin Ming suddenly understood why all the experts on the continent had gone to such lengths to drive these magical beasts to the southern border. They were far more than just wild beasts. Perhaps in their eyes, humans were just small, troublesome little animals. Then, what do level 5 magical beasts look like? Gu Qianbu looked at Lin Ming and sighed. Level 5. You know when you see them, but I sincerely hope you don't encounter them. As they spoke, Kaven's eyes drifted towards the depths of the nearby woods. She had a feeling that something extremely threatening existed there. Chapter 183. After dealing with the baby lizard, Gu Qianbu took them to eat. Lin Ming finally got to eat monster meat this time. He chewed the meat with difficulty, commenting, it's not as bad as the rumors say, it's just the taste. It was a very unfamiliar taste. He couldn't even connect it to anything he ever eaten before. Gu Qianbu, on the other hand, ate with great enjoyment. He proudly boasted to Lin Ming, when it comes to cooking monster meat, no place in the world is better than our southern border defense line, after all. After all? Gu Qianbu's eyes dimmed at this point. It wasn't really something to brag about, since they didn't have much else to eat besides this. They used to raise some ordinary livestock, but monsters carried special diseases that were harmless to humans, but contagious to livestock, causing mass deaths. This is also a challenge in cooking magical beasts. They must carefully select healthy beasts to eat, otherwise, it might harm the human body. After eating for a while, Les asked curiously, I heard that some magical beasts have medicinal value. Gu Qianbu gave him a meaningful look. What, interested? Yes, I only heard about it, so I'm quite curious. Gu Qianbu beckoned to the person next to him, and then whispered something. After a while, that person brought out a plate of something that looked very strange from the kitchen. Because it was cut with very fancy knife work, it was impossible to tell what part of the magical beast it was. Lin Ming noticed the decorative cuts, and immediately realized something was wrong. Theoretically, there are only 2 reasons for cutting decorative cuts into dishes. First, to make the dish look better. Second, to allow the flavors to penetrate better. And third, to prevent people from recognizing what the dish is. And considering the dish in front of him, combined with Gu Qianbu's ambiguous smile, Lin Ming felt it was most likely the third reason. Les stared at it for a while, then asked, What is this? Don't ask, try it. What is it? Don't ask, try it. Les hesitantly picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth, chewing it with difficulty. After eating one piece, he suddenly found it quite delicious. Aside from a slight animalistic taste, the dish was quite tasty. Thinking it was good, Les ate more. Lin Ming only tried one piece. Gu Qianbu watched Les enjoying his meal, stroked his beard, and looked at the flowers beside him. You're his. Gu Qianbu almost blurted out, looking at the broom on Hua's back, Are you his cleaner? As if asking. I'm his guard. Okay, keep an eye on him tonight. Gu Qianbu gestured towards the vicinity of the city wall. It's safe around here. Even at night there are people on duty, but don't go out of the light's reach. If the city wall is damaged, it could be dangerous. Hua didn't know why Gu Qianbu was giving such a warning, but since he meant well, she nodded. Gu Qianbu ate, while explaining the schedule for the Southern Territory to everyone. There's no need to get up early normally, because things are more likely to happen at night than in the morning. There's always food in the kitchen, but the dishes are a bit monotonous outside of mealtimes. I take some of the snacks Fang Xiansheng gave me to share with the guards, you don't mind, do you? Of course not. Okay, starting tomorrow at noon, I take you on patrol. Patrol? Where to? Gu Qianbu pointed to the city wall and said, on the other side, we inspect several places where magical beasts frequently pass through. If any unusual behavior by magical beasts is observed, it needs to be recorded. Gu Qianbu looked around at everyone and asked, who here knows how to conceal their presence? Caven thought for a moment and raised his hand. Susa had taught him this before. Hua also raised her hand. She was a warrior specializing in movement techniques. Concealing her presence and circling to a suitable position was a fundamental skill in her daily training. Ellie initially wanted to raise her hand, but then she thought again. She could only mask her scent with her breath, but what Gu Qianbu was talking about must be more than just smell. Gu Qianbu nodded. That's enough. We have ways to deal with people who can't conceal their presence. After all, we have a specialist in this area. You understand when she returns from the other side of the wall tomorrow. The other side of the wall? Lin Ming asked in surprise. Yes. She's going to spend the night there? Yes, it's a common occurrence for her. Her cultivation method is related to wild beasts. She's the only one who can roam freely among monsters without provoking their hostility. Gu Qianbu, as if suddenly remembering something, asked those around him, Hey, where's Little Coconut? The man looked around and scratched his head. I don't know. It's late at night. She's probably watching the lanterns somewhere. Watching lanterns? Lin Ming, hearing this, assumed the Southern Territory had lanterns. Gu Qianbu could only nod upon hearing his subordinate's explanation and said to Lin Ming and the others, in the Southern Territory, the main person in charge. Well, I can't really call her a person in charge. The main combat force consists of 3 people. The first is me, the assassin Gu Qianbu, the second is that guy over there, the warrior Su Si, and the third is the demon seed Little Coconut. Little Coconut? Lin Ming was very curious about the name. Yes, Little Coconut. Just called Little Coconut. Little Coconut. After confirming with Gu Qianbu several times, Lin Ming finally understood that her name wasn't Coconut, but Xiao Yi's. Besides me, those 2 are easy to spot. Susie always runs on all 4s, and Little Coconut. Gu Qianbu gestured to his knees with his hand. She's about this tall. That night passed peacefully, and the group settled into the lodgings arranged for them in Nanjing and went to sleep. However, Lin Ming couldn't sleep. He felt very hot, very thirsty, very restless. After gulping down some water and taking deep breaths for a while, he finally felt a little better. Could it be because of that strange thing they ate? Lin Ming was wondering what Gu Qianbu had given them when he heard strange noises outside. He pushed open the door and saw Hua Zheng, looking furious, holding a military knife in one hand and a broom in the other, glaring at Lies. Meanwhile, Lies was frantically running laps around the city wall, yelling as he ran. 2 soldiers nearby were chatting idly. What's wrong with this new guy? He ate a black bull. What did he eat from the black bull? The bull? How much? Half a plate. That stuff is fierce. Yeah, look at his eyes, they're all red. Should we just make him run like that? What else can we do? What else can we make him do? How about we make him move the bricks at the base of the wall? Forget it, looking at him like this, I'm afraid he'd chew the bricks up. Chapter 184. The next day, Lin Ming, still half asleep, felt as if he were experiencing sleep paralysis. His body felt unusually heavy, and he could smell a strange odor. Would ghosts in this world be so bored that they even pressed down on mushrooms? He groggily opened his eyes, and vaguely saw someone on top of him. At first, he thought it was Caven. But upon closer inspection, he was instantly terrified. Oh my god! It wasn't that he was a coward, but the person on top of him really didn't look human. The person's long hair was practically matted, their face was covered in mud, and what they were wearing could barely be called clothes. Lin Ming had to calm himself down and observe carefully before he could discern that it was a person. And a woman. The woman's large eyes darted around, curiously watching Lin Ming. Strange. Although she looked like a wild woman, her voice was surprisingly pleasant. Why do you smell like? A plant? Lin Ming hadn't recovered from the shock when the person started sniffing around again. It's not a human smell, nor an animal smell. First time encountering this. Strange. Lin Ming thought to himself, although he didn't know this wild woman's origins, Her nose was certainly quite sensitive. He was indeed neither animal nor human. He was just a mushroom that had just woken up. You are? The person clearly heard Lin Ming ask who she was, but ignored him, leaping out the window. Although Lin Ming was extremely indignant at this forced entry, he then thought about the person's movements. Could this person be Su Si, whom Gu Qianbu mentioned yesterday? Lin Ming quickly tidied himself up and stepped out of the room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Gu Qianbu confronting the woman from before. Gu Qianbu looked at the woman with disgust. "Stay away from me, you smell." The woman sniffed herself and said dismissively, "Smell? What smell? Stink. You're talking nonsense. This is clearly a natural smell." "That's not a natural smell. I can smell cumin. Go take a shower." "No. It's too much trouble. I finally got to this point. Go take a shower." "No. Go." "No." Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, Gu Qianbu simply cast his fishing rod, trying to hook the woman directly. However, the woman's movements were extremely unpredictable and erratic. She moved swiftly on all fours, and after a few rounds, Gu Qianbu was constantly being outmaneuvered. Lin Ming observed the woman's pattern of movement, and felt he had seen it somewhere before. Ah, it's Qiu Dong. His silly cat sometimes likes to walk on all fours. This also confirms that this person is indeed Su Si. Su Si then saw Lin Ming walking out of the room, and asked Gu Qianbu, "What is this thing? Can't you be a little more polite? Besides, their information is all in your room." "Never mind, I didn't bother arranging a room for you." Gu Qianbu patiently explained that Lin Ming's true form is a mushroom. After this explanation, Su Si looked like he suddenly understood. No wonder. The woman looked around for a while and asked, "Where's little coconut?" "I don't know, she was just here." As they were talking, a little girl with a bun in her mouth ran over from the side. The little girl was rather small, and because she was dressed so thickly, she moved like a soft, fluffy ball. Her clothes also had a large fur collar. Now, the three main forces of the southern border defense were complete. Lin Ming looked at the three of them. Their clothes were completely out of season. Su Si was dressed in the thinnest clothes, Gu Qianbu in slightly thicker ones, and little coconut was practically wrapped in a cotton coat. However, in the extremely unpredictable climate of the southern border, this was normal. Lin Ming greeted all three of them. Little coconut was busy munching on a steamed bun, and only nodded when she saw Lin Ming. At this time, the others also got up. Les looked exhausted, while Hua stood to the side with a stern face. Lin Ming didn't know how long Les had been running around outside yesterday. Gu Qianbu grinned mischievously when he saw Les arrive. "How are you feeling?" "Not so good." "Any lessons learned?" "Don't overeat anything." After everyone arrived and ate a simple meal, Gu Qianbu began assigning tasks. "Today I take you to the other side of the city wall. We won't go too far. The three of us will come along. If we encounter any magical beasts, you have to deal with them yourselves. Use whatever abilities you have, and see how far you can go so we have a better understanding. Then, what about concealing your presence?" Gu Qianbu waved his hand. "That's only necessary when we're not around." Gu Qianbu then looked at Ellie. "This mage lady. Ah, let Antai stay with me on the city wall. The environment down there is too complicated, I might hold you back." Gu Qianbu nodded. From the files on these people, he already knew that Ellie had been to the Southern Territory, and was an academic genius in the National Academy of Governance, a rare find for the Southern Territory. Having prepared everything, the group arrived at the other side of the city wall. The lizard they had killed yesterday had been cleared away by other soldiers. Faint traces of green blood could still be seen on the ground. Su Si, upon arriving here, acted as if he were home, quickly climbing a tree and finding a comfortable branch to sit on. Gu Qianbu and Little Coconut, on the other hand, both looked serious, constantly wary of their surroundings. Lin Ming then noticed several birds flying overhead. Yes, there are flying species among magical beasts. So how does the Southern Territory manage these magical beasts? Gu Qianbu seemed to see Lin Ming's confusion and, looking at the birds overhead, explained to Lin Ming, the birds among magical beasts also choose their habitats based on their food. At first, we would set up barriers, but later we discovered that as long as their preferred food is concentrated in the Southern Territory, they won't fly to other places. Utilizing their habits is the most efficient way to deal with magical beasts. What do they like to eat? Land rock crabs, although that's what's officially called, we usually just call them clods of earth. Their shells are rock, but once you break them open, the inside is quite delicious. The soup we had yesterday was made from clods of earth. Just as Lin Ming was still marveling at the wonders of the magical beasts in the Southern Territory, Kevin suddenly noticed a strange snake coiled on a nearby tree. The snake's tail had a structure like a small cage. The snake seemed to notice Kevin as well, opening its mouth and hissing threateningly. Just as Kevin was about to turn and ask Gu Qianbu what kind of snake it was, the snake suddenly flicked its tail, sending a wind blade hurtling towards Kevin's neck. Kevin dodged the wind blade, then grabbed the snake's tail. Red energy wrapped around Kevin's hands for defense, and she simply lifted the snake up. This was the first time the snake had ever been lifted up like this. Seeing the snake open its mouth to bite her, Kevin simply slammed it to the ground twice. Gu Qianbu, seeing that she had killed the snake, took a deep breath and then took 2 steps back. Kevin looked at Gu Qianbu and the others with a puzzled expression. Lin Ning noticed what was behind Kevin and also took 2 steps back. Little Coconut realized something was wrong, picked up a stone from the ground, and was about to attack when Gu Qianbu stopped her. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Kevin was puzzled. She had only accidentally killed a snake, so why did these people look so panicked? Lin Ning pointed shakily behind Kevin, and Kevin turned around to see a large swarm of snakes that had instantly surrounded her. This swarm of snakes numbered over 100, each one like the one she had just killed, with a small cage-like structure on its tail. Chapter 185. Kevin, seeing the snakes swarming around him, didn't seem particularly nervous. After all, Lin Ning was watching, and controlling the snakes with the mycelium was a piece of cake. Lin Ning tried using the mycelium to control the snakes, and after a short while, they were all frozen in place. Kevin bent down and picked up a snake, glancing at it. The snake controlled by the mycelium looked like a lifelike toy, completely lacking its previous ferocious appearance. Gu Qianbu nodded, seeing that the snakes had been dealt with, and Little Coconut put down the stone she was holding. You guys are much better than those scholars who came to inspect before." Lin Ming asked curiously. "Scholars who came to inspect?" "Yes, scholars used to come here often. They all said they were going to do research in the Southern Territory, and then they needed us escorts to collect specimens there. Those people found everything interesting, their curiosity was off the charts, and they were disobedient. The more you told them not to touch something, the more they would touch it." Lin Ning could roughly understand that. After easily dealing with the snake swarm, the group continued deeper into the area. According to Gu Qianbu, they might encounter level 3 to 4 magical beasts in the next section. Although Gu Qianbu kept reminding Lin Ning and the others, this group was always quite carefree. Kevin was still swinging the half-snake around. Hua saw a mud crab and was poking it with a stick, and Les tried to strike up a conversation with Su Si, but was completely ignored. Looking at Lin Ning and the others' leisurely demeanor, Gu Qianbu couldn't tell whether they didn't take the Southern Territory seriously, or if they truly possessed the strength to stroll around at will. Actually, none of that applies. They were simply fearless. After all, with Lin Ning present, theoretically, he could handle any living thing. However, there are always exceptions. The Southern Territory isn't a zoo for rare species. The deeper into the Southern Territory you go, the more beautiful the scenery becomes. Because the area near the city walls is constantly battling magical beasts, the terrain there has been completely destroyed, littered with withered branches and fallen leaves. It's the depths of the Southern Territory that offer true natural beauty. As Lin Ning walked, he suddenly saw what appeared to be a flower bed ahead. The flowers were a mix of pink and yellow, not fully open, but still buds, swaying in the breeze. Lin Ning wanted to approach for a closer look, but after taking only 2 steps, he sensed something was wrong. Swaying in the breeze, but the problem was, there wasn't even a wisp of wind. Moreover, the flower's swaying motion was excessively uniform, not at all like a gentle breeze. Lin Ning noticed something was wrong and took a step back, but he stepped on a tree branch. The branch snapped in half with a crisp crack. The flower bed seemed to awaken from the sound, and suddenly, one after another, the flowers began to bloom. As the flowers opened, Lin Ning smelled a fragrance. Just as Lin Ning was about to leave, inhaling the scent, he saw Kevin excitedly run into the flower bed. "Wow, quite pretty." Kevin seemed very satisfied with the flowers. "Yeah, they are indeed pretty." Kevin casually fiddled with the yellow and pink flowers, waving to Lin Ning. "Come on, come over here and smell this. The fragrance here is extraordinary." Lin Ning looked at Kevin, feeling puzzled. When did Kevin develop a girlish heart? Although somewhat confused, Lin Ning still walked towards Kevin. Kevin circled among the flowers, and Lin Ning suddenly thought Kevin was exceptionally beautiful. No, Kevin had always been beautiful. Come on, come on." Kevin was still waving at him. "Coming, don't rush me." The closer they got to the flowers, the stronger the fragrance became. Lin Ming was just 2 steps away from entering the flower bed. Just as he was about to take Caven's hand, he suddenly felt something hit his head, and then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a glimmer of light. Fire? When Lin Ming noticed that tiny spark of light, he suddenly realized that Caven in front of him wasn't so attractive anymore. His attention was completely drawn to that light. He suddenly realized that light was the most beautiful thing in the world, and if he could spend his whole life looking at that light, he would die content. Just as Lin Ming was immersed in the blissful feeling of gazing at the light, he suddenly woke up as if from a nightmare, his legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Immediately following was a severe headache. He glanced again at the spot where he had seen the light, and saw Little Coconut standing there. Little Coconut crossed her arms, looked at Lin Ming, and then pointed to the flower bushes beside him. Lin Ming was now very close to the flower bushes, and at this distance, he could truly see what the flowers were. They were actually a group of centipedes. Each centipede was as thick as a finger. They gripped the ground with their mouths and forelegs, stretching their bodies straight, and then rhythmically swayed from side to side. The yellowish-pink flowers were actually wing-like structures on the centipede's tail. The fragrance Lin Ming had smelled was emanating from them. Lin Ming felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the group of centipedes still swaying from side to side. He quickly scrambled back a few steps, trying to get away from these eerie creatures. Little Coconut looked at Caven and pointed to the half-snake she was still holding, gesturing for her to throw it into the flower bed. Caven obediently tossed the snake into the flower bed. The flower bed, sensing the presence of a foreign object, suddenly stopped swaying and emitted a chilling rustling sound. All the centipedes reverted to their reptilian forms and swarmed towards their prey. In just a few seconds, the half-snake was completely devoured, leaving only a snake bone resembling a withered twig. Then the centipedes fixed themselves back to the ground, stood upright, and resumed their swaying. Miss Flower Centipede, Gu Qianbu explained. We usually call them flower butts. Don't get too close, or you get poisoned and hallucinate. Lin Ming suddenly felt a sense of defeat. He was usually the one poisoning others, but today he was the one who fell victim. Then I saw a little light earlier. Which one was? Little Coconut puffed out its chest, looking proud, and said, That's me. Gu Qianbu looked at Lin Ming, who was still feeling a chill run down his spine and constantly rubbing his hair, and said, To give you a proper experience of the Southern Territory, I didn't introduce Little Coconut's abilities beforehand. You must understand, in the Southern Territory, fighting alone is not advisable, but relying too much on others is equally foolish. You better never have the idea that someone will handle everything if problems arise. As Gu Qianbu spoke, he glanced at the group of people who had been unusually relaxed moments before. The most devastating annihilation that ever occurred in the Southern Territory was fundamentally caused by the soldiers' excessive reliance on Little Coconut. That sense of security, the belief that everything could be solved by someone else, became their death knell. Alright, now let me introduce you. This is Xiaoyai's, the Moth Demon God. Her special ability is Forced Attention Diversion. She calls this ability Flame Chaser. Chapter 186. The Moth Demon God, Xia Wise. Although few people seriously called her by name, everyone knew she was the one responsible for covering the Southern Territory. Her Forced Attention Diversion applied equally to humans and beasts. When fighting invincible magical beasts, Xia Wise could use Fire Chaser to forcibly redirect their attention, then use that opportunity to escape. Xia Wise almost never failed. Even with the gigantic big mountain, she could control it for a few seconds. However, she did fail once. That one failure resulted in the complete annihilation of the entire Southern Territory squad, except for herself. The reason for her failure was very simple. Not all magical beasts possessed attention. Some magical beasts, more like plants than animals, remained motionless, waiting for prey to enter their hunting range. These beasts were meticulously recorded in the Southern Territory's Species Classification Manual. Those patrolling the Southern Territory should theoretically be able to recognize them. However, both magical beasts and ordinary animals possessed an extremely strange ability, mimicry. Mimicking other magical beasts' predators lowered the exploration team's guard. They believed that if a magical beast attacked, Little Coconut could simply hold it off. Under this mindset, a group of people in a perilous situation actually indulged in a playful act. Only when the mimicry was broken did they realize their mistake. Of the entire team, only Little Coconut remained at a safe distance. Gu Qianbu didn't blame Little Coconut afterward. The incident had severely impacted the child's mental state, preventing her from continuing missions for a full year. Since then, Gu Qianbu had become extremely sensitive to dependence. And just now, he saw that dangerous quality in Lin Ming and the others again. It seemed everyone thought Lin Ming could handle everything. This kind of thinking was extremely dangerous. Gu Qianbu looked at Lin Ming and asked, "How are you? Does your head still hurt?" "Much better. My tolerance for poison is pretty high. I'm fine." "Okay, that's good. You can look at the species classification manual later. There aren't many hallucinogenic species in the Southern Territory. Just remember that. Actually, in the Southern Territory, as long as you stay away from strange things, there won't be any major problems. But the problem is, it's so simple, yet many people just can't do it." Lin Ming nodded and stood up. Their patrol continued. Gu Qianbu said he wanted to hunt a magical beast for dinner, and led everyone directly into the forest. "What do you want to eat tonight? Something with shells? Bones? Reptiles? Or birds?" "I want meat," Susie shouted to Gu Qianbu as she swung back and forth in the tree. "Oh dear, does Miss Su need cooked food? I thought you'd just lie on a monster and gnaw on it." "You believe I lie on you and gnaw on you?" Gu Qianbu was about to say he didn't believe her, but then he thought about it, and Susie seemed capable of doing it. Gu Qianbu took a few more steps and saw a lake nearby. Suddenly, he asked everyone excitedly, "How about I go catch some fish?" The group shook their heads more uniformly than the centipede with the flowery buttocks from before. It wasn't that they didn't want to eat fish, but they simply didn't trust Gu Qianbu's fishing skills. Gu Qianbu patiently explained to everyone that he did catch fish sometimes, not every day. Just as everyone was still questioning Gu Qianbu, Susie suddenly spotted a black ox drinking water by the lake. His. Lin Ming and Les gasped when they saw the ox. The ox looked ordinary, but under its belly was an unusually large object. It swayed back and forth in front of the ox's two hind legs, looking extremely conspicuous. Les and Lin Ming exchanged a glance, began gesturing to indicate its size, and then their eyes widened together. Good heavens! My goodness! Little Coconut's eyes lit up when it saw the ox. It looked up at Susie, and then pointed at the ox. "Alright, got it." Seeing that Little Coconut wanted to eat the ox, Susie jumped down from the tree. At this moment, the others also saw the ox and slowed their pace, afraid of scaring it away. "You don't need to interfere, I can handle this myself. I know how to do it." Susie said this to everyone and strode towards the bull. The bull saw Susie, stopped drinking, and stared at her. "What are you looking at?" The bull didn't reply, but lowered its head, pointing its horns at Susie. "Fine, let's wrestle, huh?" Susie also lowered her body, gripping the ground firmly with both hands. Beast form running bull golden energy gradually rose from Susie's body, slowly gathering and finally transforming into the shape of a horned beast. Seeing Susie's stance, the bull showed no sign of backing down. Instead, it lowered its head even further, and as its front hooves began pawing the ground, flames began to spew from its mouth. Lin Ming suddenly realized what was happening. Pointing to the bull, he asked Gu Qianbu, "Is this the Black Fire Bull?" "Yes, it's one of the best ingredients in the Southern Territory. Lots of meat, and hardly any unpleasant smell." Just as they were praising how delicious the Black Fire Bull was, Susie had already started butting heads with it. The Black Fire Bull had a notoriously bad temper and incredible strength. An ordinary person would be impaled by its horns if butted. But Susie seemed completely absorbed in wrestling with the Black Fire Bull. Every time their heads collided, a chilling thud resounded. Without witnessing it firsthand, few would guess that it was the sound of their hair coming from inside. Gu Qianbu watched Susie and the bull clashing violently, sighed, and asked Lin Ming, "I always felt like her brain wasn't working properly. Could it be that the bull damaged it?" The clash between Susie and the bull was nearing its end. The bull was panting heavily, the flames in its mouth had diminished, while Susie chuckled as if nothing had happened. The man and the bull created distance again, preparing for the final charge. After creating distance, Susie and the bull charged forward simultaneously, their heads colliding. This time, the sound made Lin Ming's head ache. The bull was knocked unconscious, its eyes rolling back, its tongue lolling out. Seeing the bull was unconscious, Susie simply raised his hand and punched it in the neck, giving the bull a quick death. Susie circled the bull several times, trying to find a way to lead it back. Finally, Susie simply hoisted the cow's forelegs onto his shoulder and carried it on his back. The cow was huge, even carrying it, its rump dragged on the ground. Although it looked a bit strained, he managed to get it back safely. Just as Lin Ming was still marveling at Susie's strength, he saw Susie turn around with the cow on his back. Lin Ming, Les, and Hua simultaneously covered their eyes. Because Susie was carrying the cow on his back, the part that was previously below the cow's belly was now exposed between Susie's legs. Les peeked through his fingers at the shocking scene and whispered to Lin Ming, "Doesn't this make us look like we never seen anything like this before?" Lin Ming also glanced at him through his fingers and retorted, "What, have you seen anything like this before?" "Never, I really haven't." Chapter 187. That evening at dinner, Gu Qianbu finally told Lin Ming and the others the biggest problem facing the Southern Territory. Gu Qianbu looked around at everyone, dipped his hand in water, and drew a simple map on the table. "Based on what you saw and felt during the day, you might think the Southern Territory's problem isn't that big, and most of the magical beasts are a bit peculiar," Gu Qianbu said, marking a spot far from the city walls on the map with an X. "But this is where the problem lies." Lin Ming saw the X Gu Qianbu had made and suddenly felt a jolt. That location, whether by coincidence or not, was near the problem area Gu Qianbu mentioned, shown on one of the maps he had drawn at the Dharma Seal Society. "What happened there?" Lin Ming asked cautiously. Gu Qianbu glanced at Lin Ming and stroked his goatee. "That area is a high-risk zone for magical beast mutations, and most level 5 magical beasts seem to originate there." Lin Ming was puzzled. According to the ancient records of the Dharma Seal Society, a spider's 8 legs represent its 8 abilities. Could causing magical beasts to mutate be considered an ability? You mentioned many times before that level 5 magical beasts are terrifying. Just how strong are they? Gu Qianbu's face suddenly darkened upon hearing this, startling Lin Ming. He thought he had asked something he shouldn't have. A month ago, this information was top secret, but now that you've been incorporated into the Southern Border's fighting force, this matter can't be kept from you. Gu Qianbu took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision, and said, "Level 5, besides their extremely strong physical abilities, they displayed an emotion-like reaction never before seen in magical beasts." This was the most shocking thing Lin Ming had heard in the Southern Territory. Magical beasts, capable of emotions? No. He pondered Gu Qianbu's words again. He said it was an emotion-like reaction, which meant there was still doubt about it. Since it's a similar reaction, it means there are other possibilities, Gu Qianbu nodded. "Yes, just like the swarm of centipedes you encountered today. Mimicry and deception are natural animal instincts. There are birds that mimic a child's crying, insects that disguise themselves as venomous snakes. So initially, we thought that so-called emotional reactions might just be a deceptive trait of magical beasts. But then? What happened then?" Later, during a raid on a level 5 magical beast, a soldier said he witnessed the beast crying and begging for mercy, and then displaying extreme rage upon realizing it was about to be killed. Lin Ming fell into thought again. Sadness, anger, these emotions. Animals possess them too. Some intelligent cats and dogs even know how to express their emotions. So, that alone shouldn't be enough to shake the Southern Territory to this extent. Something else must have happened here. When Gu Qianbu spoke again, it was indeed as Lin Ming had suspected, things weren't that simple. That was only the beginning. Later. "Su Si, you tell us what happened afterward, since you were the witness." Su Si squatted down on the chair, still as filthy as ever. She usually exuded a wild, untamed aura, but when the topic turned to the present, her eyes were filled with hesitation and wavering. "Those magical beasts seem to be using writing." "Huh?" Lin Ming couldn't sit still any longer. He turned to look at Ellie, who was also filled with astonishment. This was impossible, too outrageous. They ate magical beasts yesterday and today, and now you're telling me they can even use writing? Su Si gestured for Lin Ming to sit down. "When I was patrolling deep in the Southern Territory, I found writing on the muddy ground more than once. At first, I thought it was just strange footprints, but later I noticed that the writing had its own pattern, and even a complete set of punctuation marks." Lin Ming quickly asked, "What did those words look like? Was there a record?" "Only a few," Su Si said, dipping her finger in water and drawing a few symbols on the table. Lin Ming stared at the symbols, a chill running down his spine. This was too bizarre. The more he looked at the symbols, the more familiar they seemed. He quickly got up and went behind Ellie. "It might be a little itchy. Could you help me confirm whether these symbols are ancient script?" Ellie nodded. Lin Ming began to trace the symbols Su Si had drawn on the table, then drew them on Ellie's back. Ellie's expression was grave. After a long while, she nodded with difficulty. "That's right. These are indeed ancient script, but because they are individual symbols, like individual radicals or affixes, they can't be deciphered." Lin Ming turned to Su Si and asked, "Who wrote these characters? Did you see them?" Su Si looked at the newly written symbols and said, "I didn't directly witness the writing process, but that location is impossible for humans, And there's absolutely no human scent nearby. Lin Ning pondered for a long time, then turned his head, and saw Xiao Yezi sitting on a small stool, staring blankly at the lamplight. Is it possible? It's a newly awakened demon god? Gu Qianbu had also considered this possibility. He shook his head and said, it's hard to say. If it's a demon god, then it wouldn't be surprising to see any unusual phenomena. Lin Ning pressed, then, in that area, is there any energy reaction indicating divine intervention? Gu Qianbu suddenly sneered upon hearing this. Energy reactions. This is another problem in the Southern Territory. The energy throughout the entire Southern Territory is chaotic. The reason the Allied forces drove the magical beasts to this place was because it's uninhabitable, the climate is chaotic, the energy is chaotic, and the magical beasts are even more chaotic. The only certainty is the rising and setting of the sun each day. Gu Qianbu spoke of this, seemingly filled with resentment. That night, Lin Ning couldn't sleep at all. Magical beasts, ancient script, spiders. Connecting all of this, any hypothesis was chilling. Ancient script is knowledge, and the essence of knowledge is memory. Lin Ning felt it was very likely that the spider's memory had leaked into that area and affected the surrounding magical beasts. But this was far-fetched. Memory doesn't just drift around randomly, its spread requires a carrier. The carrier of memory, or rather, the carrier of consciousness in this world, seems to be only one, the soul. If we consider it this way, then the most plausible guess about that strange area is the land of the gods. In that case, the ability affecting the magical beasts should be a manifestation of this demon god species being in its symptomatic phase. That's right. Lin Ning suddenly sat up abruptly in bed. He had something quite important he'd forgotten to ask. He hurriedly opened the door, ran to the entrance wearing only his underwear, grabbed a passing soldier, and anxiously asked, in the Southern Territory, has there ever been an incident of large-scale spider gatherings? The soldier was startled, and upon hearing Lin Ning's question about spiders, he scratched his head in confusion. Well, I think there has been. But it's just a strange tale circulating in the Southern Territory. I only heard about it from veterans when I first arrived there, and those veterans aren't in the Southern Territory anymore. You heard about it when you first arrived in the Southern Territory. Then, how long have you been in the Southern Territory? 8 years. Chapter 188. 8 years. Lin Ning stood frozen in place. He had been making a mistake all along. That was, he subconsciously assumed he was the first person to discover the spider remains. He instinctively felt that since he had discovered 2 spider remains, plus the suspicious Arns, there should now be 5 more remains sealed away. But that wasn't the case. In the Southern Territory, as early as 8 years ago, no, it might have been over a decade ago, spider remains had already broken free of their seal. Moreover, there was a question that had always puzzled him, one that remained unanswered. That is, where is the spider's soul now? The spider's abilities are distributed in its limbs, its life force concentrated in its torso, but life plus ability is merely a tool. Where is the soul that carries all the spider's consciousness and memories? Normally, the soul is indivisible, but since the opponent is a spider, perhaps this rule can be broken. If the spider's soul, like its abilities, is sealed within its remaining limbs, then the more limbs are freed, the more complete the spider's soul becomes. That night, Lin Ning seemed to hear whispers in his sleep. Those voices seemed to be repeating a short phrase, as if calling someone's name. Lin Ning was a light sleeper, tossing and turning. He felt that he could hear voices as soon as he fell asleep. Lin Ning thought he was the only one experiencing this, but unbeknownst to him, that night, everyone in the entire Southern Territory was hearing indistinct murmurs. At this moment, all the magical beasts in the Southern Territory simultaneously looked in one direction, the strange area marked by Gu Qianbu. Around that area, several magical beasts were silently drawing symbols on the ground with their claws, symbols whose meanings they didn't understand. They only knew that this knowledge had suddenly entered their minds one day, and in that instant, they suddenly understood how to use their magical beast bodies. These magical beasts had become stronger, but they were still magical beasts. They didn't understand human language, nor did they understand why humans considered them their greatest enemy. They only knew that they were imprisoned. And imprisoned for a very long time, thousands upon thousands of years. Filled with this anger of imprisonment, these magical beasts began to frantically attack the high wall that symbolized their imprisonment. And now, it should be said, were about to break free of their confinement, gaining a portion of freedom from the long blockade. At dawn that day, a strange phenomenon appeared in the southern realm, one that even the ancient Thousand Tribe had never heard of before. All the magical beasts of the southern realm began to howl at the same time. The roars of the monsters rose and fell, like an army constantly chanting slogans, the sound booming and deafening. This phenomenon lasted for over an hour. Everyone, already tormented by the sounds that kept them awake, became even more alert. When the howling stopped, dawn broke. And with this sunrise, the entire continent ushered in a day that would change the future of all humanity. The three strongest forces of the Southern Territory were already standing before the city walls. Yesterday's strange phenomenon was far too bizarre, and those who had dealt with wild beasts for years possessed a certain intuition. They all felt that a threat had emerged on the other side of the walls. Lin Ning and the others had already woken up. After climbing the city wall with Gu Qianbu and the other two, what they saw left them speechless. Gu Qianbu looked at the scene below and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, ha ha! The usually most composed Gu Qianbu was the first to lose his composure. Su Si and Xiao Yezi, on the other hand, cautiously observed each other, their minds focused on only one thing: how to survive in this situation. Lin Ning heard Gu Qianbu's laughter and also stood on the city wall, looking down. He saw magical beasts. Many, many magical beasts. These magical beasts weren't living leisurely in the forests of the Southern Territory, as they had seen a few days ago. Now, they were all neatly gathered together. The magical beasts seemed to have suddenly found a common goal, all looking at the city wall, and the people on it with similar postures. But this wasn't the most astonishing thing. The most bizarre thing was that among the magical beasts was a woman. Surrounding the woman were several magical beasts that resembled wolves and lions, acting as both guards and servants. The woman was naked. Like the beasts around her, she appeared openly and primally within the Southern Territory. This woman was a demon god. Everyone on the city wall realized this. The most pressing need was to confirm whether this woman was an enemy. Lin Ning's mind raced through the strange phenomena and news he had heard the previous night. He was prepared for the uneasy life in the Southern Territory, but he hadn't expected this hard-won tranquility to be shattered so abruptly. This woman didn't seem like an ordinary demon god. Because she was different from all newly awakened demon gods, her eyes held no confusion, no curiosity, no hesitation. She knew exactly what she needed to do. She possessed her own memories. The woman raised her head. Her skin was dark, with fine, wispy black hair, and a slender figure, yet her muscles were still clearly defined. She repeatedly stroked the fur of the magical beast beside her, as if petting a pet. Who are you? Lin Ning had only muttered softly, but even this faint sound was heard by the woman. Me? What was my name again? I can't remember what I should, but I have a whole bunch of things I shouldn't remember. The woman complained, her tone displeased. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, sounding like stone being used to polish metal. Lin Ning looked at the woman, and the woman looked at Lin Ning. Suddenly, the woman looked at Lin Ning with a surprised expression. Then the woman uttered a name Lin Ning had never heard before. Eshram? Why are you like this? The others on the city wall were all wondering who this naked, mad woman was calling, but Lin Ning suddenly clutched his head. His head throbbed, and his vision began to tremble slightly. It felt as if he was responding to the name the woman had just spoken. Looks like you had some complicated troubles too, Eshram. Lin Ning heard the name again. He struggled to lift his head, his vision was already blurring. He raised his hand, and found it was already covered in mold. Back off. Get away from me. The others seemed oblivious to what was happening. Only Caven understood what to do. Caven watched as white mold began to spread across Lin Ning's hair. He quickly pulled everyone away from Lin Ning, and then erected the strongest defense he could muster on himself. Just as Caven was about to call out to Lin Ning suddenly leaned forward and crashed headfirst towards the city wall. The height of the city wall would have likely left an unrecognizable corpse, but Lin Ning, after landing with a thud, immediately stood up. Who are you? Lin Ning struggled to maintain his composure. He knew that if he relaxed even slightly, he might lose all control of this body, and the master of the alien fungus might fully awaken. What would happen then would be beyond Lin Ning's control. Me? The woman seemed to have a confused memory as well. She thought for a long time before slowly saying, I remember now. My lord bestowed upon me the name Thorn of Command, and my real name seems to be Chan Wuzi. Hearing the woman's words, Lin Ning slowly began to feel that he was gradually losing ground in the struggle for this body. Lin Ning began to feel certain emotions. These were the emotions generated by the original soul of this body. It was precisely these emotions that strengthened Lin Ning's resolve not to have his body taken away. When his body was first taken away, Lin Ning didn't know what the original soul of this body was like, but now he felt it. The soul that had always been with him displayed a chilling and tragic emotion. Hatred, indifference, ferocity, destructiveness, and a condescending, chilling compassion. Chapter 189. Chong Wuzi stood among the magical beasts, noticing Lin Ming's strange reaction. Strange. She crouched down, carefully observing the still struggling Lin Ming. The situation is quite complicated. Waking you up at this time doesn't seem like a good idea, but it's not something I can control. Chong Wuzi began muttering to herself, and the magical beasts around her all focused their attention on Lin Ming. Lin Ming had never felt this way before. A healthy person generally has a strong sense of self. But Lin Ming now felt his existence being stripped away, but fortunately, his consciousness was still clear. At this moment, there was good news and bad news. The good news was that Lin Ming felt the alien master within his body hadn't truly awakened. His agitation seemed to be merely a conditioned reflex to hearing his name. The bad news was that Lin Ming felt he was beginning to lose control of his body. His senses were becoming intermittent. The environment around him began to slowly transform into a swamp of mold. Everything touched by this swamp, insects and plants alike, dissolved instantly, like snowflakes falling into water. Chong Wuzi frowned at the sight. I just woke up. Don't drag me into this. There are still so many things to do. Chong Wuzi directed the beast to slowly retreat. Although she bore the title of Commanding Thorn, she still needed to avoid the Lord of the Fungi Urshram. Chong Wuzi slowly retreated. Meanwhile, Caven and the others on the city wall realized that this strange woman had no intention of fighting. This was a good thing. Now they could focus all their efforts on rescuing Lin Ming. Caven was the only one who knew Lin Ming's current situation. Now, Lin Ming's only hope lay with her. Caven bit her finger with her fangs, forcing herself to calm down. Her blood flowed down her finger to the ground. The pain did indeed calm her down considerably. Panic was useless. No matter what, this was something Lin Ming had taught her. The problem now was stabilizing the other soul within Lin Ming. Should they have Qiu Dong hypnotize him? That seemed impossible. They had experimented before. Qiu Dong's hypnosis only affected the physical body, and didn't affect the soul. Then, should they have Les temporarily control Lin Ming with fire? Caven had witnessed Shinku use his fire attribute to ignore Lin Ming's fungus. While Les wasn't as powerful as Shinku, he should be able to control the casualties. But this is only a temporary solution. If Lin Ming truly loses the battle for the body, he doesn't believe that the white-haired alien master at that time can be controlled by a mere Les. Then, the entire Southern Territory will become a wasteland. And it might not just be the Southern Territory. While Caven was racking his brains for a solution, Little Coconut suddenly asked him, "Is there any way to help him? We can't just stand here and watch." Caven was taken aback by this. Indeed, now is not the time to keep secrets. Caven succinctly described Lin Ming's current situation to the others. Although everyone was astonished by the idea of two souls in one body, now was not the time for surprise. Little Coconut glanced at Lin Ming and pondered for a moment. "I don't know if it will work, but I'd give it a try anyway," Little Coconut said, picking up a stone from the ground, then turning to the others. "This is also the first time I used an ability of this strength. To be honest, I don't know if this ability counts as affecting a soul, or what will happen to the person affected." Little Coconut briefly explained what they would be doing, then looked at Caven and asked, "Do you think his willpower is strong enough to withstand it?" Caven glanced again at the familiar Lin Ming below the city wall, the Lin Ming whose mind often wandered, but who was always incredibly reliable. Everything from the past flashed through Caven's mind. She took countless deep breaths, then nodded to Little Coconut. Having received an affirmative answer, Little Coconut walked to the edge of the city wall, and threw the stone at Lin Ming. The stone struck Lin Ming squarely on the head. Lin Ming was still struggling to maintain his consciousness, when he suddenly felt a blow to the head. Then he heard someone shouting from the city wall behind him, "Look here." Although Lin Ming didn't know what Caven and the others were up to, he still managed to lift his head and look up at the city wall. When Little Coconut saw Lin Ming finally looking in her direction, she stretched out her right hand and pointed to the sky. Caven then felt that the aura around Little Coconut was changing, and, if it was just her imagination, she felt that the sky was beginning to darken. Chong Wuzi's expression turned puzzled upon seeing Little Coconut. She seemed to be struggling to recall who this little girl dressed like a ball was. Chong Wuzi stared at Little Coconut for a while, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" and quickly commanded all the magical beasts to turn their heads away from Little Coconut on the city wall. Little Coconut seemed to be gathering power. After a few seconds, she suddenly said to Caven and the others beside her, "Now, close your eyes." Then she swung her arm sharply, drawing a near-perfect circle in the air. Chasing fire, all-out incineration, False moon moths don't actually yearn for firelight. What they want is only the moon. The moment Lin Ming saw the circle little coconut drew, his vision instantly went black. Then, at the location of the circle little coconut drew, a bright full moon appeared out of thin air. Just as Lin Ming saw the moon, two contradictory feelings simultaneously arose in his mind. He felt the moon was very high, seemingly even higher than the real moon. At the same time, he felt the moon was enormous, so large that it filled the entire sky. The moon was beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful. The moment little coconut drew the circle, Lin Ming's body froze. Little coconut's ability was to forcibly shift attention. Ordinary fire chaser could only maintain this for about 10 seconds. But this moon was different. This moon far surpassed fire chaser. It was an illusion almost impossible to break. This impossibility was truly unsolvable. Even little coconut couldn't dispel the false moon with her own power. The moment the false moon was created, everyone who saw it was pulled into the darkness. This included little coconut herself. Therefore, she would never normally use this ability. Little coconut didn't fully understand the soul, but she understood attention very well. She had heard of the triad of body, consciousness, and soul. Her ability affected the level of consciousness, and Lin Ming's current situation was about preventing another soul from awakening its consciousness. She was now hoping to interrupt the awakening of another soul's consciousness through illusion. Little Coconut was also a demon god, and having experienced awakening herself, she knew the entire process. Based on her own experience, as long as the soul didn't become aware of itself, its awakening would be interrupted. After hearing Kaven's information, this was the only method she could think of. And her strongest illusion technique was extremely risky. The only way to dispel the false moon was through the passage of time. It will take Little Coconut a day to extricate herself from this ability, as the false moon will dim after that day. However, it may take others much longer to extricate themselves. This isn't because the false moon is permanent, but because some people, after the illusion ends, become attached to the feeling of being drawn away from all their troubles. They remember this blissful experience, imagine a new moon, and then immerse themselves in a dreamlike illusion, continuing to gaze at the moonlight, day after day, until their bodies fail. Little Coconut doesn't know how long it will take Lin Ming to extricate himself from the false moon, but currently, it seems to be the only way they possess to restrain the other soul. Chapter 190. When Kaven opened her eyes, she saw Lin Ming, who was motionless, and Little Coconut, who was also motionless. She carefully observed the now calm Lin Ming, and noticed that the mold around him was slowly stopping its spread. Little Coconut's plan had worked. At this moment, Chong Wuzi also turned around, looked at Little Coconut on the city wall, and smiled bitterly. Well, this is good. Chong Wuzi didn't know whether she should thank this moth demon god. Without her, who knows what kind of trouble this lord of the strange fungus would have caused. Seeing that Lin Ming's reaction had gradually stabilized, Kaven jumped down from the city wall, flapping her wings to cushion the impact as she landed. Chong Wuzi's expression was full of disgust when she saw Kaven. She didn't actually remember who Kaven was, but she always felt that this guy was very annoying. Kaven didn't have time to pay attention to this strange, naked person at this moment. She checked Lin Ming's condition. Lin Ming's eyes were half open, seemingly staring blankly at something. The mold around Lin Ming had lost its corrosive properties, indicating that the other soul had also temporarily settled. Kaven finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Chong Wuzi. Chong Wuzi grinned when he saw Kaven staring at him. I didn't intend to fight you to the death. There's still plenty of time. Now is not the time to rush. I came here simply because I didn't like this wall of yours. As Chong Wuzi spoke, he flicked his finger, and several enormous magical beasts resembling rhinoceroses emerged. Each of these beasts was massive, and matching their size were extraordinary horns. The colossal beasts, receiving Chong Wuzi's command, began ramming into the city wall one after another. Thump! With each impact, the city wall, which had stood there for decades, began to crumble layer by layer. The demonic beasts continued their relentless charge towards the wall. In the past, this wall had held them off, because the demonic beasts lived like animals. They lacked organization. But now, the demonic beasts were no longer a group of strange animals, but an entire army with diverse abilities. Chong Wuzi's title, the Commander's Thorn, derives from the word command because she could control these demonic beasts. To her, these beasts were like subordinates, servants, and an extension of her own body. Under the repeated assaults of the demonic beasts, the city wall gradually began to crumble. Gu Qianbu and Susi could only lead the others to safety. What was happening now was beyond their imagination. They could only temporarily spare the lives of their southern border soldiers, and then devise a more comprehensive plan. After all, If the people were gone, everything would be lost. With a series of deafening crashes, a large hole was smashed through the city wall. Gu Qianbu and Su Si exchanged a glance. From this moment on, humanity's understanding of magical beasts completely changed. In the past, magical beasts were a group of threatening monsters. Now, they were the fighting force of a demon god whose allegiance was unknown. If this naked woman chose to use these magical beasts as troops to sweep across the continent, the situation on the battlefield would far exceed the level of ordinary military conflicts. Just as Gu Qianbu was staring intently at Chang Wuzi, waiting to see what she would do, Chang Wuzi looked at the large hole with satisfaction, then turned and walked deeper into the southern border. She created this large hole, seemingly not to escape, but simply because she disliked the city wall and wanted to drill a hole, nothing more. Besides waiting, I have nothing else to do. Chang Wuzi seemed quite conflicted. She glanced back at Gu Qianbu and the others, muttering to herself, humans have already dominated the world. Humph, how I treat you will depend on how you treat me. There will be a result sooner or later, but not now. With that, Chang Wuzi vanished from her spot in a flash. Actually, she didn't disappear. She transformed into one of the millions of magical beasts, mingling with the horde and heading deeper into the southern territory. The magical beasts, at this moment, suddenly seemed to return to their original state, gradually dispersing. Gu Qianbu looked at the large hole in the city wall, knowing that his days in the southern territory were coming to an end. The southern territory was now essentially out of control. People his age understood the pros and cons. Defending the southern territory now was a losing proposition. The fall of the southern border wasn't the most painful thing for him. What he found most unbearable was that with the appearance of Chang Wuzi, everything they had sacrificed in the southern border seemed like a joke. A demon god who commands all magical beasts. Humph. Gu Qianbu remained silent, picked up Xiao Yezi, and went into the nearby medical ward, placing her and Lin Ning on a large bed. Meanwhile, Su Si stood frozen near the city wall, staring at the large hole. Caven stared motionlessly at Lin Ning. She thought that if Lin Ning were awake now, he would definitely ask Chang Wuzi many questions. He would try to extract the most information with the fewest questions, thus completing the puzzle of the spider. But Lin Ning is powerless right now. He might not even wake up. Caven isn't actually sure about this either. She's a naive soul, oblivious to worries, but she can sense that Lin Ning is troubled. The two souls within him, the world's destruction 10 years from now, the truth about the spiders. Caven knows Lin Ning isn't someone with lofty ambitions. He doesn't want to save the world, to save humanity, he just wants to maintain his current, relatively happy life, nothing more. If there were a chance for Lin Ning to escape all of this. Caven is beginning to waver. He's unsure if Lin Ning will ever return. Strangely enough, after Chang Wuzi left, the magical beasts didn't rush out of the large hole. The beast mutations continued, but their reactions were much calmer than before, without any signs of losing control. The ancient Thousand Tribe has already sent a team to deliver news of the southern border incident. Soon, someone else should be taking over. Lin Ning had fallen into a coma. The person frantically piecing together information in her mind was Ellie. Although she couldn't see, she had heard the entire event. Chang Wuzi seemed to be one of the spider limbs that had inherited some of the memories. Because her ability was to command magical beasts, she likely consciously chose the southern territory as her divine abode. A demon god species with memories. This was the first time such a thing had appeared in the entire world. Chang Wuzi's appearance also led Ellie to a wildly absurd yet perfectly logical hypothesis. All demon god species might have a past life. If this were true, it would answer a question that had puzzled her since she started school. Why did all demon god species know their own names? She touched Antai's head, her face ashen. She felt as if they were turning the pages of a giant book called the past, and now, that book had begun to read its main text. Chapter 191. Dusk was falling. Everyone remained by Lin Ning's side. Although Little Coconut had said the false moon would only last a day, Lin Ning didn't seem like he would wake up. Caven was filled with unease. At this moment, Les and Hua sat outside Lin Ming's room. They remained silent for a long while before Les finally spoke. Now I think I understand why the higher-ups ordered us to kill Lin Ming. Hua nodded. She now realized Lin Ming's true specialness. Lin Ming's specialness was innate. Les sat on the ground, head bowed, and whispered to Hua, back then, killing him was an important mission, and because of this mission, we both suffered a lot of injustice later. During the deliberations at the National Assembly, I wanted to tear that mushroom spirit to pieces. But now? Hua looked at Les, patted his back, and said nothing. Night fell. Throughout the entire southern territory, no one slept. To the people of the Southern Territory, the large hole in the city wall was like a gaping maw mocking them. Moreover, the ancient Thousand Tribe had already ordered the soldiers to evacuate immediately. Because if Lin Ning were to meet with the worst possible outcome, the entire Southern Territory might be wiped out. Midnight. In Lin Ming's room, only Kevin, Ellie, and the cat remained. The cat crouched on the bed, staring intently at Lin Ming. Seeing that he didn't react, it considered going back to sleep, but after taking only 2 steps, it felt uneasy and returned to crouch on the bed. Meanwhile, Lin Ming was still immersed in happiness. The moon was bright. He had never seen such a clear moon before. It was early morning. The sun had begun to slowly rise from the east. Lesson was less than 2 hours away from the end of the false moon. Kevin had sat motionless like a statue all night. Lesson entered the room. Kevin saw him and made a request. If Lin Ning goes berserk after waking up, it means things are out of control. At that time, please burn him to ashes as you can. Kevin seemed to realize something was amiss and added, after confirming that I'm dead from the mold, burn him. 1 hour remained until the end of the false moon. Half an hour. 10 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. At this time, everyone in the Southern Territory except them had already evacuated. Gu Qianbu and Susi were still there. They said that even if something went wrong, they had a way to escape. The first awake was Little Coconut. Upon waking from the illusion, Little Coconut's first thought was to look at Lin Ning. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ning remained asleep, his brow furrowed. The illusion is over. But Little Coconut looked at Lin Ning, utterly puzzled. This doesn't seem like someone trapped in an illusion. If you're trapped in an illusion, you won't experience any emotions other than happiness and pleasure. Lin Ming's expression now looked pained. The moment the false moon vanished, Lin Ning had already broken free from the illusion. Although he also craved that peaceful sense of happiness, he wasn't the type to instinctively choose to escape. As the illusory moon gradually dissipated, Lin Ning was finally able to tear his gaze away from it. But at the same time, another scene appeared before him. He saw himself. Like looking in a mirror, another Lin Ming, eyes closed, stood motionless before him. Unlike Lin Ming, this version of himself had white hair. Lin Ming had never seen this person, so familiar yet so strange, so clearly before. The Lord of the Alien Fungi Ershram. Lin Ming looked around and found himself seemingly in an endless, pitch-black space, with a circular platform beneath his feet. He could see his feet clearly because his own body was faintly glowing. He glanced up at Ershram, and saw that he too possessed a faint glow, but it was extremely dim. Ershram, as if sensing Lin Ming's gaze, slowly opened his eyes. Lin Ming began to wonder if he was dreaming, because everything he could perceive was blurry and unreal. Ershram stared motionlessly at Lin Ming. Lin Ming had never seen such a sorrowful expression. Ershram's eyes seemed filled with grief and resentment. Just as their eyes met, Lin Ming suddenly felt an endless loneliness and sorrow flood his mind. At the same time, he saw some images. These images seemed to be from Lin Ming's own perspective. The scenes were filled with apocalyptic landscapes. In these images, it seemed as if a pair of hands were trying to touch a squirrel. But the next second, the squirrel instantly turned into scattered white bones. Immediately afterward, flowers, trees, and animals were all submerged in a wave of mold. As he witnessed these scenes, he heard a sentence. The pronunciation of the sentence was very strange, not in any language he understood. These images flashed through Lin Ming's mind. When he came to his senses, he found that Ershram had reached the edge of the circular platform. He turned to look at Lin Ming, pointed to his chest, then slowly shook his head, gently closed his eyes, and leaned backward, his back to the dark abyss. Seeing Ershram about to plunge into the abyss, Lin Ming was at a loss. It was all too sudden, he couldn't even comprehend what was happening to him. Before Ershram fell into the abyss, he suddenly reached out, and pointed in the direction Lin Ming's head was pointing. Lin Ming looked up in the direction he was pointing, and saw a point of light above him. The point of light grew brighter and brighter, and then Lin Ming suddenly sat up. He was awake. Lin Ming held his hands in front of him, trying to clench them into fists to confirm he was still inside this body. Although Lin Ming was awake, his surroundings told him that something had happened. Before him were countless mushrooms. So many mushrooms. He felt as if he were lying in a mushroom forest. The tallest mushrooms were almost level with the city wall, looking like towering trees without branches. Wait! A city wall? Lin Ming looked around in panic, finding himself at the foot of the southern border city wall, with traces of ruins of houses all around. In the ruins and mushroom thicket, there was a conspicuous charred area where Les lay. Just as Lin Ming frantically searched his surroundings for anyone else, a drop of water landed on his head. Lin Ming touched the droplet on his head, then held his hand up to his face. He realized it wasn't water. It was blood. Lin Ming looked up at the sky in confusion. When he saw what lay before him, he felt a chill run through him, an intense sense of despair that prevented him from even uttering a sound. He saw it, Caven above him. Caven was like an ornament embedded in a giant stone pillar. The right half of his body was completely engulfed by a giant mushroom beside him, his arms and wings hanging limply, blood dripping continuously from them. Lin Ming frantically went to the mushroom, pressing his hand against it, trying to absorb the mycelium to save Caven. But the moment he placed his hand on the mushroom, he felt as if he'd been electrocuted, jerking his hand back and frantically taking a few steps backward. In his panic, he lost his footing and fell to the ground. He stared at his handprint on the mushroom, as if he were facing a vengeful ghost. Because within that handprint was a layer of brown mold, which slowly seeped and spread for a while before stopping. When the mold completely subsided, the handprint had diffused into a blurry circle. Chapter 192. Lin Ming looked at his hand, then reached out and grabbed another mushroom. This time, no mold was released. Lin Ming realized that his earlier outburst of power was likely due to his own inner turmoil. It was the same principle as when he would sprout mushrooms. Lin Ming forced himself to calm down, then placed his hand on the mushroom where Caven was. This time, the mycelium absorbed it smoothly, retracting the entire giant mushroom. Caven's other half, which had been swallowed, came into Lin Ming's view. Caven's other half was almost entirely bone. But Lin Ming was certain that Caven was still alive, because her body was slowly repairing itself. Caven. Lin Ming called Caven's name, his voice trembling. Caven slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Lin Ming, then suddenly, as if remembering something happy, smiled abruptly, and then lost consciousness. Lin Ming held Caven tightly, wanting to hold her more securely, but not daring to pull too hard. He watched her slowly repairing body, while repeatedly listening to her heartbeat. He didn't know how to determine the exact state of Caven's core. He could only judge her condition by the speed of her body's repair. Caven was still alive, but his life force was extremely weak. Although the body's repair was still underway, the process was intermittent. Blood. Lin Ming's mind flashed back to his previous conversation with Caven. We're fine without blood, as long as we're not about to die. What if we really are about to die? Back then, my own blood supply probably wasn't enough. If I had an external blood source, it would probably be helpful. External blood source. Lin Ming looked at Caven and took a deep breath. Then he transformed his body back into its human form. Normally, he would consciously maintain his mycelial state, since that body was less prone to problems. But now, he needed a human body. This human body was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Lin Ming picked up a nail from the nearby ruins. He went to Caven, held his left hand in front of him, and gripped the nail tightly with his right hand. Just as he was about to strike, Caven's words flashed through his mind again. As a Nightborn, being able to refrain from drinking human blood is quite impressive. If anyone makes me break this rule in the future, I probably hate them for life. Hate them if you want, it doesn't matter. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, and the nail in his right hand pierced his left wrist with a thud. To encourage more bleeding, Lin Ming gently shook the nail. Lin Ming's blood flowed into Caven's mouth. Caven didn't even swallow, the blood was instantly absorbed. Simultaneously, Caven's body's repair process accelerated. Seeing the blood was truly effective, Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly remembered the first time Caven bit him. Back then, Caven had bitten a mouthful of mycelium. Lin Ming didn't pull out the nail until his vision blurred, then began mycelial healing of his wound. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, his body's repair was extremely slow this time, and he staggered slightly when he stood up. Caven's other half of his body only had a few patches of skin and muscle that hadn't fully healed. Lin Ming suddenly heard someone approaching from not far away. He turned his head, and saw Gu Qianbu and Little Coconut. Gu Qianbu saw Lin Ming from afar, and immediately stopped in his tracks. Little Coconut, on the other hand, had been preparing to activate Fire Chaser. Lin Ming looked at them anxiously and asked, "Where is everyone else?" Gu Qianbu's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly at his question. At a safe distance, when we realized something was wrong, we led everyone in an evacuation except... Gu Qianbu glanced at Caven, then at Les, who was still unconscious not far away. Except for those two. Gu Qianbu looked up at the bizarre scene before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Ming, because he was in the midst of it all, didn't find the mushroom forest particularly spectacular. The entire southern city wall was practically covered in mold. From a distance, Lin Ning's location looked like a rainforest of mold and mushrooms. Anyway, take care of the wounded first. Gu Qianbu had already arranged for Ellie and the others to stay at a distant outpost. Ellie was restless there, worried about Lin Ning and Caven, so she asked Gu Qianbu to check on them. Gu Qianbu stood there and asked Lin Ning a few questions. What do you mean by flowery butt? Mimetic centipede? What about the rocks? Crab. What did you eat that kept you awake at night? Cow. Gu Qianbu sighed. He knew what he was doing was pointless, but at least it gave him some peace of mind. Approaching Lin Ning, Little Coconut remained poised to unleash its fire-chasing attack. Gu Qianbu frowned upon seeing Caven, then pulled a garment from Little Coconut and wrapped it around Caven. Little Coconut always wore layers of clothing, so one more wouldn't make a difference. Then, with his other hand holding the fishing rod, he flicked his wrist, and the hook snagged on Les's clothes, pulling him over. Checking his breath, Les was still alive, with no visible injuries. He had likely collapsed from exhaustion due to overuse of magic. Gu Qianbu lifted Les and glanced back at Lin Ning. You better look at yourself. Huh? Lin Ning didn't immediately understand. After a moment's thought, Gu Qianbu had Lin Ning carry Caven, and the four of them headed towards the outpost. Little Coconut remained on guard. Lin Ning's mind was still a complete mess. At the end, Ushram seemed to be trying to convey something, as did the scene Lin Ning saw when they locked eyes, and the unintelligible words. Lin Ning felt that Ushram was deliberately trying not to wake up. His gesture at the time involved pointing to himself, and then shaking his head. The meaning might have been, don't let me wake up. But this was just speculation. Furthermore, Lin Ning felt that when he looked at Ushram and saw those scenes, Ushram seemed to have given him something. He remembered the mold he had unconsciously released earlier. Lin Ning was certain of one thing. Ushram was still inside him. They hadn't fused or separated. Ushram had only briefly engaged in a vague communication with him before retreating to a corner. And now, a hypothesis had formed in Lin Ning's mind. Ushram's abilities might be uncontrollable. His appearance represented destruction, and his awakening would be accompanied by disintegration. The sorrow and resentment Lin Ning sensed within him likely foreshadowed that Ushram, in fact, did not wish for things to turn out this way. In that case, this lord of the alien bacteria was more like a tool. A tool beyond his control. Chapter 193. Lin Ning followed Gu Qianbu to the outpost. It consisted of only a few isolated houses. Because it was far from the city walls, the temperature was very low, and there was even a thin layer of snow on the ground. Upon arriving at the outpost, the first thing Lin Ning saw was a cat. Qiu Dong was squatting at the entrance of the outpost. He saw Lin Ning and tilted his head in confusion. Lin Ning didn't know what the cat was wondering, so he prepared to go inside and settle Caven in. As soon as he entered, everyone looked at him. Ilivai, hearing Lin Ming's familiar footsteps, also turned her head. Hua looked at Lin Ming, her eyes seemingly filled with resentment. She silently walked to Les's side, checking on his injuries. Su Si, on the other hand, seemed very relaxed, looking Lin Ming up and down. Heh, not bad, pretty cool. Lin Ming didn't understand what this meant at first. Seeing his puzzled expression, Su Si casually pointed to a bucket of water nearby. There's no mirror here, go look at yourself over there. Lin Ming walked to the bucket and curiously peeked inside. He had barely seen his reflection in the water when he panicked and covered his head. To be precise, he covered his hair. This is just too unconventional. Lin Ming's hair color had changed from black with white highlights to a classic black and white yin-yang. Black hair on the left, white hair on the right. Lin Ming stared at the bucket, grinning. Although appearance wasn't the point of concern right now, but this was just too eccentric. It was like a young kid secretly taking their parents' money to get what they thought was the coolest hairstyle just to show off their uniqueness. Although Lin Ning was dissatisfied with the hair color, it also indicated that this body was showing more of the Ushram aspect compared to before. Lin Ning placed Caven on the bed and looked at Caven's face. Perhaps because he had just drunk blood, Caven was recovering remarkably quickly. His complexion was already starting to regain some color. After setting Caven down, he turned around and saw the group of people who were wary of him. Caven, I leave him in your care for now. I go somewhere a little further away. He knew that in the eyes of Gu Qianbu and the others, he wasn't someone they could trust. Lin Ning got up and walked out of the house to an open space nearby. From here, he could still see the mushroom forest he had created in the distance. Lin Ning sat down cross-legged on the spot. The temperature was very low, and Lin Ming felt a little cold, so he simply hugged his knees, buried his head in them, and only left his eyes looking outside. He hadn't experienced such a quiet environment in a long time. He untied the hair tie from the back of his head, letting his hair fall naturally, wanting to see what the white side looked like. As the hair tie came undone, the white hair on his right side fell in front of his eyes, looking particularly striking. At that moment, Lin Ming suddenly understood the emotions he felt when he released Ershram's consciousness. Lin Ming didn't want to hurt the people around him, because these were the people he cherished. And Ershram. Perhaps he didn't even have the chance to possess anything he cherished. That's why he hated. That's why he felt resentment. Lin Ming glanced back at the room where Kevin was, only to find that Ellie was standing behind him at some point. Ellie heard Lin Ming turn around, confirmed his location, and whispered to him, "If Kevin were standing where I am right now, what would she say?" Lin Ming thought for a moment after hearing Ellie's question and said, "She might say, 'Your hair is pretty cool,' or 'Did you unlock some new ability?' Something like that." Ellie nodded. "What if it were Shenke? She might say, 'I rather just burn you to ashes.'" Ellie smiled. She felt Lin Ming understood her meaning. "Then, what's the probability of this happening again?" Hearing this question, Lin Ming was stumped. Now he knew that Ershram had actually awakened, but he had fallen back into slumber by his own will. So theoretically, unless forcibly awakened, Ershram shouldn't reappear so abruptly. Thinking of this, Lin Ming suddenly remembered the incomprehensible words he heard in Ershram's memories. Lin Ming told Ellie about hearing the strange words, and Ellie quickly asked, "Do you remember the pronunciation of that sentence?" Yes. Lin Ming's memory had always been excellent, so he could recall the approximate pronunciation of the sentence. He repeated the sentence to Ellie. "This is possibly the pronunciation of ancient script," Ellie said. "The pronunciation of ancient script?" "Yes, although the sentence sounds strange, it is said that ancient script used two different pronunciation standards for spoken and written language, and the pronunciation of the written language has been completely lost." "Isn't this redundant?" "No, the pronunciation of ancient script is used in specific contexts, such as declarations, trials, judgments, or commands." Commands? That makes sense. Ershram was likely obeying someone's command at the time. Clearly, this command was inviolable. Lin Ming shared this conjecture with Ellie, who fell into deep thought after hearing it. After a considerable amount of time, when light snow began to fall and a thin layer of snowflakes settled on both Ellie and Lin Ming's heads, Ellie finally spoke. "I think your existence might have meaning." If Lin Ming had heard this in any other context, he might have thought she was picking a fight. But now, these words struck a nerve with Lin Ming. He also felt that his existence, including his entry into the body of the Lord of the Alien Fungus and his ability to control that body to a certain extent, was not a coincidence. "I am very likely some kind of limiter implanted in Ershram. This allows Lin Ming's soul to gain control of the body, thus restricting Ershram's uncontrollable abilities. As for who accomplished this, and how, all remains unknown. Although the culprit is unknown, it could be a god, a spider, or perhaps Ershram itself." Seeing that Lin Ming's thoughts were largely aligned with hers, Ellie asked, "Then, would you be willing to be just a limiter?" Lin Ming placed his hands on the ground and looked up at the sky. He now roughly guessed the meaning of his existence in this world, but for some reason, he felt extremely annoyed. He felt as if everything had been arranged for him, and he was being manipulated. No, while I don't have any ambition to conquer the world, I'm not one to be content as a mere accessory. What if the one who arranged all this is a god? If a god wants to destroy the world, become strong enough to kill a god. What if it's a spider? Kill it. What if the culprit is that Ershram? Ershram wants to sleep, so I find a way to make him sleep forever. If I fail, you can kill me too. Lin Ming didn't have anything he absolutely needed. His desires weren't high, all he wanted was a comfortable, pleasant, and happy life. That was enough. But now, he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be allowed to have all of this, because of his soul, because of his body, because of some ancient, outdated reason from millions of years ago. But who would willingly accept someone else's permission? Perhaps. It's time to make some changes. At that moment, Lin Ming suddenly remembered something his father had said in his past life. "Son, you're too easygoing. Remember, what's destined to be yours will be yours. What's not, you have to take." Chapter 194. 2 days later, everyone slowly began to accept Lin Ming again. Les had woken up and described the situation to the others. A giant mushroom, so huge. It just popped out with a bang. And then mold, everywhere. Hua blew on his still scalding water, asking like she was coaxing a child, "Oh, and then what?" then I could only use fire magic to surround myself. If I relaxed even slightly, I'd be swept into the mushrooms and mold. Just when I felt I couldn't hold on any longer, the mushrooms and mold stopped, and then Caven. Les had been talking enthusiastically, but he suddenly stopped when he mentioned Caven, his face full of disappointment. Les kept blaming himself. He had overestimated himself. He thought he could stabilize the situation somewhat, but in the end, he only managed to barely protect himself. Meanwhile, Caven suddenly began to struggle in bed. He seemed to be having a nightmare. Lin Ning rushed forward and grabbed Caven's flailing hands, but Caven unconsciously grabbed at him, tearing off a piece of flesh from Lin Ning's skin with a whoosh. No, it should be said that she tore off a mushroom-shaped piece of flesh. Lin Ning then noticed that Caven's fingernails were sharper than before, and her fangs were also starting to grow longer. "Caven!" Lin Ning called out sharply as he got closer. Caven then jolted awake and sat bolt upright in bed. Caven's fangs were still protruding from her mouth as she gasped for breath. Caven looked around, seemingly just coming to her senses. I had a dream." Calvin steadied herself, her fangs and nails slowly retracting. "What did you dream about?" Lin Ning asked cautiously. Calvin then looked up and scrutinized Lin Ning. "The dream was chaotic. I can't explain it. Why is your hair so ugly?" Hearing this, Lin Ning silently retreated to a corner of the room, becoming sullen. Seeing that Calvin was awake, the others checked on her condition. Calvin's condition was much better than Les's, who had woken up much earlier. Everyone envied Calvin's rapid recovery, but only Lin Ning knew it was because Calvin had drunk blood. Seeing that Calvin was recovering well, Lin Ning didn't intend to tell her about feeding her blood. Seeing Lin Ning still sullen, Calvin tried to console herself. "Actually, it's alright, not terribly ugly." Seeing Lin Ning almost turning into a moldy mess, the others quickly signaled Calvin to stop talking. Lin Ning now possesses both a mushroom and a mold form, but he hasn't yet formally explored its uses, only finding it surprisingly convenient for waste disposal. Moreover, paradoxically, mold can corrode mushrooms. It seems that at the level of decomposers, mold is superior to mushrooms. The transformation between mold and mushrooms will be somewhat difficult, but Lin Ning feels it's not entirely impossible. For example, the ability to directly transform spores into mold, if successfully developed, would have astonishing destructive power. This incident has instilled a great sense of crisis in Lin Ning. If he faces opponents of the level of Qiang Wuzi in the future, illusions and mycelium alone might not be enough, because they might have complete intelligence on him. The abilities he previously relied on would become meaningless if they were anticipated. Therefore, Lin Ning needed to develop more abilities, to cope with the various situations he would face in the future. Caven was already able to jump around. "I feel something's off." Caven moved his limbs, feeling puzzled. "What's off?" Lin Ning asked, sticking his head out. "I can't quite put my finger on it." Caven touched his slightly longer fangs, feeling a sense of unease. Now, the rest of them could only wait for reinforcements in the southern territory. Gu Qianbu and Su Si routinely checked the large hole under the city wall every day, finding that the magical beasts inside were indeed living obediently within the wall, showing no signs of coming out. They had tried to patrol inside the wall, but hadn't seen any trace of Qiang Wuzi. In the past few days, some of Gu Qianbu's old subordinates had returned to the southern territory, so Gu Qianbu could only lead everyone back to the city wall. Lin Ning dealt with the towering mushrooms, found a few salvageable houses, and everyone settled down again. At first, everything was normal, until one day, Calvin started staring at Ellie. Ellie, of course, didn't notice Calvin's gaze, but Lin Ning could tell that Calvin seemed to be constantly staring at Ellie, looking like a pervert. After watching Ellie for a while, Calvin started looking at the cat. The cat, feeling uneasy under Calvin's gaze, quickly ran away. Moreover, Calvin had recently developed a habitual action. Whenever she had free time, she would pinch her two sharp teeth. Finally, on a quiet night, trouble struck. That night, Lin Ning fell asleep while pondering the feasibility of fusing mold and elements. Just as Lin Ning was sound asleep, Caven opened his bedroom door. In the darkness, Caven's eyes gleamed. Caven came to Lin Ning's bedside and stared at him intently. Lin Ning, half asleep, felt someone breathing on his face. He opened his eyes in confusion and saw Caven staring straight at him in the darkness. "Whoa!" Lin Ning jumped in fright and instinctively kicked, but Caven took the kick to the face without flinching. Lin Ning then realized that Caven was currently in male form. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly want to turn back into a man?" "I don't know why lately I've been very restless." Restless? Lin Ning's mind went blank. He couldn't immediately grasp the connection between restlessness and becoming a man. Calvin continued, I thought it was a gender issue, so I tried to transform back into male form, but it still didn't work. I could only stay away from Ellie and the others. As Calvin spoke, drool dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he began to climb onto Lin Ming's bed. Too familiar. This scene was all too familiar. When Lin Ming and Calvin first met, Calvin was in this very state. Calvin climbed onto Lin Ming and opened his mouth to bite. In a moment of panic, Lin Ming blocked Calvin's mouth with his arm, Calvin's teeth sinking directly into Lin Ming's arm, and then a look of disgust appeared on Calvin's face. That expression is familiar too. After all, he's a virgin. But now is not the time for nostalgia. Even if he were to undergo the withdrawal treatment again, he would have to wait until Calvin's impulse subsided this time. Mycelium puppet Lin Ming wanted to use mycelium to control Calvin, but he overlooked one thing. Calvin had long since become stronger. While the mycelium could restrict Calvin's movements, it couldn't completely control this lustful man. Gu Qianbu, who lived next door, heard the noise from Lin Ming's room and thought something was wrong. He had just reached Lin Ming's door when he heard a strange conversation inside. No, bite gently. No, it hurts. Just bear with it, it'd be over soon. There were also sounds of slurping saliva mixed in. Hearing the sounds from inside, old Gu was deeply shocked. After thinking it over again, he frowned and walked away. Chapter 195. The next day, when Calvin appeared before everyone in his male form, the most surprised was Gu Qianbu. He hadn't forgotten the sounds he heard outside Lin Ming's door the day before. Lin Ming explained Calvin's dual-gender nature, and Gu Qianbu's mouth gaped even wider after hearing it. Calvin was wearing the uniform of a former garrison from the Southern Territory. Their supplies had been almost completely destroyed by Lin Ming. They could only salvage a few barely usable items from the ruins. Calvin had reverted to his male form, but his bloodlust hadn't subsided. Lin Ming had to start the withdrawal treatment all over again, something he was already quite adept at. Now, whenever Lin Ming saw Calvin blankly touching his fangs, he knew Calvin wasn't in good shape and needed to be quickly pulled aside to calm him down. For the past few days, Lin Ming had been wanting to do something very risky. He wanted to go directly to Changwuzi. This demon god with memories must know all the information about Ershram. However, Lin Ming was worried that if a real conflict broke out, he wouldn't be able to win. Although he already possessed some of the abilities of the mold, it was still far inferior to the destructive power of the original Ershram. Fighting against all the magical beasts of the Southern Realm in this state would likely be extremely dangerous. He needed to become stronger, very strong. Having solidified this belief, Lin Ming spent his time tinkering with mushrooms and mold in an open area some distance from the Southern Realm. Calvin, holding his two sharp fangs, squatted to the side watching him. In his eyes, Lin Ming kept releasing spores and trying to ignite them. What are you doing? Calvin mumbled, his teeth clenched. I want them to explode. Lin Ming continued trying, but each attempt ended in failure. Explode? Calvin didn't quite understand. Igniting spores with fire would at most cause them to burn. How could they possibly explode? Lin Ming, dejected after several failed attempts, looked down. Failed? Calvin was deliberately bringing up the most awkward question. No, I just haven't finished yet. That's still a failure. Lin Ming walked up to Calvin, with a stern face, and slapped him on the head. Why did you hit me? Nothing, I just got annoyed by you. Lin Ming hadn't spent much time with the male version of Calvin in a while, and had forgotten just how bad at talking was this guy. The effect Lin Ming wanted to achieve was a dust explosion. Creating dry, flammable spores wasn't difficult for him, and gathering them in one place wasn't difficult either. The difficulty lay in precisely igniting the spores. Igniting them would be simple with Les's help, but he couldn't always carry Les around as a lighter. Lin Ming wanted to try one last time, so he gathered a large number of dried spores and stared blankly at the spore clusters. He could now concentrate the spores in one place and suspend them in the air. The spore clusters were enveloped in a dense layer of mycelium, resembling tiny gray bubbles. To ensure their power, these bubbles were quite large, the smallest being over a meter in diameter. Now, these bubbles would explode upon contact with fire, and because of the close proximity, a single explosion would trigger a chain reaction. Lin Ming thought to himself, maybe he should go back to Xialinsel and get some lightning elemental crystals to try using electricity to start a fire. But lightning element is different from regular lightning. He wasn't sure if it could be used as a fire source. After fiddling with it for a while, Lin Ming felt he had made some progress, so he nodded in satisfaction. He planned to rest for a bit, then go back and ask where he could get elemental crystals near the southern border of the ancient Thousand tribe, and come back to continue later. Lin Ming walked a distance with Caven, then looked back at the spore bubbles. He found that the bubbles were quite stable. Even without his control, they wouldn't dissipate. Just after the two of them had walked for a while, Les, who had just recovered from his injuries, prepared to stretch his muscles after a long absence. Having collapsed from exhaustion under Lin Ming's giant mushroom, he was somewhat dissatisfied with his own strength. Coupled with Lin Ming's unusually diligent work recently, he had been somewhat affected. Hua also found a place to practice his sword. Because Les's spells required space to cast, he found a very open area. Les cautiously tested his spells, feeling quite comfortable, so he put on fireproof gloves, intending to practice controlling his fire beast. Fire Rat, a small rat engulfed in flames, appeared in his palm. Just as Les was practicing controlling the Fire Rat, he suddenly noticed something strange on the ground beside him. Bubbles? Les tilted his head, looked at them for a moment, and began to mutter to himself. The environment of this southern territory is truly amazing. You can encounter all sorts of strange phenomena. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Les, holding the Fire Rat in his hand, walked towards the bubbles. Upon entering, he noticed some mold and mushrooms on the ground. Humph, looks like mushrooms have come here too. Well, anyone would be curious about something this strange. Les assumed Lin Ming and the others had come to see the bubbles, but he didn't know that these bubbles were Lin Ming's creation. Just then, Lin Ming returned. Gu Qianbu told him that the nearest place to obtain elemental crystals was Xialinsel. Hearing this, Lin Ming had to temporarily abandon his plan to use elemental crystals to start a fire. He returned to the open space, intending to continue developing the explosive dust bubble. But as soon as he returned, he saw Les in the distance, like an old man walking his bird, holding a Fire Rat and examining the spore bubbles. Hiss! Lin Ming gasped, about to approach, but after taking a step, he retreated. He decided it was best not to get too close. Hey! Don't go over there! Lin Ming called out to Les from afar. Les heard Lin Ming shout, and instinctively turned his head. This turn of his head caused a major problem. Controlling the Fire Rat requires maintaining focus. But when he turned around, his attention, which was originally meant to control the Fire Rat, was diverted by Lin Ming. The Fire Rat, as if suddenly realizing its duty, leaped from Les's palm. Before it was the largest spore bubble. Boom! Les should actually be thankful that Lin Ming had been gone for a while, and the spore bubbles were somewhat loose, otherwise, Les would have experienced the feeling of soaring through the air. A cloud of smoke rose, followed by a series of explosions. Listening to the explosions, Lin Ming even felt a strange sense of jubilation in the sound. Finally, after a while, the explosion stopped. Lin Ming rushed over, wanting to confirm if Les was still alive. He had even already planned how to explain to Hua if Les had really been killed in the explosion. Les struggled to crawl out of the smoke, his hair standing on end, his face covered in dust like a clay figurine. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He could still crawl out on his own, which meant he wasn't seriously injured. Les crawled a short distance and saw Lin Ming approaching. His voice held a hint of grievance as he asked, "Tell me the truth about what happened at the crystal mine. Do you still really hate me?" "No." "Huh?" Les seemed a little deafened by the explosion. "I said, I don't hold a grudge against you." Les looked back at the spot where he had just stood. A crater had been blasted there. "Do you think? That's convincing." Chapter 196. Fortunately, Les was wearing the fireproof bodysuit, so his injuries weren't serious. He was just a little hard of hearing from the shockwave, and because of his hearing loss, his voice was unusually loud. "I said, your bubble. It was pretty amazing." Lin Ming took Les back to his lodgings, and Les was still generously praising Lin Ming's new skill. "Speak softly, I can hear you." "Huh?" "I said I can hear you." Now, Les would have to continue recovering. Thanks to Les's selfless act, Lin Ming confirmed that the spore dust could indeed explode. And the chain reaction explosion was surprisingly effective. The only thing to be careful about was staying far away. Lin Ming looked at Les, who was blasted into a sunflower shape, wanted to laugh, but was too embarrassed to laugh out loud. He decided to get some water to wash him off, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain when the sunflower returned. Lin Ming brought over a basin of water, and began wiping Les's face, as if he were cleaning glass. After a while, Les finally looked somewhat presentable, though his hair was still standing straight. "How are you? Are your hands still numb?" Les shook his hands. He felt much better than before. The shock had left his whole body numb, and Lin Ming had carried him back. Aside from his hearing being a little intermittent, he felt mostly fine. Hey! What's the principle behind those bubbles? Keep your voice down, I can hear you. Lin Ming patiently explained the physics of a dust explosion to Les, both shouting and yelling. Fortunately, Les was a top student at the National Academy of Politics and immediately understood. He smoothed his disheveled hair, marveling at Lin Ming's creativity. After a while, Hua Lianjian returned. As soon as she entered, she saw Les grinning foolishly. What happened to him? Was he struck by lightning? No. Just a little accident. Seeing Hua return, Lin Ming planned to leave, but before he could even step out the door, Les suddenly asked from behind, Lin Ming, what are you planning to do next? Lin Ming, who was about to step out the door, pulled his foot back and turned around to see Les's extremely serious gaze. Les had actually been asking this question for a while. Although he and Lin Ming had some past conflicts, they had gotten to know each other well enough that Les no longer considered Lin Ming an outsider. Seeing that Lin Ming didn't speak, Les continued, the matter in the Southern Territory can't be kept secret. I don't know about other places, but if it's the National Council, they probably just release your information directly. You're already a key target of the National Council, and your abilities are very straightforward. In the future, I'm afraid many people will specifically target you with their abilities. Lin Ming nodded in agreement. That's why I've been focusing on developing new abilities lately. And you should also prepare for the worst. What preparations? The National Council is very good at leveraging resources. If they still want you dead, you might have a bounty on your head. A bounty? Yes, the National Council actually has a mechanism similar to a bounty hunter system. They periodically issue bounty targets, and capable people will hunt them down and receive the corresponding reward after completing the mission. As a Yan-level mage, Les was very familiar with how the National Council operated. If we go further, it won't just be an internal bounty, it could also involve spreading information to the outside world. Just like what they did to the Nightborn clan, a comprehensive extermination. Lin Ming had considered this as well. He now roughly understood why the National Council wanted him dead. There should be people within the National Council who knew about the history of the previous era. They already knew of Urshrum's existence. They wanted to kill him for two possible reasons. 1. To eliminate him and Lin Ming together before Urshrum awakened. 2. They wanted to destroy Lin Ming's limiter directly, releasing Urshrum. If they wanted to kill Urshrum, it meant the National Council's ultimate goal was to save the world from destruction. But if the National Council wanted to release Urshrum, that meant the National Council had some unknown reasons, and the true mastermind behind them remained a mystery. However, Lin Ming always felt that killing him, the limiter, and releasing Urshrum was the true intention of the National Council. After all, it was in line with the National Council's style of quietly courting disaster. Les looked at Lin Ming, who was deep in thought, and finally said, so, be careful. Lin Ming nodded, and asked Les with some worry, is it okay if you tell me all this? Haha. Les lay down on the bed and sighed, to be honest, I was already a little reluctant to go back to the National Council, and after coming to the Southern Territory, this feeling became even stronger. The wounded soldiers in the Southern Territory, who were still holding their ground, had a great impact on Les. Since arriving in the Southern Territory, he had become extremely disgusted with the high-sounding official rhetoric he heard in the National Council. Those high-ranking officials always managed to package their desires as bright and lofty ideals. Those remarks, which sounded like they were treating people like fools, disgusted Les. Most fire mages were straightforward, and Les was no exception. Compared to the lofty ideals touted by the high-ranking officials of the National Council, he now found Lin Ming, the man before him, more likable. Les suddenly looked at Hua. Hua felt uncomfortable under his gaze. What do you plan to do if I leave the National Council? Hua hadn't expected Les to ask this, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. You? Just keep paying me my salary as before. I don't even have a salary myself, how can I pay you? With Hua's skills, she could make a living anywhere. Les wasn't sure if he would face retaliation or a purge after leaving the National Council, and Hua didn't need to suffer any consequences because of his recklessness. Les wouldn't regret leaving the National Council, but if this decision threatened Hua's safety, he definitely would. So Les wanted Hua to leave him and find another job. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. Hua looked at the foolish man's face, sighed, and asked, how long have I been your bodyguard? It seems like 10 years. I can't even remember. Hua suddenly grinned and said, how about this? If you don't have money to pay my salary, you can pay me with something else. Something else? What will you pay me with? I've been your bodyguard for 10 years, so from today onwards, I be the boss, And you be the bodyguard. It won't be long, in 10 years, we be even, how about that? Hua crossed her arms, looking at Les triumphantly. Les lowered his head and chuckled. You're so smart. Come on, call me boss. You never called me boss before. You are you and I am I. Come on, call me boss Hua. I can't force someone. Lin Ming watched the two of them quietly slip out, then skillfully close the door. Behind that door were the unspoken feelings, both spoken and unexpressed. And two flushed faces. Chapter 197. In the past few days, Lin Ming had another thing on his mind. That was Su Si. Caven's bloodlust had been very strong lately. Whenever he wanted to suck blood, he liked to stare at other people's necks, drooling as he did so. But Caven avoided looking at Su Si. In Caven's eyes, Su Si wasn't even on his diet. Because Su Si was just too dirty. Caven even thought that biting Su Si would easily leave residue on his teeth. Now that they no longer needed to patrol the Southern Territory, after much persuasion from everyone, Su Si, for once, decided to take a bath. Everyone in the Southern Territory, upon hearing that Su Si was going to take a bath, acted as if preparing for some major festival, their faces beaming with joy. Lin Ming asked Gu Qianbu curiously, It's just a little clean. Why is everyone so happy? Gu Qianbu chuckled, saying nothing, only giving him a knowing look. The people of the Southern Territory cleared out a room, boiled a lot of water, and prepared a considerable amount of cleaning supplies such as soap and bath towels. The scene was so chaotic that, if one didn't know better, they'd probably think a pig was about to be slaughtered. Su Si entered the makeshift bathroom and locked the door. Then, a chilling sound came from inside. It sounded a bit like sharpening a knife, a bit like using a wood file to rub wood, but definitely not like taking a bath. Good heavens. She's made of steel. Lin Ming asked Gu Qianbu, when was the last time she took a bath? Gu Qianbu looked at the sky, trying to recall, and after a long while said, It seems. It's been about half a year. Lin Ming's eyebrows furrowed deeply. Haven't showered in over half a year? Not really, like when it rains during patrol, and I accidentally fall into the lake, I guess that counts as a bath. I don't think so. Not count. Then it really has been over half a year. Lin Ming looked at the southern border people all squatting at the door waiting for Su Si to come out after her bath, and he had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Su Si was probably a beauty. Because her face was always covered in something that looked like either paint or mud, and her hair was often down in front of her, Lin Ming didn't even know what Su Si looked like until now. Little Coconut, seeing everyone gathered around, sat down with a roasted sweet potato in her hands. Lin Ming looked at Little Coconut, about to say something, when Little Coconut casually broke the roasted sweet potato in half and handed it to him. I didn't really want to eat it. Little Coconut didn't care about his reaction, and shoved the sweet potato into Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming wasn't prepared at all, and cried out in pain from the heat. He actually wanted to ask Little Coconut why she always wore so many clothes. After a while, the roasted sweet potato finally cooled down, and Lin Ming took a bite. It was fragrant and soft. By the way, why do you always wear so many clothes? Lin Ming asked Little Coconut, but Little Coconut's mouth was full of sweet potato, so he couldn't hear her clearly. Thump. Huh? What thump? Gu Qianbu heard their conversation and chuckled. He means it doesn't hurt. So these clothes are for defense? Gu Qianbu nodded and said, because the fire chaser ability is very important, we always prioritized her safety. At first, we wanted her to wear armor. Gu Qianbu looked at Little Coconut, recalling some amusing incidents. Little Coconut is just too small. Wearing armor, she can barely move. Then we tried leather armor, but we couldn't find any that fit properly, and a single layer wasn't enough protection. So, the solution was to layer her clothes? Yes, Little Coconut's constitution is quite unique, she doesn't know what heat is. So we just wrapped her up tightly in layers. And you know what? The protective effect was surprisingly good. Once, during a patrol, Little Coconut was headbutted from behind by a rhinoceros beast. After falling from the sky, she bounced like a ball a few times. Guess what? She wasn't hurt at all. Just as Gu Qianbu was enthusiastically recounting Little Coconut's various embarrassing incidents to Lin Ming, the door to Su Si's bathing area slowly opened. Lin Ming curiously craned his neck to look inside. After a cloud of steam dissipated, a completely unfamiliar woman appeared before them. This was the first time Lin Ming could clearly see Su Si's face. Lin Ming remembered that Su Si had large eyes, but before, because his face was covered in makeup, he couldn't see the details clearly. But now, Lin Ming could see them clearly. Su Si's two large eyes looked playful, with long eyelashes and thick eyebrows that drooped slightly at the ends. Susi's mouth wasn't large, but his lips were plump, so he always looked like he was pouting and acting coquettishly. Because he had just taken a shower, Susi was only wearing a bra and a black tight-fitting undershirt. Lin Ning could even see the lines of Susi's abdominal muscles through the clothes. Cute. That was the only word that could pop into Lin Ming's head. Susi's cuteness wasn't the kind that was deliberately cute. It was a natural, innate quality. As soon as Susi appeared, the crowd erupted. Some had already started cheering, and praise poured in. Surrounded by a group of people and constantly praised, Susi felt a little embarrassed, her face flushing red. And it was precisely this blush that became the finishing touch. The crowd immediately erupted in excitement. They now wished they could carry Susi around the world to show her off. Susi couldn't stay surrounded like this, so she started to walk towards her place. But after only 2 steps, she stumbled. She swayed in place for a while, thankfully without falling. Lin Ning also noticed that Susi's movements were a little strange. It was as if she was meeting her limbs for the first time. Susi took a few more steps, instinctively wanting to touch the ground with his hands, but remembering he had finally managed to take a shower, he could only walk properly. On his way back to his lodgings, Susi bumped into the wall twice, slipped and fell twice on flat ground, and even kicked over a bucket of water. Lin Ning watched Susi stagger forward, even sensing a hint of determination despite his disability. Gu Qianbu stroked his beard, watching with great interest. Lin Ning couldn't help but ask, she just took a bath, right? It's like she washed her soul away. Because she's not used to it. Susi's martial arts style emphasizes engaging all the senses, so senses like smell and touch are just as important to her as sight and hearing. After the bath, her senses of smell and touch were disrupted, which is why she's like this. Her current strength is probably even weaker than a new recruit. Just as Gu Qianbu was speaking, Susi finally reached her door. She reached out to push it open, but used too much force, and the door opened, causing her to fall flat on her face. The floor inside was relatively clean. Finally able to move on all fours, Susi seemed to unleash her natural instincts, darting and weaving around the room. Then, she bared what she thought was a fierce look at the people outside, and slammed the door shut. As soon as the door closed, an uproar erupted outside. Did you see that? She even bared her teeth at me. You're talking nonsense. She was clearly baring her teeth at me. How many days do you think it will take her to learn to walk this time? 3 or 4 days. It took 4 days last time. Listening to their discussion, Lin Ning felt that Susi, whom they were talking about, didn't seem like one of the leaders of the Southern Territory, but rather like a cute little animal. Chapter 198. After a few peaceful days in the Southern Territory, Lin Ning finally started to feel bored. Gu Qianbu spent his days fishing, but so far, the fish he brought back were all still very young. Susi was still adjusting to her new body, and every time she went out, her fan club would follow behind, cheering her on. Left leg, steady. Good. Then right leg. Don't use too much force, land steadily. Well done. With the guidance and encouragement of her fan club, Susi, although her limbs were still moving around a bit, at least she wasn't falling flat on her face anymore. Lin Ning suddenly wondered if Ellie would be bored by herself, so he went to Ellie's room to chat with her. Lin Ning was startled when he pushed open Ellie's door. In Ellie's room, there was a huge pile of antidepressants. So many. Hearing Lin Ning's voice, Ellie laughed. I sent them over. I had my companion, Anti, call over some nearby antis to help me. Help? Lin Ning then noticed that Ellie's room was littered with wood chips. What are they doing? Lin Ning picked up a piece of wood and examined it closely, discovering that all the wood chips were covered with writing carved with a knife. I found those braille tablets you made for me last time very useful, so I had to make a batch for me. There are also some books in the Southern Territory, so I wanted them to be made into braille for me. I see. The clay tablets Lin Ning made for Ellie were usable, but fragile and easily damaged. Carving characters into wood would certainly make them much more durable. This kind of carving work, if given to an ordinary person, might only result in a few words being carved in a whole day. But Anti was different. They seemed to have a natural talent for carving wood. The wood in Anti's hands was manipulated and tossed about, sometimes even bitten directly. Lin Ning felt that even a seasoned carpenter, who had worked his whole life, might not be able to carve words into wood as precisely and quickly as Anti. That's right, after all, they were ants. Gnawing on wood was a basic skill for them. With a large group of Anti working diligently, a large pile of wooden blocks was soon carved. Alice touched the wooden blocks, initially overjoyed, But then her face showed difficulty. These wooden blocks were all the same. She couldn't possibly arrange them in order. Even if she stacked them in order, it would be quite inconvenient, and even if she carved words on the entire surface, there wouldn't be much content. Seeing this, Lin Ming patted his chest with a smug look and said to Ellie, "No problem, leave this to me." Lin Ming sat down on the floor and began instructing the antis on how to do it, like a kindergarten craft teacher. First, the wooden pieces needed to be shaped into long strips, then thinned. Next, the words from the book would be carved vertically onto the wooden pieces. The next step was to find some sturdy rope to connect the wooden pieces together, one after another. After some fiddling, Lin Ming handed a prototype bamboo scroll to Ellie. Ellie took the scroll, initially confused about what it was. After Lin Ming's explanation, she immediately understood, rolled it up, weighed it in her hand, and then unfolded it to confirm the contents. "So that's how it is. What should this thing be called?" "Bamboo slips." "I see. It's definitely more suitable to make them from bamboo." Ellie touched the characters, marveling at them. Lin Ming looked at Ellie's happy expression, but felt a pang of unease. He wondered how Hyson, who was so focused on breaking the seal on Ellie's eyes, was making progress. Anti and his men had already carved half the book into bamboo slips in no time, so fast that Lin Ming couldn't even see how they did it. Ellie touched the wooden slips and suddenly asked, "Those two maps, you should know which one is accurate now, right?" Lin Ming nodded, but immediately realized that Ellie couldn't see his nod. "Yes, we know that now. We located the spider's severed limbs. So what's your next step?" "I need to know the positions of the spider and the god." What Lin Ming most wanted to confirm was who truly commanded Ashram, the god or the spider. Only by knowing this could he formulate his next specific plan. Therefore, he needed a lot of information about the past. The problem was, even the Science Society only had fragmentary records left. His only way to obtain this information was probably through the spider's burial grounds. He wondered if the remaining burial grounds would still have murals, like those in the prison's underground, that could be used as reference. And that Qiang Wuzi. Hearing Ellie mention Qiang Wuzi, Lin Ming also looked troubled. "I'd like to ask him directly, but I'm afraid I can't defeat him." Hearing this, Ellie nodded hesitantly. "Indeed, although I haven't seen them with my own eyes, from your descriptions, the existence of magical beasts is inherently dangerous. It took the combined efforts of all the continent's experts to drive them here, but now these magical beasts are actually under the command of one person. I could try dealing with simple magical beasts, but these beasts now have a leader, which means they will follow tactics, cover each other, and even create traps to ambush. That's a bit frightening." Seeing that Anti and the others were still working diligently, Ellie wanted Lin Ming to take her for a walk. Lin Ming, seeing that the weather was nice outside, took Ellie to a flower-filled area near the city wall for a stroll. Although Ellie couldn't see the flowers, she was still happy to smell their fragrance. Just as Lin Ming temporarily took over Anti's work as a guide Ellie suddenly looked warily at the large hole in the city wall. What's wrong? It looks like something's coming out." They were very close to the large hole, about 10 meters away. Hearing Ellie's words, Lin Ming looked towards the hole. "Someone's there." "Huh?" Lin Ming looked at Ellie in surprise, then at the hole entrance. He couldn't see anything. Where? Ellie pointed firmly in a direction. She could use the wind to sense her surroundings, and she clearly sensed someone there. Seeing that Ellie wasn't joking, Lin Ming blew a strong breath towards the hole entrance. As Lin Ming exhaled, spores instantly filled the surrounding area. There really was something there. A demon god? A magical beast? Lin Ming used the spores to sense the presence. He couldn't yet confirm whether it was human. Just as Lin Ming sensed the thing, it vanished from its spot. And, coincidentally, a gust of wind started blowing at that moment. No, it wasn't the wind. This gust of wind must have been caused by that guy's high-speed movement. Lin Ming quickly turned back and asked Ellie, "Can you sense where he is now?" Lin Ming had originally thought Ellie would point out a precise location. But when he turned around, he saw Ellie's hand waving wildly from side to side, as if directing traffic. Transparent, and moving at high speed. Just as Lin Ming was trying to figure out how to break free from this strange thing and find reinforcements, he saw Caven, flying low in the distance, streaking towards them with a red light, and then kicking the guy in midair. Judging from the sound, the guy was sent flying. After delivering this miraculous kick, Caven stood still, snorting disdainfully. Although I don't know why, I definitely become stronger now. Chapter 199. With Caven's unexpected kick, the transparent monster crashed into a large tree. In the instant of impact, Lin Ming briefly saw the creature's true form. It was something resembling a lizard. It was described as lizard-like because it moved in a human-like manner. It had 2 legs on the ground, arms hanging down, tail dangling on the ground, and 2 eyes looking at themselves, appearing rather dim-witted. Oh! Lin Ming looked at the creature's appearance, and suddenly realized. It's a chameleon. Lin Ming had seen chameleons in his previous life. While chameleons were adept at hiding themselves, they hadn't reached the point of being completely transparent. It seemed that the mutation of magical beasts was an advancement upon their original nature. After each of the chameleon's eyes darted around once, it vanished from its spot. Lin Ming heard a terrifying whooshing sound in the air, enough to demonstrate just how astonishingly fast this chameleon was. As Lin Ming was still figuring out how to deal with the chameleon, he saw Caven turn around and slap it across the ground behind him. The chameleon was sent flying again. Lin Ming stared in disbelief. How did you know where it was? I don't know, but I just know. The chameleon was forced back into its original form, rolling several times on the ground before finally managing to stand up. Lin Ming seemed to see a hint of confusion in the chameleon's not-so-bright eyes. Seeing that its invisibility was no longer effective, the chameleon changed tactics. It opened its mouth, its tongue gathering power, and then, with a whoosh, its tongue flew towards Caven. That tongue reminded Lin Ming of a bouncy, sticky rubber toy he played with as a child. Seeing the chameleon's tongue reach out, Caven instinctively dodged to the side. The chameleon's tongue slammed into the city wall behind Caven with a loud thud. This wasn't a tongue. It was practically a battering ram. Seeing Caven dodge the attack, the chameleon opened its mouth again, gathering its strength. Caven glanced back at the crater left by the tongue on the city wall, shook his head, and muttered, "That puts my mind at ease." Before Lin Ming could understand what he meant, the chameleon's next attack was already in front of Caven. This time, Caven didn't dodge, instead, he took 2 steps forward. The chameleon's tongue slammed directly into Caven, making a sound no less resounding than the impact on the city wall. Caven! Lin Ming heard the muffled thud. He initially thought Caven would be sent flying, but upon closer inspection, Caven was still standing there, motionless. A layer of red aura had already enveloped his body. Caven's aura was much stickier than a chameleon's tongue. The chameleon stood there dumbfounded, watching as the other end of its tongue was firmly stuck to Caven's body. Its tongue was stretched out quite far, and Caven even flicked it with his hand. The tongue snapped out like a rubber band with a pop sound. It looked quite amusing. The chameleon panicked completely now, frantically shaking its head to try and retract its tongue while flailing its arms. In all its life, it had always used this tongue to scoop up food and put it in its mouth. It had never encountered a situation where its tongue was directly stuck to something. Caven glanced down at the tongue stuck to his body, then gave it a sharp tug. The chameleon's entire body, propelled by the tongue's elasticity, flew straight towards him. Caven watched the chameleon hurtling towards him, then firmly gripped its neck with his other hand. Lin Ming thought that with Caven controlling the chameleon, the little accident was over. But Caven suddenly got playful. He grabbed the tongue with one hand and threw the chameleon away with the other. The chameleon arced through the air, then landed steadily in Caven's hand thanks to the tongue's elasticity. Caven then started playing with the yo-yo. Lin Ming watched the fireball boy for a while, then turned to call Ivy to go back to Gu Qianbu's place and tell old Gu about the monster's escape. Just as Lin Ming was about to leave, a female voice suddenly came from near the large hole in the city wall. "All right, stop playing around. Give it back to me." Lin Ming looked closely and saw that it was Chong Wuzi. Caven, still holding the chameleon's tongue, frowned when he saw Chong Wuzi. "It escaped. I come to catch it and take it back." Caven looked Chong Wuzi up and down, then suddenly asked out of the blue, "Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Don't you have any to wear? TSK, what's it to you whether I'm dressed or not? Aren't you ashamed?" Lin Ming nodded, thinking to himself that Caven was indeed capable, able to say what he had been wanting to say so easily. Chong Wuzi didn't want to argue with him about such trivial matters and pointed at the chameleon. She was about to urge Caven to release the chameleon when she turned her head and saw Lin Ming with his shaved head. Chong Wuzi stared in astonishment, her mouth agape as if she'd seen something incredible. To actually reach this level. Lin Ming and Chong Wuzi locked eyes. Seeing this as a rare opportunity, Lin Ming quickly said, "I have some questions for you." Chong Wuzi scoffed dismissively. "If it were Urshram, I might be interested in exchanging a few words. But you, what right do you have to speak to me?" Lin Ming was furious, his nose almost crooked. "Heh! With my short temper, I show you today whether I have the right or not." Lin Ming rolled up his sleeves, wanting to show this naked woman his enormous mushroom. But he only taken 2 steps forward when he heard a thunderous roar, like a stampede of horses, coming from inside the city walls. Immediately afterward, a large horde of strangely shaped magical beasts crowded behind the large hole, sticking their heads out to look at Lin Ming. The entire city wall began to shake as the beasts swarmed in. "Humph, you think I'm scared? Caven! Go!" Caven glanced back at him. "Chicken?" Lin Ming took a deep breath, looking at the various strange beasts that had climbed the city wall and were watching him from below. He was genuinely a little unsure of himself. However, Lin Ming felt that he would inevitably have to fight Chong Wuzi sooner or later, so he might as well take this opportunity to find out more about this naked woman. Lin Ming made up his mind, clapped his hands, and a cloud of spore mist instantly spread out. Just as Lin Ming was about to proceed with his usual tactics, a black bird that looked like a large crow on the city wall flicked a spark in its beak, then spat a mouthful of flame down towards the area below. Seeing this, Lin Ming quickly retreated with Ivy. After a burst of flames, the temperature below the city wall soared, burning the spores completely and turning the ground scorching hot. Lin Ming looked at Chong Wuzi, surprised that the fire didn't burn her feet. Although Chong Wuzi had never fought Lin Ming before, she knew about Ursham's abilities. High temperatures were effective against both mushrooms and mold. Lin Ming was gritting his teeth. He wasn't about to give up so easily. Filled with rage, Lin Ming dynamaxed into a mycelial giant tens of meters tall. Just as he was about to launch an attack from his Dynamax form, he turned his head and saw that inside the city wall, those crows were perched there in large flocks, a dark mass, hundreds or even thousands of them. "Alright, you can breathe fire, huh? I just learned a move. I tested on you guys first." Gigantamax Lin Ming raised his hand, and a giant gray bubble appeared on it. In the distance, Les heard the commotion near the city walls and wanted to come out to see what was happening, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw Lin Ming standing there holding a ridiculously large bubble, with several large birds beside him spewing fire from their beaks. Without thinking, Les slammed the door shut again, then mentally reviewed his earthquake survival guide. Chapter 200. The dust cloud in Lin Ming's hand had grown so large it almost blotted out the sky. He glanced in the direction of Gu Qianbu and the others, figuring the power shouldn't affect that area, and had Caven take Ivy to a safe location first. The chameleon had been released by Caven. Chong Wuzi watched the chameleon run back, then looked at Lin Ming, who was holding a large bubble, with a puzzled expression. She remembered that Ursham didn't have this kind of move. Lin Ming held up the bubble and raised his arm. "Eat my giant dumpling." "I throw it." Lin Ming threw the bubble directly at the flock of black fire-breathing birds. But it was just a light bubble, and it couldn't fly very fast. The flock of birds chirped incessantly as the bubble slowly drifted towards them, and finally, one of the lead birds couldn't hold back any longer. It tilted its head back and spewed out a burst of flame. Boom! Chong Wuzi was completely unprepared for the explosion. Actually, she wasn't the only one caught off guard. When Les saw Lin Ming's enormous bubble, he knew what was about to happen. Feeling it wasn't safe indoors, he and Hor rushed outside, crouching down with their heads covered in a defensive posture. At that moment, the entire southern territory shook violently. Gu Qianbu and the others, thinking it was an earthquake, ran out of their houses. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw the enormous Lin Ming standing amidst a cloud of smoke and dust in the distance. After a while, the smoke and dust cleared. A section of the southern territory's city wall had been blasted away. Chong Wuzi, still in human form, was blasted away by the shockwave. However, being the commander of the Thorns, he regained his balance in midair and landed steadily on the ground. She landed right in front of Les's residence. Les, who had been crouching on the ground, only looked up after the shockwave had subsided. He looked up and saw a round, plump buttocks. Before he could get a better look, that person, had already vanished back to where they were at the foot of the city wall. Lin Ming was somewhat surprised to see that the explosion hadn't harmed Chong Wuzi in the slightest. He had initially thought that Chong Wuzi only possessed the ability to command magical beasts, and that his physical body was extremely fragile. But he was wrong. Chong Wuzi's physical combat strength was also formidable. Fortunately, the explosion had already blown away all the fire-breathing birds, so he didn't need to worry about the fire for the time being. Chong Wuzi stared at the section of the city wall that had been completely destroyed, looking up at Lin Ming in astonishment. Lin Ming's abilities completely exceeded her expectations. She had initially thought that Lin Ming's abilities were at most an overflow of Ursham's power. But now it seemed that this guy was not to be underestimated. She glanced again at the wounded and injured magical beasts inside the city walls and frowned. Chong Wuzi was indeed stunned by the explosion, because she didn't know if Lin Ning would pull out anything else strange besides that bubble. She had originally come to chase after the escaped chameleon, but she hadn't expected to cause such a commotion. The chameleon's escape was not accidental. After all these long years, Chong Wuzi's control over the magical beasts was not yet complete. Until the time was right, she didn't want to attract too much hostility. After all, the fact that humans had the ability to contain the magical beasts within the city walls showed that human strength was not to be underestimated. If the Southern Territory became a target of everyone because of the escaped magical beasts, it would be entirely detrimental to Chong Wuzi. Moreover, she was facing that Ershram. If Ershram were truly freed, her firepower might not be enough to withstand it. Fire and mold both lead to destruction. In the end, the best outcome would be mutual destruction. That's unnecessary. Extreme caution is necessary until everything is fully prepared. Considering all these reasons, Chong Wuzi decided to retreat. There's no need to feel sorry for the firebirds that were killed. They reproduce extremely quickly, and their population will replenish itself in a dozen days. Lin Ning felt that the duel had only just begun, and was eager to fight this naked woman for 300 rounds, when Chong Wuzi leaped into the city wall and disappeared. Immediately afterward, the magical beasts also left, leaving only Lin Ning below the city wall. Ha ha! Lin Ning, seeing Chong Wuzi slip away, stood there with his arms crossed, smugly pleased with himself. But his smugness didn't last long before he realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, I wanted to ask her something. Why did she just run away? Coming to his senses, Lin Ning tried to chase after Chong Wuzi, but she was already gone. Seeing that she had run away, Lin Ning returned to his normal size, and walked towards the people from the Southern Territory. A group of people surrounded Lin Ning, asking him all sorts of questions. Lin Ning recounted the entire dispute caused by a chameleon. Gu Qianbu listened, stroking his beard thoughtfully. He had more or less guessed Chong Wuzi's thoughts. In old Gu's eyes, if this demon god continued to retreat to the Southern Territory and strictly prohibited demon gods from leaving the region, then other countries might simply ignore this incident. This was a common problem among the high-ranking officials of various countries. Unless the situation was extremely urgent, no one was in a hurry. Furthermore, given the current situation in the Southern Territory, there are only two possible solutions. One is to station a sufficient force outside the Southern Territory to defend against the magical beasts, just in case. However, no country is willing to expend such a large force to stand guard here for nothing. The second solution is to directly eradicate the magical beasts from the Southern Territory, eliminating them completely. Frankly, Gu Qianbu felt it was currently impossible to assemble a coalition army of that quality. The Southern Territory will likely remain peaceful for the foreseeable future, until it truly becomes a threat to humanity. While everyone was still discussing this, Les and Hua began to bicker. Hua, with a mischievous grin, asked Les, "Is it pretty?" Les, feeling guilty, retorted, "Huh? What's pretty?" "Her butt." "What butt?" "I didn't see it." "You definitely saw it, you were staring at it." "I didn't see it." "Admit it if you did." "I didn't see it." "Okay, if you didn't see it, you didn't see it. By the way, her butt is really small." "Huh? It's considered small?" "Uh-huh.